Chapter 81 Countless Corpses. Ho ho ho! After the giant rabbit was hit, it roared like a beast. There was no fear in its eyes, but it looked more and more ferocious. Duh. The gunfire continued, and every bullet was empty. The giant rabbit was not dead yet. Damn it. Isn't the vitality of this mutated beast too tenacious? Wang Hao said to himself in surprise while changing the magazine. Although he failed to kill the giant rabbit's body was riddled with holes and tatters, and one of its eyes was even blown out. Duh. After replacing the magazine, Wang Hao continued shooting. Finally, after another magazine was emptied, the giant rabbit was knocked to the ground. After twitching a few times, it completely stopped moving. Call. Seeing this, Wang Hao let out a heavy sigh. It's hard to beat him to death. Wang Hao used his power boots to jump off the tree trunk. Before coming, Wang Hao knew that these mutant beasts and zombies were difficult to kill. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked when he personally experienced the tenacious vitality of these mutant beasts. I thought I had enough bullets, but now it seems I have to use them sparingly. Looking at the mutant rabbit on the ground, Wang Hao had a clearer understanding of the mutant beast. These mutated beasts have tenacious vitality, and their physical fitness has been strengthened. In some aspects, they have been enhanced to an epic level. Take this giant rabbit as an example. Its jumping ability is terrifying, and its speed is shocking enough. Wang Hao did not follow it. Obvious shortcomings were found in it. If all mutant beasts are so powerful, it is indeed not good news for the surviving humans. It is no wonder that humans have been suppressed by these mutant beasts and zombies in recent years, and they can only hide in the city and linger on. The gunfire seemed to be coming from the front. Let's go over and have a look. Just as Wang Hao was sighing secretly, there was a noise from behind. Somebody is coming. Wang Hao glanced at the battered giant rabbit on the ground, then turned and left. The rabbit had been beaten to pieces, and there were not many valuable things left on it. Wang Hao was too lazy to collect it. Shortly after Wang Hao left, a team of 6 people appeared where he had just stood, looking at the giant rabbit on the ground in surprise. It's a 3rd-level mutant beast. The Gray Leap Rabbit. One of them exclaimed. It is indeed a gray leaping rabbit. Another person said doubtfully, but how could it appear here? This place is close to the isolation zone. Generally speaking, the mutated beasts and zombies active near the isolation zone are relatively low level, with most of them being level 1, with a small amount of level 2. Mutated beasts and zombies above level 3 are difficult to see here. But now, they had just crossed the isolation zone, and they actually saw the gray leaping rabbit. This was really abnormal. It seems that the situation is indeed very dangerous. Level 3 mutant beasts can appear in such places. We must be careful. The person next to us reminded. Everyone nodded. This is definitely not a good sign. This crisis may be more serious than they previously expected. But who killed this gray leaping rabbit? Not sure? However, we are definitely not the only ones who have accepted the bounty mission. That's right. It's better to be careful. Outside this city, survivors are sometimes more dangerous than mutant beasts and zombies. Good. On the other side, Wang Hao continued to move forward. After encountering the mutant giant rabbit, Wang Hao became more cautious. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, he tried his best to avoid other mutant beasts. The further he walked, the more frightened Wang Hao became. Along the way, he has seen a lot of mutant beasts, including giant ants, tigers with wings, and lions with 3 eyes. All kinds of weird things. This was Wang Hao's first time seeing these mutant beasts, and he didn't know their specific strength. But he felt a strong aura of danger from these mutant beasts. He went out of the city this time for a bounty mission. And the bounty mission was not to kill mutant beasts and zombies, but to gather information. Therefore, Wang Hao did not take the initiative to provoke these mutant beasts, but used his perspective function to bypass them. Duh. There was gunfire from behind. Wang Hao only turned his head and glanced, then moved on. He was not the only one who accepted the reward and left the city this time. Many people accepted this task. Even if they knew that this trip was dangerous, they could not stop everyone. After all, the reward was huge, and there was no upper limit. There will be many people who will be excited. However, these people who leave the city do not have the see-through auxiliary function like Wang Hao. They cannot detect mutant beasts in time, and the vision, smell and other functions of many mutant beasts and zombies have been greatly enhanced, which has also led to, many times, before humans discover the mutant beasts have already discovered them. If the mutant beast discovers it first, the situation will not be good. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Wang Hao suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This is a small mountain kernel. This is not the point. The important point is that in this small mountain col, there are countless corpses lying in random directions. Most of these corpses are in tatters. Some even have no skin and flesh, leaving only a skeleton. Some mutated flies and vultures hovered among them, enjoying the delicious food. Vomit! Even though he was mentally prepared, Wang Hao couldn't help but vomited when he saw this scene. His face was extremely ugly. From the scattered clothes around, Wang Hao recognized the identities of these people. They were the soldiers of the 5th and 6th Legions, who took the initiative to leave the city before. Obviously, they were attacked by mutated beasts and zombies here. How tragic the final result was, you can know just by looking at the purgatory-like scene in front of them. It's so miserable. It's so miserable. When has Wang Hao ever seen such a tragic scene? I felt extremely uncomfortable. Goo 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 goo. Just when Wang Hao kept vomiting, several vultures suddenly flew up from the corpse and looked at Wang Hao with sinister eyes. No. I was discovered. These damn beasts have very sharp hearing. Right? While Wang Hao was cursing secretly, more vultures were already looking at him. After determining Wang Hao's position, many vultures flew towards him. Wang Hao's expression suddenly changed. There are so many of these vultures. He could still cope with just 1 or 2. But now, there were at least 40 or 50 flying towards him. Even if Wang Hao was superb with his marksmanship, he was still outnumbered. Fighting? Definitely not possible. Can only run. Wang Hao immediately started his power boots and jumped 7 or 8 meters into the distance. After landing, he continued running wildly. But Wang Hao's speed couldn't match the flying speed of the vultures. In the blink of an eye, many vultures had flown behind him, flapping their wings, and were ready to attack Wang Hao. However, just when these vultures swooped down to Wang Hao suddenly disappeared. Invisible. Chapter 82 Being Bitten. At the critical moment, Wang Hao activated the stealth auxiliary function. While becoming invisible, Wang Hao immediately squatted down, and then the group of vultures was past his head. The strong wind caused by the extremely fast flight speed made Wang Hao's scalp numb. Run! Wang Hao didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately got up and ran away. The stealth assist function is indeed very powerful, but it has a time limit. After 30 seconds, he will passively appear and can be used again after 30 minutes. Therefore, Wang Hao's safety time is only 30 seconds. Within 30 seconds, he had to escape from the attack range of these vultures. Fortunately, Wang Hao, who was in the invisible state, could completely hide his voice and breath. The group of vultures were circling in place, but they could never find Wang Hao. Their sharp screams came one after another, showing their impatience at the moment. Finally, when the invisibility effect was about to disappear, Wang Hao ran to the other side of the call and lay down under a bush, using the bushes to cover his body so that the vultures could not see him. Goo 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 goo. The group of vultures hovered in the air for a while, but still couldn't find Wang Hao. Then, they turned around and flew back to the corpses, continuing to enjoy their food. Call. Seeing that the group of vultures finally flew away, Wang Hao was secretly relieved. However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a bite on his calf. He subconsciously looked at his calf and found that the bitten area was rapidly swelling and turning purple at a speed visible to the naked eye. Snake. A green snake was lying next to Wang Hao's leg at this time, with its head on Wang Hao's calf and its mouth biting Wang Hao's calf. Holy shit! Wang Hao was suddenly startled, and there was a numb feeling from the wound. Wang Hao did not dare to hesitate, immediately took out his dagger and stabbed the green snake hard in the body. However, being stabbed in the body did not make the green snake relax, and it still bit Wang Hao's calf. Go to H.L. Wang Hao used his right hand to cut off the green snake at the waist. The green snake's lower body twisted wildly, and it took a while to stop. Its upper body still lay on Wang Hao's calf, and it did not let go until it died. Wang Hao put away the dagger and took the dead green snake away from his leg. There were 2 clear teeth marks on the bite area. The area around the teeth marks had completely turned purple and was swollen like a steamed bun. Wang Hao touched it lightly, and a sharp pain hit him, causing him to take a breath and frown. Wang Hao did not dare to hesitate, and quickly took out a bottle of painkillers from his backpack, opened the lid, and poured it directly into his mouth. The painkiller tastes a bit sweet, but at this time, Wang Hao has no intention of savoring its taste. He only cares about whether the painkiller has any effect on him. The function of painkillers is to restore blood volume, and at the same time, restore personal status. In reality, if you lose blood, you can use painkillers to restore blood flow, but it cannot stop bleeding. If you experience fatigue, hunger, thirst, coma, or pain if you are in a negative state, you can also use painkillers. Wang Hao didn't lose much blood now, but it felt a bit like poisoning, accompanied by severe pain, numbness and other negative states. He didn't know whether the painkillers had any effect. After using it, Wang Hao clearly felt that the pain and numbness in the calf wound were relieved a lot. At the same time, the purple and swollen area did not spread anymore. Apparently, painkillers work. However, the effect was average and could not allow Wang Hao to quickly recover. Wang Hao simply took out 2 more bottles, drank one directly, and poured it on his wound. This time, the effect was better and more obvious. The bruised and swollen areas were gradually reduced. At the same time, the pain and numbness almost disappeared. Call. Wang Hao was relieved. There are indeed dangers everywhere outside the city. Wang Hao muttered. Just now, he was only focused on avoiding the circling vultures. But he forgot to observe the situation in the bushes and dived straight in. As a result, he was bitten by the green snake hiding here. Fortunately, the green snake was not big and not very poisonous. Otherwise, even if there were painkillers in his backpack, Wang Hao would probably have to explain it here. After this encounter, Wang Hao had a clearer understanding of the harsh living environment outside the city. After resting for a while, Wang Hao got up and prepared to continue on his way. However, before he left, Wang Hao put the 2 green snake corpses into his backpack. Mutated beasts are more or less valuable. The only difference lies in the value. Wang Hao doesn't know what kind of green snake it is, nor its level, but he thinks he can sell it for some money. Anyway, there is still room left in the backpack. Just bring it with you. After going on the road again, Wang Hao increased his vigilance and used his perspective function to its extreme. At the same time, he kept the ON-45 submachine gun in his hand and did not dare to relax at all. There are a large number of vultures in the mountain kernel. It is unknown whether there are other mutant beasts. Obviously, it is full of dangers. After Wang Hao hurried on again, he deliberately avoided that area. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wang Hao saw an abandoned factory building. The factory floor area was quite large, but it had obviously been abandoned for a long time. The walls of the factory building were in tatters, and many places had collapsed. The few metal pipes that caught the eye were stained with rust. Wang Hao knew that for more than 100 years, humans had never given up on eradicating these mutant beasts and zombies. They had also tried many times to expand outward and expand the area of the safe zone, but they failed time and time again, which was frustrating. However, in the process of hard work, humans have also achieved staged victories. They have built some buildings in the wild to produce or resist mutant beasts and zombies. The abandoned factory in front of them is unknown to humans in the past 100 years. It was built before the end of the world. In short, it is now completely abandoned. Wang Hao used the perspective function to observe and found that although it was in tatters, there were no mutant beasts or zombies inside. So he walked over cautiously. There were dust and spider webs everywhere in the factory. Obviously, no one had been here for a long time. Wang Hao covered his nose and walked around inside, and found that there was basically nothing valuable here. Thinking about it, a long time ago someone has been here and raided this place. Wang Hao left here a little disappointed. In fact, this is normal. After so many years in the apocalypse, places close to the city must have been raided more than once. After all, many people go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts for a living. These people who go out of the city encounter such abandon they will basically go in and look at the buildings. And if they encounter anything of value, they will take it away. It's really too late for Wang Hao to come now. Chapter 83 Other Survivors. Isn't it said that mutated beasts and zombies gathered in large numbers? I've been walking for a long time and still can't find them. Wang Hao sat on the ground leaning against a big tree, eating dry food and wondering to himself. It was already noon, and he had been walking out of the city for a long time. As a result, he saw a lot of scattered mutant beasts. But he never saw the large-scale gathering of mutant beasts and zombies. He came out to get information, but half a day passed without any clue. Fortunately, in the past half day, although he encountered a lot of mutant beasts sporadically, with the help of the invisibility auxiliary function, he avoided them in advance. He did not encounter any danger himself. His calf was bitten by a green snake. The place has almost recovered. However, he still had no clue about the bounty mission, which made him helpless. After eating dry food and drinking water, Wang Hao continued on his way. Since there was no clear destination, Wang Hao could only walk in one direction. Wang Hao, who was carefully avoiding the mutated beasts and continuing on his way, suddenly heard a burst of fierce gunfire from ahead. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, and then he ran quickly in the direction of the gunshots. Not long after, a group of people appeared in his field of vision. There were about 12 or 3 people in this group, all wearing combat uniforms, carrying various weapons on their bodies, and wearing tactical helmets on their heads. They were quite well equipped and fully armed. Wang Hao originally thought they were fighting mutant beasts or zombies, but that was not the case at the scene. Around them, 5 or 6 corpses were lying. Judging from the clothes of these corpses, they were not zombies, but survivors. One of the survivors seemed to be still alive, struggling to crawl away. Among the heavily armed men, a burly man stepped out with a grin, stepped on the man's back, and then pointed his gun at the man, the head of one survivor. As for the others, looked on with a smile. Gunshots rang out again, and the survivor who was not dead just now had his head blown off, making him extremely dead. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao frowned subconsciously and carefully hid himself from these people. Clean up? Let's get out of here. At this time, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked out of the crowd. There are a lot of people coming out these days, and there are a lot of prey. We can't miss this rare hunting opportunity. He spoke, his tone was very calm, but his words were chilling. Okay. Everyone started working on the corpse, collecting guns, bullets, daggers, dry food, etc., as long as they were of some value. Wang Hao hid not far away watching the scene, not daring to make any sound. Sure enough, in the wild, survivors are no safer than mutant beasts and zombies. These people should make a living by robbing survivors who leave the city. It is unknown whether they usually live in the city or in the wild. In this world, there are not only survivors in big cities, there are also survivors in the wild. Some survivors even recruit other survivors to join groups to stay warm, build villages, fortresses, etc. Boss, do you think those mutated beasts and zombies will really attack Silver Light City? The strong man who had just fired the last shot came to the middle-aged man and asked. It's best to fight them. The middle-aged man chuckled. If Silver City is in chaos, we can fish in troubled waters and make a fortune. Yes, the big man said fiercely. The man named Wu sent several teams to encircle us before. We still remember this account. Don't worry. We have a chance to take revenge, the middle-aged man said. Ho ho ho. At this time, there were roars of wild beasts in the distance, and the expressions of several people changed drastically. It should be the sound of gunfire and the smell of blood that attracted those beasts. The middle-aged man said solemnly, Get your things. Let's go! Everyone immediately took their things and got into the car. The roar of the motor sounded, and a group of people were very excited. It quickly disappeared from sight. Not long after, a group of wild wolf-like creatures ran over, first circled around the corpses twice, and then lowered their heads to gnaw on the corpses. Wang Hao looked at the wolves not far away warily, then quietly turned and left. He now understood why none of those who took the bounty mission out of the city had returned. First of all, there are many mutant beasts and zombies in the wild, and the range of activities is very wide. You may encounter mutant beasts and zombies anytime and anywhere. Moreover, any movement will attract more mutant beasts and zombies. Secondly, in the wild, it is not only the mutant beasts and zombies that are in danger, but also other survivors. These survivors are even more dangerous than mutant beasts and zombies. They have weapons and are familiar with human activity habits. They can think and understand strategies and are quite threatening. After staying away from the wolves, Wang Hao continued to move forward. What surprised Wang Hao was that he actually met the same group of people again. However, different from their previous coldness and arrogance, they now looked quite embarrassed. They were surrounded. Surrounding them was a herd of bison. This herd of bison is huge, with rough skin and thick flesh, and the 2 horns on its head are sharp and can easily pierce a human body. Gunshots kept ringing out, and these people's cars had been overturned. Without their cars, they had almost lost hope of escaping. If they wanted to survive, they could only kill all the bison. However, the skin of these bison was too thick. The thick fur helped them resist most injuries. The effectiveness of the firearms in the hands of this group of people was greatly weakened. Busey. Grenade. Throw the grenade and kill these beasts. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted, "Sioyu. Collect the gasoline barrels together and detonate them together later." Got it. Boss. Boom boom boom. The explosions of grenades continued to sound. And the huge impact caused by the explosions of grenades knocked the slightly clumsy bison to the ground. Boom. A bigger explosion sounded. And the gasoline barrels gathered together were detonated. The huge air wave caused by the explosion overturned the bison and the group of survivors. Even Wang Hao, who was far away from them, was also blown away. It was hit several times by pebbles. Oh oh oh. The bison howled in pain. And many bison had their legs broken and their bodies blown through. Some even burned miserably and became fire cattle. Duh. Damn beasts. Come on. Come again if you have me. The group of survivors picked up their guns again and kept shooting at the still living bison with crazy faces. Not long after, all the bison fell to the ground. And each of them died in an extremely miserable manner. The survivors fell to the ground in paralysis and exhaustion. However, ho ho ho. Oh! Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, bursts of roars came from not far away. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 84: Unusual Mutant Beasts and Zombies. No. The mutated beasts and the zombie army are coming. One of them yelled with a look of horror on his face. Immediately afterwards, numerous mutant beasts and zombies appeared in everyone's field of vision. Wang Hao, who was hiding far away, naturally saw it. Mutated beasts are nothing. Wang Hao has seen a lot of them along the way. But this is the first time Wang Hao has seen zombies. Before the mutation, zombies were ordinary humans. Therefore, their appearance was no different from ordinary people. The difference was that each of these zombies had a ferocious face, various wounds on their bodies, and even missing arms and legs. Many of them had dull eyes. But when they saw the survivors, they were like sharks smelling blood. And they became extremely crazy. According to Wang Hao's observation, these zombies, like mutant beasts, have been enhanced in certain aspects. Some are very fast. Some have extremely strong jumping abilities. And some can even shuttle between trees like apes. In short, the great changes 100 years ago caused these people to transform from ordinary people into all kinds of grotesque zombies. Of course, these zombies in front of us may also be second-generation mourners, or even third-generation mourners. After all, zombies can also pass on their family lineage. And their ability to reproduce is stronger than survivors. Duh. When Wang Hao was observing these mutant beasts and zombies, the battle over there had already started. And the gunshots were very fierce. One after another, zombies or mutant beasts fell to the ground. However, when one fell, there would be more mutant beasts, and zombies rushed towards this group of people. Wang Hao visually estimated that there were at least thousands of mutant beasts and zombies appearing in his field of vision at this time. And there are other mutant beasts and zombies coming from behind. The outcome of this battle was destined from the beginning. Sure enough, this group of people persisted for less than a minute before they died at the hands of mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao saw with his own eyes that the middle-aged man who should be the leader of the group was thrown to the ground by 3 zombies. The 3 zombies grabbed and bit him, and large areas of flesh and blood were bitten and torn off. The shrill screams are endless, making people feel horrified. He was bitten to death by 3 zombies. However, killing him was not the end, as 3 zombies devoured him directly. Vomit. In this scene, Wang Hao vomited again, and his face turned pale. Even though Wang Hao has been to the virtual battlefield many times, and has accumulated some combat experience. Even though he just saw a lot of miserable corpses in that mountain call. Seeing this scene now, he still can't help feeling in his stomach swelling. He vomited out all the dry food he had eaten before. It is indeed reasonable to say that I would rather be a peace dog than a person in troubled times. In these last days, no one knows how long they can live. And no one knows how they will leave this world. Although he has been vomiting, Wang Hao has not forgotten the purpose of his trip out of the city. Everything that happened just in front of him was recorded by him with a crystal ball. He didn't know whether these pictures were useful, but he took all the pictures. Better than not taking any pictures. Ho ho ho. Oh! After dealing with a group of survivors, the mutated beasts and zombies roared one after another, with perverted excitement in their voices. Then, these mutated beasts and zombies turned around and walked in the direction they came from. When Wang Hao saw this, his thoughts changed. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao still chose to follow. When passing by the battlefield just now, the tragedy at the scene was simply unbearable to look at. However, these people had a lot of supplies, which should have been obtained through robberies. However, the mutant beasts and zombies did not need these supplies. Therefore, after these people died, the supplies were scattered all over the place. Wang Hao quickly cleaned the scene and put valuable things into his backpack. He didn't leave until his secondary bag was full. After leaving the battle scene, Wang Hao continued to secretly follow the mutant beasts and zombies from behind. Wang Hao knew that among these mutant beasts and zombies, there should be those with extremely sharp senses of smell, hearing or vision. Therefore, he did not dare to leave too close, just follow from a distance. Fortunately, he had prepared a telescope, and there were a lot of these mutated beasts and zombies, and they made a lot of noise when walking, so Wang Hao didn't have to worry about losing them. After following for nearly 20 minutes, just when Wang Hao thought that these mutant beasts and zombies were just migrating aimlessly, and he was considering whether to give up, these mutant beasts and zombies suddenly turned into an inside the mountain call. At first, Wang Hao didn't take them seriously, thinking they were just passing by. But when Wang Hao quietly climbed up the nearby hillside, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The mountain call was densely packed with mutant beasts and zombies. A huge black area. There are at least tens of thousands of these mutated beasts and zombies. What surprised Wang Hao even more was that these mutated beasts and zombies gathered here without any commotion or making any noise. And they were arranged neatly, as if they were an army waiting for review. This is incredible. Seeing this scene in front of him, Wang Hao's eyes widened in shock. According to the information he learned, mutant beasts and zombies are unorganized and undisciplined creatures. They rely on instinct to hunt down survivors. Even the most powerful mutant beasts and zombies do not have high IQs. They are just a little clever. No mutant beast or zombie can command these mutant beasts and zombies. This is also an important reason why humans can still survive today. Mutated beasts and zombies are already powerful, difficult to kill, and numerous in number. If they were under unified command, the consequences would be unimaginable. But what's going on with this scene in front of me? When did these mutated beasts and zombies become so obedient? Wang Hao didn't believe that they were standing here spontaneously without making any movement. Could it be that there is someone who can command these mutant beasts and zombies? If this is the case, this is terrible news for all survivors. Wang Hao was lying on the hillside, not daring to release his breath. He carefully held the crystal ball and photographed the scene in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt as if he was being stared at by something, and the hairs all over his body stood up instantly. He seemed to feel something, and turned his head to look somewhere in the call. It was a rock platform protruding from the mountain. On that platform, squatting was a huge orangutan. This orangutan was strong and long, and was covered in rich black hair. Just when Wang Hao looked at the chimpanzee was also looking at him. The feeling he felt just now, as if he was being stared at, came from the gaze of this chimpanzee. He was discovered. Chapter 85 Being Chased. The chimpanzee suddenly stood up. Only then did Wang Hao discover that the chimpanzee was at least 3 meters tall, and had a very strong body. It was a veritable big guy. The gorilla kept looking at Wang Hao. Under its gaze, Wang Hao seemed to have been cast a restraining spell, and could not move at all. Suddenly, the gorilla raised its head and roared, and hammered its chest with both hands. Then, it suddenly stopped, stretched out its right hand, and pointed in the direction of Wang Hao. The next moment, all the mutated beasts and zombies in the mountain call looked at Wang Hao almost at the same time, as if they had received instructions. Wang Hao broke into cold sweat instantly. It is extremely dangerous to be stared at by any mutant beast and zombie. But now, he is stared at by tens of thousands of mutant beasts and zombies. This is simply a great terror in the world. Roar! The chimpanzee roared again, and this roar was like an order to attack. The next moment, a large group of mutant beasts and zombies ran towards Wang Hao, and there were even a few flying mutant beasts. It immediately took off and flew towards Wang Hao. Run! There was only one thought in Wang Hao's mind at the moment. At that moment, he didn't dare to waste any time, so he got up and ran, increasing his speed to the extreme. However, Wang Hao's speed cannot be compared with the mutant beasts. Many of these mutant beasts were good at running before the mutation. After the mutation, they are faster. What's more, there are flying mutant beasts chasing Wang Hao in the sky. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Wang Hao was panicked. Very panicked. Although he still has the auxiliary function of invisibility that he has not used. The auxiliary function only lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooling time of half an hour. Therefore, in this situation, there is obviously only one chance to use invisibility. He must use it at the most critical moments. By the way, grenades. Wang Hao cleaned up the battlefield on his way here. He picked up a lot of supplies from the backpacks of the survivors, who were killed by mutant beasts and zombies, including grenades. Wang Hao ran and threw grenades back. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was endless, and the pebbles from the explosions occasionally splashed onto Wang Hao's body, causing him great pain. But at this time, he could no longer care about so much. Saving his life was the most important thing, so he could only endure the slight pain. Oh, oh, oh. Screams sounded from behind. Wang Hao threw grenades while running. The accuracy was not too high. However, the mutated beasts and zombies behind him gathered together. Even though the accuracy was not high, they knocked down many of them. Some were directly killed, and some were injured. If the injured mutant beasts and zombies still had the ability to move, they continued to pursue Wang Hao. If they lost the ability to move, they would lie on the ground and howl. The mutant beasts and zombies that were not hit by the explosion are also continuing to chase Wang Hao. There is no timidity in their eyes, but only madness and bloodthirsty. Damn, these beasts don't know what fear is, Wang Hao said to himself while throwing grenades. Unless they are killed directly, these mutant beasts and zombies will not be frightened by the power of grenades at all. Fortunately, there are many grenades. Wang Hao was secretly glad that he had cleaned the battlefield before, and even more fortunate that he had put all the grenades into his backpack. Otherwise, he would have been uncomfortable in this situation. However, the mutant beasts and zombies on the ground can attack with grenades, but the mutant beasts in the sky are more difficult to deal with. Grenades do not pose any threat to them. Wang Hao can pinch the instantaneous thunder and throw it into the sky. But those mutant beasts in the sky, his flying speed is very fast. His body is very flexible, and his ability to throw thunder is average. It is very difficult to kill them with instant thunder. Looking at the flying mutant beasts getting closer and closer, Wang Hao considered whether to use the stealth assist function now. At this moment, a river suddenly appeared in front of Wang Hao's eyes. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. There is a way. Wang Hao increased his speed to the extreme. After running to the river, he jumped into the water. When he jumped into the water, the flying mutant beast had already caught up with him, and he was just a little bit away from him. Catch him. So close. Wang Hao held his breath and hid in the water, observing the situation on the shore through the perspective function. The flying mutant beast was hovering over the place where he fell into the water, shouting continuously and refusing to leave. Seeing this situation, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. These flying mutant beasts didn't dare to go into the water, so I finally had a chance to breathe. Just when Wang Hao felt that he was temporarily safe, the surviving mutated beasts and zombies that were chasing him on land rushed to the river. Although Wang Hao killed and injured many people, there were still mutant beasts and zombies that survived. What made Wang Hao's pupils dilate instantly was that, after chasing the surviving mutant beasts and zombies to the river, they rushed into the water without any hesitation. I don't know if they can't stop the car, or if they are determined to chase Wang Hao to the death. In short, these mutated beasts and zombies are like dumplings, plop plop jumping into the river. This is not enough. Wang Hao was shocked and immediately paddled with his hands and feet and swam towards the distance. Some of the mutated beasts and zombies that fell into the water were struggling painfully in the water. Obviously, they did not know how to swim, but others quickly adapted to the water environment and immediately searched for Wang Hao's location. They know how to water. Many beasts and people are already good at swimming. After mutating, their ability to swim has not been lost. They may not normally go into the water, but this does not mean that they cannot swim. After mastering this ability, swimming has become an instinct. The mutated beasts and zombies that knew how to swim immediately swam towards Wang Hao after determining Wang Hao's position. This time, it was even more difficult for Wang Hao. On land, he can still throw grenades to blast these mutant beasts and zombies, but he doesn't dare to do so in the water. Not to mention whether the grenade can explode in the water. If it explodes, he himself will be killed or injured. Wang Hao can only rely on swimming to escape from the mutant beasts and zombies. However, his speed is far inferior to the mutant beasts and zombies. In addition, he is a human, not a fish, so he cannot always lurk underwater and needs to breathe. What to do? Even if he uses the stealth auxiliary function, it is difficult to escape. 30 seconds is not enough for him to run far. After all, there are flying mutant beasts monitoring him in the sky. Just when Wang Hao was anxiously thinking of a way to escape, gunshots suddenly sounded. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. And then, through the perspective function, he saw the flying mutant beasts that were hovering above his head flying towards the distance. There, a group of survivors appeared. When Wang Hao saw this, his eyes lit up. The time has come to escape. Chapter 86 Escape. After seeing the hovering flying mutant beast flying away, Wang Hao immediately swam upstream. While taking a breath, Wang Hao immediately swam towards the shore. Behind him, mutant beasts and zombies were chasing after him. After Wang Hao landed, he immediately ran in the opposite direction of the group of flying mutant beasts. After Wang Hao came ashore, mutant beasts and zombies in the water also came ashore one after another. However, before they could stand firm, the grenade exploded again, and they were unprepared and were blown down in large areas. However, it was not over yet. Wang Hao threw a large number of grenades this time, almost throwing away all the inventory in his backpack. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. Once these mutant beasts and zombies started running again, the grenades with the effect will be reduced again. Explosions sounded one after another, and all mutant beasts and zombies were blown to the ground in a short time. At this time, Wang Hao ran forward without looking back. These mutated beasts and zombies are just one of the dangers. For Wang Hao, the greater danger comes from the air. On the other side, gunshots, screams, and strange screams of mutant beasts continued to sound. Soon, these sounds became quiet again. Wang Hao turned around and took a look. The few survivors had already died under the claws of the flying mutant beasts. And the flying mutant beasts had already changed their direction, and were chasing Wang Hao again. This group of flying mutant beasts is more dangerous than the mutant beasts on land. They are faster, more flexible, and have better vision. Their lethality is stronger than the mutant beasts and zombies on land. The most ferocious among them is the giant eagle. This giant eagle is huge, with its wings spread 5 or 6 meters wide, and its body over 2 meters long. When it flies, its huge wings flap and bring up strong winds. Although it is huge, this giant eagle is the fastest flying among this group of mutant beasts. In the blink of an eye, these flying mutant beasts had arrived behind Wang Hao. Just when these mutant beasts arrived behind Wang Hao activated the invisibility auxiliary function. In an instant, Wang Hao disappeared from the sight of the group of flying mutant beasts. Wang Hao, who activated the stealth auxiliary function, did not stop. He continued to run forward. His target was the big tree in the distance. After losing Wang Hao's sight, the group of flying mutant beasts kept screaming angrily. They circled high in the sky, looking for traces of Wang Hao. Wang Hao ignored these flying mutant beasts. He only had eyes for the big tree. Finally, when the stealth auxiliary function was about to disappear, Wang Hao arrived under the big tree. Power boots. Activate. Wang Hao drew a perfect line in the air and landed accurately at the intersection between the trunk and a branch of the big tree. Taking advantage of the stealth auxiliary function, Wang Hao climbed up again. Climbed to another tree branch. Just when Wang Hao was sitting on a tree branch, the stealth auxiliary function disappeared. Wang Hao looked at the group of flying mutant beasts warily. At this time, he was not very far away from the group of flying mutant beasts. After all, the stealth auxiliary function could only last for 30 seconds. And he couldn't run very far on 2 legs. However, these flying mutant beasts were still hovering in the air, and did not find Wang Hao's whereabouts. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the branches and leaves covering his head, and nodded with satisfaction. This is exactly why Wang Hao chose to hide here. Great changes have occurred for more than 100 years. Most of the surviving humans are hiding in cities, and few live in the wild. This has resulted in many big trees in the wild growing tall, thick, and leafy. This is the tree chosen by Wang Hao. The trunk of this tree is as thick as 6 or 7 people hugging each other. The tree is 20 to 30 meters high. It has many branches and lush leaves. It is difficult for people to hide inside, even if flying mutant beasts pass by on it. And this is not the thickest and tallest tree here. But time did not allow. Wang Hao could only choose this tree. Wang Hao, who was hiding in the tree, used the perspective function to pay attention to the movements of the flying mutant beast. The group of flying mutant beasts obviously accepted the order. Even if they couldn't find Wang Hao, they were still unwilling to leave. They kept circling in the air, trying to find Wang Hao. Wang Hao was hiding on the branch of a tree. The atmosphere they didn't dare to come out, and kept praying in their hearts. Finally, after circling for nearly 10 minutes, the flying mutant beasts finally flew towards the previous mountain call. Looking at the flying mutant beast gradually going away, Wang Hao let out a heavy breath. It's gone! After confirming that the flying mutant beast had flown far away, Wang Hao jumped off the tree, and then headed towards Silver without looking back. He ran towards Guangqing, and asked Wang Hao to find an abandoned motorcycle along the way. Next to the motorcycle, there was a mutilated and badly bitten corpse. It was thought that the corpse belonged to this motorcycle. Master, Wang Hao unceremoniously got on his motorcycle and headed towards Silver Light City. With the help of a motorcycle, Wang Hao's speed was obviously much faster, and he finally returned to the gate of Silver Light City before 6 o'clock. You actually came back alive? The soldier who had stopped Wang Hao from leaving the city looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. Are you surprised? Wang Hao laughed. Although the task has not yet been delivered, and he doesn't know how well he has completed it, Wang Hao is still in a good mood now that he can come back alive from the dangerous wilderness. You are the third person to return to the city so far today. The first two came back after walking less than 100 meters. The soldier said. He came back after walking less than 100 meters. Obviously regretting it. It seems that I am quite lucky, Wang Hao said. I'm afraid it's not as simple as luck that you came back alive, the soldier said. In any case, congratulations on your safe return. My name is Cheng Jiang. Wang Hao said. Cheng Jiang nodded and let Wang Hao enter the city. After entering the city, Wang Hao did not go home immediately, but went straight to the city lord's mansion. The outside of the city lord's mansion was still extremely lively. Wang Hao ignored the survivors gathered in front of the bulletin board. He walked straight to the gate of the city lord's mansion, and then said to the soldiers guarding there, I'm here to hand in a mission. Hand in a mission? The soldier looked Wang Hao up and down, and then said, Follow me. After that, he led Wang Hao into the city lord's mansion. Hey, someone has entered the city lord's mansion? Could it be that they are here to hand in a task? How is that possible? This task is not easy to complete. I see something familiar about his back, as if he came here to take over the task yesterday. The scene of Wang Hao entering the city lord's mansion was seen by many people and immediately aroused a lot of discussion. However, no one believed that he was here to hand in a task. They thought that Wang Hao entered the city lord's mansion because of other matters. Chapter 87 Generous Rewards. You want to hand in the task? Wu Haomi looked at Wang Hao, a little surprised. Bounty missions have not been issued before. Generally speaking, such bounty missions do not require the city lord to come forward. But this time things are different. Before the bounty mission was announced this time, the defenders in the city suffered heavy losses. Moreover, so far, many people have accepted bounty missions, but none of them have been able to come back alive to hand in the mission. Therefore, now that I heard that someone came to hand in the mission, Wu Haomiao met in person. However, he originally thought that the person who would hand in the task would be a long-established master, or a team, but he never thought that there would be only one person who would hand in the task. And he was a rather young stranger. Yes, Lord City Lord, Wang Hao said. Wu Haomiao nodded. The guard next to him had already taken the crystal ball from Wang Hao. Wu Haomiao took the crystal ball, looked at Wang Hao and said, Are you going out of the city alone? Or do you have other teammates? It's just me. You're brave. Wu Haomiao smiled and said, You don't look very old. You just turned 18. Wang Hao said. Only 18? Wu Haomiao looked surprised again. He is only 18 years old. Doesn't it mean that Wang Haocai entered the virtual battlefield not long ago? The time was short. The harvest would not be much, and the combat experience was not accumulated enough. Under such circumstances, Wang Hao actually dared to take the mission and leave the city alone. Wu Haomiao didn't know whether to praise Wang Hao for his courage or call him reckless. At this time, the servants in the mansion brought a machine that Wang Hao didn't recognize. Wu Haomiao put the crystal ball on it, and then, like a movie, the content recorded in the crystal ball was displayed on the screen next to it. Play them one by one. At the beginning of the period, Wu Haomiao's expression was normal. However, when he saw the densely packed mutant beasts and zombies in the mountain call, his expression changed. When he saw the chimpanzee, he was completely shocked. The content recorded by the crystal ball was until the chimpanzee ordered mutant beasts and zombies to chase Wang Hao. At that time, Wang Hao was busy running for his life and had no intention of recording anymore. Come here. Inform the commanders of the major legions to come to my house to discuss matters, Wu Haomiao said loudly. Yes. The image in the crystal ball continued to play. And Wu Haomiao looked at Wang Hao. What's your name? Wang Hao. Wu Haomiao nodded and said, Wang Hao. You did a good job, very good. I will give you the mission reward later. Please tell me first what you saw along the way. The content of the crystal ball only recorded the situation in the mountain kernel. Wang Hao did not take any pictures of other places. Okay. Afterwards, Wang Hao sorted out what he had seen and heard out of the city this time, and talked to Wu Haomiao. The reason why he wanted to sort out was naturally because of the two assistants of stealth and perspective. Functions cannot be exposed. Wu Haomiao listened attentively. When Wang Hao talked about the mutant beasts he had seen, he would also ask about the appearance of those mutant beasts. Soon, the commanders of the major legions in the city rushed to the city lord's mansion. Don't ask anything first. Look at the projection first, Wu Haomiao said to the commanders of the major legions who arrived. Although everyone was confused, they still looked at the projection. Then, their expressions changed just like Wu Haomiao's before. City Lord, where did this image come from? Is it the scene outside our Silver Light City? Huang Nai, the commander of the 3rd Legion, asked. Everyone else also looked at Wu Haomiao. Wu Haomiao pointed at Wang Hao and said, he took the video, and it was the scene outside our Silver Light City. Him? The commanders of the major legions all looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao was a little nervous being stared at by so many big shots at the same time. Don't look at him either. I've already asked about the situation, Wu Haomiao said to everyone. After finishing speaking, Wu Haomiao said to Wang Hao, I will give you the reward now. You can go back. After saying that, Wu Haomiao transferred 1,000 redemption points to Wang Hao. And at the same time, he also asked someone to bring it to Wang Hao a bulletproof vest, a pistol, and some smoke grenades. Thank you, City Lord. Wang Hao thanked him loudly, but walked out of the City Lord's mansion with a happy face. Make a lot of money. The reward for this mission has a minimum standard, which is 100 exchange points. Wang Hao thought that he could only earn 300 to 400 exchange points at most. But he did not expect that Wu Haomiao actually gave him 1,000 exchange points. And, in addition to redemption points, there are other physical rewards. Pistols and smoke bombs are relatively common, especially pistols, which are not expensive. What satisfied Wang Hao was the bulletproof vest. This thing is a scarce commodity. It is not as easy to obtain as armor. It is worn inside the armor. The defense can be superimposed with the armor. This thing, even in the virtual mall building, is a relatively high-end thing. The probability of being opened in the airdrop box it's not high either. Wang Hao really didn't think about this thing before. Unexpectedly, Wu Haomiao gave him one directly. The City Lord is so generous. The rewards for this bounty mission are really generous. All in all, Wang Hao was very satisfied with the rewards from this bounty mission. How cool would it be if this kind of mission came more often? Wang Hao thought secretly in his heart. Of course, this is just a thought. Under the current circumstances, even if there is another bounty mission, Wang Hao will have to think carefully before deciding whether to accept it. Being able to come back alive this time was largely a matter of luck. If that gorilla had sent more mutant beasts and zombies to chase him, if other survivors hadn't arrived at the last critical moment, if he hadn't picked up enough grenades, if he hadn't... In short, this time, the mission was relatively lucky to be completed. Which also made Wang Hao realize that even with the auxiliary function, going out of the city alone is full of dangers. Of course, this is mainly because he is not strong enough. If he was strong enough, this trip out of the city would not be so dangerous. I need to practice my marksmanship, my physical fitness. I have to find ways to prepare portable transportation. The number and level of auxiliary functions have to be improved, etc. Wang Hao walked while reviewing his journey out of the city and sorting out his shortcomings. In short, having the auxiliary function has indeed improved his self-protection ability a lot. But under the current circumstances, he cannot guarantee that he will be able to return safely from outside the city. At this moment, the smartwatch rang and Zhuang Shuer called. Wang Hao, do you want to fight today's 4th row? Fight. Where are you? I'm outside the virtual mall building. Why are you there? Okay. I'll be there right away, come find you. After Zhuang Shuer said that, he hung up the call. Chapter 88, A Bad Situation. Tell me what you think. After Wang Hao left, a high-level meeting began in the City Lord's palace. The atmosphere was obviously solemn. The situation is very bad. Su Biao, the commander of the 1st Legion, said with a solemn expression, it can be seen from the images that there are at least tens of thousands of mutant beasts and zombies gathered in the mountain kernel. This may not be all. It is even more terrifying. The strange thing is that these mutant beasts and zombies are so quiet and obedient. This is definitely very unusual, and does not conform to the usual style of mutant beasts and zombies. Finally, there is something wrong with the gorilla. There is definitely a big problem with it. Have you noticed that among the mutant beasts and zombies gathered, there are many level 5 or above? Gao Lianjun, the commander of the 8th Army, added, "This is even worse than the news we got before." Oops. Before, they only knew that many of the mutant beasts and zombies gathered had reached level 3 or even level 4. But now, they saw many level 5 mutant beasts and zombies from the images. This is definitely not good news. The 5th level mutant beasts and zombies are already very capable in combat alone. What's more, there are many gathered there now, which makes it even worse. Everyone looked solemn, and it was obvious that they had also noticed this situation. That gorilla is like their commander. You see, those mutated beasts and zombies. After the gorilla roared, it was as if they had taken orders. This unusual synchronized movement is definitely a sign of obeying the command. Gao Lianjun said, "This is consistent with the city lord's previous guess." Sure enough, there are people commanding these mutant beasts and zombies. Although the guess was correct, no one at the scene was happy because it was nothing. Good news. Mutated beasts and zombies without a command are already terrifying. Now, among these brainless guys, there is actually a commander with a brain. This matter is serious. What's even more frightening is that there are so many mutant beasts and zombies at this distance. And those photographed by Wan Hao may only be part of them. This chimpanzee seems to be a 3rd level mutant beast. Ning Tai, the commander of the 2nd Legion, said in confusion, "It's just a 3rd level mutant beast. How can it command so many mutant beasts and zombies?" Among these mutant beasts and zombies, there are many 4th and 5th level beings. 2 possibilities. Wu Haomu said. One is that when the chimpanzee mutated, its intelligence was greatly enhanced. Although other mutated beasts are stronger, they are not. Too high intelligence is more like a ruthless killing machine. It is not impossible for a chimpanzee with brains to command them. What about the second possibility? The second possibility is that there is something behind the chimpanzee. There are higher level mutant beasts or zombies. This chimpanzee is just a subordinate of that higher level mutant beast or zombie. Only after being frightened by the power of the more powerful mutant beast or zombie behind it. Those mutant beasts and zombies in the mountain call will follow the orders of that gorilla. Everyone took a breath after hearing Wu Haomu's analysis. Both possibilities exist. And for them survivors, this is not a good thing. Especially the second possibility. If there were more powerful mutant beasts or zombies behind the gorilla, it would be even more terrifying. It would definitely be a huge threat to their Silver Light City. Then what should we do now? Now, Wu Haomu thought for a moment and said, now we can only strengthen our defense and wait and see what happens. We have determined that there are indeed commanders among the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. There are officials and other characters, and leaving the city rashly will only cause more casualties. Next, I am going to close the city gate tightly and prohibit people from leaving the city. Last time, the 5th and 6th Legion suffered a disastrous defeat because they suffered a heavy defeat. Arrived in ambush. Before this, they had never thought that mutant beasts and zombies could use strategies and ambush. So they were caught off guard. Under the current circumstances, it will not help if a small number of people leave the city. But if a large number of troops leave the city, they may be ambushed. Since there are already commanders and other characters among the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city, then there's Silver Light City here. It is very likely that they have been targeted. You must know that among the mutant beasts, there are many flying creatures, which gives them an innate advantage in surveillance. Once it is discovered that a large-scale army has left Silver Light City, it is possible to set up an ambush again, or even attack and kill in other ways. It is indeed not a good idea to rush out of the city when the enemy is in darkness, and we are in the dark. Commander Su Army. Wu Haomu looked at Su Biao and said, after the meeting, you will send your army's aircraft out to bomb the mountain call in the image and nearby areas. After the mission is completed, no matter what the result is, return immediately. City. Understood. Su Biao responded. In an apocalyptic environment, most industrial production systems have collapsed. The survivors mainly obtain various materials from the virtual battlefield and virtual malls. Therefore, materials like airplanes are extremely precious. There are only 6 Guanqing in total, and all the equipment is given to the First Army. Under normal circumstances, these aircraft will not be used, not only because of their preciousness, but also because there are many flying creatures among the mutant beasts. The use of aircraft will cause the siege of these flying creatures, and may not be able to achieve much results. On the contrary, it is more likely to cause casualties and aircraft losses. However, this time, Wu Haomiao was ready to use a plane. This was of course a risky move, but as long as it was valuable, the risk was worth taking. Wang Hao's information provided them with the precise location of the mountain kernel. This was a good opportunity to carry out precise attacks on mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore, even though he knew the risks, Wu Haomiao still gave the order, and Su Biao did the same. I also understand the reasoning behind this. Speaking of which, that Wang Hao is quite strong. Yang Lai, the commander of the 5th Army, said, in the past 2 days, there have been many people taking missions out of the city, including many civilian teams, but they have not been able to complete the missions. But this Wang Hao brought us important information. Everyone nodded. Before seeing these images, they mostly made guesses about the situation outside the city and had no definite information. However, after seeing the images, they learned a lot of information. More advanced mutant beasts and zombies can command mutant beasts and zombies, gorillas, as well as gathering points for mutant beasts and zombies, etc. These are all very important to them. War often involves information gaps. Having more information will be helpful for them to fight mutant beasts and zombies in the future. Chapter 89. What is his origin? Lord City Lord. What is the origin of this Wang Hao? He looks very strange, Lu Yuan said. They all knew the folk experts in the city to some extent, but Wang Hao was obviously not within their scope of knowledge. The task that so many people had failed to complete was completed by a young stranger like Wang Hao. Everyone was naturally full of curiosity about Wang Hao. He is a high school student. Wu Haomiao smiled and said, I have just sent someone to check his information. He is 18 years old. To be precise, he just turned 18 a few days ago and lives in a slum. Both of his parents are dead. He is currently studying in class 12 of the 5th middle school. He is a graduate this year. Is he from the slums? A student of the 5th middle school? The information Haomiao said was quite surprising. Just a few days after he turned 18, he actually dared to go out of the city alone. This was too courageous. Or too reckless. What was even more surprising was that he actually came back alive and brought back a lot of information. The identity of a student from No. 5 middle school is also surprising. I thought that such an outstanding student came from No. 1 or No. 2 middle school, but I didn't expect that he came from No. 5 middle school, whose teaching quality is relatively backward. As for coming from a slum, it is relatively easy for people to accept. If it were not for the embarrassment of life, it is estimated that not many people would be willing to venture out of the city at this time. 5th middle school? Huang Nai, commander of the 3rd Army Corps, turned to look at his old friend next to him and asked, Lao Shuang, I remember that your youngest daughter went to No. 5 middle school. Right? Yes, I remember that too, Su Biao said. When Lao Zhuang's daughter went to the 5th middle school, she caused quite a stir in our circle. I remember she happened to be a senior in high school this year. Right? Seeing everyone looking at him, Shuang Jian nodded. He nodded and said, That's true. Shuang Jian, commander of the 2nd Legion of Silver Light City, is also Zhuang Shuer's father. What a coincidence. Your daughter and this Wang Hao are not in the same class. Right? Su Biao said with a smile. No, Shuang Jian said. This Wang Hao is in class 12. And my daughter is in class 1. They are not in the same class. So they probably don't know each other. That's not necessarily true, Wu Haomiao said with a smile. Zhuang Junjun chief, do you know who your daughter's 4th platoon teammates are? I heard her mention it. There seems to be Jiang Ji, Li Yong, Han Lisheng and others, Zhuang Jian said. Isn't she a 4th platoon teammate? It is fixed and changes from time to time. But basically they come from classes 1, 2 and 3. In the 5th middle school, classes 1, 2 and 3 are the key classes, and the other classes are ordinary classes. So, that Wang Hao is still from the ordinary class. Others were even more surprised when they heard this. Shuang Jian nodded. Because his daughter studied in No. 5 middle school. Shuang Jian still knew some of the situation in No. 5 middle school out of concern for his daughter. Therefore, he knew more information than others at the scene. You probably haven't talked to your daughter about the virtual battlefield for a while, Wu Haomiao said. One of your daughter's current 4-row teammates is Wang Hao. Moreover, the two of them are fixed 4-row teammates. They will change, But the other two in the team are changing every day. They should be looking for a suitable teammate. But they haven't found one yet. Is this possible? Zhuang Jian said in surprise. I really don't know. Zhuang Jian really didn't know about this. The little daughter of the old banker has very high standards. For Wang Hao to be chosen as a teammate by her, it seems that his strength is really extraordinary. Yan Lai said. That's true. Zhuang Jian nodded in agreement. His daughter knew very well how high Zhuang Xuer's vision was. And Zhuang Jian knew it in his heart. Before you guys came, I talked with Wang Hao. Wu Haomu said. We were talking about the experience of leaving the city this time. Although he spoke lightly, I could feel the danger from his few words. And he could return safely. Both in terms of strength and resourcefulness. It is very good. Maybe. It won't be long before we have another master in Silver Light City. Wu Haomu has a good impression of Wang Hao. Not just because of Wang Hao. Mission accomplished. He deliberately observed Wang Hao when the two were communicating. Usually people from the slums either have excessive low self-esteem or are cruel. But Wu Haomu did not see these two auras in Wang Hao. When Wang Hao faced him, he did not have any fear or timidity. Unlike Wang Hao, others see him being so submissive. This was rare. And Wang Hao was still so young. Therefore, Wu Haomu was very optimistic about Wang Hao. And when he rewarded Wang Hao, he deliberately gave him more. This is a good thing. We are in troubled times right now. The more masters in the city, the better. Yes. He is just too young and it may take time to grow up. With Wu Haomu's comments and Zhuang Xuer, everyone else at the scene had a good impression of Wang Hao. Of course. It's just good. Every year, some young people with talent and potential emerge in the city. But not many of these people can actually grow up and reach the heights expected by everyone. Although Wang Hao looks good at the moment, it's hard to say whether he can truly become a master in the future. Okay. That's the end of today's meeting. Wu Haomu restrained his smile. After we go back, everyone will be in a state of war. Mutated beasts and zombies outside the city may attack the city at any time. All soldiers on vacation. All have cancelled their vacations and are on standby. City defense facilities and defenses outside the city must be strengthened. Everyone must be more vigilant. We may be facing an unimaginable war and a fierce battle. Yes. Everyone looks solemn. I feel the huge pressure on my shoulders. Judging from the information obtained in this way, they are likely to face a big battle in Silver Light City. The cruelty of this battle may be greater than that of previous missions. In order to win and to minimize casualties, they must be fully prepared. Why are you here so late at night? Zhuang Xuer looked at Wang Hao doubtfully and asked. After hanging up the phone, Zhuang Xuer rushed towards the virtual mall building. She lived in a wealthy area, not far from here, and arrived in less than 5 minutes. Come and take a stroll, Wang Hao said casually. Okay. Zhuang Xuer looked at Wang Hao and didn't ask in detail. Should we start with 4 rows? Or randomly? Yes. Wang Hao nodded. Before you find a suitable teammate, random matching is the best option. Randomly finding an acquaintance to join in 4 rows is not a good idea. Insufficient intimacy is trouble. Zhuang Xuer complained. If you want to enter the game together, you can only team up face to face. Chapter 90. Brother and Sister Xia Zhang and Xia Qing. In the virtual battlefield, there is a level of intimacy. If the intimacy level exceeds 50, 2 people do not need to form a team face to face. If the intimacy level is below 50, if they want to form a team to enter the game together, they can only do so face to face. Playing a game together can increase a little intimacy. Intimacy can only be increased by playing games together. There is no other way. After the 2 formed a team, they entered the game. It is still a random matching mode. The scene changed, and the 2 of them appeared in the island square of the virtual battlefield. And their other 2 teammates were right next to them. 1 man and 1 woman. The man is about the same age as Su Guangyuan. And the woman is about the same age as Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer. Hello Lo. Just when Wang Hao was sizing up his 2 new teammates in this game, the boy took the initiative to say Lo to him. But judging from his expression, he was obviously a little nervous. Hello. Wang Hao replied. My name is Xia Zhang. And this is my sister Xia Qing. I am ranked bronze 3 in the 4th row. And my sister is bronze 4 in the 4th row. The boy took the initiative to introduce the situation. They are actually brothers and sisters. Wang Hao was a little surprised. Obviously, these 2 people were randomly matched after forming a team. Just like the situation between himself and Zhuang Xuer. Wang Hao. 4 rows of bronze 4s. Zhuang Xuer. 4 rows of silver. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer introduced their situations respectively. Zhuang Shuer was previously ranked Silver 5. In the past few days, she has been ranked 4th with Wang Hao, and her rank has risen a small level. My sister and I are both relatively unskilled. When the game starts later, we will follow you and listen to your command, Xia Zhang said. So obedient? Xia Zhang's words surprised Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. The teammates they had been randomly matched with these past few times were not willing to cooperate with them. Regardless of their strength, they all acted alone. This was the first time they had seen people like Xia Zhang and others who obeyed orders and obeyed them when they came up. Wang Hao instantly had a good impression of the two of them. Regardless of the level of strength, he is very satisfied if he can obey orders and obey orders. If he is strong and does not obey orders and fights on his own, it is easy to be defeated individually. The probability of winning chicken is on the low side. For people can by acting in unison, combat effectiveness can be improved. Before traveling through time, Wang Hao had also watched a formal game of chicken. In such a game, the teams that ultimately achieved good results were not necessarily the teams with strong individual soldiers, but the teams with 4 people who coordinated and cooperated well. Even if there are 4 people in such a team, their individual combat capabilities are not that top-notch. But as long as they cooperate well, their results will not be too bad. Therefore, Wang Hao attaches great importance to cooperation. Wang Hao nodded towards the brothers Xia Zhang and Xia Qing. At this time, Xia Zhang came to Wang Hao's side, with a nervous look on his face, and whispered to Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, "Well, I won't fight well with my sister later. Can you please stop scolding my sister? Just scold me. She is young and a girl. So, scolding you?" Wang Hao said in surprise. "Do you often get scolded?" Xia Zhang nodded in embarrassment. "My sister and I are relatively weak in skills. We tend to be held back. If we don't play well, we will be scolded." When Wang Hao heard this, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. We won't curse." Not to mention that Xia Zhang came up and said he obeyed orders. Even if he didn't obey the orders, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer wouldn't curse. At most, they would just not act together. Of course, if he encounters someone who deliberately deceives others, Wang Hao may not be able to bear it. Such people are not unavailable on the virtual battlefield. Here, anyone can be encountered. That's good. Xia Zhang was obviously relieved when he heard this. "Thank you." "Thanks?" Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were stunned again. Just by not scolding them, they expressed gratitude? How miserable could this person be scolded? The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. The system sounded, and Wang Hao quickly calmed down. 1. Sprint. Level 1 you move twice faster than others. 2. More rewards. Level 1 after winning the championship, you can get more items from the airdrop box double. 3. Large capacity. Level 1 your backpack can hold more items double. Note: players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please choose this assistance. Wang Hao was speechless when he heard the system prompts. The 3 auxiliary functions in this game basically have nothing to do with combat and cannot directly improve combat capabilities. Luckily, he has 2 permanent assists at his disposal. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao made a choice. I choose the second option. Select OK. The auxiliary function of more rewards is quite good. Of course, the premise is that he has to eat chicken. Otherwise, this thing is just a decoration. If he can eat chicken, it is equivalent to eating 2 handfuls of chicken at once. When the countdown ended, Wang Hao and the 4 of them got on the plane. "Where should we dance?" Zhuang Shuer asked Wang Hao though. Xia Zhang and Xia Qing were a little surprised when they heard this. They originally thought that among Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, the one with command power would be Zhuang Shuer. After all, Zhuang Shuer had a higher rank and should be stronger. However, now it seems that this is not the case. Wang Hao did not see the expressions of Xia Zhang and Xia Qing. He observed the route and quickly made a decision. Go to P City. P City? Xia Zhang and Xia Qing were a little nervous when they heard this. It is also one of the holy places for steel guns. Although it is not as good as G-Port, there are not many people jumping there. However, they had stated that they would obey Wang Hao's command from the beginning. Therefore, they did not refute Wang Hao's decision at this time, but chose to follow Wang Hao to parachute. Zhuang Shuer naturally wouldn't object. Soon, the plane arrived over the area around P City, and Wang Hao immediately parachuted. Observe the surrounding situation, Wang Hao said in the team channel. There are 2 teams on the left. The team on the right. There are only 3 people in this team. There are 2 more above us. The 3 people reported what they observed. 17 people, including their team. There were actually as many as 17 people jumping to P-City in this game. This is by no means a small number. Even in G-Port, there are usually only so many people dancing, or even less than this number. Wang Hao was a little surprised by this. But since he had already made his choice, he naturally could not change it at this time. Xia Zhang and Xia Qing were obviously more nervous. 2 of the teams on the left chose to leave and changed their jumping points. Zhuang Shuer suddenly said, "Scared away?" Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. However, even so, there are still 15 people jumping to P-City, which is still a large number. Chapter 91 Fight. Detach. Zhuang Shuer. Go to this building. Xia Zhang. Go to this building. Xia Qing. Go to the next building. When landing was approaching, Wang Hao assigned precise landing points to everyone. Each person has a building, not far from each other, and can fully search for supplies. Okay. The 3 of them followed Wang Hao's command, and fell into the 3 buildings marked by Wang Hao. Pay attention. There are 2 here, 1 here, and 1 here. Wang Hao has also landed. While searching for supplies, he kept marking the other 3 people. Every place he marked was occupied by people. The perspective auxiliary function is an important reason why Wang Hao dared to jump to P-City. With this auxiliary function, Wang Hao can accurately know where every player in this area has landed. Of course, Wang Hao also considered the location of his team. He did not choose to jump to the middle area, but jumped to the edge and searched for supplies from the edge to the center. In this way, he did not have to worry about being attacked from behind. With Wang Hao's precise mark, the other 3 people can safely search for supplies. In their hearts, Xia Zhang and Xia Qing both admired Wang Hao's insight. No wonder. Wang Hao, who is of a lower rank, can command Zhuang Shuer, who is a higher rank. With Wang Hao's insight, even if Zhuang Shuer is of a higher rank, he still has to obey the command. The teams jumping into P-City seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. No one made a move after landing. The entire P-City seemed very quiet, as if there was no one here. But everyone knows that this situation is only temporary. There are so many people jumping into P-City. It cannot be small. Although the P-City area is not small, it cannot accommodate so many people to coexist peacefully. What's more, since the choice after jumping to P-City, I had the consciousness to get a steel gun. Now it's just the calm before the storm. Sure enough, about a minute later, gunfire suddenly rang out in P-City. Xia Zhang and Xia Qing were obviously shocked. It's okay. They are in this building. Wang Hao gave an accurate mark again. Now, the people closest to us are in this building. With that said, Wang Hao made another mark. According to the signs, this building is only more than 50 meters away from Wang Hao and the others. How about it? Fight or not? Zhuang Shuer was a little eager to give it a try. There are too many people jumping in this P-City, and no matter how much supplies there are, it is not enough. It is difficult to arm the entire team of 4 people just by searching for supplies. If you want to enrich the supplies on your body and in your backpack, fighting is inevitable. Just a matter of time. Beat. Wang Hao answered simply. I will go ahead later. You follow me. We will not take the main road and pass through the house. Wang Hao said. Otherwise, I'd better go to the front. I'm not very skilled at it. It doesn't matter if I die. I can help you take bullets by going to the front. Xia Zhang suddenly said. Very aware. Wang Hao was surprised again. But now was not the time for him to block bullets. No. Just follow me and follow my instructions later. Wang Hao said. Okay. Seeing Wang Hao's refusal, Xia Zhang stopped insisting. Xia Zhang knew that he and his sister were not good at skills. When they formed a team, they were often scolded. And the teammates they formed were unwilling to let them play. He offered to block bullets, hoping to save Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. I can take my sister with me because I have made some contribution. He wanted to sacrifice himself so that his sister could go on smoothly. However, Wang Hao rejected his kindness, which made Xia Zhang feel guilty. If he and his sister have no value at all, why should they take them with them? However, now that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were already moving, Xia Zhang didn't have time to think too much and quickly called for his sister to follow them. The gunfire in P-City became more and more intensive, and each team had basically collected some supplies. As the distance between each other became closer and closer, battles inevitably started in many places. What should we do? In a certain building, 3 players were lying on the ground, observing the surrounding situation and discussing the next plan. Hold on for now. Let's go out after they finish fighting. Another person said. Yes. It's too chaotic now. It's easy to get shot secretly when you go out. You don't even know how you died. After they finish fighting, let's go out to clean up the mess and take over City P. What if someone else comes? Of course, it's to give them glory. The 3 of us lie here and don't move. If other players come over, what's the difference between it and dying? Even if they come in a full formation and are unprepared, they will all die from our guns. Down. Yes. Let's just lie here and don't move. If someone comes, they will kill us. That makes sense. After some discussion, the 3 of them decided to continue to lie here and be the 6th. The 3 of them would be the 6th. Even if they faced a full formation, there would be no pressure. Hey, there are footsteps. One of them said suddenly. See, there are 4 people coming next to us. Another person said while looking at the small map. Don't move for now. When they pass by, we can hit them on the back. Make a surprise attack. Good. The 3 of them suddenly heard the sound of footsteps, and their nerves tightened instantly. If the 4 people outside were just passing by, they would not hesitate to carry out a sneak attack. If the 3 of them attack at the same time, they have a great chance of winning. However, what surprised the 3 people was that the 4 people outside stopped on the roof of the building next to them and did not continue moving forward. Are they searching for supplies? Possible. If that's the case, they might search our building. Possible. Everyone lies down. Let's be professional 6ths. The 3 of them lay there motionless, ready to wait for their prey to come. However, before they could wait for the arrival, they heard the sound of thunder being pulled out. They seemed to have pulled out the thunder. One of them was slightly panicked. What are you afraid of? They don't know our location. We haven't even moved. That's right, no. It seems like all 4 of them have pulled out the thunder. At this time, the remaining 2 people were also a little nervous, but they still lay there without moving, comforting their teammates and themselves. It's okay. They don't know where we are. They should blow up others. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dark, round thing flew in from the window, and then landed impartially in front of the 3 of them. Grenade! Holy shit! The 3 of them exclaimed almost at the same time. However, before they could get up, 3 more grenades flew in and landed next to them. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 grenades exploded almost in no particular order. Before the 3 of them even stood up, they all turned into boxes and were directly bombed. Chapter 92. How did you know? Yeah, brother. I killed one. Xiaqing cheered outside the building. The ones who threw the thunder were none other than Wang Hao and the others. Wang Hao used the see-through auxiliary function to clearly see where the 3 people were lying. Now that he knew the opponent's position, Wang Hao naturally would not attack stupidly, but directly use throwing objects. Under his command, 4 grenades were thrown in almost simultaneously, sending all 3 people away without giving them time to react. Wang Hao, how do you know where they are? Zhuang Shuer asked doubtfully. Wang Hao can roughly know which house there is someone in, which is still acceptable. Maybe Wang Hao has been observing the surrounding situation and saw the activities and tricks of other players. But now, Wang Hao actually knows the precise location of the 3 people in the room, which is a bit difficult to understand. You know, from the time they arrived here to the time when the 3 people were in a box, the 3 people in the room had not moved or showed the slightest trace. Wang Hao was actually able to accurately predict their positions. This is really a bit strange. Unbelievable. Guess. Wang Hao smiled. Guess? Zhuang Shuer didn't believe it. This guess is too accurate. Of course, there is a little analysis. Wang Hao said, the 3 of them are hiding in the room. They must be preparing to be the 6th. There are only a few common ambush spots on the 2nd floor. I guessed one of them. I was lucky. Okay. I guessed it right. Is that true? Zhuang Shuer was still a little skeptical. If she hadn't known that this virtual battlefield couldn't be cheated, she might have suspected that Wang Hao had turned on technology. Let's go upstairs and lick the bag, Wang Hao said. Zhuang Shuer nodded and followed him upstairs. No matter how Wang Hao found out, it was not a bad thing for her. The 2 of them were teammates. The stronger Wang Hao was, the more she would benefit. As for the 2 brothers Xia Zhang and Xiaqing, they have no doubts about Wang Hao at all. In their hearts, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuai are both masters. But they are rookies. The master's operations are not something they can understand. And they don't need to understand. As long as they just follow Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuai and follow their instructions. The four people went upstairs and licked the 3 boxes in turn. After that, the four people's equipment and supplies were strengthened. Next, should we stay here or continue fighting? Zhuang Shuai asked. Of course we will continue to fight. Wang Hao said with a smile. We didn't come to P City to argue with each other. We have to move out quickly while there are still some people here. Otherwise, everyone will die and our visit will be in vain. Okay. None of the 3 people objected to Wang Hao's decision. Compared to before, their equipment was better and their supplies were richer. So they naturally felt more confident. Afterwards, under the command of Wang Hao, the 4 people traveled throughout P City and wiped out all other surviving players in the city. Wang Hao has the see-through auxiliary function, which allows him to know the precise position of other players in advance every time. With this artifact, they don't have to worry about being ambushed. Moreover, they can use throwing objects first every time. Even if they cannot be killed directly, the opponent can also be blown to pieces first. And the subsequent battle will be much smoother. After clearing out other players, Wang Hao and the 4 of them successfully captured P City. The entire P City is still very rich in supplies. It may not be able to feed more than 10 players, but it is more than enough to feed Wang Hao and his team. Wang Hao and the 4 of them are now fully armed. And the supplies in their backpacks are very rich. Based on their previous experiences, the 4 of them all had a lot of grenades in their backpacks. Especially the 2 brothers Xia Zhang and Xia Qing. Each of them had more than 10 grenades in their backpacks. Wang Hao even suspected that all the remaining grenades in P City had been looted by them. Should we move or stay in P City next? Zhuang Shuai asked. It's better to stay here, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao discovered that the auxiliary function of see-through was more effective in urban areas than in the wild. In the wild, he could detect the enemy in advance, but without a sniper rifle, if they wanted to attack the enemy, they could only approach the opponent, and once they get close, their position will be easily exposed. Even if they have a sniper rifle, their position will be easily exposed once they fire in the wild. But in urban areas, there are many houses as bunkers. Wang Hao can see other players, but other players can't see him, even if he brings someone very close to the other player. As long as they don't meet, the other player still doesn't know his precise location. In this way, he can take the upper hand. As long as they have the upper hand and have enough grenades in their backpack, their side has a better chance of winning. Okay. Zhuang Shuai had no objection. Coincidentally, the next few laps were all in P City. Circle of Destiny. This surprised Wang Hao and others. But of course, they were even more happy. The Destiny Circle also means that Wang Hao and the others no longer need to run away with poison. And they only need to continue to stay in P City. During this period, other teams came to P City, but they were all destroyed by Wang Hao and his men. The number of eliminations of the entire team continued to increase. However, their luck ended on the 6th lap. This was already the finals. But they were kicked out. The poison must be removed. We are not too far from the safe area. Let's wait for a while. Wang Hao was not in a hurry to run out of poison. Collect cigarettes and grenades first. Both of these things are very useful in the wild. Especially the smoke. Wang Hao himself can become invisible. It doesn't matter if you smoke or not. But it doesn't matter to others. At this time, the safe zone is already very small. If you don't seal the cigarettes into the circle, you will easily become a target for others. Therefore, while there was still some time, everyone collected a few more smoke bombs to escape the poison. It's already the finals. Xia Zhang, you run ahead and I will give you markings. Just run towards the place I marked. Remember, while running, smoke at the same time. Before entering the circle, Wang Hao said to Xia Zhang an explanation was given. Okay. After hearing Wang Hao's arrangement, which seemed to use him to block the bullet, Xia Zhang was not dissatisfied at all, but actually very happy. In this game, he and his sister both got a lot of eliminations and survived to the finals. No matter whether they won the first place or not, they made money in this game. And Xia Zhang knew that the difference between him and his sister was the reason why he can make money is because of Wang Hao. Their contribution is really not big, which makes Xia Zhang feel that he deserves it. He always wants to do something for Wang Hao and this team, so that he can have some peace of mind. Now, Wang Hao finally assigned him a task. Of course, he was very happy. He ran forward in a hurry. smoking while running, without any resistance in his heart. Chapter 93 Advance all the way. Duh. Gunshots rang out. Wang Hao and the four of them were indeed attacked. Fortunately, they were covered by smoke. Although the four of them were attacked a lot, their lives were not in danger for the time being. In fact, their blood volume was not reduced much. Wang Hao and the other two had been occupying P City before, and later they defeated some other players. Therefore, their supplies were very rich, and smoke bombs were naturally bad. The entire way into the circle was blocked by Xia Zhang. Smoke. Wang Hao and the others walked through the smoke. Other players did not have the see-through function like Wang Hao. So Wang Hao and the others were still very safe and quickly arrived at the predetermined location smoothly. In this process, Xia Zhang only lost a little blood. He was not knocked down, let alone eliminated. Duh. Gunshots are still ringing out. There is smoke covering Wang Hao and the others. But others do not have as rich supplies as they do. This sixth circle is already very small, and it is in the wild. Most players can see it. However, there were too few shelters around, so the gunfire basically never stopped. And the number of survivors was also decreasing. Let's push to the left. Wang Hao looked at the 6 directions and quickly issued a new order. Obviously, Wang Hao did not choose to survive here, but was preparing to take advantage of the chaos to harvest. Under the command of Wang Hao, Xia Zhang sealed the way through the smoke. Because Wang Hao and the others were always in the smoke, the two people on their left who were targeted by Wang Hao knew that there was someone here, but they did not know the precise location. In addition, there were people attacking them from other directions, so they could only leave Wang Hao and the others behind and fight with the people from the other direction. And this is Wang Hao's chance. With the help of smoke cover, Wang Hao and the others successfully advanced more than 10 meters. After that, Wang Hao did not continue to move forward, but used the smoke to give precise markings to his teammates. Fight in this direction. They are probably in this position. Wang Hao directed his teammates, but he did not speak too fully, which would easily arouse suspicion. Duh. After Wang Hao gave the order, the other 3 people immediately opened fire. There was a loud sound of gunfire. The 2 players targeted by Wang Hao were quickly knocked down. Until they were knocked down, they didn't even know Wang Hao's accuracy. Location. Continue. Keep pushing forward. When passing by the box, remember to lick the bag and bring the smoke bomb with you. Wang Hao commanded. Okay. The 4 of them continued to move forward, with Xia Zhang still holding the front, followed closely by Wang Hao and the others. With the help of Wang Hao's perspective auxiliary function and the help of numerous smoke bombs, Wang Hao and the others, the heavenly fighting method leaves other players with no choice but to shoot blindly. It would be fine if only 2 parties were defeating them. But the problem is that there are more than 2 parties on the field now. Wang Hao and the others are advancing all the way. There are no other players behind them. But it is hard to say about the players who are attacked by them. Wang Hao was not only attacked by Wang Hao and the others, but also attacked by other players, which made them very uncomfortable. They could not concentrate on fighting back against Wang Hao and the others. Finally, when the 7th lap was refreshed, there were only 2 teams in the entire scene. One of them was Wang Hao's full team, and the other was only 2 people. 4 against 2. The only bad news is that Wang Hao and the others have run out of smoke bombs. Their style of play is much safer, but the consumption of smoke bombs is also huge, even if they are replenished while firing. The smoke bombs are not enough. Fortunately, there were only the last 2 people left on the field. They are here. Wang Hao once again gave his teammates a precise mark. Throw grenades. Throw them at the place I marked. Along the way, they used a lot of smoke grenades, but rarely used grenades. At the last moment, it was time for the grenades to come into play again. The 4 people threw grenades at the point marked by Wang Hao almost simultaneously. As the explosion sounded, the last 2 players were directly blown into boxes. They were lying in the grass, thinking that they could avoid it. They opened up Wang Hao's vision and relied on sneak attacks to make up for their numerical disadvantage. However, they never thought that before they could take action, they would be blown up directly by Wang Hao and others. They didn't even fire a shot until they died. Yeah. Chicken. Except for Wang Hao. The other 3 cheered. Even Wang Hao was smiling. This is not the first time he has had chicken. But this game is almost the smoothest. Perspective combined with smoke bombs. Wang Hao feels that he has discovered a new way of playing. And this way of playing can only be used by him. And others, you can't even imitate it. Touch the box. Touch the box. The airdrop box fell in front of the 4 people. Wang Hao did not rush forward. He was usually not in a hurry for this kind of thing. He could touch it anyway, and there was no need to touch it first. However, seeing that Wang Hao did not come forward to touch the box, Xia Zhang and Xia Qing also stopped and looked at Wang Hao sheepishly. What's wrong? Wang Hao asked. We'll be embarrassed if you don't touch her. Xia Qing stuck out her tongue, unable to contain the excitement on her face. This was the first time for her and Xia Zhang to play chicken. As for touching the airdrop box, they had only heard others talk about it before, but they had never touched it themselves. Today they finally had the opportunity, and both of them were thinking very much looking forward to it. However, they knew that it was entirely Wang Hao's credit that they had this opportunity, and they had only made a trivial contribution. Therefore, seeing that Wang Hao did not touch it, the 2 of them did not dare to step forward. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you touch it first, Wang Hao said with a smile. However, the 2 of them still shook their heads, determined not to touch the airdrop box before Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled helplessly, and had no choice but to walk towards the airdrop box. At this time, Zhuang Xuer had already finished touching her. She would not be polite to Wang Hao on such a trivial matter. What did you touch? Wang Hao asked casually. 8-fold mirror. Zhuang Xuer shook the thing in his hand and said. In fact, with Zhuang Xuer's family background, it doesn't matter what she touches, unless it is something of the highest quality. However, her current rank is not high, and the possibility of touching something of that level is very small. But even so, she feels happy every time before touching the airdrop box. She enjoys the feeling of opening a blind box. Not bad. Wang Hao smiled. Zhuang Xuer curled her lips. It was obvious that her evaluation of things did not reach the level of not bad. Wang Hao put his hand into the airdrop box with anticipation in his heart. You know, in this game, he chose the auxiliary function of more rewards. No matter what he touches from the airdrop box, he can get double. With the blessing of this auxiliary function, if he only touches the ordinary if you don't have something, it will be a big loss. Chapter 94 Return Gift. As Wang Hao's hand was withdrawn from the airdrop box, his reward was determined, Power Boots. It's actually Power Boots again. Wang Hao was in a daze for a moment. Didn't you say that Power Boots are very precious and rare? Why did I touch it twice in a short period of time? And this time, it's doubled. Fortunately, the extra pair was hidden by the system, and could not be seen by the other 3 people present. They are actually Power Boots. Wang Hao, you are very lucky, Zhuang Xuer said enviously. Power Boots are a good thing. They are very precious and rare. Not only can they greatly enhance your jumping ability, but they can also change their appearance according to your foot shape. The comfort level is also very high. This is very rare. Moreover, ordinary knives it is difficult to scratch, and is not weak in defense. Here you go. Wang Hao directly handed the Power Boots to Zhuang Xuer. What? Zhuang Xuer asked confused. I'll give it to you. Wang Hao smiled and said. You gave me a pair of EP45 before. This time, I'm giving you a pair of Power Boots. We can also reciprocate as a gift. No. Zhuang Xuer shook his head repeatedly. This Power Boots are too precious. I can't accept them. Although EP45 is also very precious, it is not on the same level as Power Boots. Things like EP45 can be bought even if it costs money. It costs more money. But Power Boots are different. This thing can only be purchased at an exchange point. This is true whether it is a private sale or a sale in a virtual mall building. This shows how precious it is. Take it. Wang Hao directly stuffed the Power Boots into Zhuang Xuer's hands. In my opinion, this thing is almost as valuable as the EP45. It's just a piece of heart. Zhuang Xuer did not hesitate to put the Power Boots into Zhuang Xuer's hands last time. The EP45 was given to Wang Hao, which moved Wang Hao very much. The gun also came in handy when Wang Hao went out of the city. Wang Hao had always wanted to give Zhuang Xuer a gift in return. And now he has the Power Boots, which is just the right time. Suitable. How can that gun be compared with these Power Boots? Zhuang Xuer said, I can't take it away. Anyway, I think it's about the same. Wang Hao said with a smile, I wasn't polite to you last time. Now! Don't be polite to me. But, it's nothing. Wang Hao said with a smile. I already have a pair. It's a waste to get another pair. If you don't mind my waste, just use it. That's it. Waste recycling. How can it be? Even if Wang Hao doesn't use it, he can still sell it. There is definitely no shortage of buyers for these shoes. Wang Hao said this just to get her to accept this pair of shoes. Zhuang Shuer understood this. Wang Hao insisted again and again, making it difficult for Zhuang Shuer to refuse. Okay. Thank you. We are teammates. So there is no need to be so polite. Wang Hao said. Yes. Zhuang Shuer responded softly, touching the power boots happily. Her expression clearly showed that she liked them very much. With Zhuang Shuer's family background, it is not difficult to buy a pair of power boots. Even if they are expensive and rare, she can still buy them if she wants. But the pair in her hand were given to her by Wang Hao, which means it's different. At this time, the two brothers Xia Zhang and Xia Qing had also finished touching the airdrop box, and both of them had happy expressions on their faces. What did you touch that makes you so happy? Wang Hao asked with a smile. I touched 50 pounds of beef, and my sister touched 50 exchange points, Xia Zhang said with a smile on his face. Not bad, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao finally understood why they were so happy. The two brothers and sisters were obviously ordinary people, and they might even live in the slums. Naturally, their family background was not very good. It took a long time for them to play with each other like today. I usually only play free solo queue. The price of beef is not low in peacetime. Not to mention in this apocalyptic background. This is definitely a good thing for the two of them. Even if they don't eat it, they can still sell it at a good price. As for the 50 exchange points, there are also a lot of them. The purchasing power of the exchange points is very strong. 50 exchange points are definitely not a small number for the brother and sister. If they hadn't met Wang Hao, these 50 exchange points would have been lost. It may take them more than half a month, or even longer, to accumulate the redemption points. Yes. Xia Zhang and Xia Qing both nodded at the same time, obviously very satisfied. Add a friend. Maybe we can play together again in the future, Wang Hao said. Really? Xia Zhang and Xia Qing both looked as if they were favored. In their eyes, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are absolute masters. Existences that they usually cannot touch. If they can match Wang Hao and Wang Hao today, it is great luck for them. The two of them naturally wanted to be friends with Wang Hao and the others. But they knew that their level was low, and not on the same level as Wang Hao and the others. A master like Wang Hao would not add a rookie like them as a teammate. So, neither of them dared to speak. But they didn't expect that Wang Hao would take the initiative to join them, which surprised them both. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Later, Xia Zhang and Xia Qing couldn't wait to add Wang Hao as their friends. When Zhuang Shuer saw that Wang Hao had added him as a friend, she also added the two siblings. After adding friends, the four of them returned to reality. As for the auxiliary functions, Wang Hao did not make any reservations this time. These three auxiliary functions have their own effects, but they are not very helpful in combat. Today's Wang Hao obviously still pays more attention to the improvement of actual combat capabilities. He will be rich in redemption points in the future. He can retain it at will. Are you very optimistic about those two brothers and sisters? Zhuang Shuer asked Wang Hao curiously outside the virtual mall building. It's not bad, Wang Hao said, although these two people are average in level. They are more obedient than others. Moreover, you haven't noticed that Xia Qing is actually quite talented. Although some of her movements are relatively jerky, she already has them. It seems that she lacks exercise. After playing more games, she should be able to become a master in the future. In the game, Wang Hao noticed Xia Qing's shooting movements, as well as her steps and shooting points during the shooting process. She is very thoughtful in her choices, and looks like a good prospect. However, she has not been in the virtual battlefield for a long time and lacks experience. Therefore, many of her movements seem very jerky or even clumsy, which in some people's eyes here, she is the performance of human and machine. Really? I didn't pay much attention, Zhuang Shuer said. During the game, Zhuang Shuer's attention was focused on Wang Hao and other players, but he did not notice the performance of his other two teammates. You can take a look again when you have a chance in the future, Wang Hao said with a smile. Okay. Zhuang Shuer nodded. It's getting late. I'll go back first. I've accepted your gift. Thank you. Zhuang Shuer shook the power boots in his hand, turned around and left with a smile. Chapter 95 Trust Sun Yinfeng. After Zhuang Shuer left, Wang Hao wanted to go home. But just as he was about to go home, he saw that familiar figure again, Sun Yinfeng. This guy is really working hard, and he is still here promoting his stuff at such a late hour. Wang Hao smiled and walked over. Brother, I'm not going to lie to you. This dagger is absolutely as good at cutting iron as mud. It's your treasure for self-defense and robbery. Sun Yanfeng promoted it hard. However, his target customers waved their hands with disgust and had no desire to buy. Don't like daggers? That's okay. I have other treasures here. Sun Yanfeng was not discouraged and planned to sell the next product. However, the survivor walked away quickly. Brother, don't leave. Take another look. Maybe there is a treasure you need. Sun Yanfeng reluctantly persuaded him to stay. However, his efforts to retain him had no effect at all. Why? Sun Yanfeng sighed softly, and the enthusiasm on his face quickly dissipated. It's difficult. He is a newcomer in this industry, and the good things in his hands are really limited. His connections and reputation are very shallow. It is difficult to acquire good things. Without good things, it will naturally be difficult to attract high-quality buyers. Without high-quality buyers, if he doesn't have money and exchange points, he can't accumulate connections and reputation. Without money and exchange points, and without connections and reputation, he can't acquire good things. Under such a vicious cycle, he thought it is really difficult to develop. Snapped. Just when Sun Yanfeng was about to cheer up and look for his next client, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder from behind. Sun Yanfeng turned his head subconsciously, and then saw a familiar face, Wang Hao. Why? I don't know you anymore, Wang Hao said with a smile. We haven't seen each other for just one day. And your boss son doesn't know me anymore? How could it be? Sun Yanfeng, who had reacted, laughed and said, I'm just surprised that it happened so quickly. See you? Are you surprised to see me so soon? Or are you surprised to see me again? Wang Hao said with a smile. Hee. Don't be so straightforward. Sun Yanfeng said with a smile, have you not left the city yet? Or have you returned from the city? Back. Wang Hao said, I just went to the city lord's mansion to hand in the task. So fast. Sun Yanfeng said in surprise, you actually completed the reward mission? Sun Yanfeng was fairly well informed. Did he know that no one else had completed the reward mission before Wang Hao? And he was not optimistic about Wang Hao's departure from the city. Once persuaded Wang Hao to give up. But Wang Hao insisted on persisting. Sun Yanfeng did not expect that Wang Hao actually completed the reward mission. If Wang Hao hadn't lied to him, then Wang Hao would definitely be the first and possibly the only person to complete this bounty mission. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Sun Yanfeng was even more surprised. Of course, he was also surprised and happy for Wang Hao. I didn't expect that you actually completed the bounty mission. Sun Yanfeng was a little emotional. So many masters leave the city and never come back. You, a young man who just entered the virtual battlefield not long ago, actually completed this mission. It's really unbelievable. After Wang Hao finished speaking, Sun Yanfeng looked at him with bright eyes and asked, Did you gain anything from this trip to the city? I did get something, Wang Hao said. Shall we find a place with fewer people? Okay. Sun Yanfeng agreed without hesitation. The two found a place with relatively few people. And then Wang Hao showed Sun Yanfeng the supplies collected in his backpack one by one. Most of these materials were obtained from the sites where survivors were massacred. And some were collected by Wang Hao while on the road. Some were good and some were bad. Wang Hao did not have time to distinguish them carefully, so he simply put them all in his backpack. So many? Looking at what Wang Hao took out, Sun Yanfeng was surprised and happy. M416? Great stuff. A hot commodity in the firearms market. And a diving suit? This thing is relatively rare, and you won't need it at ordinary times. But it can save your life when you use it. Holy shit. Is this a night vision device? Is this a thing too? And Sun Yanfeng said to himself while watching. The look of surprise on his face became more intense. Wang Hao was just watching from the side. To be honest, Wang Hao himself was not very clear about what was in his bag. At that time, he had to track those mutated beasts. Wang Hao didn't have the intention to look carefully, and picked up things when he saw them. Only now did he realize that. There are indeed many good things in my backpack. Wang Hao, where did you get these things? Sun Yanfeng asked. Of course, it's outside the city, Wang Hao said. When I left the city this time, I met a group of gangsters. They usually make a living by robbing survivors who leave the city. These things should be accumulated by them after their usual robberies. Did you exchange fire with them? No. Wang Hao shook his head. There were so many of them. I didn't dare to attack them. They were killed by a group of mutant beasts and zombies. I just cleaned up the battlefield. That's the truth. Wang Hao didn't do anything. Embarrassed to admit it. You are right to do this. Sun Yanfeng did not laugh at Wang Hao's timidity. but agreed with his approach. There are many such gangs outside the city. The apocalyptic environment has inspired the evil in their hearts. They don't like it. They stay in the city and are restrained, wandering in the wild all year round, attacking survivors who leave the city, and do whatever they want. They are all cruel and murderous, and they kill without blinking an eye. If you encounter such people again in the future, it is best to stay away. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. Sun Yanfeng took a look at these things and said, there are many good treasures in these things, but they need to be cleaned up before they are sold. If you believe me, just leave it to me. If you don't believe it, I believe you. Wang Hao smiled and said, just take these things out and process them. After processing, just transfer the money and the exchange point to me. Wang Hao did not sell these things except setting up a stall. However, setting up a stall would be a waste of time. Secondly, after all, these things had irregular origins and could not withstand interrogation. Therefore, it was more appropriate to leave them to Sun Yanfeng to handle. As for whether Sun Yanfeng is trustworthy, Wang Hao feels that because of Sun Yanfeng's kindness to him yesterday, he should try to trust the other party. This is the first official cooperation between the two parties, and it is also a test for Wang Hao to Sun Yanfeng. If Sun Yanfeng is trustworthy, the things you get in the future can be handed over to him to handle. If he is not trustworthy, the two will not cooperate in the future. As for the things this time, they should be regarded as repaying Sun Yanfeng's kindness to him yesterday. Wang Hao believes that he will get more and better good things in the future. And these things today are just the beginning. Chapter 96 Father and Daughter Night Chat. Okay. Sun Yanfeng was also very straightforward. He put away everything and said to Wang Hao, just wait for my good news. After that, he took the things and left. Seeing Sun Yanfeng walking away so coolly and simply, Wang Hao wondered if he had trusted the wrong person. Wang Hao shook his head and turned around to leave. He still has single and double rows to play today, so he has to hurry up. The number of times he enters the virtual battlefield cannot be accumulated. If he misses it, it will be wasted. On the other side, Zhuang Xuer had already returned home. When she saw her father sitting on the sofa, she said low casually and prepared to go upstairs to the room. Wait, Zhuang Jian said. Come and chat with Dad. Dad, what do you want to talk about? Zhuang Xuer sat next to his father. It's so late. What are you doing here? Zhuang Jian asked. Go out and take a walk, Zhuang Xuer said. Bought a pair of shoes? Zhuang Jian smiled. And then he showed a hint of surprise. They are actually power boots? Zhuang Xuer did not go out with a backpack, so she brought the shoes back with her hands. Zhuang Jian was naturally familiar with power boots. Originally, he thought his daughter just bought a pair of ordinary shoes, but he didn't expect that they were actually power boots. He was not surprised that his daughter actually had the money to buy power boots. But it was hard to see power boots in the market. Even if they were available, they were quickly snatched up. It was very difficult to buy these shoes in the market. Yeah. Zhuang Xuer smiled and said. But I didn't buy it. It was a gift from someone else. Gifted to? Who? So generous? That boy from the Zhao family. Or that boy from the Wang family? Zhuang Jian said with a smile. He knew how popular his daughter was in this city, and there were more than one strong platoon pursuing his daughter. It's not them. Oh, don't guess. If you don't know him, he is just an ordinary friend of mine, Zhuang Xuer said. Can ordinary friends give you power boots? Zhuang Jian expressed doubts. Your father and I still know the value of these boots. We are ordinary friends in the first place. If you don't believe me, forget it. Zhuang Xuer stood up and pretended to leave. I'm going back to my room. I won't talk to you anymore. Don't worry. Dad hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhuang Jian pulled Zhuang Xuer and sat down again. Is there anything else? I heard that your teammates in the 4th row have changed recently. Zhuang Jian asked. Dad, do you know all this? Zhuang Xuer was a little surprised. There are so many people in the 2nd Legion, and it's not enough for you to take care of. You still pay attention to this little thing like me. Besides, aren't my teammates in the 4th row always it's been changing? It hasn't been fixed yet. Zhuang Xuer was a little surprised that her father actually knew about her changing teammates in the 4th row. To her, this matter was just a trivial matter. As the commander of the 2nd Legion, Zhuang Jian had to deal with it every day. A lot. Especially recently. The threat of mutant beasts and zombies outside the city is increasing day by day. Zhuang Jian has more things to deal with. So how can he still have the energy to care about his own little things? Among your new teammates in the 4th row, Is there one named Wang Hao? Zhuang Jian asked. Dad, do you know all this? Zhuang Shuer was even more surprised. Zhuang Shuer's answer undoubtedly confirmed that this matter was indeed true. In fact, there was no need to deliberately seek confirmation from Zhuang Shuer. After all, Wu Haomiu had already sent someone to investigate Wang Hao's situation, and there would definitely be no problem with the information he gave. Listen to what others said. Zhuang Jian said. What about Wang Hao? How about what? Zhuang Shuer was a little confused. She didn't know who mentioned Wang Hao to her father. Her fourth-row teammates had never been fixed. Her father had never asked about this matter before. Why was he suddenly concerned now? Is it because the college entrance examination is about to take place? Every aspect, Zhuang Jian said. He's pretty good. Zhuang Shuer thought for a while and said. Wang Hao is very talented. Although he has only entered the virtual battlefield not long ago, he is very talented in this area. The two of us teamed up to enter on the battlefield. I followed his orders, and I discovered that he had a special ability in the game. When we were in the fourth row just now. Just now? Zhuang Jian interrupted. You say you were going shopping? Oh, don't worry about these details, Zhuang Shuer said. I was just going shopping, and I was looking for Wang Hao. I didn't lie. What a coincidence. Looking at his tough-tongued daughter, Zhuang Jian smiled to himself. Suddenly, Zhuang Jian had a thought and asked. So, Wang Hao also gave these power boots to you? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Shuer's face turned slightly red. But he still nodded and said, We are in row 4. Winning first place. He got this from the airdrop box. He already had a pair. So he gave me these power boots. It was indeed the case. Looking at his daughter's face and tone of voice, the experienced Zhuang Jian seemed to have guessed something, and said calmly, That Wang Hao is quite nice to you. These power boots are a hot commodity in the market. Even if he doesn't wear it himself. But he can earn some exchange points if he buys it. I heard that he is still living in the slums, and is probably not financially well off. In this case, he can give you power boots, which is rare. Yeah. Zhuang Jian's words made Zhuang Shuer's face turn a little redder. Zhuang Jian continued to ask, Wang Hao, do you know your identity? I don't know. Zhuang Shuer shook his head and said, I have never mentioned my identity in school, and none of my classmates know it. This is also one of the reasons why Zhuang Shuer chose no. 5 middle school. In the no. 1 middle school in the no. 2 middle school. There are many powerful children in the city gathered. Those people basically know her identity and background. Most of them are flattering and even more attentive to her. Many of them want to pursue her. She takes great pains to do so. Therefore, he chose no. 5 middle school as his high school alma mater. As for the fact that the teaching resources of no. 5 middle school are not as good as those of no. 1 middle school and no. 2 middle school. This is not a big deal to Zhuang Shuer. Anyway, her family can provide her with enough resources, and she doesn't care about what the school provides. Zhuang Jian nodded. He knew his daughter, and would definitely not take the initiative to publicize his background. However, in this way, it can be seen that Wang Hao's affection for his daughter is even more obvious. Zhuang Jian didn't know that Zhuang Shuer gave Wang Hao a gift first, and that Wang Hao was just returning the gift. Seeing that Wang Hao gave such an expensive gift without knowing his daughter's true identity, it didn't make sense. Zhuang Jian didn't believe in special thoughts. Of course, more importantly, his daughter actually accepted it. You know, many people have given Zhuang Shuer gifts before, many of which are top quality, and some are better than power boots. However, Zhuang Shuer didn't even look at those gifts, let alone accepted. But now, she actually accepted the gift from Wang Hao. Could it be? Chapter 97 Unique Talent. Zhuang Jian restrained his gossip and continued to ask, aside from performing well on the virtual battlefield, what is his personality like? The previous inquiry may have been out of public motives. But now, Zhuang Jian is somewhat selfish. What kind of person is he? Not bad, Zhuang Shuer said. He's not as annoying as others. Zhuang Jian knew that the other people his daughter talked about were those who courted her, and even pursued her. People? By the way, Dad, why are you asking so many questions about Wang Hao? Zhuang Shuer asked, confused. Zhuang Jian thought for a moment, and said without hiding anything from his daughter, Wang Hao has completed the reward mission. The reward mission? Is it the reward mission issued by the city lord's palace? Zhuang Shuer's eyes widened instantly. Yeah. Zhuang Jian nodded. He doesn't want his life? Zhuang Shuer said in shock. Or is it that he doesn't know the dangers outside the city? How could he not know the dangers outside the city? His parents died while hunting out of the city. Zhuang Jian said, it's just that not long after he entered the virtual battlefield, he dared to go out of the city alone. At this time, I don't know whether to say that his courage is commendable, but that he is too reckless. Zhuang Shuer frowned. He frowned and thought to himself. Wang Hao was taking too much risk. However, Zhuang Shuer quickly thought of Wang Hao's reason for leaving the city. Reward. Wang Hao lives in a slum, and his economic situation is definitely not very good. However, the reward for this bounty mission in the city lord's mansion is very generous. The basic reward is 100 redemption points, and there is no upper limit. It is completely normal for Wang Hao to be excited because of the reward. This stinky guy. I wanted to help him before, but he didn't agree. Now it's better. I can sneak out of the city by myself and not be afraid of dying outside? Zhuang Shuer muttered in a low voice. When Zhuang Shuer decided to go to school, she would settle the score with Wang Hao. What are you muttering under your breath? Zhuang Jian asked. Nothing. Zhuang Shuer shook his head. Dad, is that why you ask me so many questions? Zhuang Jian nodded and said, Wang Hao is the only one who has completed the reward mission so far. This caused it attracted the curiosity and attention of many people, including City Master Wu. Everyone was curious about how he, a kid from the slums, accomplished this task. I guess he must have some unknown special means. There are people outside the city. Zhuang Jian and the others know how dangerous it is, especially when a large number of mutant beasts and zombies have gathered outside the city. The danger level outside the city has increased exponentially. In this case, those long-established masters are there is no return. Wang Hao, a young man who has just entered the virtual battlefield, has successfully completed the task. This is too outstanding, and it is normal to attract their attention. When Zhuang Shuer heard her father mention the word special means, her mind recalled Wang Hao's performance in the game just now. Dad, didn't I just mention that Wang Hao has a special ability in the game? Zhuang Shuer said. Special ability? Zhuang Jian's attention just now was attracted by the 4 rows mentioned by his daughter, but he didn't hear the other words clearly. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Our game is set in Peace City. You know the environment of Peace City. In this game, Peace City has jumped more than 10 times. Under normal circumstances, we should be content. At one point, it was developed steadily. But Wang Hao took us and took the initiative to fight out. Moreover, every time, he could accurately know which house there was someone in, and even accurately judge many times where the players in the building were. Exact location. So magical? Zhuang Jian looked surprised. The environment of Peace City is very complex. If you are not careful, you can easily get shot or ambushed by players. Therefore, players who jump to Peace City are generally more cautious, and will not launch a fierce attack unless they see specific traces of other players. Others I tend to be cautious all the time. As for Wang Hao, it is incredible that he can know which house there is someone in every time, and even know their precise location in the house. With his ability, he could walk sideways in Peace City, without worrying about being beaten or shot in the face. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Zhuang Jian leaned back slightly, leaned on the sofa, pondered for a while, and said, this may be his unique talent in the virtual battlefield. He has a different intuition for danger than ordinary people. This increases his ability to judge when facing danger, can also better protect himself. Perhaps this is the key to his daring to go out of the city alone to complete the bounty mission. Neither Zhuang Shuer nor Zhuang Jian took Wang Hao's behavior seriously. They have the ability to think about technology. In their position, they know better than ordinary people that it is completely impossible to cheat in the virtual battlefield. Not to mention that Wang Hao is just an ordinary person from the slums. Even with his extraordinary background, he is unable to cheat on the virtual battlefield. Many powerful people have tried this kind of attempt, but they have not succeeded. Wang Hao is naturally even more impossible. I have the same idea. Zhuang Shuer said, his intuition is very powerful. I played a few games with him, and achieved good results. No wonder you choose him as your regular teammate, Zhuang Jian said with a smile, but you'd better not talk about it everywhere, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble to him. The importance of such a virtual battlefield to human beings is self-evident. Things or people that help humans perform better on the virtual battlefield will receive great attention. And many people will even go out of their way to create ideas for these things or people. Wang Hao is still just an ordinary person living in the slums. He absolutely cannot resist the malicious intentions of other people with ulterior motives. Of course, Zhuang Jian's explanation was not only for Wang Hao, but also for their banker. Wang Hao's ability, whether on the virtual battlefield or in reality, is a great weapon. As long as Wang Hao develops normally, he will definitely be a super master in the future. But now, the people in their banker have discovered this first. And they have discovered it before Wang Hao develops. They can seize the opportunity first and establish a good relationship with Wang Hao first. In this way, their banker can be in the future, gain great benefits from this relationship. If he were just a master, Zhuang Jian wouldn't care so much. What he cares more about is that through this special ability, Wang Hao can obtain the best materials from the virtual battlefield and the virtual mall building, which are coveted things. Even their bankers cannot remain indifferent to those things. Chapter 98 Using Genetic Medicine. Of course I know this, Zhuang Shuer said. I'm just telling you. As for the other people, I won't reveal a word. Zhuang Shuer knows the darkness of human nature. Once Wang Hao's special ability exposure is likely to attract other people's prying eyes. If it's just to win over, it's fine. But if he has malicious intentions, then Wang Hao will be in trouble. Dad, you can't hurt Wang Hao. He is my friend, Zhuang Shuer warned. You don't even believe your dad anymore? Zhuang Jian smiled and said, how could I hurt my precious daughter's friends? Don't worry. Dad won't do that kind of thing. Zhuang Jian was not perfunctory with his daughter. He really did not want to hurt Wang Hao. His vision is not that short-sighted. Human society now needs masters, and also needs more and better materials. For a person with such potential as Wang Hao, Zhuang Jian will not hurt him, and will protect him secretly. What's more, now that Wang Hao has a good relationship with his daughter, this is also an opportunity for their banker. This relationship is not available to other forces. Therefore, Zhuang Jian does not need to do anything to hurt Wang Hao at all. He only needs to maintain this relationship. Just relationship. Even bring this relationship one step closer. Thinking of this, Zhuang Jian looked at his daughter with a more profound look. That's good. Zhuang Shuer didn't know what her father was thinking. Hearing his assurance, Zhuang Shuer expressed satisfaction. It's getting late. I'll go upstairs to rest first. Well, go ahead. Zhuang Jian nodded. Afterwards, Zhuang Shuer went upstairs holding the pair of power boots. Zhuang Jian was the only one left in the hall. He was not in a hurry to go back to his room to rest. Instead, he was thinking about the information he had just learned from his daughter, and thinking about things alone. At the same time, several planes took off from Silver Light City, and flew directly outside the city. After Wang Hao returned to his residence, Su Guangyuan had also returned. Wang Hao, why are you back so late? Su Guangyuan asked with concern. Going out for a walk, Wang Hao said. It's better to come back early in the future. There's been a bit of chaos in the city recently, Su Guangyuan said. Wang Hao nodded. Because of the huge threat posed by the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city, some survivors in the city had a mental breakdown. After their mentality collapsed, it was naturally easy to do some excessive things. What's more, they still lived in a slum where fish and dragons were mixed. However, they should be moving out soon. Wang Hao just gave Sun Yinfen a lot of things. Some of these things can be sold for exchange points, and some can only be sold for money, especially the materials on the mutated beasts. I think they can be sold for a considerable amount. With money, Wang Hao naturally wants to move out of here as soon as possible. Afterwards, the two participated in the OKQQ. Unfortunately, they failed to win the chicken in the end. However, they got a lot of elimination points and survival points. Therefore, they did not lose in this double queue. After the double row ended, Wang Hao was ready to go back. But before leaving, Wang Hao took out something and handed it to Su Guangyuan. What is this? Su Guangyuan looked at the shoes handed over by Wang Hao with some confusion. Power boots, Wang Hao said. Because of the auxiliary function, Wang Hao just got 2 pairs of power boots. One pair was given to Zhuang Shuer, and the other pair was not given to Sun Yinfen to sell, but was given to Su Guangyuan. Power boots are a good thing. Not only are they comfortable and fashionable, but they can also greatly increase your jumping ability. This ability may not be useful at ordinary times, but it can save lives at critical moments. This is why power boots are so popular. These are power boots? Su Guangyuan looked at the boots curiously. Before Wang Hao could enter the virtual battlefield, Su Guangyuan's journey to the virtual battlefield was not smooth. There were many things that he had only heard about, but had never seen before. And these power boots were one of them. Yes. Wang Hao nodded and said, This pear is for you. This is too expensive. Su Guangyuan hesitated. Although he and Wang Hao had a very good relationship. Not as good as brothers. But these power boots were too expensive for Su Guangyuan to dare to accept. It's expensive or not, Wang Hao said with a smile. It's just a pair of shoes. I already have a pair. These are for you. After saying that, Wang Hao put the power boots into Su Guangyuan's hands. This, stop this and that. Wang Hao waved his hands and said, It's getting late. I'll go back first. After saying that, Wang Hao left Su Guangyuan's house. After returning to his residence, Wang Hao had a quick bite to eat, and then started his solo queue. In solo queue, Wang Hao is always the most relaxed. He can play however he wants without worrying about his teammates, or worrying about his secrets being exposed. Therefore, his solo queue results are usually pretty good. The probability is also the highest. This time in solo queue, Wang Hao successfully won the chicken again. However, what he got from the airdrop box was not so satisfactory to Wang Hao. Apple. 10 in total. In the context of the apocalypse, fruit has become a luxury product that most people cannot afford or cannot eat. Being able to obtain fruit is a good reward for many people. However, in the context of the apocalypse, improving strength is always the first priority. First, therefore, eating this kind of fruit that does not improve your strength is actually not that attractive to ordinary people. After ordinary people receive this reward, in most cases, they will sell it. However, Wang Hao only got 10 of them this time, so there was no need to sell them. Wang Hao directly picked up one and took a sip. It tasted sweet and watery, and the texture was very good. Send a few to Su Guangyuan tomorrow, Wang Hao said to himself. When money pressure is not too great, occasional enjoyment is possible. After putting away the remaining apples, Wang Hao took out an injection, Power Gene Potion. Wang Hao had planned to use it before, but he was busy and forgot about it. Just when he was sorting out his backpack and giving the supplies in the backpack to Sun Yinfeng to sell at the entrance of the virtual mall building, Wang Hao discovered this forgotten treasure. Only Wang Hao could do such a thing. If other people had obtained the gene potion, they would have kept it as a treasure or sold it. Wang Hao would have just put it in his backpack and forgotten it. This thing is not effective. Wang Hao muttered, I should have asked Zhuang Xuer just now. She must know. After looking at it, Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves and injected it into his arm. Got this genetic potion. After the medicine was injected into his body, Wang Hao clearly felt a chill rising from his arms, and this chill quickly swept through his body. It took about a minute for the feeling to disappear. Chapter 99 Night Attack. Is this the end? Wang Hao, who was using genetic medicine for the first time, was a little unfamiliar with the process and effects. Wang Hao waved his fist, and his sense of strength increased significantly. He moved his body on the spot a few times, and he could clearly feel that his whole body was full of strength. Is this effect so obvious? Wang Hao said to himself with surprise on his face. The reason why this genetic potion was ignored by Wang Hao for so long was mainly because Wang Hao did not pay enough attention to it. Although he had learned about the effect of genetic potion from Su Guangyuan before, Wang Hao himself had never used it after all. Su Guangyuan, he had never used it before, so he was skeptical about Su Guangyuan's words. Su Guangyuan must have only learned about the effects of genetic medicine from other people's mouths. Su Guangyuan definitely didn't know the real effects. Therefore, Wang Hao actually does not have high expectations for genetic medicine. Perhaps this genetic medicine can improve the body, but it will not be too significant. But now, Wang Hao knows that he was wrong. Very wrong. The effect of this genetic potion is very magical. After using it, you can clearly feel the changes in your body. Wang Hao made a preliminary estimate that after using this genetic potion, his strength increased by at least 2 to 3 times. This is a very scary increase. No wonder the genetic medicine is so scarce and precious. The effect is really terrifying. Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel. The effect of using one gene potion is so obvious. If you use a few more, how strong will the effect be? It's unimaginable. It's a pity that Wang Hao only has this one now. If he wants to get it, in his current situation, unless he is lucky, there is no other possibility. However, luck is something you cannot decide by yourself. Wang Hao smiled and took a rest. In the middle of the night, Wang Hao was suddenly shocked by a gunshot. This slum is really chaotic. But someone actually used a gun? Wang Hao complained. In fact, the city is not always peaceful, especially in places like slums, which are very chaotic. But in the past, no matter how chaotic it was, guns were rarely used. If you use guns, people can easily die. Usually, conflicts usually involve fighting. And at most they use knives. For in this situation, the defenders in the city basically turned a blind eye. But if guns were used, the defenders in the city would take action. Wrong. Just as Wang Hao was complaining secretly, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The gunshot came from next door. And the person living next door to him was none other than Su Guangyuan. Wang Hao immediately stood up, took out a gun from his backpack, and then went out without hesitation and walked towards Su Guangyuan's home. Through perspective, there are 4 people in Su Guangyuan's family. One of them must be Su Guangyuan, and the other 3 should be uninvited guests. It's a pity that perspective can only see people in the house. But everyone's appearance cannot be seen. Under the auxiliary function of perspective, what he sees is a scene similar to a shadow. He can see people's figures and movements, but their faces, and what they are doing specifically cannot be seen. However, at least he can be sure that there are indeed uninvited guests at Su Guangyuan's house. Wang Hao tightened the gun in his hand. His expression was slightly nervous, and after taking a deep breath, Wang Hao activated his invisibility and sneaked into Su Guangyuan's home. Wang Hao was very familiar with Su Guangyuan's home. He came here as often as he went back to his own home. He looked for people, and soon saw several people in the hall. At this time, Su Guangyuan had been knocked to the ground. Blood was flowing on his arms, and the clothes on his arms were stained red. His face was extremely pale, which should be caused by excessive blood loss. Next to Su Guangyuan, there was a person who was rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The other 2 people went to Su Guangyuan's room and were also looking for things. Seeing this situation, Wang Hao changed his gun into a dagger, then came behind the man who was rummaging through boxes in the hall, covered his mouth with one hand, held the dagger in the other, and stabbed the man's neck fiercely. Phew! The dagger entered the body and blood surged. Under the severe pain, the man twisted his body wildly, trying to break free from Wang Hao's control. However, Wang Hao, who had just used the 2nd-level power gene potion, had greatly increased his strength. No matter how hard the man struggled, it was of no avail. Su Guangyuan, whose face was full of despair, heard the movement and looked over subconsciously. When he saw Wang Hao, he was stunned. When did Wang Hao come in? He didn't even see it. Wang Hao let go of the big man who had stopped struggling, and made a silent gesture towards Su Guangyuan. Although Su Guangyuan was curious and shocked, he nodded in understanding and swallowed back the words he was about to say. Third son, what are you doing? Search quickly. The city guards will be here soon. A scolding voice came from the room. Obviously, Su Guangyuan was not the only one who heard the noise. The 2 people who were searching for things in the room also heard the noise. However, they did not think that their companion had died, and they only thought that he was messing around and wasting time. Wang Hao quietly walked to the door of the room. As he took the initiative to attack, his invisibility effect had disappeared. If he was not careful, he would be discovered by the 2 people in the room. This is reality. If you burp here, you will really die. So, Wang Hao had to be careful. After arriving at the door of the bedroom, Wang Hao saw 2 big men rummaging with their backs to him. They did not realize that an uninvited guest had come behind them, and they were still rummaging through the boxes and cabinets for things. Chance. When Wang Hao saw this scene, he took out the gun again without hesitation, aimed at one of them, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots were fired in succession, and the man died without even struggling. After killing one person, Wang Hao immediately turned his gun and aimed at the 2nd person. At this time, that person was still in shock and did not react. Bang, bang, bang. There was another burst of gunfire, and the 3rd person was also shot dead on the spot by Wang Hao. After these few days of practical training on the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao's marksmanship has improved. What's more, the 2 men are no more than 3 meters away from him at this time. It is difficult to miss at such a close distance. Wang Hao, who was cautious, first checked the situation of the 3 people and made sure that they had died completely before he came to Su Guangyuan's side. Wang Hao, why are you here? Su Guangyuan finally asked the question he wanted to ask before. I was sleeping. I came here when I heard the gunshot. Wang Hao tore the clothes off Su Guangyuan's arms and said, What the hell is going on? While speaking, Wang Hao had already taken out the clothes from his backpack. The bandage helped Su Guangyuan wrap up his wounds. This thing's blood recovery effect is average in the game, but in reality, its hemostatic effect is very good, which actually increases its value. Chapter 100 Takeaway for Investigation. A few little rubbish. Su Guangyuan said through gritted teeth. They probably have been eyeing my motorcycle for a long time. After entering the house, they asked me for the key. I didn't want to give it. So they shot and threatened. I could only give them the key. As a result, these bastards refused to leave after taking the key, and then searched for my things. At this point, Su Guangyuan felt a lingering fear. Wang Hao, if you hadn't arrived in time today, I might have died here. These people are obviously desperados. Everyone knows that they can't shoot casually in the city. But these people did not hesitate when they fired. After they finish searching, they will probably shoot Su Guangyuan again. Got to know him. Wang Hao has bandaged the wound at this time. The good hemostatic effect of the bandage is taking effect, and the bleeding speed of the wound has obviously slowed down. You still have a bullet in your arm. It's not enough to stop the bleeding. It must be taken out, Wang Hao said. Let's go to the hospital now. Wang Hao can help stop the bleeding, but he can't take out the bullet, okay? I have to go to the hospital. Wait a minute. Su Guangyuan stopped Wang Hao's movement. There were a lot of shots fired here just now. They must have alerted the city guards. They should be arriving. Sure enough, as soon as Su Guangyuan finished speaking, something came from outside. Messy footsteps. Immediately afterwards, a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in. After seeing the scene in the house, they immediately controlled Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. Neither Wang Hao nor Su Guangyuan struggled. In the current situation, if they struggled, it would easily cause misunderstandings. The best way is to cooperate with these people and then find an opportunity to explain. Soon, a middle-aged man with the rank of platoon leader walked in. He first took a look at the situation in the room, and then looked at Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan indifferently. What's going on? Did you just shoot? Sir, I am a resident here. When he got the chance to speak, Su Guangyuan immediately said, these three people suddenly broke in the middle of the night and wanted to rob me. They also fired the first shot. This is my friend. He is here. We shot to save ourselves, not to cause trouble. You killed all three of them? Come back with me first, the middle-aged man said and turned around. Leave. Wait. Wang Hao saw this and immediately said, I killed these three people. I will go back with you to investigate. My friend is injured. He needs treatment now. Can you send him to the hospital? Did you kill all three of them? The middle-aged man was obviously surprised. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. However, the middle-aged man looked at Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan, shook his head, and said, no. He is a resident here, and the incident happened because of him. He must go back with us to be investigated. When the investigation is clear, we will send him to the hospital. But his injuries. Wang Hao was still worried. Wang Hao. I'm fine. Su Guangyuan quickly advised Wang Hao. Don't worry. He only injured his arm. It's not a fatal injury. He won't die, the middle-aged man said calmly. But if you keep dragging it on like this, it's none of my business. Wang Hao looked at it, looking at Su Guangyuan. He nodded. Later, the two were taken away for investigation. The investigation process went smoothly. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan quickly completed the transcripts. Although the three people were dead, and there was no evidence of their deaths, the incident happened at Su Guangyuan's house, and the scene was a mess. So the matter was easy to straighten out. Did you really kill those three people by yourself? The middle-aged man who led the team before appeared in front of Wang Hao again. Yes. That was the truth. And there was no need for Wang Hao to lie. The middle-aged man looked Wang Hao up and down, and then said, those three are habitual criminals. They often fight. They have rich fighting experience and are strong. They have guns and hostages in their hands. You can actually kill them. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Sir, you are joking. If I were not an ordinary person, how could I live in a slum? The middle-aged man was startled for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. The matter is over. You and your friends can leave. Remember, try not to shoot in the city in the future. Not every time. If you want to shoot someone or kill someone, you can go outside the city, where no one will care about you. The reason why Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were able to escape so smoothly this time was mainly because the three people had criminal records, and the case was illegal. The incident took place at Su Guangyuan's home. If this incident had occurred during the day and elsewhere in the city, it would most likely have been classified as a fight. In that case, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan would not be able to escape their involvement. Wang Hao nodded to express his understanding. Later, Wang Hao sent Su Guangyuan to the hospital, where the bullet in Su Guangyuan's arm was taken out. Although his face was pale, his physical condition was recovering. What happened at night reminded us that the slums are becoming more and more unsafe. Su Guangyuan leaned on the recliner and said, originally, the slums were relatively chaotic. But now, because of the large-scale gathering of mutant beasts and zombies, the residents in the slums have become more and more unsafe. My nerves are on the verge of collapse. There have been more and more troubles here recently, and the troubles have become more and more fierce. But I happen to be targeted. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. This thing seems to be an accident. But in fact, it is not accidental. The threats outside the city are increasing, which will continue to stimulate the nerves of the people in the city. Because everyone knows that once mutant beasts and zombies enter the city, most people in the city will die, especially those living in slums, who will bear the brunt. Under this kind of stimulation, people with weak endurance are going crazy. They are going to die anyway. So who cares about the control in the city? Why not just do whatever you want? There are actually quite a few such people, especially in the slums. When Wang Hao was still on Earth, he also watched many doomsday-themed movies. When the end of the world comes, there will always be people who can't stand the excitement and break free from the constraints of the law, wanton destruction or even murder. The evil in people's hearts will be completely inspired and even expanded in times of despair. This is what is happening in the slums now. Even without what happened at night, this place is becoming more and more unsafe. And we must move out of here as soon as possible. I have thought of a way. We will move to the civilian area soon. Wang Hao said to Su Guangyuan, it will be safer there than here. Wang Hao didn't want to think that he was sleeping well in the middle of the night. But suddenly he was exposed. After all, they were actually lucky to have done this at night. If the other party directly beat Su Guangyuan to death after entering the house, Wang Hao wouldn't even have a chance to save him. And it's not like this won't happen. Chapter 101 Get rid of it as soon as possible. If the city gate is breached, there will indeed be no big difference between the slums and the civilian areas. But before that, the civilian areas are still safer than the slums. The security there is better, and the environment is better. Moreover, although there are a large number of mutant beasts and zombies gathered outside the city, it may not be possible to break through the city gate. There are also many defenders in the city. Now that they know the situation outside the city, they are setting up a defense system to defend the Silver Light. The possibility of the city is still not small. Have you thought of a way? Su Guangyuan looked at Wang Hao in surprise. You know, moving to a civilian area requires a lot of money, especially under the current circumstances. People in the city know the dangers outside the city and want to stay as far away from the city gate as possible. It is naturally more difficult to go to civilian areas and wealthy areas. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao's method is naturally to raise money by selling supplies. Sun Yanfeng should have been working hard to sell supplies. As long as those supplies can be sold, Wang Hao will have money. With money, it will be easier to move to a civilian area. Su Guangyuan nodded, with expectation in his eyes. He can refuse Uncle Gao's invitation, but he will not refuse Wang Hao's help. His relationship with Wang Hao is obviously better. Over the years, it is not an exaggeration to say that the two have depended on each other. After Su Guangyuan rested for a while, he went home accompanied by Wang Hao. It was already dark at this time. Wang Hao still rested today, and there was no need to rush to school. I'm afraid I won't be able to play with you in today's double row. Su Guangyuan shook his tightly bandaged right hand. The real-life injury was also affected on the virtual battlefield. Su Guangyuan's right hand was hung up, which was obviously not suitable for holding a gun. It's okay. Just take good care of yourself, Wang Hao said, after settling in Su Guangyuan's house. Wang Hao left Su Guangyuan's home and immediately called Sun Yanfeng. How are the sales going? Wang Hao asked straight to the point. It went very well. Sun Yanfeng's words were full of joy. Among the things you brought back, there are many good things. And these things have a good market. This time, both of us are going to distribute them. There are two ways for Sun Yanfeng to cooperate with sellers. One is to directly spend money and exchange points to buy the supplies from the seller, and then resell them himself. As for whether he sells more or sells less, it has nothing to do with the seller. How much he can earn depends on Sun Yanfeng ability. The second is that Sun Yanfeng helps the seller sell goods. He gets commission. The more he sells, the more he earns. Similarly, the seller can also earn more. On the contrary, both he and the seller will earn less. This kind of risk-sharing cooperation model, the cooperation between Wang Hao and Sun Yanfeng, falls into the second category. It's not that Sun Yinfeng doesn't want to buy it directly, but because Wang Hao's goods this time are plentiful and good. He has only just started, and he really doesn't have much spare money in his hand, which is not enough to buy Wang Hao's things directly. When will it be sold out soon? Wang Hao ignored the excited Sun Yinfeng. He was only concerned about when he could get the money. Are you in urgent need of money? Sun Yinfeng also understood the meaning of Wang Hao's words. Yes. Wang Hao said, I live in a slum now. Do you understand? I understand. Sun Yinfeng said seriously, I will ship the goods as soon as possible. But in this way, you may have to make a lot less money. Of course Sun Yinfeng understood. Recently, due to the large-scale gathering of mutant beasts and zombies outside the city, many people living in slums want to move there. Wang Hao obviously also has this plan. However, Sun Yinfeng did not expect that Wang Hao would actually live in a slum. When he thought about it, Wang Hao would live in a civilian area at worst, or even from a wealthy area. It's okay to make less. There will be more opportunities to make money in the future. Wang Hao said, the most important thing now is to sell those things as soon as possible. Okay. Since you said that, then I understand. Sun Yinfeng said, today at the fastest, tomorrow at the slowest. I will sell all these things for you. Thank you. Wang Hao said. Because of the way the two cooperate, shipping at a cheap price will not only cause Wang Hao losses, but Sun Yinfeng will also be affected. After all, under this cooperation model, how much Sun Yinfeng earns directly depends on the final transaction price. Why are you so polite? Sun Yinfeng said with a smile. Then I'll go and get busy. You wait for my good news. Okay. After hanging up the phone from Sun Yinfeng, Wang Hao originally planned to play a game of solo queue first. He planned to play a game of solo queue today. I finished all 3 games in the morning, and then went to school for extra practice in the afternoon. Whether it's because of the college entrance examination or because of the increasingly dangerous mutant beasts and zombies outside the city, improving his strength is Wang Hao's most urgent priority at the moment. However, before Wang Hao could enter the game, Zhuang Shuer called. Wang Hao, where are you? Zhuang Shuer asked. I'm at home. Okay. I'll go find you now. Zhuang Shuer said. No. Wang Hao immediately stopped the other party. I'll go find you. Let's meet at the entrance of the virtual mall building. Today's slums are not peaceful. Even during the day, violent incidents often occur. Zhuang Shuer, a beautiful girl who was born into a wealthy family. If she appeared here, she would probably become a fat sheep in the eyes of some people. Okay. Zhuang Shuer didn't force it, although she was quite curious about Wang Hao's residence. More than 20 minutes later, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer met again at the entrance of the virtual mall building. Enter the game, Wang Hao said. Wait a minute. Zhuang Shuer was not in a hurry to enter the game, but asked, I heard that you left the city yesterday? You know this? Wang Hao said in surprise. He had never talked about this matter with Zhuang Shuer, and not many people knew that he was leaving the city. Zhuang Shuer was really well informed, and he found out so quickly. Just tell me if you have it, Zhuang Shuer said. That's true, Wang Hao said. There is nothing to hide about this matter. He didn't tell Zhuang Shuer before, not because he thought it couldn't be said, but because he thought it was unnecessary. Now that Zhuang Shuer already knew it, there was no need to deny it. Is this really true? Zhuang Shuer said. So, you showed up here yesterday not to visit the mall, but to hand in a mission? Absolutely, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao, you are so courageous. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao with wide eyes and said, you are only about Bronze 4. And you have only entered the virtual battlefield a few days ago. And yet you dare to leave the city. And you are really not afraid of death when you go out of the city alone. At such a dangerous time. Zhuang Shuer was both shocked and emotional. It was rare to see someone like Wang Hao. Chapter 102, Today's Arrangements. Afraid of death. Of course I am afraid of death, Wang Hao said with a smile. However, since I dare to leave the city, I must be sure that I can come back alive. Everyone who leaves the city, before leaving the city, is like you. So confident, Zhuang Shuer said angrily. Wang Hao smiled. It seemed that this was really the case. You are still too reckless in this matter, Zhuang Shuer said. If you are short of money or exchange points, you can tell me, and I will help you solve it. There is no need to leave the city now. It's not like you don't know that you are outside the city now. How dangerous it is. I know. I won't leave the city again during this period. Without the bounty mission, Wang Hao would naturally not venture out of the city again. Secondly, Wang Hao has personally experienced the dangers outside the city. He will not take risks again before further improving his strength. Not every time you are as lucky as last time. I hope what you said is true, Zhuang Shuer said. Now can you tell me how you knew about this matter? Wang Hao said. Not many people should know about this matter. You are too well informed. Wang Hao was very concerned about Zhuang Shuer's identity. Curiosity, being able to easily take out tens of thousands of exchange points, and even being able to help a slum dweller settle in a wealthy area are not something ordinary people can do. Zhuang Shuer's identity is obviously extraordinary. A friend of mine just happened to see you entering the city lord's mansion. Zhuang Shuer blinked and looked at Wang Hao with a harmless look on his face. As a person living in a slum, you usually don't want to enter the city lord's mansion. It's so easy. Only by accepting the reward mission can you have a chance to enter the city lord's palace. Is this true? Wang Hao didn't believe it. Of course. Otherwise, what else could it be like? Zhuang Shuer said. Okay. Let's start rowing for quickly. I can't wait. I can't wait. You still have so many questions before? Wang Hao whispered. But he didn't dare to let Zhuang Shuer hear. Afterwards, the two entered the virtual battlefield for 4 rows. This time, they were still randomly matched with teammates. The matched teammates were average in strength. Not too strong. And not too stretched. They were at the level of ordinary players. If you fight hard against someone, you don't have the strength to win. This is actually the true level of most players. Most players, on the virtual battlefield, do not have the strength to compete one-on-one with the masters. It is almost impossible to win with a head-on steel gun. However, if they follow their teammates closely and cooperate with them, they can fight with more than less, or with equal numbers. Sometimes, they can still make some contributions. This was the case for the two teammates Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer met in this game. They had almost no communication during the whole process. They only occasionally marked other players or roadside vehicles they saw and did not interact much. However, once Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer opened fire with other players, they all came to support immediately. Wang Hao is already very satisfied with the performance of his two passerby teammates. It's a pity that they failed to win the chicken in this round. The two passerby teammates were still a bit inferior in strength and fell before they reached the finals. Although Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer reached the finals, they died because they were outnumbered. Under random gunfire. Fortunately, all 4 players did not lose in this game. Especially Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. The number of eliminations reached double digits. Wang Hao even reached 21 kills. At the same time, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer's cooperation became more and more tacit. At the beginning, it was basically Wang Hao who performed, and Zhuang Shuer couldn't keep up with Wang Hao's rhythm. Although Zhuang Shuer was already a little master, Wang Hao had auxiliary functions to help him, so his rhythm was naturally faster than that of ordinary people. It's fast, because he doesn't have to look forward and backward, and doesn't have to worry about being ambushed or being beaten from behind. Zhuang Shuer doesn't dare to fight like this. Therefore, the rhythm of the two is often inconsistent. Generally, Wang Hao is about the same, and Zhuang Shuer is about the same. Only then did he join the fight. But after a few days of running in, the two of them cooperated more and more tacitly, and Zhuang Shuer was gradually able to keep up with Wang Hao's rhythm. The main reasons for this were: first, Zhuang Shuer gradually became familiar with Wang Hao's habits. And secondly, the most important point is that Zhuang Shuer trusts Wang Hao more and more. When Wang Hao rushes, she will rush with him. When Wang Hao retreats, she will immediately do it. Even if he is licking his bag, she will not hesitate. It is precisely because of this trust that Zhuang Shuer can always keep up with Wang Hao's pace without slowing down the rhythm. Wang Hao also lived up to her trust, and was able to make the best choice under the current circumstances every time. Zhuang Shuer discovered that she and Wang Hao had basically never been stolen from behind. Nor had they been tricked by Lao Lu. The reason why they couldn't eat chicken every time was because they were unlucky and encountered siege. In that case, there was nothing the gods could do. Such a result also made Zhuang Shuer trust Wang Hao more and more. And at the same time, she became more convinced that Wang Hao really had a keen intuition for danger. It's a pity. It was just a little bit close. Wang Hao, who returned to reality, still looked annoyed. It's not that he cares about the extra rewards of the 10 redemption points, but that among the 3 assistants this time, one of them made his heart move. He originally wanted to keep it forever after eating the chicken, but in the end, he failed to eat the chicken. This reservation, the opportunity is naturally gone. The only good news is that in this game, Wang Hao added 29 points in the fourth row. His points in the fourth row successfully exceeded 1,400, reaching 1,417 points. And his rank reached Bronze 3. This is the highest rank among his 3 modes. No one can do anything about the situation just now. Zhuang Xuer didn't know what Wang Hao regretted. She only thought that Wang Hao was upset because he didn't get first place and didn't get the chance to touch the airdrop box. Wang Hao nodded and did not explain to Zhuang Xuer. What are your plans today? After the 4 platoons finished fighting, it was almost time for the 2 of them to part ways. However, today is the weekend and the school is not open. Zhuang Xuer has no other arrangements for the time being and asked Wang Hao. I plan to use up all 3 opportunities to enter the virtual battlefield in the morning, and then go to school to practice driving and target shooting in the afternoon. Wang Hao said to Zhuang Xuer. Teacher Ding is very kind to you, and you were right not to leave class 12. Zhuang Xuer said. The school is closed on weekends, unless a special permit is obtained. Wang Hao can go to practice extra. Naturally, he has this privilege. Ding Yuning must be responsible for this. Wang Hao smiled. He did not regret his previous choice. Ding Yuning was really good to him. Let's go together in the afternoon. I have nothing to do anyway. Zhuang Xuer said. Okay. Zhuang Xuer is also very valued in school, so she definitely has this kind of privilege. Chapter 103 Duo with Zhuang Xuer. Do you want a double Q? When Zhuang Xuer was about to leave, Wang Hao spoke with some embarrassment. Huh? Zhuang Xuer looked at Wang Hao doubtfully. My partner in the double row with me is injured. I may have to find another double row teammate in the next few days. Wang Hao explained, of course. If you don't have time, forget it. I will find someone else. Wang Hao knew after leaving Xiao Tianlei aside. Zhuang Xuer found another teammate in the double row. When he asked Zhuang Xuer, he just tried to ask. If Zhuang Xuer didn't have time, forget it. If he had time, that would be the best. After all, the 2 have now developed a tacit understanding, and the winning rate of playing games together will be higher. I have time. Zhuang Xuer said immediately. I haven't played the double row today yet. Then your double row teammate. It's okay. I just want to say hello to her. There is no shortage of games to play with. Zhuang Xuer said casually. That's good. Wang Hao nodded. Later, the 2 teamed up again. But this time, they were in a double row instead of a 4-row row. This is the first time for Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer to play in double Q. In the 4th line, they have established a certain tacit understanding. And in double Q, this tacit understanding is particularly precious. First of all, they don't need to consider other teammates. The 2 of them play at the same pace. Random teammates in the 4-row group every time often can't keep up with their pace. Secondly, this is a double row, and other players can only work in teams of 2 at most. They no longer have to worry about the situation of using less to defeat more. In a 2-on-2 situation, Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer are worthy of everyone. When it comes to the game Battlefield, this is indeed the case. Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer cooperated tacitly, with Wang Hao using the perspective auxiliary function. The 2 pushed forward and looked at each other. In this round, Wang Hao no longer chose to divide or develop steadily. After collecting the supplies, he drove Zhuang Xuer across the map to find people in his car. With the auxiliary function of perspective, it was much easier for him to find people than others. If the 2 of them meet someone, they will fight. And if they fight, they will win. The 2 dared to fight anyone without encountering siege. In the end, in this game, Wang Hao killed 37 people and Zhuang Xuer also killed 21 people. The 2 of them killed 58 people in total. This is definitely a shocking elimination number. More than half of the people on the entire island died under their guns. Although this is only a low-level fish pond game. Even so, not everyone can achieve such a high kill. This requires not only strength, but also luck. The vast majority of people will not be able to touch 58 players in one game, let alone kill 58 players. Yeah. Number 1. Zhuang Xuer's face was flushed, and she was extremely excited. This game was definitely the most enjoyable one she had ever played. Throughout the game, they were either killing people or on their way to kill people. The pace was very fast. The one who started this fast pace was naturally Wang Hao. If it's not that Zhuang Xuer and Wang Hao have developed some tacit understanding in the past few days, she really can't keep up with Wang Hao's rhythm. It wasn't Zhuang Xuer's first time to get first place, but it was her first time to get first place by playing so smoothly and crushing her all the way. One can imagine the excitement in Zhuang Xuer's heart. Touch the box. Wang Hao smiled. Wang Hao is also very satisfied with this game. Although he likes to play in double queue with Su Guangyuan. It has to be said that Zhuang Shuer's strength, talent and consciousness are better than Su Guangyuan. So playing in double queue with Zhuang Shuer, Wang Hao played very comfortably. Zhuang Shuer knew how to cooperate with Wang Hao's movements or words. This is talent and tacit understanding. Not something ordinary people can have. The reason why Wang Hao took the initiative to invite Zhuang Shuer to double queue today was not only because Su Guangyuan was accidentally injured, but he also had the idea of trying the effect of two people in double queue. If the effect is good, then they will definitely be teammates in double queue for the college entrance examination. If the effect is not good, both of them may have to find other people as double row teammates. There are only a few days before the college entrance examination, and they must confirm this matter as soon as possible. The final result made Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer very satisfied, and they both confirmed that each other was their double row teammate for the college entrance examination. Okay. Zhuang Shuer was not polite to Wang Hao and immediately stepped forward to touch the airdrop box. However, Zhuang Shuer was not very lucky this time and only touched some steamed buns. Zhuang Shuer was a little disappointed, but she soon returned to normal. In this game, she had earned a lot of redemption points, and the game experience was even better. It didn't matter if she couldn't get good things. Low-level airdrops, it was not easy to find the best items in the box. Most of them were food and low-end weapons. It was normal for her to touch the steamed buns. This steamed bun looks pretty good, Wang Hao said with a smile. It's still steaming. Do you want to try it? Zhuang Shuer said with a smile. It's not impossible. As he spoke, Wang Hao had already put his hand into the airdrop box. And soon, he took his hand back again. 2 bowls of braised beef noodles. These 2 bowls of noodles are also steaming. It seems that your luck is no better than mine. Seeing that what Wang Hao touched was also food, Zhuang Shuer smiled even more happily. Is this because the two of us have played 2 games in a row? Are we afraid that we will be hungry? Wang Hao said with a smile. It's possible. Afterwards, the two were teleported back to reality. As for the auxiliary functions, Wang Hao did not retain them permanently. The reason was naturally because he was not very satisfied with the 3 auxiliary functions given in this round. To be precise, the 3 auxiliary functions randomly obtained in this game are not what Wang Hao is currently in urgent need of. So he naturally does not need to choose to retain them. After returning to reality, the two found a place and finished 2 bowls of noodles and a few extra steamed buns. Playing Virtual Battlefield is a laborious task. It's not just about moving your fingers in front of the mobile phone screen. It requires being immersed in the scene. Whether you are fighting or rushing on the virtual battlefield, it requires physical strength. After a game, you will be tired. This is why almost all schools care about physical training. If your physical fitness cannot keep up in the virtual battlefield, it's a big disadvantage. After playing 2 games in a row, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer used up a lot of their physical strength. It was necessary to eat something to replenish their energy and take a rest. After eating, Zhuang Shuer's phone rang. After answering the phone, Zhuang Shuer said goodbye to Wang Hao. My friend is looking for me. Let's meet at school this afternoon. Okay. Then Zhuang Shuer left. However, Wang Hao was not in a hurry to leave. Besides having a solo queue game, he had nothing else to do in the morning. So he simply took a stroll here. Chapter 104 Zhuang Shuer's best friend. Shuer. Here, in front of a shopping mall in a wealthy area, Yu Qianing, wearing a long white dress, stepped on her feet and waved her arms. Her graceful figure attracted the attention of passers-by. Why did you call me here? Zhuang Shuer came to Yu Qianing and asked. We are best friends. Can I call you if I have nothing to do? Yu Qianing held Zhuang Shuer's arm and asked with a smile. Yes, I can. But you also know that I am about to take the college entrance examination. Every day before the exam is very important. Zhuang Shuer said. I still have a lot of things to review and practice. I can relax after the college entrance examination. Yu Qianing looked at Zhuang Shuer and said. You are the daughter of a banker. What university do you want to go to? Isn't it just a matter of words? Do you need to work so hard? Young master, this is not the first day you have met me. I am that. Are you raising people? Zhuang Shuer rolled her eyes at her best friend. Okay. I'm wrong. Yu Qianing said with a smile. However, no matter how busy you are with studying, you have to take a break. Right? Only by combining work and rest can you learn better. Today is the weekend, so I called you here specially out for shopping. The rich area is not just a shopping mall like the virtual mall. There are many large and small shopping malls in the rich area. There are many people in these shopping malls. Inside, I can't feel any apocalyptic atmosphere. Zhuang Shuer thought for a while and said, "Okay, but it's only half a day in the morning. I have to go to school in the afternoon. Isn't today the weekend? You still have to go to school? I'm going to practice extra." "You're awesome." Yu Qianing gave Zhuang Shuer a thumbs up. "She is indeed my best friend." Zhuang Shuer rolled her eyes at Yu Qianing. The two walked together, chatting as they walked. Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing are both top beauties. Just one of them can attract the attention of many people. Now that the two of them are together, the rate of turning heads has soared. There are many people who want to strike up a conversation. However, looking at the clothes of Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing, anyone with a sharp eye can tell that these two people definitely have extraordinary family backgrounds and cannot be matched by ordinary people. "By the way, which university are you going to apply for?" Yu Qianing asked casually. "We haven't decided yet," Zhuang Shuer said. "The college entrance examination is about to take place." "You haven't decided which university you want to apply for yet?" Yu Qianing said. "How about you come to University A? The two of us will be alumni. University A is the best in Silver City. It's not a bad idea to go to university." Yu Qianing and Zhuang Shuer are best friends. In terms of age, Yu Qianing is 1 year older than Zhuang Shuer. She is now a freshman. And the university Yu Qianing is studying at is. It is the best university in Silver City, a university. "I'll think about it again." Zhuang Shuer did not answer immediately. In fact, the ideal university in her heart was University A. But she was not completely sure. Of course, as long as she wanted to go to University A, even if she failed to get into it, she can still go to college. But she doesn't want to rely on family connections to go to college. In addition, there is another reason. "What else are you considering?" Yu Qianing said. "Don't you want our best friends to go to the same university? Moreover, University A is really good. And all the resources are top in the city. It is absolutely right to choose University A." "Okay. Let's talk about this later." Zhuang Shuer smiled. "Okay." Seeing that Zhuang Shuer didn't want to say more, Yu Qianing stopped dwelling on the topic. "By the way, are you going to play double Q in the morning or at night? If you have to go back to school in the afternoon, then you must not be there. It's time." Yu Qianing is Zhuang Shuer's new double row teammate. Hearing Yu Qianing's words, Zhuang Shuer looked embarrassed. "Well, Sister Qianing, there is something I want to tell you." "Hey, I've called you. It seems that you did it. Something is wrong. Or you are asking for something from me." Yu Qianing looked at Zhuang Shuer with a little surprise and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Although Yu Qianing was 1 year older than Zhuang Shuer, the two of them were very different. When we usually get along, we rarely use the term sister and sister. Only in special circumstances, we will use the title sister or sister. The two of them were so familiar. And now that Zhuang Shuer said this, Yu Qianing immediately knew that what Zhuang Shuer was about to say was unusual. "Well, I've already played double row today," Zhuang Shuer said embarrassedly. "Sister Qianing, you can find someone else to play. Have you already played double row?" Yu Qianing said in surprise. Didn't you say that you will form a double row team with me in the future?" "For you, I abandoned my previous double row teammates. I'm sorry, Sister Qianing," Zhuang Shuer said. "I'll team up with you again. In a few days?" Yu Qianing was even more surprised. "You mean, you will be playing in a double queue with others in the next few days?" "Yes." Zhuang Shuer, nodding kindly. "Who on earth stole my precious sister?" Yu Qianing feigned anger. "Tell me which sister it is. I want to duel with her." "Not a sister," Zhuang Shuer said. "Not sisters?" Yu Qianing was stunned. "Could they be men?" "Yes." Zhuang Shuer nodded. "Could it be that you turned back and teamed up with that Xiao or something again?" Yu Qianing asked. Yu Qianing knew that Zhuang Shuer had formed a double queue with Xiao Tianlei before. "It's not him." Zhuang Shuer shook his head. "I will never double queue with him in the future. Ever." Zhuang Shuer originally paired up with Xiao Tianlei, and it was also arranged by the class teacher Zhao Feng. When the class teacher came forward, Zhuang Shuer was not too easy to refuse. Not to mention, Xiao Tianlei's level is also good, and the two of them are classmates. So it is naturally more convenient to double queue together. But Zhuang Shuer didn't expect Xiao Tianlei to be that kind of person. Ever since she recognized Xiao Tianlei's personality, Zhuang Shuer had completely given up the idea of playing double queue with Xiao Tianlei. even though Zhao Fang later talked to her, hoping that she could continue to play double Q with Xiao Tianlei, but was rejected by Zhuang Shuer. In short, it is impossible for Zhuang Shuer to double Q with Xiao Tianlei again. If it's not him, who is that? Yu Qianing became even more confused. You have a new love? Go. What new love? That's a classmate. Zhuang Shuer said with a slight blush. TSK. 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 It's not normal. It's definitely not normal. Yu Qianing looked at Zhuang Shuer and said, You're actually blushing. Are you shy? This is the first time I've seen you with such an expression. There must be something wrong. Don't talk nonsense. It's nothing. Zhuang Shuer said, He is my teammate in the double and fourth rows of the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I will play with him more to practice our tacit understanding. It's not what you think. That's right. So, I misunderstood you? What if he always wants to play with you? Zhuang Shuer. You hesitated? There really is a situation. Chapter 105 Spare Tire. Yu Qianing looked at Zhuang Shuer with excitement, as if she had discovered a new world. Zhuang Shuer did hesitate. She wanted to say that she would choose Yu Qianing as a double-row teammate. But when she imagined the scene in her mind when Wang Hao invited her to be a long-term double-row teammate, she found that she couldn't say it at all. He has a double-row teammate. His teammate is injured. It is not convenient to enter the game these days. Zhuang Shuer said, He will not ask me to be a regular double-row teammate. In other words, if he seeks you if you become a regular teammate in the double row, you will agree. Right? Yu Qianing said. Zhuang Shuer fell silent. Silence represents acquiescence. You Zhuang Shuer. You value sex over friends. Yu Qianing scolded with a smile. You are using me as a spare tire. People don't want you. So you came to me for double Q. If people want you, you turn around immediately. No way. Zhuang Shuer was embarrassed by Yu Qianing. That's the truth, Yu Qianing said. But I'm even more curious. If that's the case, wouldn't you also be a spare tire? Zhuang Shuer was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was really the case. TSK. 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 Yu Qianing smiled even more happily. I am very curious about that boy now. What kind of boy is it that our Miss Zhuang is willing to be a spare tire? This is really incredible. If people who know you know this, their jaws will drop. Yu Qianing was not really angry. Her family background was not ordinary. People like her and Zhuang Shuer didn't have to worry about their teammates. Even if you can't find it yourself, you can ask your family to help introduce experts. Zhuang Shuer has not yet taken the college entrance examination, so the selection of candidates is limited. For the college entrance examination, high school students must be given priority when selecting people. But Yu Qianing, but there is no such restriction. There are many masters in a dolly, and her family can also make arrangements. Therefore, even if Zhuang Shuer leaves her to form a team with others, there will be no loss for her, let alone what harm will be done. What Yu Qianing cares about most at this time is not that Zhuang Shuer uses her as a spare tire, but the person who can make Zhuang Shuer willing to use her as a spare tire. You know, this is Zhuang Shuer. This is the daughter of the commander of the 4th Legion of Silver Light City. Zhuang Shuer's status is extraordinary. How many people want to fawn over her? But they still can't. As a result, some people actually use Zhuang Shuer as a spare tire. But Zhuang Shuer seems to be quite satisfied. This is really puzzling. Yu Qianing and Zhuang Shuer have been best friends for many years, and they are very familiar with each other. Yu Qianing can be sure that before this, no one of the opposite sex has ever been able to make Zhuang Shuer do this. What a spare tire. It sounds so ugly. Zhuang Shuer said. Okay. It's not a spare tire. Yu Qianing said, but when will you introduce me to him? I'm very curious about him now. You'd better forget it. Don't meet me then. You're talking nonsense again. Zhuang Shuer said. I promise not to talk nonsense. Yu Qianing raised 2 fingers as if to swear. Let's wait until there is a chance. Zhuang Shuer said. When will there be a chance? Let's talk again. Stop talking. Give an exact time. The 2 of them walked and talked, laughing and joking. Wang Hao is also shopping here, but he is visiting a small stall. Although he does not plan to leave the city in the near future, the danger of mutant beasts and zombies outside the city will not be far away. Sooner or later, the army and even the people in the city will have a big battle with the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. Wang Hao. As Silver Light, the residents of the city are naturally not immune. In order to better ensure his own safety, Wang Hao felt that it would be safer to purchase some supplies. The flow of people in the places selling supplies seems to be much higher than usual. This is always one of the liveliest places, with the largest flow of people in Yingguang City. The number of people today is much higher than before. Wang Hao inquired a little bit. After a while, I realized that the city lord Wu Haomu had ordered the city gates to be closed, and the people in the city were prohibited from leaving the city. Although no more information was revealed, everyone could hear the smell of an impending crisis from this order. Therefore, many people are preparing for the upcoming war. So necessary purchases are indispensable. Only then did Wang Hao understand why there were so many people here today. It is precisely because there are so many people, and most people have the desire to purchase, that the prices of all materials in the entire market are much higher than usual. Some things that are not of high quality and have average cost performance, usually no one pays attention to. But now it has become a hot commodity. As for those good things, it has even caused riots and looting. When Wang Hao saw this scene, he shook his head and gave up the idea of purchasing supplies. With so many people, even if there are good things, it is probably not his turn. As for ordinary things, Wang Hao feels that there is no need to purchase them. When he handed over the materials collected outside the city to Sun Yanfeng for processing, he also kept them for himself. He still has some bullets, grenades, smoke grenades, etc. in his backpack. Use them sparingly. It shouldn't be a big problem. Ding ding ding. When Wang Hao left the street, his bracelet rang. Sun Yanfeng called. Wang Hao answered immediately. Brother Wang, where are you now? Do you have time for us to meet? Sun Yanfeng asked. I'm near the virtual mall building now. Wang Hao said. Okay. You wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Okay. After cutting off the contact, Wang Hao found a place to sit and waited for Sun Yanfeng to arrive. Sun Yanfeng's visit to him at this time was probably related to the sale of those supplies. Now that the atmosphere in the city was becoming increasingly tense, Wang Hao was even more eager to move out of the slum. Not long after, the familiar figure of Sun Yanfeng appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision. Here, Wang Hao stood up and waved. Sun Yanfeng jogged all the way and soon came to Wang Hao. You are so anxious to find me. Are you bringing me good news? Wang Hao asked with a smile. You guessed it right. Sun Yanfeng said with a smile. I have sold most of the materials you entrusted me to sell. This is the sales list. Take a look. As he spoke, Sun Yanfeng took out an A4 piece of paper from his backpack, handed to Wang Hao. It records the sales status of the materials Wang Hao gave him. Those that have been sold have the sales price marked on the back, which corresponds clearly and clearly. Wang Hao glanced at it briefly, and then focused on the total on the bottom line. Huaxia coin, 2513000. Redemption points, 1243. Seeing these two numbers, Wang Hao's eyes instantly lit up. Sent. These two figures are larger than Wang Hao expected. Chapter 106 Preparing to buy a house. Because you are urgent and have limited time. Not all the supplies have been sold out, and the prices have not been sold at the highest price. Sun Yanfeng said. Fortunately, people in the city have been thinking of ways to raise supplies recently. Those of yours the things are very good, and there is no shortage of market. Otherwise, the selling price may be lower. Wang Hao nodded and said, I am very satisfied with the price. These things were all unexpected by Wang Hao. The income was for free, and he would make a profit no matter how much he sold it. He also knew that he gave Sun Yanfeng too little time, which would definitely affect the negotiation between Sun Yanfeng and the buyer. Wang Hao was very satisfied with the sale to the current level. As long as you are satisfied, Sun Yanfeng said with a smile, to be honest, those things of yours are really good. Selling them at this price is a bit disappointing for their value, and I can't put them to good use. You will have the opportunity to make full use of them in the future. Wang Hao said with a smile. Sun Yanfeng nodded, and then said, according to our previous agreement, I will take a 10% commission. Of course, this was agreed in advance, and Wang Hao would naturally not go back on it. Seeing that Wang Hao had no objection, Sun Yanfeng transferred all the remaining money and the exchange point to Wang Hao. Wang Hao's bracelet contained more than 2 million Chinese coins, and his exchange points exceeded 5,000 for the first time. Of course, some of the exchange points belonged to Zhuang Shuer, but Wang Hao did not forget it. Wang Hao was very satisfied with the income this time, and the same was true for Sun Yanfeng. He also gained a lot this time. The only pity was that because of time constraints, he did not sell the materials at the highest price, which caused his income to be somewhat affected. Influence, however, Wang Hao was the owner of those materials. He was just a sales agent. Since Wang Hao made this decision, he could only obey it. Sun Yanfeng also believes that with this successful cooperation, he and Wang Hao will cooperate more in the future, and he will be able to earn more. What are your plans next? Sun Yanfeng asked. Buy a house. Wang Hao said without hesitation. Buy a house in a civilian area. Sun Yanfeng nodded. Wang Hao's answer was not beyond his expectation. Is there a house you like? Wang Hao shook his head. Wang Hao usually lives in the slums and travels to rich areas a lot. But he doesn't know much about the poor areas. The only intersection between him and the poor areas is going to school. And the 5th middle school is in the poor areas. Therefore, Wang Hao is not very familiar with real estate in urban areas. If you don't worry, I can help you find it, Sun Yanfeng said. But the commission is no problem. Wang Hao said immediately, I need a house that can accommodate at least 2 people. Time the sooner the better. Okay. Sun Yanfeng nodded and said. However, because of the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city, housing prices in both civilian areas and wealthy areas are rising. It's not as outrageous as the rich area, but it's also a lot more expensive. You have to be mentally prepared. Wang Hao nodded. He had already anticipated this situation. As long as he has some money and ability, who doesn't want to go to safety? Where to run? Are you waiting for death by staying near the city gate? Okay. Leave this matter to me. Sun Yanfeng stood up and said, this kind of thing should be left to professional people like us. People like you should devote more energy and time to plunge into the virtual battlefield and even mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. Sun Yanfeng also worked hard on the virtual battlefield. But after all, his talent was limited. After playing for many years, he didn't make much progress. In the end, he had no choice but to buy low and sell high to support himself. But Sun Yanfeng could see that Wang Hao's talent on the virtual battlefield was definitely not low. Just because Wang Hao was the only one who completed the bounty mission and came back alive. Wang Hao's strength and talent were definitely not low. Difference. Aren't you a second-rate dealer? Why have you become a professional real estate agent again? Wang Hao said with a smile. They're all of the same nature. Hee. Sun Yanfeng smiled and said, then I'll leave first. And you can just wait for my good news. Okay. With the success of this cooperation, Wang Hao is very concerned about finding a house. It was relatively safe to leave the matter to Sun Yanfeng. Although this requires a small commission, it can save a lot of time. The time saved can be used to improve your own strength. As long as your strength improves, it will naturally be easier to make money in the future. After Sun Yanfeng left, Wang Hao felt that he had almost rested. So he simply started the game. He still had a solo queue game that he had not played today. Anyway, he had time. So he played this solo queue first. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. Familiar voice. Familiar prompts. Wang Hao has long been used to this. 1. More supplies. Level 1 you can see more supplies than others, double. 2. Eagle eye. Level 1 you can see farther than others. Visual field of view increases by 1 times. 3. Break through the air wall. Level 1 you can break through the air wall and shoot at a longer distance, an additional 50-meter shooting distance. Note, players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please choose this assistance. Hey, there are 2 new auxiliary functions? Wang Hao was slightly surprised. The second and third auxiliary functions appear for the first time. But the effects of these 2 auxiliary functions do not seem to be very great. Seeing farther doesn't mean you can shoot farther. And shooting farther doesn't mean you can definitely hit. In short, these 2 auxiliary functions must be combined with other auxiliary functions to achieve better results. Used alone, they have limited role in the game. However, Wang Hao realized that the auxiliary function of Eagle Eye should be able to play a good role in reality. In reality, seeing farther often means being able to obtain more information, detect dangers in advance, etc. The effect is quite obvious. Although this auxiliary function is relatively useless in games, in reality, it is quite practical. Ability. If you want to eat chicken later, look at its price. If it's not too expensive, just keep it. Wang Hao thought to himself. His current exchange points are more than 5,000, which is not a small number. Shuang Shuai is not in a hurry to ask for the account. Wang Hao can freely control these exchange points. Since you can't get much of ordinary supplies, it's a good idea to think of ways to add auxiliary functions in other aspects. Chapter 107 Auxiliary Function, Eagle Eye. Good luck. Looking at the 4 big characters in the void, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Eat chicken. It is really not easy to win the chicken in this game. Even with the 2 auxiliary functions of perspective and invisibility, Wang Hao really spent a lot of energy to win the chicken in a thrilling way. Mainly in the last 2 circles. There were too many surviving players, and the circle was full of people. Wang Hao had nowhere to hide. Once he fired, he would attract the attention of more players and receive more attacks. In short, auxiliary functions are not omnipotent. Fortunately, he still eats chicken. In this game, he killed 15 and survived to the 7th circle. With the additional reward of eating chicken, he earned a total of 32 redemption points in one game. This number is definitely not a small number compared to other players. But for Wang Hao, it is really not enough. Wang Hao stepped forward and touched the airdrop box. His luck was not good, and he only got some food. Fortunately, that was not his focus in this round. After touching the airdrop box, the prices of the 3 auxiliary functions also came out. More supplies, level 1 200 redemption points. Eagle Eye, level 1 400 redemption points. Break through the air wall, level 1 300 redemption points. The prices of the 3 auxiliary functions are not expensive, at least compared with auxiliary functions such as perspective and invisibility. Their prices can be said to be very cheap. However, this was also expected by Wang Hao. After all, these 3 auxiliary functions are not obvious for improving the strength in the game. They are not very practical, so the price will naturally not be high. As long as 400 exchange points, I'll take it. Wang Hao made a decision quickly. Confirm your choice. Congratulations to the player. You have permanently obtained the Eagle Eye auxiliary function. After selecting the auxiliary function, Wang Hao was quickly teleported back to reality. After returning to reality, Wang Hao immediately checked his personal information, especially the real-life effect of Eagle Eye. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18 years old. Address, District 38, Yingguang City, Huaixia. Rank, single row, hot-blooded bronze 4, 1387, double row, hot-blooded bronze 4, 1398, fourth row, hot-blooded bronze 3, 1417, redemption points, 4702. Team affiliation, non-legion, non-auxiliary functions, stealth, level 1, clairvoyance, level 1, eagle eye, level 1, eagle eye, level 1. Upgrade requires 2000 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. You can see farther than others. Field of view doubled. Realistic effect. The visual distance is doubled. No change. Wang Hao looked at the real-life effect of Eagle Eye and was a little stunned. The virtual battlefield effect of this auxiliary function is the same as the real effect, and there is no surprise. However, even so, Wang Hao is actually satisfied. After all, the effect is actually not bad, especially when paired with perspective. After this auxiliary function, Hawkeye's auxiliary function is even more powerful. The effect of first-level clairvoyance is not obvious if the distance is too close. Once Wang Hao improves the clairvoyance level and combines it with the Eagle Eye function, the effect will be greatly enhanced. In his personal information, Wang Hao's points in the 3 modes of virtual battlefield are steadily increasing, and the highest one is actually in the 4th row. Although Wang Hao's first performance in the 4th row was not perfect, it did not affect the continuous increase in the 4th row's points, and his rank has reached bronze 3. Of course, in both single row and double row modes, the ranks are about to improve, and the gap with the 4 rows is not very big. Maybe they will be able to overtake it soon. In addition, the auxiliary function of Eagle Eye is relatively cheap to purchase, and the exchange points required for upgrade are relatively few. It only requires 2000 exchange points to upgrade its level from level 1 to level 2. It's much cheaper than invisibility and see-through. However, Wang Hao has no idea of upgrading his level for the time being. The first level Eagle Eye is enough for him. After finishing the solo game, Wang Hao had nothing to do for a while. It was a bit early to go to school now. Wang Hao, who had nothing to do, wandered around the city. The wealthy area is still quite prosperous, with hotels, restaurants, shopping malls, everything. Here, you can't even see the slightest apocalyptic atmosphere. It is no different from the bustling neighborhoods of super first-tier cities in peaceful times. Compared with the rich areas, it is not an exaggeration to say that the slums are H.L. There and here are simply 2 different worlds. We're recruiting everyone who is passing by. Come and take a look. Our Wang family wants to recruit a group of warriors. The requirements are that the rank must be above the silver level, and the marksmanship must be accurate. If the rank can reach the gold level or above, there will be additional rewards and preferential treatment. The number is limited. Come here if you are interested. We are recruiting people with a silver level and above. We are recruiting people. Once you join food and beverage. What are you still hesitating about? What surprised Wang Hao was that he actually saw many servants from powerful families recruiting people in places with high traffic. These recruiting families are all well-known families in Silver Light City. The treatment they give is quite good, which has aroused the interest of many people. However, the recruitment is not without barriers. The minimum requirement is silver level or above. Of course, it is not too difficult to reach the silver level, as long as you are not too stupid. It is only a matter of time before you reach the silver level. Therefore, there are many people who meet the requirements. However, not all of those who apply will be hired. It is inevitable to go through some screening. It seems that our city is really in danger. While Wang Hao was watching the excitement, the two melon eaters next to him started chatting with sad faces. Yes, all the major families are recruiting people. I guess they also know that the danger is approaching and are preparing to recruit people to protect the people in their families. This situation happens every time Silver Light City encounters a crisis. However, there are more families coming to recruit this time than before. And this crisis should be the biggest. I hope we can escape this disaster. If a war really breaks out, this rich area will be in trouble. It will be closed down. People like us will not be allowed to stay here. Neither slums nor urban areas will be absolutely safe. It would be great if you have money. If you have money, you can buy a house in a wealthy area. We truly belong here and won't be kicked out. Stop talking and move the bricks. After the two melon eaters left, Wang Hao stood there thoughtfully. This was the first time for him to see so many families recruiting people at the same time. It was a bit strange just now. But now, he realized that this was not the first time that this happened. This happened every time Silver City faced a crisis. As for recruitment, it's not hard to imagine what people do. Naturally, they act as thugs to protect the safety of family members. Chapter 108 Mutant Beast Raid. Of course, this kind of behavior of major families is only to prevent problems before they happen. If it comes time to use these guards to protect their families, Silver Light City will really be in dire straits. At that time, the possibility of them surviving is not very high. Wang Hao discovered that the tension in the city became even more intense after the big families acted like this. The actions of these people were clearly telling the people in the city that a crisis was coming. And this crisis was very big and dangerous. As Wang Hao walked on the road, he could clearly see the worry and fear on the faces of pedestrians. Why? Seeing this, Wang Hao just sighed lightly. In the context of the apocalypse, everyone is in danger, and no one is immune. Even he has to consider how to deal with the crisis. Up, up, up. At this moment, a dull siren suddenly sounded. Passers-by on the street were stunned for a moment, and then looked for cover in panic. This is an air raid siren. People on the entire street were in chaos. And the street that was bustling and orderly just now turned into a chaotic battlefield in an instant. This was the first time Wang Hao heard the air defense siren. Before he could react, he saw a black cloud appear in the sky. No, that's not a black cloud, but a large group of flying mutant beasts. Countless mutated beasts are flying in from afar, covering the sky and the sun. And they are countless. The darkness is so overwhelming that it is so oppressive that people can't breathe. Don't run around. Find a place to hide. Attention all city guards. Look for a high point immediately and prepare to fight. If there is no high point nearby, line up on the spot and aim your guns. A middle-aged man, who looked like an officer, was running and commanding the people and soldiers around him. Wang Hao followed the crowd and came to a roof, looking up at the flying mutant beast that was getting closer and closer. Are mutant beasts and zombies about to attack the city? A trembling voice said, full of fear. It should be. Otherwise, where would there be so many mutant beasts? Definitely not. If mutant beasts and zombies attack the city on a large scale, the army in the city must have taken action long ago. And the wealthy areas have been closed long ago. It is impossible to let them. We should only have flying mutant beasts here. It makes sense. But what do these flying mutant beasts want to do? There are a lot of them. But they can't break through our Silver Light City. Right? Our city has been building defenses over the years. But these flying mutant beasts cannot break it. Is it possible that it is related to last night's night attack? I heard that the First Army dispatched planes to bomb outside the city last night. I also heard the news. Perhaps the arrival of these mutant beasts is related to what happened last night. Everyone was talking under the roof. And as the initial panic gradually subsided, everyone gradually calmed down. The main reason why everyone was so panicked just now was because it happened so suddenly. And no one was mentally prepared. Coupled with the huge pressure that had been weighing on them during this period, everyone was panicked and frightened. But everyone calmed down quickly, because they realized that this should not be mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city. Otherwise, it would not be the only flying mutant beasts coming. Wang Hao didn't speak. He looked at the flying mutant beasts in the sky that were approaching Silver Light City, and listened to the discussions of the people around him. Wang Hao had just thought that the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city had officially attacked the city. But after listening to the discussions of the people around him, he also rejected this idea. Indeed, if the mutated beasts and zombies were really concentrated to attack the city would be destroyed. It is impossible for the defenders to react like this. And at the same time, the wealthy area will not be open to outsiders like them. It doesn't just mean that mutant beasts and zombies attack the city on a large scale. Just when Wang Hao was relieved, gunfire suddenly rang out. At first, it was just a few gunshots. But these gunshots seemed to be orders. Then, gunshots rang out everywhere in Silver Light City. The entire Silver Light City seemed to have instantly turned into a battlefield of fierce fighting. This is the first time Wang Hao has heard so many gunshots in Silver Light City. All the guns are aimed at the flying mutant beasts in the sky. Mutated beasts are constantly being hit, falling from the air, and hitting the city. But because there are too many mutant beasts and their flying speeds are too fast, it is difficult to kill them all with just these guns. After flying over Silver Light City, these flying mutant beasts began to dive, targeting some things within their field of vision, including the soldiers who were shooting and various facilities in the city. As long as they could see everything, everything was the target of their attack. Ah! A scream sounded. Some soldiers were injured by flying mutant beasts. These flying mutant beasts are full of attackable weapons. Their teeth, claws, and even wings can be used as weapons to attack humans and facilities in the city. Soldiers continued to be injured, and many facilities in the city were damaged. Various flying mutant beasts swooped and rose, constantly attacking the soldiers on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots suddenly rang out under the eaves. The sharp and sudden gunshots were quite harsh and startled Wang Hao. I saw a man under the eaves, who had taken out a gun from his backpack and kept shooting at the mutant beasts in the air. This behavior seemed to remind others around them, and they all quickly took out their guns and started shooting at the flying mutant beast. The same is true for Wang Hao. Under normal circumstances, guns are not allowed in the city. If you use guns at will, you will be taken away for questioning. If it is a malicious act, you will even be imprisoned. But at this time, it is obviously not an ordinary situation. If you use a gun in this situation, you will obviously not be held responsible. Of course, the premise is that the targets of these bullets are mutant beasts, not survivors. If someone takes advantage of the chaos and shoots at survivors, they will be severely punished afterwards. With the addition of survivors, the city's defensive strength suddenly increased. You know, these survivors are not ordinary people who have never even touched a gun. As long as they are adult survivors, they have entered the virtual battlefield. Although it is a game environment, it is very real. Every day, they enter the virtual battlefield. Virtual battlefield also allows survivors to continuously improve their combat experience and awareness. And their combat effectiveness is also constantly increasing. About 5 minutes later, the gunfire in the city gradually became sparse. The flying mutant beasts that were originally densely packed and blocking the sky had been wiped out. Only a few scattered ones were making a final struggle. But they were obviously at the end of their efforts. Wang Hao and the others have put away their guns and become spectators again. On the street, rescue is in progress. The injured soldiers are receiving treatment. Cleaning personnel have even come to clean the scene. Chapter 109 Additional Training. Wang Hao walked out of the eaves. The streets that were bustling before were now in a mess. As if it was the end of the world. There are gradually more pedestrians on the street. And some people take the initiative to join the team cleaning the streets. In the context of the apocalypse, most people are relatively innocent. They all understand that they cannot survive in such a social background by themselves. Yes, only by helping each other can we live longer. Wang Hao also joined the street cleaning team. Now that he has traveled through time, he is a member of this general background. In this kind of background, it is impossible for any person to live alone. In this background, the power of an individual appears to be quite small. Even Wang Hao has auxiliary functions. looking at the mess on the ground and the injured and wailing soldiers. Wang Hao once again felt the cruelty of the doomsday. Maybe those who were alive and well yesterday will die at the hands of mutant beasts and zombies today. Wang Hao's desire to increase his strength became more urgent. Before, Wang Hao thought of earning more redemption points, retaining and upgrading auxiliary functions, and improving his survivability. But now, his thoughts have changed slightly. It is not enough to rely on one person, not even with auxiliary functions. How many mutant beasts and zombies can he kill by himself? Facing the endless mutant beasts and zombies, the power of an individual is too weak. If you want to increase your survivability, you need more people. Form a team. Wang Hao had this idea for the first time. Teams can be formed by elites in the military, or by civilian experts. Those who can be selected into the team are usually elites. If you can have an elite team, wouldn't your survivability be increased a lot? However, his current rank is still too low, and he is not qualified to form a team. This matter is still in the planning stage, and it will take some time to implement it. While cleaning the streets, Wang Hao contacted Su Guangyuan and felt relieved after confirming that Su Guangyuan was not harmed. However, the slums have also been attacked. The already dilapidated slums are now even more dilapidated, with rubble everywhere, and the ground is in a mess. Fortunately, Wang Hao is already planning to buy a house in a civilian area, and they are about to leave the slum. After hanging up Su Guangyuan's call, Wang Hao hesitated for a moment before preparing to call Zhuang Shuer. In this world, Su Guangyuan and Zhuang Shuer were his only friends. His relationship with Zhuang Shuer, although not as close as Su Guangyuan, but not bad. For this kind of thing, you should call and care. To Wang Hao's surprise, Zhuang Shuer's phone number came before he even called. Wang Hao, where are you? Are you okay? Zhuang Shuer's slightly worried voice came from the other side of the bracelet. I'm fine. Wang Hao smiled and said, what a coincidence. I was about to call you to see if you were injured. And you called me right now. We are getting closer and closer to each other now. Wang Hao said it was just a joke. But Zhuang Shuer on the other side of the bracelet blushed a little. I'm fine. Too. Zhuang Shuer said. I'm going shopping with my bestie. If you're fine, let's meet in the afternoon. Okay. I'm fine. Too. Let's see you in the afternoon. Zhuang Shuer just hung up. After disconnecting the phone, Yu Qianing imitated her tone and repeated what she had just said, teasing Zhuang Shuer. You asked for a beating. Zhuang Shuer's face turned redder, and he pretended to hit Yu Qianing. You are so fierce. Be careful that Wang Hao doesn't want you. Yu Qianing continued to tease Zhuang Shuer while hiding. Go. My Wang Hao. He and I are just ordinary friends. And the phone call just now was just a concern between friends. Zhuang Shuer explained. Really? Yu Qianing smiled and said. Why don't I believe it? It's up to you to believe it or not. Zhuang Shuer said. After saying that, Zhuang Shuer turned around and left. Believe it? Don't you believe me? I believe whatever my sister Shuer says. But when will you take me to meet that Wang Hao? I told you that I would introduce him to you when I have the chance. Specific details. When is it? Here. Wang Hao saw that Zhuang Shuer and Su Guangyuan were fine. So he continued to be a volunteer with peace of mind. With a large number of people and the strength, the messy streets were quickly cleaned up with the joint efforts of everyone. They were no different from before being attacked by the mutant beasts. Only the destroyed buildings around the streets proved that what just happened was not a dream. But it's something that really happened. After cleaning up the streets, Wang Hao found a place to rest and eat something. After a lot of work, it was already noon. After lunch, Wang Hao went to school. Because it was not school time, the school seemed very quiet. Wang Hao called Ding Yuning in advance, so he could enter the school unimpeded and enter the shooting range to start shooting training. There are many areas where Wang Hao needs to improve now, including shooting skills, physical fitness, driving skills, etc. But the most urgent one is probably shooting skills. With the see-through function, Wang Hao is not worried about not being able to detect players approaching. But finding them is one thing, and whether he can beat them is another matter. Now that his rank is low, most of the people he encounters are rookies, waiting for the rank. If he is high, he will encounter all masters. At that time, even if he uses the perspective auxiliary function to get the upper hand, he may be counterattacked by the opponent because of his poor shooting skills. This situation is not impossible to happen. For masters, in other words, being attacked is not the end of the world. Their reaction ability is better than that of ordinary people. They can respond immediately when they encounter an attack. Moreover, it is often the best and most correct response. Therefore, in the game, first it is actually not uncommon for someone to attack and then be counterattacked. To prevent this from happening, improving your shooting skills is an extremely important step. Wang Hao is very aware of the importance of archery. In the absence of relevant auxiliary functions, he must rely on his own shooting ability to attack or even counterattack. However, his current archery level is really lagging behind. Bang bang bang. Under the watchful eye of the custodian, Wang Hao kept shooting at the moving target in front of him. In addition to his extremely high talent in archery, other people who want to improve their archery skills must continue to practice. When he was on Earth, Wang Hao had heard that snipers were fed by bullets. Each sniper shot at least tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of bullets. While consuming these bullets, his shooting the skill level is improving bit by bit. What Wang Hao has to do now is to continuously improve his shooting skills through a lot of training. Even if it only improves a little, it will be profitable for him. Chapter 110 Practice Together. Wang Hao. After Wang Hao practiced for more than an hour, Zhuang Shuer came. Coming? Wang Hao glanced at Zhuang Shuer, and then continued to shoot. Well? Zhuang Shuer picked up an M416 on the table, and said while reloading, "My bestie was delayed for a while. Otherwise I would have arrived long ago." "It's not too late now," Wang Hao said. Zhuang Shuer stuck out his tongue, and the two of them began to practice shooting together. Gunshots continued to ring out in the shooting gallery. The custodian sat not far away, leisurely reading a storybook he found somewhere. The two practiced together for more than an hour before stopping. Although Wang Hao is eager to improve his strength, haste makes waste in everything. And the same is true for gun training. You must know that this is in reality. Every gun has recoil. If you fire it for a long time, the gun is also a test for the shoulders. If it were not for the use of the strength gene potion, Wang Hao would have suffered from shoulder pain. Your marksmanship seems to have improved. Zhuang Shuer put down the gun and said. Really? Wang Hao smiled and said, maybe I have some talent in this area. Wang Hao was actually joking, because he himself did not feel that his marksmanship level had improved significantly. But, after Zhuang Shuer heard Wang Hao's words, she believed it deeply. Zhuang Shuer has always believed that Wang Hao has talent and intuition that surpasses others on the virtual battlefield and can always detect danger in advance. There is nothing surprising about his talent in marksmanship. By the way, what happened to that wave of mutated beast attacks this morning? Wang Hao asked casually as he walked out. Although Wang Hao doesn't know Zhuang Shuer's identity, he can ignore tens of thousands of exchange points, and can easily move a slum dweller into a wealthy area. Thinking about it, Zhuang Shuer's identity should be extraordinary. Yes, a person with this status should be relatively well informed. At least not something he could compare to. Sure enough, when Zhuang Shuer heard Wang Hao's question, she didn't shake her head to express her confusion, but said, it should be revenge for the air raid last night. Revenge? Wang Hao was slightly startled. He was avoiding the flying mutant beast before. During the attack, some people around him also had speculations about this. Could it be true? Yes. Zhuang Shuer nodded and said, you have completed the bounty mission. Based on the information you provided, the city lord identified a gathering place for mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. After that, the 1st Legion dispatched bombers in front of Go bombing. The effect of this bombing is quite good, killing and injuring at least tens of thousands of mutant beasts and zombies. It caused huge casualties to mutant beasts and zombies. Some people analyze that this operation may be harmful to a certain extent. The attack time of mutant beasts and zombies outside the city was postponed. However, it was precisely because of this bombing that the mutant beasts and zombies were offended. So the flying mutant beasts retaliated. Is it related to me? Wang Hao was a little surprised. However, this analysis can make sense. The mutant beasts and zombies outside the city can gather on a large scale, which shows that there are really mutant beasts or zombies that can command those brainless creatures. Now, the people of Silver Light City, the bombers killed and injured a large number of mutant beasts and zombies, which would definitely annoy the mutant beasts or zombies who organized the operation. So it would make sense for them to retaliate. It is not that the aircraft in Silver Light City have not been dispatched before, but before they can find the place where mutant beasts and zombies gather outside the city, they will be attacked by flying mutant beasts. This time, they had precise coordinates. Therefore, after leaving the city, they went straight to their destination and returned immediately after the bombing without any nostalgia. This was how they achieved this good result. So, Silver Light City is temporarily safe? Wang Hao asked. If this is the case, it is indeed good news. Although everyone knows that this war is inevitable. It can delay some time, and Silver Light City can also make more preparations. In addition, on the virtual battlefield, everyone has to wait and see every day. Everyone can enter. For every extra day of delay, the strength of everyone in Silver Light City will increase. And the supplies will also increase. In short, if mutant beasts and zombies really delay their attack on the city because of this, it will definitely be good news for Silver Light City. Zhuang Xuer nodded first, and then shook his head. This is just an analysis based on the current situation. As for mutant beasts and zombies, it is still unknown whether this will really delay the siege. Okay. Wang Hao was helpless. However, this is normal. Whether or not to attack the city is decided by the mutant beasts and zombies. They are only passively defending now. The mutant beasts and zombies will not discuss with the people in the city when exactly they will attack the city. People in the city don't know the specific time, which is normal. But as a result, everyone in Silver Light City is always living under huge threats. The two talked as they walked, and soon came to the equipment department, where there were various vehicles used for training. Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer came here naturally to train their driving skills. You need to practice your marksmanship. And you also need to practice your driving skills. Both are important. Wang Hao's driving skills can only be regarded as average. When he was on Earth, he never touched a car a few times. After coming here, he only drove it in training courses and virtual battlefields. Not many times. But Zhuang Xuer is different. Zhuang Xuer's family is well off, and there is certainly no shortage of cars at home. She was already able to drive before she was qualified to enter the virtual battlefield. And under the guidance of professionals, her driving skills are quite good. It is not comparable to those female drivers on Earth. In addition, Zhuang Xuer has been in the virtual battlefield longer than Wang Hao, and has spent more time driving on the virtual battlefield than Wang Hao. Therefore, Zhuang Xuer's driving skills are far superior to Wang Hao. Because it was the weekend, there were no teachers in the school. After Zhuang Xuer drove a few laps, he simply got on Wang Hao's passenger seat and taught Wang Hao how to drive. Honestly, your driving skills are really bad. Zhuang Xuer did not forget to attack Wang Hao. On the virtual battlefield, you are good in other aspects. But your driving skills are average. Although your driving skills cannot directly improve your combat effectiveness. No matter what, whether you are chasing or escaping is important. Your driving skills are still far behind. I know. Wang Hao said with a smile. Please teach me. Teacher Zhuang. Zhuang Xuer smiled proudly. He stood up and said, since Mr. Wang's attitude is so sincere, I will reluctantly teach you. Ha ha ha. With the increase in contact, the relationship between the two is getting better and better. The tacit understanding between them is also getting higher and higher. Chapter 111. Which university are you applying for? The two practiced driving for 2 hours, and then did physical training together. Near evening, they ended today's training. Wang Hao. Which university are you going to apply for? Zhuang Xuer asked casually as they were about to leave. Big A. Wang Hao said. There is nothing to hide from Zhuang Xuer. Not to mention, this is not a shameful thing. A? Zhuang Xuer seemed a little surprised. Why? You don't think I can pass the exam? Wang Hao said with a smile. No. Zhuang Xuer quickly shook his head and said. I just didn't expect it. So I was a little surprised. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely be able to get into a university. I'll lend you your good words. Wang Hao said with a smile. What about you? Which university are you going to apply for? I also want to apply for University A. Zhuang Xuer said. You also applied for University A? Wang Hao was also surprised, because no one from the 5th middle school has been admitted to a university for many years. However, considering Zhuang Xuer's strength and talent, there is still a good chance of getting admitted to a university. Why? You look down on me? Zhuang Xuer feigned anger. How could that happen? Wang Hao said with a smile. I believe you can also get admitted to University A. If we both get admitted, we can still be classmates. Yes. Zhuang Xuer nodded. What Wang Hao didn't know was that Zhuang Xuer had wanted to apply to a university for a long time. But he really made the decision just now. The two parted at the school gate. Before leaving, Zhuang Xuer reminded Wang Hao to pay attention to safety. No matter whether mutant beasts and zombies outside the city were attacking the city, the slums were not a safe place. Actually, I'm about to move out. Wang Hao said with a smile, Last time I went out of the city, I made some extra money, and I asked someone to find a house in a civilian area. That's good, Zhuang Shuer said. Common people, although the district is not as good as the rich district, it is much better than the slums. After you move there, you can focus more on your studies. Wang Hao nodded. After parting, the two went home respectively, and Zhuang Shuer sent a message on the way home. I have decided to apply for a university. Soon. A message came back. I said I would consider it in the morning. Why have I suddenly made a decision now? The person who replied to the message was Zhuang Shuer's best friend Yu Qianing. I thought about it, and couldn't abandon my best friend. I was afraid that you would be lonely, so I went to accompany you. Zhuang Shuer said. Stop coming. If you were really here for me, you should have agreed long ago. Let me guess. You were still hesitant in the morning, met with Wang Hao in the afternoon, and made a decision in the evening. It seems that your decision is related to Wang Hao. If I guess correctly, that classmate named Wang Hao should also be applying for a university. Yu Qianing replied. Don't talk nonsense. It has nothing to do with him, Zhuang Shuer said. Fortunately, Yu Qianing was not in front of Zhuang Shuer at this time. Otherwise, she would definitely see Zhuang Shuer's blushing face. I won't tell you whether it matters or not. Just tell me whether he applied for a university. Yu Qianing snickered. I don't know. I didn't ask, Zhuang Shuer said. Do you think I believe it or not? Believe it or not, I'm going home, and I won't talk to you anymore. No. Let's talk again. When Wang Hao returned to his residence, he went next door first. Visited Su Guangyuan. How do you feel? Wang Hao asked. Much better, Su Guangyuan said. Perhaps I can recover faster than I expected. That's good. Wang Hao smiled and said, I'm still waiting for you to double Q. Wang Hao, I know you, it's for my own good that you want to double Q with me. Considering the relationship between the two of us, I don't want to be hypocritical. Su Guangyuan said, however, your college entrance examination is coming soon, and everything is based on the college entrance examination. I have thought about it. Even if it is, I've recovered. Let's take a break from the duo Q thing for now. Let's wait until your college entrance examination is over. Before the college entrance examination, you should play duo Q with your classmates. Play more together to build up a tacit understanding. In this way, you can also get good results in the college entrance examination. Although Su Guangyuan has been practicing secretly in the past few days, his talent is only average after all, and the time for additional training is limited. Therefore, it is unrealistic to quickly improve his strength in a short period of time. In normal times, Su Guangyuan wouldn't care. He believed that no matter how weak his strength was, Wang Hao would not dislike him. He could practice more and follow Wang Hao to exchange points. But not now. Wang Hao is about to take the college entrance examination, and the remaining time is very important to Wang Hao. Su Guangyuan doesn't want to drag Wang Hao down because of himself. If Wang Hao fails the college entrance examination due to his own reasons, he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Wang Hao looked at Su Guangyuan with a sincere face, nodded and said, Okay. Su Guangyuan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, That's right. Come on. I believe you can get into a good university. That's necessary. Wang Hao smiled. The next morning, Wang Hao showed up at the school on time. As the college entrance examination approaches, the atmosphere in the school has become obviously more solemn. Even those students who usually hang around, have poor grades, and do not have high hopes for the college entrance examination, at this time, are affected by the environment and have to restrain themselves. Little, even. Occasionally you can see a little anxiety and confusion on their faces. The college entrance examination is a very important exam for students on Earth and for students in this world. It is an exam that can almost change their destiny. Who can really not care? Of course, the solemn atmosphere in the school is also related to yesterday's mutant beast air raid. Silver City has not had an air raid by mutant beasts for a long time. Yesterday's air raid, although it did not cause too many casualties, still scared many people. After Wang Hao entered the campus, he heard many people talking about it one after another. Many people feel pessimistic or even desperate about this matter. After class, Ding Yuning did not rush to give lectures. Instead, she comforted her students, alleviating their fears and allowing them to return their attention to reviewing before the college entrance examination. As for how effective this reassurance will be, it's hard to say. Ding Yuning did what a class teacher should do, and the rest requires these students to adjust themselves. After class, Ding Yuning did chat with Wang Hao again. Wang Hao was not surprised at all. He repeatedly assured Ding Yuning that he would not be affected, and that now his focus is on the upcoming college entrance examination. This is not a lie that Wang Hao made to deal with Ding Yuning. Yesterday's incident did not have much impact on him, because he has the trump card to save his life, and his strength has been improving. He believes that even mutant beasts and zombies attack the city now, and he has the ability to protect himself. Of course, it is better to fight later if possible, so that Wang Hao will be more prepared. Chapter 112. The air defense siren sounds again. In the next few days, Wang Hao was with Zhuang Shuer in double and fourth rows, and the tacit understanding between the two was also increasing. Also added are Wang Hao's rank and redemption points. Wang Hao's single row, double row, and 4-row ranks have all reached bronze 1. Solo row, 1588. Double row, 1545. Fourth row, 1523. The maximum points have been changed from 4 rows to single row, and the points have reached as high as 1588 points. One step away from bronze. Wang Hao has always been the most relaxed and smoothest player in solo queue. As long as there are no extreme circumstances, such as being killed in a bombing zone, or being besieged by several people at the same time, Wang Hao can often win the game smoothly. The points naturally increase very quickly. In addition, the points for double rows are also growing rapidly, surpassing the points for 4 rows. This is because Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer's tacit understanding is getting better and better. Their cooperation is getting better and better, and they have achieved results on the virtual battlefield. Naturally, it is getting better and better. On the other hand, in the fourth row, due to the randomness of the other 2 teammates, Wang Hao's efficiency in earning points is not stable, and has now been surpassed by single row and double row. However, even in the most unstable fourth row, Wang Hao's points increase faster than others. With the help of 3 auxiliary functions, Wang Hao basically adds points in every game, and there is no chance of landing in a box or close to it. The situation of falling into a box and losing points when it lands on the ground. In terms of redemption points, Wang Hao also grew rapidly, breaking through 5,000 again, reaching 5,011. Of course, the reason why Wang Hao's redemption points exceeded 5,000 again was because he earned a lot of redemption points in almost every game. The registration fees for double row and 4 row were always reimbursed by the school. Another point is that Wang Hao has not chosen to retain any auxiliary functions in the past few days, so the exchange points can be accumulated. Wang Hao's decision not to retain the auxiliary functions is certainly not because he doesn't want to, but because he has not encountered good auxiliary functions. Since he has not encountered auxiliary functions worth retaining, Wang Hao does not want to waste those precious exchange points. Another good news is that Sun Yinfeng helped Wang Hao buy a house in a civilian area. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan have moved to the civilian area and bid farewell to the dirty slums. Wang Hao saw Su Guangyuan shed tears of excitement on the day of moving. Wang Hao has not been in this world for a long time, and after all, he is not too familiar with living in the slums. But Su Guangyuan is different. He has lived in the slums for more than 20 years. Like all slum residents, his biggest wish in this life is to move out of the slums. Now that his dream has finally come true, how can he bear the excitement in his heart? Of course, Wang Hao also paid a huge price to buy a house in the slums. Almost all of his more than 2 million yuan was spent. This is not to say that Sun Yinfeng received too many kickbacks, but because during this period, the slums, the prices of houses in wealthy areas have been rising, and they are rising more and more fiercely, with no intention of stopping at all. Fortunately, the rags Wang Hao picked up from outside the city were sold for a lot of money. Otherwise, Wang Hao really wouldn't have the money to buy a house in today's civilian area. As for the money for decoration and furniture, Sun Yinfeng raised all the money after selling Wang Hao's few remaining junk items. In short, Wang Hao doesn't have much money anymore. However, it is still good to be able to use that money to buy a fixed residence. On this day, when Wang Hao was in class, the rapid and sharp prevention and control alarm sounded again. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all understood what was going on. Their faces changed drastically, and they looked panicked. Don't panic, everyone. All students will leave the classroom in an orderly manner and enter the air raid shelter one after another according to their age, starting from grade 11. Once again, everyone, don't panic. Enter the air raid shelter in an orderly manner, came the principal's message over the campus loudspeaker. Ling's serious voice. Everyone, leave the classroom now. Ding Yuning, who was in class, immediately organized everyone to evacuate, go downstairs first, and then enter the air raid shelter in order. Don't be afraid. Just do it like we usually practice. Everyone will be fine. In Ding Yuning under the order, the students in class 12 immediately ran out of the classroom from the front and rear doors, and then quickly went downstairs. At this time, the entire teaching building was noisy. There were students everywhere in the corridors, stairs, and in front of the building. Fortunately, although everyone looked nervous, the order was not too chaotic. This was mainly due to their usual acting. This is a society under the background of the end of the world, not a peaceful era. In this era, the threat of flying mutant beasts is very great. Therefore, major cities, including Silver City, have built many air raid shelters for defense. Attacked by flying mutant beast. There is an air raid shelter in the No. 5 middle school. The air raid shelter is large enough to hide all the teachers and students of the No. 5 middle school. In normal times, major schools, including No. 5 middle school, often organize drills with many contents, including evacuating classrooms and hiding in air raid shelters. Therefore, the students of No. 5 middle school are no strangers to what they are doing now. The only difference is that usually it is just a drill. But now they are really experiencing an air raid. Wang Hao was mixed in the crowd and was going downstairs quickly. He has only been in this world for a short time, so he has not experienced any drills. However, this is not important. He just needs to stay calm and evacuate with the large troops, under the command of the principal and all the teachers. The teachers and students of No. 5 middle school entered the air raid shelter in an orderly manner, and not long after, they had already entered most of the shelter. Wang Hao's class is grade 12. According to how smoothly they entered the air raid shelter, they were almost at the bottom. Wang Hao noticed that many students had worries and nervousness on their faces. After all, the later you enter the air raid shelter, the more dangerous it is. Look over there. At this moment, a classmate suddenly pointed at the sky and screamed. Wang Hao looked in the direction pointed by the other party, and the scene he saw made him stunned for a moment. Black clouds. Dark clouds covering the sky. This huge black cloud is moving from a distance. This is a moving black cloud. Wherever dark clouds passed by, the light dimmed instantly. Everyone, including Wang Hao, already understood what this huge, moving black cloud was. A flying mutant beast. Tens of thousands of flying mutant beasts are coming toward Silver Light City. Compared with the flying mutant beasts that attacked Silver Light City a few days ago, there are more flying mutant beasts coming to Silver Light City this time. Too many to count. Duh. When the flying mutant beast approached the sky above Silver Light City, fierce gunfire rang out in the city, and the gunfire was occasionally accompanied by a few cannon shots. The attack and defense of Silver Light City has officially begun. Chapter 113, The Mutated Beast has become smarter. What is that? Suddenly a classmate pointed at the black dots falling in the sky in horror and shouted loudly. It seems like rocks and tree trunks? Another student looked up at the sky and said uncertainly. It's just stones and tree trunks. Those flying mutant beasts are throwing stones and tree trunks into the city. The students next to them screamed in horror. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the flying mutant beasts carried boulders or thick tree trunks with their claws or mouths and flew to Silver Light City. After paying some price, the flying mutant beasts finally flew over Silver Light City. They threw the boulders or tree trunks they brought from the air. After the boulders and tree trunks were freed from restraints, they fell from the sky like raindrops and hit the Silver Light City. Screams instantly filled the entire Silver Light City, and the soldiers who were not in a hurry to avoid them were beaten to pieces. At the same time, the buildings in Silver Light City also suffered devastating blows. After accelerating, boulders and tree trunks hit the buildings in the city hard. No matter how strong the building was, they could not withstand such a huge impact. The building that was hit was damaged or even completely destroyed almost instantly. Why is this happening? These mutated beasts have evolved again? How come they are smarter than before? The students around them looked horrified and murmured to themselves. Wang Hao might not know much about it when he first arrived, but it was different for others. They knew more about mutant beasts. In the past, the survivor cities had not been attacked by flying mutant beasts. But the attack methods of those flying mutant beasts were relatively simple. They would fly over the city, swoop down, and use their claws, teeth, and even they use their wings to attack humans on the ground. They occasionally rush into buildings through windows and attack survivors hiding in buildings. In the past 100 years or so, The attack methods of flying mutant beasts have not changed much. Therefore, although they have always been ferocious, human survivors have adapted to their attack methods and will carry out targeted defenses, even fight back. But now, people are horrified to discover that the flying mutant beasts attack method has changed. They actually use resources outside the city. You must know that these flying mutant beasts can fly very high and drop hard giant objects from high altitudes. The intensity of their attacks on humans and buildings on the ground can be imagined. Changes in attack methods have made flying mutant beasts more dangerous, and their threat to cities and humans has once again greatly increased. Wang Hao looked at a bombed-out house not far away, and his heart felt heavy. Even though he had auxiliary functions to help him, he was powerless in the face of this situation. At least, that's the case for now. Hurry. Everyone. Hurry up. The school leaders and teachers urged with nervous faces. The threat of flying mutant beasts has increased a lot. Before, they were only worried that these flying mutant beasts would fly into the classroom and attack the students in the classroom. But now, these flying mutant beasts can actually use foreign objects to attack, which makes them it becomes more dangerous, and we must hide in the air raid shelter as soon as possible. Under the urging of teachers and school leaders, the entire school team moved a little faster. When Wang Hao was about to enter the air raid shelter, he saw countless flying mutant beasts flying near the school. Wang Hao, stop looking and go into the air raid shelter. Ding Yuning saw that Wang Hao was still looking at the mutated beast and couldn't help but urge. Okay. Wang Hao responded, took one last look at the mutated beasts flying closer and closer, and then turned around and entered the air raid shelter. Because the threat of mutant beasts has always existed for so many years, major cities have always been concerned about the construction of air raid shelters. The air raid shelter in No. 5 Middle School is not only large in area, but also has very good light inside, and the air is not turbid at all. Being here in the air raid shelter, Wang Hao did not feel any depression at all. Moreover, there was a signal inside, and he could still maintain contact with the outside world. The only certainty was that he could not see the situation outside. Do you think this attack by mutant beasts is a large-scale siege? Or is it the same as last time, with only flying mutant beasts attacking, with loud thunder and small raindrops? Trapped in the air raid shelter, everyone was worried about the situation outside. It must be different from last time. Although we didn't see any mutant beasts on land, there were many more flying mutant beasts than last time. Yes, it's so scary. They cover the sky and cover the whole sky. What's even more terrifying is that these mutated beasts have become smarter and actually know how to throw foreign objects to attack the city. It's terrible. Yes, the destructive power of those boulders and tree trunks is too great. This offensive and defensive battle is over after that. Even if we hold on to the city, I'm afraid it will be destroyed to pieces. Wang Hao sat on the ground, listening to the people around him talking about the situation outside, feeling quite calm. However, the flying mutant beast would actually use foreign objects to attack the city. This was something Wang Hao didn't expect. Isn't this too smart? Even in peaceful times, flying creatures cannot be so smart. Perhaps all this has something to do with the commanders behind the mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao whispered to himself. He knew that there was a commander behind this abnormal gathering of mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. However, Wang Hao was not sure whether the orangutan was commanding them. But it is obvious that the unified behavior of these flying mutant beasts must be directed by a person behind the scenes. This is definitely not a good thing for humans. Wang Hao. When Wang Hao was wondering whether this attack was a large-scale siege by mutant beasts, Zhuang Shuer came over. What's wrong? Wang Hao asked. Wang Hao knew that Zhuang Shuer's background was unusual, and she might have more information. Mutated beasts and zombies are officially attacking the city, Zhuang Shuer said with a serious face. Just now, she received a message from her father. Zhuang Jian told her not to run around. The city was very dangerous. There were many flying mutant beasts throwing heavy objects around the city. Zhuang Jian asked her to hide in the air raid shelter. In addition, Zhuang Jian also told her that the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city had officially attacked the city. There were large-scale mutant beasts and zombies attacking from the 4 city gate directions. The number of all mutant beasts and zombies added together was already over 200,000. This is definitely a big number. The defensive pressure of Silver Light City has increased a lot in an instant. In the fortifications outside the city, the defenders have officially fought with mutant beasts and zombies, and the battle is fierce. Chapter 114 attacked at the same time. It's finally here. Wang Hao sighed lightly. Although he knew before that the attack and defense battle of Silver Light City was unavoidable, Wang Hao was still a little worried when the battle actually broke out. After all, he is now a member of Silver Light City, and he will not be immune to the crisis that Silver Light City encounters. The troops in the city are now engaged in a full-scale exchange of fire with mutant beasts and zombies, Zhuang Shuer said, because the flying mutant beasts suddenly changed their attack methods. Many buildings in the city were damaged, and the casualties of the army were greater than expected. The city lord had to keep more troops in the city to attack the flying mutant beasts and protect the survivors. This also resulted in a much smaller number of troops leaving the city and entering the fortifications. The pressure to resist the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city was very high. Zhuang Shuer's face was a little solemn. She learned this news from her father's mouth, and she could also feel her father's heavy heart when he said these words to her. It seems that the situation is more serious than expected, Wang Hao said in a low voice. As a member of the survivors, he was absolutely unwilling to see this happen. Before the mutant beasts officially attacked the city, he had an expectation, but it was obvious that the current situation was worse than he expected. Be serious. Not only are there more mutant beasts than expected, but they are also smarter, which makes them difficult to deal with. Yes, Zhuang Shuer said, although the army in the city has been making preparations these days. When the mutant beasts and zombies officially attacked the city, they still felt huge pressure. I hope the army in the city can hold on okay. This is the wish of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, and also the wish of all the survivors in the city. It is not safe outside, so Wang Hao and others can only hide in the air raid shelter. While they have time, many people choose to enter the virtual battlefield, which can not only escape from the real world and be safer, but also kill time and divert their attention. Force. Wang Hao has also entered the virtual battlefield. His current double and fourth row teammates include Zhuang Shuer, and Zhuang Shuer is right next to him. Therefore, it is very convenient for him to enter the virtual battlefield of. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer first entered the OKQQ. After forming a team, the two quickly left the air raid shelter and appeared on the square of the virtual battlefield. What's the situation on your side now? It's too tragic. There are too many mutant beasts and zombies this time. Too fierce. And the pressure on the defenders in the city is huge. The situation on our side is even worse. The city gate was once lost. Although the defenders quickly regained control, they suffered heavy casualties. Hey, I'm really worried that the city gate won't be able to be defended. How did these damn mutant beasts and zombies suddenly become so smart? Among these mutant beasts and zombies, there is an intelligent creature, and it is it that is commanding these mutant beasts and zombies. I don't know if it is true. I have also heard this news. It is spreading everywhere. It seems it should be true. It's really terrible. The entire square was full of discussions about mutant beasts and zombie sieges, and almost everyone was talking about this topic. We are in a virtual battlefield, but everyone's minds are obviously still in reality. But they don't pay much attention to the virtual battlefield. We can't blame them. After all, reality is the foundation. No one can hide in the virtual battlefield all the time. Entering here is only temporary. Everyone has to return to reality. Once something changes in reality, then it's completely over. It turned out that all the cities were attacked by mutant beasts and zombies at about the same time, Zhuang Shuer said in surprise. People from Silver Light City are not the only ones on the virtual battlefield. Survivors from other cities are also gathered here. Many people also use the virtual battlefield to understand the situation in other cities. After all, in reality, traveling through the wild and from it is very dangerous to travel from one city to another. The wild is full of mutant beasts and zombies. Zhuang Shuer had learned from her father that there were large-scale gatherings of mutant beasts and zombies outside almost all cities in China. But she did not expect that these mutant beasts and zombies would attack the city almost at the same time. How did they contact each other, and how did they determine the time to attack the city? How did they manage to be so consistent? Zhuang Shuer couldn't figure it out. But it was obvious that this was definitely not a good thing. The matter is obviously very serious. More serious than expected, Wang Hao said. From the conversations of people around them, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer learned that the situation in other cities at this time was obviously not very good. They were basically being attacked by mutant beasts and zombies, and the number of mutant beasts and zombies was very large. At the same time, they seem to have become smarter. Or in other words, there are creatures commanding them from behind. In short, the defensive pressure of each city has doubled, and some have even been in danger several times. The game started soon. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer got on the plane. During this game, both them and other people on the plane were a little absent-minded. Even after entering the virtual battlefield, their minds were still distracted. In reality, especially those cities that are in danger, the survivors among them are even more stressed. They are deeply afraid that when they return to reality, they will see ruins, as well as countless mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao forced his attention back to the game. Thinking about things in reality now would not help him. Only by improving his strength can he better protect himself and improve his survivability. And if he wants to improve his strength, it is very important to earn exchange points. Whether it is to retain auxiliary functions or upgrade auxiliary functions, it requires a lot of exchange points. The more auxiliary functions he has, and the higher the level, the better he can preserve them. He must earn more redemption points as soon as possible. With the help of auxiliary functions, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer once again won the first place. Tap the airdrop box, Wang Hao said to Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer nodded, but there was not much excitement on her face. In the past, she would be very happy every time she touched the airdrop box, even if she was not really short of things. She also liked touching the airdrop box. The anticipation of opening a blind box. The feeling made her enjoy it very much. But now, because she is worried about things in reality, she doesn't have much expectations and excitement. In fact, her performance in this game is not very good. She is absent-minded and does not show her full strength at all. Fortunately, her teammates are Wang Hao. Otherwise, let alone eating chicken, the possibility of landing in a box is very high. Chapter 115 Prize, Geely Suit. Biscuit. Zhuang Shuer took out a bag of biscuits from the airdrop box. This was obviously not a good treasure. But Zhuang Shuer didn't have high expectations this time. So she didn't show any disappointment after touching the cookie. No expectations. No disappointments. At this time, Wang Hao had already reached out to the airdrop box. When he took his hand out, there was already an extra piece of clothing in his hand. Armor? This was the first thought that came to Wang Hao's mind. There are armors in the game, which are divided into 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3. The higher the level, the stronger the defensibility. Although it is not completely bulletproof, it can still help withstand some damage. When Wang Hao was visiting the virtual mall building before, I once thought about buying clothes and armor to prepare for going out of the city. However, his level is too low, and he cannot enter the high floors. Although there are clothes and armors for sale on the lower floors, the level is too low. There are only first-level clothes and armors. The defense of the first-level clothes is not very high. Moreover, in the mall the price was too expensive, so Wang Hao did not buy it. Many people have opened armors from airdrop boxes before, but most of them are first-level armors. Even second-level armors are rare, let alone third-level armors. Wang Hao also expected that a high-level armor was opened from the airdrop box. Now it seems that the wish has come true? However, I don't know what level of armor it is. Geely Suit. Just when Wang Hao was about to see what level of armor this was, Zhuang Shuer, who was next to him with a heavy heart, exclaimed in surprise. Geely Suit? Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer doubtfully. You said this is a ghillie suit, not ordinary armor? Wang Hao naturally knew what a ghillie suit was, but he had only been in the middle of the game before. Ghillie suits have never been seen in reality. Moreover, the ghillie suits in the game are all green, which is the same color as the grass. It is precisely because of its color that it can hide itself well and wear the ghillie suit. The person wearing the ghillie suit blends into the surrounding environment. But the clothes in Wang Hao's hands are not green, and the auspicious suits in the game are completely different. Yes, it's the ghillie suit. Zhuang Shuer's face was filled with surprise. You can actually get a ghillie suit from a low-level airdrop box. Wang Hao, your luck is so incredible. You know, this auspicious suit is quite rare even in high-level airdrop boxes, and every auspicious suit can be sold for a sky-high price in the market. Zhuang Shuer's eyes were filled with shock. Even the mutant beasts and the threat of zombies had been forgotten. Even though she had seen many treasures, she was also shocked by Wang Hao's incredible luck. But it's different from the auspicious suit in the game, Wang Hao said. That's what's great about it. Zhuang Shuer said, the ghillie suit in the game is green because the surrounding trees and grass are all that color. So naturally it can only be green. But in reality the ghillie suit is green. The suit is different. It can change color. It can change color at any time according to the environment around you, allowing you to be consistent with the surrounding environment and completely blend in. Can it change color? Wang Hao was also shocked when he heard this. Like a chameleon? Yeah, Zhuang Shuer said. Hurry up and try it on. Wang Hao nodded. He was also full of curiosity about this auspicious suit. Wang Hao put the clothes on his body. And then the clothes began to change in size automatically. Completely consistent with Wang Hao's figure. As if they were tailor-made for Wang Hao. Of course, it's not just its size that changes at the same time, but also its color. The clothes that were originally white started to change after putting them on. In less than 10 seconds, they turned green. The position where Wang Hao was standing at this time was on a piece of grass. The color of this ghillie suit obviously changed according to the surrounding environment. It actually changed color? Wang Hao exclaimed. Of course. Zhuang Shuer said, you are on the grass now. If you go to a place surrounded by yellow, it will turn yellow. If you are surrounded by a red environment, it will turn red. In short, the ghillie suit has no fixed color. Its color changes at any time. The color depends on the environment you are in. Wang Hao nodded. The shock on his face was still obvious. Just look at it. It's not surprising that this ability can be sold at a sky-high price. In a post-apocalyptic environment, anything that can increase survivability is a treasure. The ghillie suit can change color according to the surrounding environment, which is very rare. With this, identity ability can greatly improve the survival ability of survivors and better protect themselves. It is naturally very precious. Of course, ghillie suits are not omnipotent. They can help users blend into the surrounding environment well, but they are not without flaws. When you are close, you can still find people hidden in them if you look carefully. This is similar to the game. In the game, the ghillie suit is not undetectable. Of course, this requires good observation skills, and it cannot be too far away. In addition, people wearing ghillie suits cannot move around. Otherwise, there is also the risk of exposure. Another point is that the ghillie suits are limited by the surrounding environment. If the surroundings are dense grass, that is naturally good, can hide very well. If there is a flat land with nothing around, although the ghillie suit can change the same color as the land, lying on the ground will be very abrupt and easily arouse suspicion. Of course, even with these imperfections, they still cannot affect the value of the ghillie suit. The two quickly returned to reality. Wang Hao's ghillie suit immediately began to change, and soon became the same color as the wall Wang Hao was leaning against. Wang Hao, I found that your luck is really good. Zhuang Shuer was still a little emotional, whether it is power boots or ghillie suits. They are treasures. Even in high-level airdrop boxes, it is difficult to explode. It's so lucky that you can get these treasures at a low level. I think so too, Wang Hao said with a smile. Fortunately, Zhuang Shuer didn't know that Wang Hao had prescribed genetic medicine before. If he had known about it, he would have been even more shocked. Genetic medicine is also a treasure. What's more, what Wang Hao got was a second-level genetic medicine. However, even if she didn't know the existence of genetic potions, Zhuang Shuer only saw power boots and ghillie suits, which was enough for her to sigh with emotion. After all, it was already very rare to get these two things. Perhaps it was because he got the auspicious suit that Wang Hao was in a much better mood. And the same was true for Zhuang Shuer. Although she didn't come up with the auspicious suit, she was very happy for Wang Hao. Chapter 116 Auxiliary Function, Clone. What's going on outside? Wang Hao asked the classmates around him. The game lasted for about half an hour. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had been away from reality for half an hour. They didn't know if the situation outside had changed. To the disappointment of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, the classmate who was asked shook his head and said, "The flying mutant beast is still attacking, and we still can't get out for the time being." Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer looked at each other, and they could see the look in each other's eyes. Disappointment. If this situation continues, the city lord may mobilize in advance. Zhuang Shuer analyzed. Because of the existence of the virtual battlefield, survivors are not ordinary people, especially adult survivors. They all have certain combat capabilities and experience, and they also have weapons in their hands. They can also go to the battlefield at any time. However, under normal circumstances, ordinary survivors will not participate in the battle. After all, except for entering the virtual battlefield, they are engaged in ordinary jobs at other times, which is different from professional soldiers. Therefore, the city lord will not mobilize ordinary survivors to participate in the battle unless necessary. But usually not mobilizing does not mean that there will be no mobilization. If the city is really in dire straits, the city lord will definitely mobilize. Now, because the flying mutant beasts have become much smarter, The defenders in the city are under great pressure. If the situation continues to deteriorate, it is inevitable that the city lord will issue a mobilization order. Wang Hao nodded. Although he had never experienced mobilization, he could understand that adult survivors were also capable of fighting and could go to the battlefield when necessary. However, no one wants that to happen. Once a national mobilization order is issued, it means that the situation has become urgent and has reached a very dangerous point. Okay, let's not think about that for now, Wang Hao said. Let's proceed to the fourth row first. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Someone should consider the matter of mutant beasts and zombies. They are just ordinary survivors. No one cares about your opinions and thoughts. Later, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer entered the game. Their teammates this time were still randomly matched. What surprised Wang Hao was that their two teammates this time were actually two girls. In fact, among the survivors, there were no fewer women than men. However, most of the teammates Wang Hao randomly matched with in the past were men. This time, he was matched with two female players at once, which was the first time. As a result, Wang Hao and his team have 3 female players. What's even more surprising is that these 2 female players are actually very beautiful. And they are actually sisters. My sister's name is Su Lingnai and my sister's name is Su Linghua. Wang Hao knew this because his sister Su Linghua introduced herself. Su Linghua was very polite and well-behaved, while Su Lingnai had a cold face. After we start the game, I hope you two won't follow us. After getting on the plane, Su Lingnai warned Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer with a cold face, looking like he was rejecting others thousands of miles away. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were slightly startled, but they still nodded and agreed. In games, this kind of situation is not uncommon, especially in teams like Wang Hao and others who are randomly matched. It is common for them not to trust each other. If you don't trust your teammates, you won't follow them. He will not allow his teammates to follow him. After all, sometimes, if his teammates are not strong enough, not only will they not be able to help, they will also become a drag, which will be even worse. I'm sorry. My sister doesn't mean any harm. She just doesn't like teaming up with strangers, Su Linghua explained to Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer with an apologetic look. Understood. Wang Hao smiled. Wang Hao didn't pay too much attention. He was used to this kind of situation. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. More supplies. Level 1 you can see more than others materials double. 2. Higher quality. Level 1 after winning the championship, you can get better rewards from the airdrop box. The performance is doubled. 3. Clone. Level 1. Every 5 minutes, you can summon a clone. The number of clones is 3, and the level is equivalent to half of the main body. The clone lasts for 30 seconds. When the duration ends or the clone is killed, it will enter the cooling time. Note, player, you can use the redemption points to enhance the auxiliary functions. Please choose this assistance. Wang Hao was shocked when he saw the 3 assistances appearing in this game. There is nothing surprising about the first auxiliary function. This is not the first time this auxiliary function has appeared. The second and third assistants appeared for the first time. The second auxiliary is to improve the quality of the prize. For example, if Wang Hao touches a piece of armor from the airdrop box, then this piece of armor is different from ordinary armor. It has been strengthened, and its defensibility is higher than ordinary armor is twice as strong. With this enhancement, the defensive capabilities of level 1 armor can even exceed that of level 2 armor, and catch up with level 3 armor. Of course, if you want to get this reward, you have to eat chicken. This is the same prerequisite as the previous reward doubling. This is obviously a good auxiliary function. But what really shocked Wang Hao was the third auxiliary function, clone. He can actually summon a clone in the game. The first level clone auxiliary function can summon 3, which lasts for 30 seconds. If the level is increased, the number of summons and the duration are likely to increase. Think about it. You can summon countless clones at once and attack together with the main body, even if the clones are not as good as the main body. But with so many clones attacking at the same time, how many people can withstand your own attack? This is a very awesome auxiliary function. Of course, Wang Hao, who had already seen auxiliary functions such as invisibility, see-through, and walking through walls, quickly woke up from the shock. He had already seen many incredible auxiliary functions, and now he had another clone. It doesn't seem to be anything special. However, regaining consciousness does not mean that Wang Hao despises this auxiliary function. On the contrary, He is very enthusiastic about this auxiliary function. This is definitely a very powerful auxiliary function, whether on the virtual battlefield or on the battlefield. In reality, its effects are very powerful. If he can have this auxiliary function, Wang Hao's strength can definitely be improved by more than one level. In this game, you must win the chicken. Chapter 117, being treated as a soft persimmon. Where to jump? On the plane. Zhuang Shuer asked Wang Hao's opinion. Wang Hao glanced at the route and said, "Let's go to City P." Okay. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Ever since Wang Hao had the two auxiliary functions of perspective and invisibility, Wang Hao liked P City very much. As long as the route allowed, Wang Hao would usually jump to P City. Here, as long as he didn't land in a box, you can get along like a fish in water. Not only successfully survive, but also get high kills. Zhuang Shuer had followed Wang Hao to P City many times, and was already familiar with P City. She didn't know that Wang Hao had auxiliary functions, but she knew that Wang Hao had keen intuition in P City. The intuition that others don't have can help them survive P City smoothly. P City, which is chaotic and dangerous in the eyes of others, is their blessed place. Sister, they are going to P City. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the team channel. It is Su Linghua, the younger sister of the two sisters. She seemed to want to whisper to her sister, but she forgot that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were also in the team, and could hear what she said. Yeah, Su Lingdai responded. Didn't sister say that P City is very dangerous? They must be very powerful if they dare to jump into P City. Right, Su Linghua said. I don't know. Will they fall into boxes? It would be too tragic if that happens. I don't know. Sister, where should we jump? Wild area. The two sisters whispered, while chatting. In comparison, Sister Su Linghua was obviously more lively and talkative, not as indifferent as her elder sister. From their conversation, Wang Hao could also tell something. This sister should have some strength. But her sister Su Linghua should have just entered the virtual battlefield not long ago. She is not familiar with the virtual battlefield and her strength is weaker. Even it can be said that he is a complete rookie. In order to protect his sister, Su Lingdai chose to jump into the jungle to survive. Soon, the plane flew near P City. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer jumped out of the plane and went straight to P City. There is a full formation on the left and right. And there is a 3-person team above us. During the flight, Zhuang Shuer skillfully observed the surrounding situation. 13 people jumped to P City. This number is still relatively large. This is also related to the fact that the route is close to P City. After opening the parachute, Wang Hao floated while paying attention to the surrounding situation. He had to ensure that he and Zhuang Shuer would not fall into boxes. As long as they survived the first wave of impact, they would have room to perform later. Coincidentally, the 4 teams that jumped to P City in this round seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They each jumped to an area. The distance between them was relatively far, and there was no situation where they would fight each other when they landed. This is obviously a good thing for Wang Hao. However, since they chose to jump to P City, they should be ready for battle, and also prefer to be strong. Therefore, peaceful coexistence is only temporary, and the battle is bound to break out. At present, it is just the calm before the storm. After Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer landed, they began to search for supplies to prepare for the upcoming battle. Different from others, every house Wang Hao entered was rich in supplies. Guns, bullets, backpacks, projectiles, etc. were almost all over the floor. This is naturally not a coincidence. But Wang Hao chose more supplies when choosing the auxiliary function. More supplies, level 1 you can see more supplies than others double. Among the 3 auxiliary functions, the one Wang Hao is most satisfied with, looks forward to, and wants to have most is naturally the clone. However, when choosing the auxiliary function for this game at the beginning, Wang Hao did not choose clone, but chose more supplies. This is not because he has transferred love, but because this game is a 4-row game, and he has teammates. If he uses the auxiliary function of clone in the game, the secret will be exposed easily. Can't explain clearly? Therefore, Wang Hao chose to start with more supplies. As for the auxiliary function of clone, he planned to keep it after eating chicken. I have supplies here. I have supplies here. Because the supplies on the ground doubled, Wang Hao quickly collected almost all the supplies, and the secondary bag was already full. Therefore, he kept marking the extra supplies, reminding Zhuang Shuer that if Zhuang Shuer lacked the corresponding items, he could go to the marked location to pick them up. Ah, M414. Sister, Isn't this your favorite gun? There's also a quadruple scope. I don't even have a single scope. There's also a vertical grip. Sister, why are there so many of them over there? Materials? Why are we so poor here? Su Linghua's voice sounded again. Wang Hao marked so many extra supplies, which made her jealous. The wild area is safer than the housing area. But this safety comes in exchange for supplies. The wild area is much poorer than the urban area. The two sisters searched for a long time, and their equipment was still a lot worse. Wang Hao has already seriously overflowing. You can come too. It's very safe here, Wang Hao said with a smile. Really? It could be heard that Su Linghua was a little moved, but she still asked her sister for her opinion. Sister, should we go there? No, but I really want to go. We are too poor here. I can't pick up anything. No, okay. The younger sister failed to convince the older sister. Wang Hao smiled. Not surprised. The elder sister is very worried about her younger sister, and she is still a veteran. She must know that the peace in P City is only temporary. It is undoubtedly very dangerous to come to P City now. There is no way that she will let her sister die. Soon, Wang Hao stopped smiling because he saw a team approaching. They really treat us as weak persimmons, Wang Hao said to himself. When parachuting, Wang Hao observed the landing points of other teams and believed that people in other teams must have behaved similarly. Therefore, everyone roughly knew the landing points of the other three teams. There are only two of them, Wang Hao, so they will definitely become soft persimmons in the eyes of other teams. And it is normal for them to be targeted. Is someone coming? Zhuang Shuer's nerves suddenly became tense. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. We were regarded as a breakthrough and a soft persimmon. And a full formation came. Then, Wang Hao began to mark the points. Accurate target. They should be coming for us. But the team is a bit scattered. Wang Hao said, follow me, and we will take the initiative. Okay. Chapter 118. The group is destroyed. Chun Song, are you sure those two are in the building in front? Yoshikawa asked. The specific location is not certain now, but I am sure that their initial landing point is there. Chun Song said, there are only two of them. They should not have the guts to launch an attack. They must still be near this area. I agree with Chun Song's idea. Let's go over and eat them. Lu Xing said, there are four of us, and there are only two of them. We can eat them easily. Wei Lan said, the four of them are regular teammates in the fourth row. They have been playing games together for at least a year. It can be said that they are very familiar with each other and have a tacit understanding. Today's 4 rows. They also enter together as usual. Game. The 4 of them all have some strength, and they have a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, when they are in the 4th row, they often choose gun. In this game, when the route appears, they have already determined the jumping point and choose P City. When they landed, the 4 of them observed the landing points of the other 3 teams respectively. The landing points of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were naturally noticed by them. Because Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had the smallest number of people, the distance between the 4 of them was not very far. So after simply collecting some supplies, the 4 of them pressed towards Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. However, when the 4 of them landed, they separated slightly in order to search for supplies faster. Now they went to surround Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Naturally, they were moving forward and backward, and they were not following closely. I'll search for some supplies first. I'm still holding a spray gun. Lu Xing passed by an unopened house and couldn't help but want to search for supplies inside. The 4 of them didn't spend much time searching for supplies before. After a brief search, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer came over, in order to eat Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer as quickly as possible and catch them off guard. Hurry up, Chen Song said. I know. You can just see where they are, Lu Xing said casually. Why don't you see anyone? Are you hiding in a corner? Yoshikawa said. Everyone should be careful. What are you afraid of? It's still a long way from where they landed. How long has it been? Besides, there are only 2 of them, so they don't dare to advance so rashly. Wei Lan said. Not bad. Lu Xing, who is searching for supplies, agreed casually. Lu Xing has never taken Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer seriously. In his opinion, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are still theirs. Yoshikawa was still a little worried. He hadn't seen anyone yet, and he felt uneasy. However, what his teammates said made sense. There were only 2 of them, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Even if they were searching for supplies, They should go in another direction instead. Come this way. Because their team fell down not far from here. And there is no way they are not afraid of meeting their team. Boom. Just when Yoshikawa comforted himself that he was overthinking, an explosion sounded, and he fell to his knees before he could even react. Also kneeling down at the same time was Chinsong, who was not far away from him. You were knocked down by player Wang Hao using a fragmentation grenade. Yoshikawa was stunned when he saw the game prompt. Hack. They're nearby. Chinsong, who was also kneeling on the ground, screamed. Where? Where? Wei Lan and Lu Xing also panicked when they saw the prompt. You guys hide first. I'll be right over. Lu Xing didn't care anymore about searching for supplies and immediately jumped out of the window. Hurry up. I can't see where they are, Chinsong said. I can't see it either. Yoshikawa also replied, let's crawl to the side first. I just don't know. Bump. Another explosion sounded. And before Yoshikawa could finish speaking, he had turned into a box. Also in boxes is Chinsong. You were eliminated by player Zhuang Shuer using a fragmentation grenade. Holy shit. Hack me. Chinsong and Yoshikawa both exploded almost at the same time. The two of them are so frustrated. From being blown down to being replaced. The two of them didn't even know where Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were. Obviously, these two are prejudgment minds. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer must be lying down in a house nearby. Before they passed by, they had already pinched the mines in advance. When they arrived here, at this time, the two grenades were also thrown over, and they exploded almost as soon as they landed, giving them almost no time to react. The two teammates were eliminated almost at the same time. Wei Lan and Lu Xing were even more panicked. Wei Lan, who had already arrived first, made a decision almost instantly. Turn around and run. Now that the enemy is hidden and we are clear. If he continues to stay here, he will only be in danger. However, just as he turned around, a hail of bullets flew over. Duh. You were knocked down by player Zhuang Shuer using an assault rifle M416. Holy shit. Help me. Wei Lan, who fell to the ground, was frightened and quickly asked Lu Xing for help. I'll mark it for you. After being shot this time, Wei Lan's only gain was to see Zhuang Shuer's location. However, before he could mark the mark, he turned into a box. However, he was not replaced by Zhuang Shuer and Wang Hao. But his last teammate Lu Xing was killed. Without his teammates, he would naturally become a box. Holy crap. What the hell is going on? Chinsong, who had already passed away, still hadn't fully reacted until now. All this happened so fast that they were wiped out without even making any reaction. I told you to be careful. But you didn't listen. Yoshikawa couldn't help complaining. It's all Lu Xing's fault. How long have you been searching for supplies? If 4 people were together, this wouldn't be the case now. Wei Lan couldn't help but complain. What does this have to do with me? Didn't Yoshikawa and Chinsong rush in? If they hadn't been blown down at the same time, they wouldn't be in this situation. Lu Xing said unconvinced. Okay. Stop talking. Chinsong came out to smooth things over and said, those 2 people are too insidious, and we underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect that they were so courageous and dared to take the initiative. Sure enough, they were able to take the initiative. Anyone who jumps into P City is very courageous. Humph. It won't be easy for them either. Lu Xing said angrily, the ones who just knocked me down were from another team of players. There must be a third party who wants to come over and pick up the leak. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer have already been exposed. There are only 2 of them in the position, and they will definitely be eaten by the other team of players. A third party is coming? I didn't even notice it just now. If this is the case, then Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are indeed in danger. I wish they would die right now. Player Zhuang Shuer used a fragmentation grenade to knock down Mei Lang. Player Zhuang Shuer used a fragmentation grenade to knock down Baoni. Player Wang Hao used the submachine gun M45 to knock down Fury. Player Zhuang Shuer used the assault rifle M416 to kill Aizwa. Holy shit. Chapter 119. Let's stay here. While waiting to see Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer being eaten by a third party, and the Yoshikawa 4. Everyone was shocked when they saw the game prompt on the left side of the game. The team is destroyed. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer actually destroyed the team. The 2 killed 4 people in a row and ate all the 4 third parties who came to detect the leak. Moreover, neither Wang Hao nor Zhuang Shuer was knocked down. Complete victory. How did they do it? Chinsong swallowed and said in disbelief. 3 of the 4 of them were killed by Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Now, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer took down a full formation. And this was even after their position was exposed. This was simply too powerful. I don't know. The other 3 shook their heads almost at the same time. They have been eliminated, and are not teammates of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Therefore, they cannot see Wang Hao's operations, and don't know how Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer did it. However, there is one thing they are sure of. They have met a master. 2 people dare to jump into P-City. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer really have 2 skills. Also shocked were Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer's teammates, Su Lingdai and Su Linghua. When they saw that Wang Hao and the others were already fighting against each other, they both thought that Wang Hao and the others were doomed. Now they are the first. I haven't cleared all the circles yet. So there's not much difference between dying and falling into a box. Just when the 2 of them were still having this idea, there were prompts from Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer to knock down and kill other players one after another. Because Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer destroyed 7 players in a short period of time. Man. Here between Su Lingdai and Su Linghua, there was even a scene prompting the screen to be refreshed. Sister. They are so strong. Su Linghua's words were full of surprise and admiration. Yes. Su Lingyi's answer was still concise. But it was not difficult to see that she was also shocked by the performances of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. These 2 people are definitely the strongest masters she has ever encountered. 2 people killed 7 people without being harmed. This is simply ridiculously strong. At this time, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were licking their bags. While they were licking their bags, Wang Hao did not forget to tease Su Linghua. Let me just say that P-City is very safe. Look. We are living well. Liar. Sister is right. P-City is not safe. You were fighting just now. You are fine because you are strong. If it were me, I would have been in a box a long time ago. Su Linghua said. The bad guys have all been beaten away. It's really safe here now. Wang Hao said. Wang Hao was not teasing the 2 sisters. The remaining 3-person team in P-City was either afraid of Wang Hao or the others, or had no intention of staying in P-City for a long time. They actually took advantage of Wang Hao and the others to fight. At that time, they took the initiative to evacuate P-City. In other words, now there are only 2 people in P-City. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. They took P-City. There is absolutely no problem in feeding a full formation in P-City. A huge city. What's more, the auxiliary function Wang Hao chose in this game is more supplies, which results in P-City having more supplies than ever before. Sister. Su Linghua was obviously a little moved, but she would not go without her sister's permission. No. Su Lingdai still refused. Okay. Although Su Linghua felt a little aggrieved, she still followed her sister's decision. Wang Hao smiled, and no longer forced himself. Wang Hao. Where should we go next? Zhuang Shuer was full of fighting spirit at this time. Zhuang Shuer, who had defeated 2 teams in a row and got 4 eliminations, was now confident. In addition, she had almost collected the supplies. She now wanted to find another team to fight with. Wang Hao looked at the small map and said, let's stay here. This is still a safe zone. In this game, Wang Hao's focus is not on killing more people, but on eating chicken. So he still has to be a little more conservative. Yes, with the 2 auxiliary functions of perspective and stealth, P-City is obviously safer than the wild. Here, he can discover other players in advance. But in the wild, although he can also use perspective to discover other players, but it is very likely that they will encounter a fire truck, or be persuaded to fight during a fight. This kind of thing has not happened before. If it were normal times, he might not care very much, and he would just give up the chicken at worst. But that didn't work in this game. In this game, he needed to win the chicken to retain the auxiliary function. Therefore, staying in P-City is the safest. Okay. Although Zhuang Shuer was a little disappointed, she still followed Wang Hao's decision. She recalled the battle just now, and a smile appeared on her face. Did I do a good job with the thunder just now? While the 2 were still fighting with the Yoshikawa 4, Wang Hao had already discovered that other players were approaching. His clairvoyance was not a display. Therefore, he immediately notified Zhuang Shuer to move in advance, while he stayed behind. Attract the enemy's attention where you are. Wang Hao, who has clairvoyance, can clearly see the specific movements of the arriving team. He has been marking Zhuang Shuer and assigning her the route. The subsequent full formation came in a hurry, and was not far away from Wang Hao. There was some distance between Hao and the others, which gave Zhuang Shuer the opportunity to ambush. Zhuang Shuer, who was hiding in the dark, opened the situation with a grenade and knocked down 2 people. Wang Hao took advantage of the chaos and knocked down another one. The last unlucky guy fell to Zhuang Xuer's gun. Yes, I have the power of 3 successes, Wang Hao said with a smile. Smelly fart. Zhuang Xuer laughed and scolded. She herself was very satisfied with her performance in the battle just now. She destroyed almost 2 full formations in a short period of time. This record was definitely something to be proud of. However, Zhuang Xuer also knew that Wang Hao had the greatest contribution among them. Although Wang Hao did not kill as many as her, he played a much greater role in these 2 battles. Without Wang Hao's command, it's impossible for her to achieve such a record. This intuition is really terrifying, Zhuang Xuer thought in his heart. Wang Hao can roughly figure out the enemy's advance and fall. This kind of situation where the enemy is overt, and we are hidden is too important for the battle. They have completely grasped the opportunity, and can always take the lead. This will have a great impact on the outcome of the battle. Have a great impact. Zhuang Xuer also admired Wang Hao more and more. In the next 3 consecutive laps, Wang Hao and the others were actually in the safe zone. As a result, they never left P City. During this process, other players who came to P City were also killed by Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer. When Wang Hao and the others were still in the safe zone in the 4th circle, Su Lingnai and Su Linghua finally came to P City. Chapter 120. Is this the end? Sister, there is an 8-power scope here. Do you want it? Wow. M416. A lot of medical kits. I only have one. A lot of supplies. A lot of supplies. Ha ha ha. Entered P City. Su Linghua was as excited as Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. However, we can't blame her, because she is too poor. While Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer were guarding P City, she and her sister had been living in the wild. This greatly ensured their safety. But it also led to a shortage of supplies for them. From the beginning to now, the 2 of them only hit 1 machine brother. But other than that, there were no other kills. There were no supplies in the wilderness. And there were no boxes to lick. So one could only imagine how poor the 2 of them were. Therefore, as soon as she entered P City, Su Linghua excitedly searched for supplies. Sister Su Lingdai also made the same move. But she was much more restrained than her sister. Although she kept replenishing supplies, she didn't show too much excitement. Now, except for Wang Hao and the 4 of them, there are no other players in P City. It is very safe now. Is there anything else missing? Wang Hao asked. Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer had a lot of supplies. In addition to the supplies in P City, they also beat up several players who entered P City from outside, licked their boxes, and collected their supplies. I want an airdrop gun, Su Linghua said, blinking. I don't have that thing either, Wang Hao said. Although he is not short of supplies, he does not have top-level equipment, such as airdrop guns. The auxiliary function only increases the amount of supplies refreshed in P City, but it does not improve the quality of these supplies. Even the 3rd-level equipment does not. That's not a lot. As for airdropped weapons, that's even less likely. I'm just kidding, Su Linghua said with a smile. Such a good weapon is a waste for me to use. My shooting skills are very poor. Su Linghua still has a clear understanding of her own level. Even if they have bad luck, she picked up the airdrop box missed by other players. She didn't know how to use the airdrop weapon, and usually gave it to her sister. Of course, this situation rarely occurs. After all, they have always been obsessed with sex. They will not do things like grabbing airdrops. As for the airdrop boxes that have been forgotten by other players, they will not encounter that thing. The probability is very low. Sister, let's go with them. After Su Linghua talked to Wang Hao, she went to do her sister's ideological work. They are very nice people. Su Lingdai did not speak, but she seemed a little moved. In fact, at the beginning, she warned Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer with a cold face not to follow them. There was a reason for that. Because her sister Su Linghua was a complete rookie. Most of the time, she used human-machine footwork and casual marksmanship. It can be said that can't make much contribution to the team. And although she has more experience and a slightly higher level than her sister, there is definitely a gap compared with the real masters. At the same time, she has to take care of her sister, which leads to distraction. Therefore, they have been scolded by their teammates in the previous 4 rows, which also led to Su Lingdai not liking to act with her teammates. She did not want her sister to be scolded. However, if possible, she is actually very willing to act together with her teammates and cooperate with each other. After all, Redemption points are important to everyone. She also wants to earn more redemption points. Actions with her teammates will definitely be more effective than keeping score. Better. Of course. Provided the teammate is not that bad. Even if you are not aiming for redemption points. Practicing more tacit understanding of cooperation in battle with others will be helpful for reality. You know, this is not a peaceful era. It is an apocalyptic setting. In this context, it is dangerous to live alone. Only by helping each other and cooperating can we survive better. This circle is not big anymore. It is safer if we all go together. Zhuang Shuer also extended an invitation. She obviously also saw that although Su Lingdai always had a cold expression, he was actually not a bad person. What's more, the finals were coming soon. If the four of them acted together, the probability of winning would undoubtedly be higher. Okay. Faced with Zhuang Shuer's invitation, Su Lingdai did not refuse. Yeah. Su Linghua cheered happily. Obviously, she had been looking forward to her sister's nodding. Wang Hao also smiled, and did not refuse Su Lingdai's participation. Not to mention that Su Lingdai actually had no ill intentions. Even if there was, Wang Hao would pretend that nothing had happened at this time. This game was very important to him. He is very necessary to eat chicken. Only in that way can the auxiliary functions be permanently retained. Get ready to fight. Someone is here to visit. Wang Hao said with a smile. There is danger ahead. Wang Hao marked a house. There are people inside? Probably no more than 2. They just came here. Let's go and eat them. It's already the 3rd circle. And P City has always been in the safe zone. Therefore, there are other players coming to P City. This is a normal thing. Neither Su Lingdai nor Su Linghua had any objections to Wang Hao's decision. However, Su Lingdai still reminded her sister, you will be at the end later. Don't run around. Do you understand? I understand. Su Linghua was very happy. Obediently agreed. Actually, there is no danger even if you rush ahead. Wang Hao smiled and said, because this is P City? Su Lingdai looked at Wang Hao in confusion. Obviously not understanding what Wang Hao meant by this. What do you mean? What does this have to do with P City? However, Su Lingdai soon understood. They didn't even give the players in that house a chance to react before they destroyed them. Even the 2 sides did not meet directly. Grenade. Another grenade. In the past, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer relied on grenades to eliminate many players. Su Lingdai was not present at the time, and did not know the specific battle process. She only learned about the battle report through game prompts. But this time, she witnessed and even participated in the process. Wang Hao directed their marching route to avoid the opponent's sight to prevent the other party from firing first. When they were about to arrive at the target building, Wang Hao stopped them and then pulled out the thunder. Wang Hao made it clear when to pull out the thunder and where to throw it. And all the 3 of them had to do was follow Wang Hao's command. With several thunderclaps, prompts for killing and elimination also appeared. The battle is over. This battle process greatly shocked Su Lingdai. It turns out that fighting can be so easy. But how did Wang Hao know the opponent's precise location? Su Lingdai couldn't figure this out. But it was very important. Because this was the key to their ability to easily kill those 2 players. Guess? Probably. Chapter 121 Too expensive. Yeah. I killed one. Su Linghua cheered excitedly. Her face turning red with excitement. This is the first real player she has killed since entering the virtual battlefield. Others may have never eaten chicken for a long time. But she has never killed a real player. Speaking of which, these are all bitter tears. Sorry. She didn't mean to steal someone's head. The younger sister cheered excitedly. But the older sister was apologizing to Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer for her behavior. A kill is an exchange point. Everyone knows how important redemption points are. Therefore, in the game, even teammates on the same team often compete for each other's heads. In Su Lingdai's view, the reason why this battle was won, and won so easily, was all due to Wang Hao. The 2 sisters did not play any role. As a result, Su Linghua also got eliminated. This is it's a bit suspected of stealing people's heads. It's okay, Wang Hao said. It was just one elimination. Wang Hao didn't care. What's more, they shot together. There was no such thing as grabbing the head. It was just luck. Seeing that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were not angry, Su Lingdai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For people went upstairs to lick their bags. The 2 people in this building were actually quite fat. There were airdrop guns and 2 level 3 suits in their bags. Because these 2 people were killed by the explosion. The durability of the level 3 set was not lost at all. You guys take it. Su Lingdai took the initiative to withdraw. This time, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were not polite and immediately changed their clothes. The weapons in their hands became airdrop guns, and they felt more confident. After solving these two people, the four people continued to guard P City. It was not until the final round that P City was kicked out of the circle. During this period, people entered P City one after another. In the end, they all died under the grenades of Wang Hao and the others. Su Lingdai took 2 eliminations, and Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer took 4 combined. Bring more cigarettes and grenades, Wang Hao explained. Are you planning to play in heaven again? Zhuang Shuer asked with a smile. Yes. Wang Hao also smiled. In the finals in the wild, the heavenly style of play is undoubtedly safer, and this requires a lot of smoke bombs. Fortunately, P City is very big, and they have also killed many players. These players more or less have smoke bombs and grenades in their bags. Therefore, Wang Hao and the others are not short of these 2 things. The 2 sisters Su Lingdai and Su Linghua were very curious about the heavenly style of play Zhuang Shuer said. But they soon saw Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer's heavenly style of play. Smoke all the way and explode all the way. Wang Hao, who has clairvoyance, can completely see everyone's position, as long as he ensures that no one will touch him from behind. He is absolutely safe. There are completely different things between having teammates to help and not having teammates to help. Even Su Linghua, who has no teammates to help, is completely different. Teammates who are too strong are valuable because they can at least save people, attract firepower from the opponent, etc. Therefore, Wang Hao, who had a full formation, finally succeeded in winning the chicken, and his final elimination reached 13. This number of eliminations is not high for Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer even killed more people than him in this round. But Wang Hao didn't care very much. What he cared about most in this round was whether he could win the chicken. And now, he has successfully done so. Chicken. He was very satisfied. While Wang Hao was secretly happy, Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 had already touched the airdrop box. Zhuang Shuer and Su Lingdi's luck was average, and they only got food. But the little girl Su Linghua's luck was incredible. I touched a bouncy car. This made the little girl extremely happy. Whether you drive the bouncy car yourself or sell it, it is completely fine. In the market, the bouncy car is very popular. If Su Linghua sells it, you can definitely make a lot of money. The little girl was already so happy that even Su Lingdai had a bright smile on her face. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Su Linghua thanked Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer repeatedly. Although she was young, she knew very well that if Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were not there, she would never be able to win. It's impossible to touch this bouncy car. However, Su Linghua was a bit negligent. She might be a few days older than Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao behaved very calmly and maturely in the game, which made Su Linghua subconsciously regard Wang Hao as her brother. Wang Hao also liked Su Linghua, so he added her as a friend. Of course, he didn't forget to add Su Lingdai, and Su Lingdai didn't refuse. After adding friends, Wang Hao went to touch the airdrop box. However, his luck was obviously not as good as that of Su Linghua, and he only found 5 grenades. The next thing is what Wang Hao really cares about. Keep the auxiliary skills. More supplies, level 1 200 redemption points. Higher quality, level 1 500 redemption points. Clone, level 1 2000 redemption points. 2000 redemption points? It actually costs 2000 redemption points to retain the auxiliary skill clone permanently. Wang Hao was shocked. This is the most expensive skill he has seen so far. You know, even magical skills such as clairvoyance and invisibility only required 1000 redemption points before. But now, clone actually requires 2000 redemption points. This is too expensive. Wang Hao couldn't help complaining. He originally thought that this assistant would cost only 1000 exchange points, but he didn't expect that the price would actually double. However, no matter how expensive it is, Wang Hao can only accept it. Who makes the system not counteroffer, and who makes him like this support? Fortunately, I saved some exchange points before. Otherwise, I might have to just watch this time. Wang Hao said. I choose to keep the clone. Confirm the choice. Congratulations to the player for permanently obtaining the auxiliary function, clone. With the confirmation of the system, 2000 redemption points were deducted from Wang Hao, and there are currently only 3079. Clone, level 1. Upgrade requires 10,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. Every 5 minutes, you can summon a clone. The number of clones is 3. And the level is equivalent to half of the main body. The duration of the clone is 30 seconds. The duration when it ends or the clone is killed. The cooling time will enter. Realistic effect, every half hour. You can summon a clone. The number of clones is 3. And the level is equivalent to half of the main body. The clone lasts for 3 minutes. When the duration ends or the clone is killed, it will enter the cooling time. After reading the introduction of the auxiliary function of clone, Wang Hao's depressed mood was relieved. Upgrading requires 10,000 redemption points. This is basically what Wang Hao expected. After all, this is not the first time that he has retained the auxiliary function, and probably also know the rules for upgrading auxiliary functions. What satisfied Wang Hao was the realistic effect of the clone. Chapter 122 Leaving the Air Raid Shelter. 3 clones. Half the combat power. 3 minutes duration. Half an hour cooldown. Taken together, Wang Hao is quite satisfied. After possessing this clone skill, Wang Hao's combat effectiveness has more than doubled. If he leaves the city again, he will not be as dangerous as last time. The scene changed, and Wang Hao and Zhuang Shui returned to reality. They were no longer surrounded by sisters Su Lingnai and Su Linghua, but by classmates from No. 5 Middle School. When Wang Hao came back, Ding Yuning happened to be nearby to comfort the students. Although the air and light in the air raid shelter are not bad, hiding inside all the time will still affect the students' emotions. Many people have expressions of anxiety, tension, and irritability on their faces. Wang Hao. How are you? Wang Hao is Ding Yuning's most valued student now. She is naturally very concerned about Wang Hao. I'm fine. Wang Hao shook his head and asked, Teacher Ding, what's going on outside? It's fine. Ding Yuning looked at Wang Hao, and then at Zhuang Shui, and then said, The flying mutant beasts, the air raids are still continuing. But the troops in the city have basically stabilized the situation and blocked their first wave of impact. It is estimated that the air raids will not last too long. The mutant beasts and zombies outside the city are attacking the city on a large scale. But the army had built a large number of defenses outside the city before, and used these defenses to block the impact of mutant beasts and zombies. However, this time there were a lot of mutant beasts and zombies, and the battle outside the city was very intense. It's also very difficult. Ding Yuning's face was a little serious. The situation inside and outside the city was not very good. In the face of the air attack, although the defenders in the city blocked the impact, the huge rocks, tree trunks and other heavy objects brought by the flying mutant beasts were very harmful to them. A lot of damage was done to the city's facilities, and there were more casualties than expected. As for outside the city, the situation there is even worse. Countless mutant beasts and zombies are attacking the defenders' defense line, trying to break through the defense line and rush into the Silver Light City. Once the defense line is broken, then what awaits the survivors in Silver Light City? Yes, it will be ruthless killing. Wang Hao nodded. However, you don't have to worry. Ding Yuning tried her best to smile and reassured. Our Silver Light City has existed for more than 100 years. We have persisted for so many years. I believe we can hold it this time. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shui nodded. Head. Okay. You guys have a good rest first. I'll go talk to the others. Okay. After Ding Yuning left, Zhuang Shui also left quickly. She was going to find a deserted corner to contact her father, ask for more information. After Zhuang Shui left, Wang Hao leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, no matter how much he worried, it was useless. There was only a limit to what he could do. After resting for a while, Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield again and played today's solo queue. Wang Hao, who has 3 auxiliary skills of stealth, perspective and clone, can definitely walk sideways on the virtual battlefield, in double row and 4 row. Because of the presence of teammates, Wang Hao still needs to be more restrained. But in the solo queue arena, Wang Hao has no such worries at all, and can let go of his hands and feet. 42 kills. In one game, Wang Hao killed 42. This is a very scary number for the vast majority of survivors. Even many people may not be able to kill so many people in a week, let alone only in one game. They can kill so many people in one game. You may not be able to meet so many people. After killing 42 people and surviving to the 7th circle, plus the final chicken reward, Wang Hao earned 59 redemption points in one round. This is definitely a big number. But for Wang Hao, this number can no longer make his mood fluctuate too much. After all, he only spent 2,000 exchange points. As for the airdrop box, Wang Hao got some bullets this time, which was pretty good. When Wang Hao returned to reality, he saw the students in the air raid shelter walking out. Wang Hao inquired for a while, and found out that the air raid by the flying mutant beasts was over, and they had temporarily retreated. Without the threat from flying mutant beasts, everyone no longer has to hide in this air raid shelter. Wang Hao left the air raid shelter with everyone and finally saw the light of day again. However, what caught the eye was a mess. Stones, trees and other debris can be seen everywhere. And some classrooms were also damaged in the air strikes by flying mutant beasts. Windows, walls, and even roofs were damaged. All students, help clean up the debris. Guanling's voice came from the loudspeaker. The head teachers of each class went to check their respective classrooms and report the damage immediately. No one should enter the seriously damaged classrooms for the time being, and students will be moved to classes in other classrooms. Say it again. All students together. Under Guanling's arrangement, the students of No. 5 Middle School got busy, cleaning up the debris. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the debris on the campus was quickly cleaned up. Wang Hao and his classmates transported the debris outside the school. Only then did he see that there were more debris on the streets outside the school, and many buildings were also damaged to the destruction. It seems that the damage caused by this air attack by the flying mutant beasts is much more serious than expected. Wang Hao said to himself. In the past, flying mutant beasts have not been attacked by air raids, but the damage they caused was not great. Survivors in the city can easily avoid air raids as long as they hide in their homes or air raid shelters. The goal of flying mutant beasts is to survive. Moreover, they will not deliberately target the buildings in the city. Therefore, as long as the flying mutant beasts are repelled, the city can quickly return to normal. The air raids some time ago were also the same, but this time is obviously different. The flying mutant beast that can use foreign objects has more than doubled its destructive power. Even though they were repelled, the damage they caused to the buildings and survivors in the city was greatly improved. Especially the buildings. This is definitely bad news for the survivors. After hauling away the garbage, the students from No. 5 Middle School returned to school to continue their classes. For everyone, fighting mutant beasts has nothing to do with them for the time being. Before the city lord issues a mobilization order, they do not need to go to the battlefield or directly fight mutant beasts and zombies. Their main tasks now are to attend classes and study. However, although they did not have to go to the battlefield, everyone knew what was happening outside the city at this time, and it was impossible for everyone to pretend that nothing happened. The students' minds and emotions were obviously affected, and the efficiency of the class dropped a lot. Chapter 123. The Gate of Glory City was breached. The battle continues until school was over. Wang Hao could still vaguely hear the sound of gunfire coming from outside the city. The few planes in the entire Silver Light City occasionally flew over the sky. The sky above Silver Light City was not very safe now, and the flight was mutated. The beast may leave and come back at any time. But Silver Light City's Air Force troops no longer care about so much. Even if there is danger, they must dispatch at this time. Wang Hao walked on the street, and what he saw along the way were worried and nervous faces, as well as destroyed buildings. As early as a few days ago, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan had moved to the civilian area. It is indeed cleaner and safer than the slums. But this does not mean that people living in the civilian areas will definitely be harmed. Those who fly when mutant beasts attack the city, they will not deliberately avoid civilian areas. Wang Hao, are you back? As soon as Wang Hao arrived home, Su Guangyuan came to greet him. Are you okay? It's okay. Wang Hao shook his head. I thought you were still in the rich area. After moving into the civilian area, Su Guangyuan has not given up working. He is still doing odd jobs in wealthy areas. And today is no exception. After the mutant beasts and zombies officially attacked the city, those of us who didn't have real estate in the wealthy areas were all kicked out. Su Guangyuan said with a bit of resentment on his face. Many people were beaten when they were driven out. It's time for the flying mutant beast to attack. Is anyone injured? Wang Hao frowned slightly. This is the time when everyone should unite. Now, those people in the rich area behave like this. It will inevitably make many people feel resentful, thus affecting morale. This may even affect the battle to defend Silver Light City. However, he is just an ordinary person. Even if he is dissatisfied and worried, those in the wealthy area will not care. Now the wealthy area has been completely closed. Non-residents are not allowed to enter. Su Guangyuan continued. Aren't they afraid of rebellion by residents in slums and civilian areas? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. You know, this is not a peaceful time. Even the survivors living in slums and civilian areas have guns in their hands. Moreover, most of these survivors have entered the virtual battlefield and have certain combat experience. If they really want to fight, they may not be incapable of fighting. They are not afraid. Su Guangyuan said, no one has made trouble in the past. But they were quickly suppressed. Over the years, those in the wealthy areas have never stopped building their areas. And their internal defenses have been the system cannot be broken by ordinary people. Not to mention that even in the current situation, they have left a lot of troops in the wealthy areas. How can it be so easy to break through? Another point is that we residents in slums and civilian areas, there is a mix of people inside. And they are not monolithic. The previous troubles did not even pose a threat to the wealthy area. But someone had already reported on them, leading to them being surrounded and suppressed by the defenders. At this point, Su Guangyuan sighed deeply. Tone. As a former member of the slums, and now a member of the urban areas, Su Guangyuan is very aware of the actual situation of residents in the slums and urban areas. He also knows that there are many things in the rich areas that are of great significance to the survivors of the slums and urban areas. Great temptation. Not to mention other things. Just the qualification to live in a wealthy area can make people in slums and urban areas fight to their death. And it is also enough to make them betray the organization. Wang Hao can probably guess some of the reasons. If you think about it carefully, it is completely normal for these situations to occur. After all, the survivors are a mixed bag, and no one can guarantee the loyalty of others. It is perfectly normal for one or two traitors to appear. However, even so, Wang Hao still feels that it is inappropriate for those in the wealthy area to do this now. And there are even great hidden dangers. After all, the threats faced by human survivors this time are unprecedented. And they are under tremendous pressure. It is very likely that some things that are usually unimaginable will break out. The next day, an unexpected news came that shocked all the survivors. Rongguan City, one of the 9 largest cities in China, was attacked by mutant beasts and zombies. Tens of millions of survivors in Glory City lost their homes and became wanderers. Of course, before wandering, they had to face the direct impact of hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts and zombies. You don't need to think about it to know that Glory City at this time must be extremely tragic. Like AHL on Earth. What Wang Hao and other survivors couldn't figure out was why Glory City was breached so quickly. Although there were a lot of mutant beasts and zombies attacking Glory City this time. About 300,000 to 400,000. Glory City. As a Chinese territory, one of the 9 major cities, there are hundreds of thousands of defenders in it. The number may not be less than that of mutant beasts and zombies. Moreover, the defenders of Glory City can also use city defenses and fortifications to snipe mutants, beasts and zombies. No matter what, they have a better chance of winning. What's more, there are tens of millions of survivors in Glory City. Most of these survivors can go to the battlefield and have weapons and combat experience. With their participation, the defensive strength has been greatly enhanced. Why did Glory City fall in such a short period of time? Was it defeated by mutant beasts and zombies in just one day? Wang Hao couldn't figure it out. And neither could anyone else. However, even if the city is destroyed, survivors can still enter the virtual battlefield. According to the virtual battlefield, the survivors of Glory City can still contact the survivors of other cities. At that time, what will happen to Glory City? The truth that will be breached by mutant beasts and zombies in a short time will also surface. Ordinary survivors like Wang Hao and others currently know limited information. But the leaders in Silver Light City have much more information than Wang Hao and others. They probably know the reason why Glory City was captured so quickly. Chu Quan is nothing but trash. In the palace of the city lord of Yingguang City, the city lord Wu Haomia's face was livid. The Chu Quan he spoke of was the city lord of Rongguang City. At this time, in addition to the city lord Wu Haomiao, the people in the lord's mansion of Silver Light City also included the chief and deputy commanders of the 10 major legions in Silver Light City, as well as the core figures of some of the top families in Silver Light City. It can be said that at this time, the core group of people in the entire Silver Light City has gathered in the Lord's Palace of Silver Light City. They are the leaders of the tens of millions of survivors in Silver Light City, and they determine the prosperity and survival of Silver Light City. The reason why everyone gathered here is, firstly, because of the ongoing fighting outside the city. Secondly, it is also related to the fact that Rongguang City was attacked by mutant beasts and zombies. Rongguang City, one of the 9 major cities in Huaxia district, unexpectedly fell so fast. It was attacked by mutated beasts and zombies, and everyone was shocked when they heard about it. Chapter 124 Reasons. City Lord. What's the situation in Rongguang City now? Yang Lai, commander of the 5th Army Corps, looked at Wu Haomu and asked. The offensive and defensive battle of Silver Light City is still going on. However, those currently commanding on the front line are not the commanders of each legion, but the commanders of the next level. As the commanders of the legions, they should stay in the command room to coordinate personnel, materials, etc., and make decisions as soon as possible based on the situation on the front line, instead of charging ahead like a big-headed soldier. However, Yang Lai is an exception. The armor on his body is still stained with blood. When he received the notice of Wu Haomu's meeting, he was participating in the battle on the front line. As a battle madman, Yang Lai will always charge at the forefront whenever there is a chance. It is precisely because of such a legion commander that the 5th Legion is the most sturdy and brave legion among the 10 legions in Silver Light City, with very high combat effectiveness. Rongguang City is still fighting in the streets. Wu Haomu said with a cold face. Mutated beasts and zombies have breached the city gate. Hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts and zombies rushed into the city. The troops in the city completely lost their air superiority. Even most of the fortifications in the city have been destroyed. It is extremely difficult for them to drive the mutant beasts and zombies out of the city. Perhaps they can only wait for the mutant beasts and zombies to retreat on their own initiative. Everyone looked a little ugly when they heard this. Are the hundreds of thousands of troops in Rongguang City all pigs? Yang Lai said angrily and doubtfully. Even if there are dozens of pigs standing at the city gate, it is impossible for mutant beasts and zombies to break through the city gate so quickly. Right? Yang Lai's doubts are also doubts in the minds of many people at the scene, and even more so in the minds of survivors in other cities in China. You must know that there are many troops in Glory City, and their combat effectiveness is not bad. Even if they fail to block the impact of mutant beasts and zombies in the end, there is no reason for the city gate to be breached so quickly. This is really confusing. However, not everyone at the scene looked puzzled. Although the face of City Lord Wu Haomu was ugly, there was not much doubt in his face. Clearly, he knows something. There is a traitor among the survivors. Before Wu Haomu could speak, Shang Hung spoke first. Shang Hung, the head of the Shang family, and Shang Yunjin, who had a relationship with Wang Hao before, was his son, and Shang Yunjin, as the core figure of the Shang family, was also present at this time. The Shang family is the top family in Silver Light City. Although the commanders of the 10 legions are not members of the Shang family, one of the 10 legions has a deputy named Shang, and among the middle-level officers of the army, there are also many members of the Shang family. In addition, the Shang family also controls some of the economic lifelines of Yingguang City. They have great influence in both the military and business circles. Because the Shang family is engaged in business, their connections are not limited to those in Yingguang City. They also have connections in other cities, so they are better informed. Traitor? Lu Yuan looked at Shang Hung in confusion, not knowing what he meant. After the attack and defense of Rongguang City broke out, a group of survivors ambushed the middle and high-level leaders of the 3rd Army of Rongguang City. There were also people in the 3rd Army who were instigated by the survivors. Lu Huan looked at Lu Yuan and said, after the rebels took control of the 3rd Legion, they opened the city gate and let the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city into the city. The defenders at other city gates were caught off guard by this unexpected situation. And the mutant beasts and zombies, there is obviously a commander-like character among them. And it keenly seized this opportunity, working together internally and externally, to attack several other gates in Rongguang City. Rongguang City has been lost. Lu Huang, the head of the Lu family, is also one of the top families in Yingguang City, with influence and connections no less than those of the Shang family. Why did those survivors do this? Someone asked. They themselves are still in the city. What good will it do to them if mutant beasts and zombies enter the city? Is it possible that they can reach some agreement with mutant beasts and zombies? It shouldn't be possible. Even if the mutant beasts and zombies become smart, they are not that smart. Someone immediately questioned. There should be no agreement reached. Wu Haomu said, the survivors did this out of revenge. According to the information I received, these survivors had all been detained by Chu Quan before, especially their Ding Feng, the leader, had his wife robbed by Chu Quan 5 years ago. Later, his robbed wife died inexplicably. Chu Quan went to ask for persuasion, but Chu Quan beat him up and imprisoned him. Is this happening? It was obviously the first time for many people at the scene to hear such a thing, and everyone was extremely shocked. I just learned about this news. Wu Haomu said, the authenticity of the belief has not been confirmed. But based on my understanding of Chu Quan, he is capable of doing such a thing. Everyone frowned. They had heard about Chu Quan to some extent. Not every city lord is so kind and benevolent. Chu Quan's character is very violent. Moreover, he is very lustful and very harsh in his treatment of others. Don't look at the fact that the rich areas in Silver Light City will be closed during war. In Glory City, the human area is usually closed. It is difficult for survivors in slums and civilian areas to buy things in the virtual mall building. They can basically only buy them through the black market. The price is naturally very high. And the things they can buy are also limited. Many survivors in Rongguang City have complaints about Chu Quan. This is no secret. Through communication on the virtual battlefield, such information is often conveyed. However, these survivors can usually only he complained and complained. But he didn't dare to go too far for fear of retaliation. But this time, Ding Fong led the people to rebel and opened the city gate. It is difficult to say whether there was any contribution to the other survivors. This incident has also reminded us. Wu Haomu looked at the crowd and said, although there is a big gap between the status of survivors in slums and civilian areas and residents in wealthy areas, they are also part of the city. If one of them is forced to panic, there is no guarantee that something similar to Rongguang City will not happen. At this point, Wu Haomu paused and said, so, I decided that if the situation is critical, we can consider opening up the entrance to Fu. As soon as Wu Haomu finished speaking, someone raised objections. And this person was none other than Lu Huang. City Lord, I think this matter still needs to be reconsidered. Lu Huang said, close the wealthy areas during the war. This is a long-standing rule. And it cannot be changed easily. It is not that we don't care about the life and death of those people. But the slums we are mixed with the survivors in the civilian areas. And there are all kinds of people. If someone like Ding Fong makes trouble during the war, or after blending into the wealthy area, it will bring us great trouble. Chapter 125 Quarrel. I agree with what Lao Lu said. In wartime, anything can happen. We do this to eliminate potential dangers. In the context of the end of the world, the continuation of human civilization is the most important thing. For this, we must sacrifice some people's interests are also worth it. As long as the rich area is not in chaos, then human civilization can continue. Yes, City Lord. As the City Lord of our Yingguang City, you must put the overall situation first and ensure that the rich are protected. The most important thing is that the district is not chaotic. After Lu Huang, several people successively raised direct or indirect objections to Wu Haomu's ideas. Everyone is scared. Before today, they did not want survivors living in slums and civilian areas to enter rich areas during war, which would bring instability. When encountering war, residents of rich areas did not need to worry too much. No matter how fierce the war is, they will not worry too much. Because the rich area has strict defenses and energy shields for protection. And it is difficult for mutant beasts and zombies to break in. But once residents of slums and urban areas are allowed to enter, it will bring instability. Because the residents of slums and urban areas are a mixed bag. And there are all kinds of people. If someone makes trouble at a critical moment, what will happen to the residents of wealthy areas? It's definitely a huge blow. Their wealthy area is difficult to break from the outside. But if it is from the inside, it is hard to say. And today, they heard about what happened in Rongguang City, which made them more vigilant and more afraid. If there were people like Ding Fong among the residents hiding in the rich area, then the rich, the area is really dangerous. How many of the people present dare to say that they have never done anything wrong? And how many of them dare to say that they have no enemies? Even if they can guarantee it themselves. Can they guarantee that their relatives or servants in the family have not done anything to bully the weak? If there are people like Ding Fong among the people being bullied, wouldn't it mean that Yingguang City will have to make the same mistakes as Glory City? Wu Haomu frowned and fell silent. He did not expect that his proposal would encounter a lot of opposition. Wu Haomu originally thought that after what happened in Rongguang City, everyone should be in awe of the survivors in the slums and civilian areas, and should no longer look down on them like before. Otherwise, it is very likely to force a similar Ding Fong such a person. But Wu Haomu did not expect that many people at the scene had different ideas from him. They also noticed the impact of the Ding Fong incident. But they did not think of paying attention to, or even respecting the survivors in slums and civilian areas. Instead, he was more vigilant towards the survivors in slums and civilian areas and flatly rejected his suggestion. This is completely different from what Wu Haomu had expected. Are you being too alarmist? Just as Wu Haomu frowned, Shuang Jian said, in the context of the apocalypse, everyone should help each other. Only in this way can human civilization continue. If there is intrigue, only it will cause conflicts within us, which will allow mutant beasts and zombies to take advantage of it. Yes, I agree with what Lao Shuang said. As soon as Shuang Jian finished speaking, Yan Lai said, that's what happened in Rongguang City. Chu Quan deserves the blame. If he hadn't been too harsh on the survivors of Rongguang City, and if he hadn't been too reckless, then this situation would never have happened. In the end, it's not Ding Fang's fault. It's Chu Quan's fault. He deserves it. Isn't that right, Commander Yang? He opened the city gates and let mutant beasts and zombies into the city, destroyed Rongguang City, and still became a hero? It's understandable that he has grievances, but he shouldn't make fun of the lives of the survivors in the city, no matter what his reasons are. He shouldn't do this. I didn't say he was a hero. I just said he did it for a reason, and Chu Quan was the culprit. Chu Quan was wrong. But this is not the case. The survivors of the entire city should be implicated. Again, no matter what. Ding Fang is a sinner of Rongguang City, and a sinner of the entire human race. The majestic city lord's mansion seemed to have become a vegetable market. There was a lot of chattering. That's enough. Wu Haomu had to speak out to stop everyone's quarrel. What he thought would receive strong support from everyone has now become the focus of everyone's quarrel, which he did not expect. After Wu Haomu spoke up, the city lord's palace gradually became quiet. But judging from their expressions, no one could convince anyone. This gave Wu Haomu a headache. Those who came to the meeting today were all senior leaders of Silver Light City, and they all had a considerable say here. But now, everyone had different opinions, which made him very embarrassed. After thinking about it, Wu Haomu chose to compromise. At present, the safety of the city is still the top priority. As for whether residents of non-rich areas are allowed to enter rich areas during war, after repelling the attack of mutant beasts and zombies. Besides, everyone is not very satisfied with Wu Haomu's ambiguous decision. They all hope that Wu Haomu will support their suggestions. However, they also know that under the current circumstances, it is difficult for Wu Haomu to make a clear stance. It is not unacceptable to have such a decision. Let's talk about the battle outside the city now, Wu Haomu said. He was afraid that everyone would continue to dwell on the previous topic, so he quickly changed the topic. Of course, this topic is also one of the things he wants to discuss today, and it is not a temporary idea. You should all know that the fighting outside the city is still going on. Wu Haomu said, not only us, but 8 other cities in China were also attacked by mutant beasts and zombies at almost the same time. And every city they are all facing more than 100,000 mutated beasts and zombies. So far, among the 9 cities, the gates of Glory City have been breached. This is also the only city whose gates have been breached. The other 8 cities include our Silver Light City. Although the city gate was not breached, it was not able to repel the attacks of mutant beasts and zombies. The battle at all the cities continued. Everyone at the scene looked solemn as they listened to Wu Haomu's words. On the previous topic of whether to open the rich area, everyone had different ideas. However, in the face of attacks by mutant beasts and zombies, their positions were consistent. Everyone hoped to repel mutant beasts and zombies. Zombie attack. Protect Silver Light City. However, the current situation is obviously not good. Although they have not yet breached the city gate, they do not have much advantage. They are currently in a stalemate with mutant beasts and zombies. Chapter 126 Weird. Among the mutant beasts and zombies that have appeared outside the city, the highest known level so far is level 6. Wu Haomu said, what is certain is that in this offensive and defensive battle, the highest level of mutant beasts and zombies will definitely exceed level 6. Level 6. That's already a pretty high level. Even if an elite team encounters a level 6 mutant beast or zombie in the wild, they will lose more than they win. And it is not impossible for them to be completely annihilated. What's even more frightening is that this war has just begun. The highest level you see now is definitely not the final highest level. As the battle continues, higher level mutant beasts or zombies will inevitably appear. As for the number of mutant beasts, Wu Haomu continued, currently, more than 250,000 mutant beasts or zombies have appeared on the battlefield around our Silver Light City. And this number is still increasing. The scene, everyone's faces were extremely ugly. Although they had already known that mutated beasts and zombies would attack the city, and they had made some preparations in advance, the current situation was more serious than they had expected, and the defensive pressure was far beyond expectations. So many mutated beasts and zombies were dispatched almost at the same time. What is the reason behind this? Someone at the scene couldn't help but ask. Weird. So weird. Since entering the apocalypse, such a thing has never happened. Even if there are zombies and mutant beasts attacking the city in the future, the number will not be so large, and the level will generally not be high. There has never been a situation where all the cities were attacked almost at the same time. Now this is the first time. The previous Wang Hao brought back an important piece of information. Wu Haomu said he saw a gorilla that could command other mutant beasts and zombies. This gorilla should only be a third-level mutant beast. After mutant beasts and zombies officially after the siege, I received news that such gorillas also appeared among the mutant beasts and zombie legions outside other cities. Everyone looked surprised when they heard this. They all watched the video that Wang Hao brought back, and naturally knew about the existence of the gorilla. Before, they had speculated that this gorilla might be the person behind the command of these mutant beasts and zombies. But now it seems that may not be the case. The person behind the scenes may be another person. This gorilla is more like a middle-level leader responsible for frontline command. It is as if the frontline command in their Silver City is not the commander of each legion, but other mid-level officers. If the gorilla is the mastermind behind it, it is basically impossible to attack various cities at the same time. What happened this time is weird. Wu Haomu said with a worried look on his face. I'm worried that this may be just the beginning, and something more terrifying and serious will happen later. Isn't it possible? Everyone heard this. He spoke with a look of worry on his face. Things are bad enough this time. If something more serious happens, where will the human survivors go? No matter what, let's resolve the current war first. Wu Haomu said, I announced that the 3rd and 8th legions will be sent out to support the city, and the mutant beasts and zombies must be kept out of the city. Yes. Mutated beasts. The number of zombies and zombies was still increasing, and Wu Haomu had to send more troops out of the city to support them. The meeting ended quickly, but the worries in everyone's minds did not disappear. When Wang Hao arrived at school in the morning, he heard almost all the students around him talking about the news about mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city. Among them, Glory City was the focus of many people's talk. It's so miserable. Glory City is so miserable now. Yes, I heard that the slums and civilian areas there have been occupied by mutant beasts and zombies. Only the rich areas are still under human control. The rich areas it shouldn't be captured. Right? After all, every city's wealthy areas have energy shields that zombies and mutant beasts can break through easily. Not to mention that the defenses in wealthy areas are denser. So what if the rich area is not breached? Most of the residents in Glory City live in slums and civilian areas, just like us. Now mutant beasts and zombies have captured the slums and civilian areas. The survivors there, how many people can survive this impact? Hey, I hope we can hold on to Silver Light City. Otherwise, the atmosphere in the classroom was not good, and it seemed very solemn. No one had a smile on their face. Although the incident happened in Glory City, not their Silver City, everyone is a survivor. In the context of the apocalypse, these are natural allies. Everyone is in the same camp and has the same interests. Together, no one wants to see the miserable state of Glory City. What's more, there are a large number of mutant beasts and zombies gathered outside their Silver Light City. Who can guarantee that what happened in Glory City will definitely not happen to their Silver Light City? Wang Hao was also silent. To be honest, he was also shocked by what happened in Rongguang City. Like everyone else, he did not expect that Rongguang City would be breached so quickly. Soon, the class time came, and several teachers taught everyone the class as usual, as if nothing happened. But everyone knows that even these teachers cannot not pay attention to the things in Glory City, and it is impossible not to pay attention to the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. Their nonchalant behavior is just pretending, because they do not want to make the students more worried. As teachers, they must stabilize their own emotions and no longer bring negative emotions to the students. The college entrance examination is coming soon. At this time, everyone must stabilize their mentality and show their best. But, can everyone really devote themselves to the college entrance examination? Even the most optimistic teachers dare not make such a guarantee. If the threat of mutant beasts and zombies outside the city cannot be eliminated, then this year's college entrance examination is destined to be the worst one. It's due. There is nothing the teachers can do about this situation. After all, they are just teachers, not city lords or legion commanders. They cannot fight off the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. All they can do is attend class normally, and at the same time appease their classmates. Their emotions, but they themselves don't even know how effective this comfort is. Wang Hao may be one of the calmest people among all people. He knows that in this apocalyptic environment, only if he is strong enough can he have more hope of surviving. Therefore, he has always been focused in class and improved. There are many ways to achieve strength, not just retaining and upgrading auxiliary functions, but those discussed in class are also very important to Wang Hao. Chapter 127. It's not that simple. Mutated beasts and zombies. Withdraw. On the fourth day, after mutant beasts and zombies formally and comprehensively attacked major cities, this exciting news spread among the human survivors. The reopening of wealthy areas also proves the authenticity of this news. In an instant, the survivors of the 9 major cities in China cheered. Everyone celebrated the victory, and smiles returned to people's faces. However, while he was happy, Wang Hao had a big doubt in his heart. Why did the mutated beasts and zombies suddenly retreat? That's right. It's retreat, not flight. This is very unusual. Wang Hao, why don't you seem unhappy? Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao doubtfully and asked. Zhuang Shuer came to Wang Hao specifically to tell Wang Hao the good news about the retreat of mutant beasts and zombies, and at the same time prepared to have a 4-row battle with Wang Hao. The day after tomorrow is the college entrance examination, leaving little time for them to practice their tacit understanding. Happy? Of course I am happy, Wang Hao said. Really? Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao and said. Why don't I look the same? I must be happy, Wang Hao said. But don't you find it strange? Strange? What's so strange about it? In the past few days, we have also met many people from other cities on the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao said, from their mouths. We also know information about other cities. These days, major cities are being besieged by mutant beasts and zombies. Without full mobilization, major cities are just fighting a stalemate with the mutant beasts and zombies on the periphery. Even if they have a certain advantage, this advantage is not very big. It's definitely not an overwhelming advantage. The mutant beasts and zombies organize such a large-scale offensive. How could they retreat suddenly? They should have to retreat after suffering heavy losses. Right? Hao expressed his doubts to Zhuang Shui. These days, both of them have not stopped playing the game. They have also come into contact with players from other cities in the game. The island square of the game has become a place for survivors from various cities to communicate. People exchange their information with each other here. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer was also here, and found out some news about other cities. It was precisely because he knew the current situation in other cities that Wang Hao had this doubt. One thing that is very obvious about this war is that there are intelligent creatures among the mutant beasts and zombies. And it was he who directed this siege. What this creature is unknown for the time being. But since he organized this attack, there is no reason for it to end so suddenly. After all, it is only a stalemate stage now, and has not fallen into an obvious decline. It ends like this, which is a bit anticlimactic. What's so strange about this? Zhuang Shuer was a little disapproving and said. The mutated beasts and zombies have been unable to attack for a long time. So they retreated wisely. Didn't you also say that there is a commander among the mutated beasts and zombies this time? Is there an existence, like an official? If he is smart, he will definitely be able to see that the current situation is not good for them. Except for Rongwang City. The other cities have not yet fully exerted their strength. Once all their strength is used, the mutant beast will definitely lose. And the zombies. They have withdrawn now, which is an advantage for them. Wang Hao shook his head when he heard this, and said, I don't think it is that simple. Let's not talk about other cities. In Rongwang City alone, mutant beasts and zombies have already broken through the city gate. This is already a huge breakthrough for them. They should have pursued the victory and captured Glory City. But now they suddenly retreated. And the previous achievements will be invalidated in an instant. Logically speaking, they should not be like this, just do it. Although what Zhuang Shuer said made sense, Wang Hao always felt that this matter was not that simple. Since the intelligent creature hidden among the mutant beasts and zombies could command so many mutant beasts and zombies, then the intelligence should it is not simple. It can mobilize millions or more mutant beasts and zombies. It is definitely not stupid and should not have ended so hastily. But the fact now is that the mutated beasts and zombies retreated. And they retreated actively, not passively when they were at a disadvantage. Which Wang Hao really couldn't understand. Perhaps? Is this attack just a cover? Or just an act? Because such a thing has never happened before. Even if the intelligent creature can mobilize numerous mutant beasts and zombies, it is not absolutely sure that it can eat any city. It does not know enough about human cities. This attack was just an act before a war. Just to let it understand the way humans fight, so that it can launch a better attack next time. Moreover, this active retreat can also deceive human survivors and make them careless, thus making their next attack more successful. I hope it's not what I think. The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more frightened he became. If it was really what he thought, then the next attack by these mutant beasts and zombies would be a catastrophe for human survivors. At that time, the city gate that was breached would definitely not be as simple as Glory City. They shouldn't be that smart, Zhuang Shuer said with some uncertainty. Zhuang Shuer obviously didn't think as much as Wang Hao. In her opinion, it was a good thing that the mutated beasts and zombies took the initiative to retreat. This was another victory for their human survivors. As for whether there was any conspiracy in this, she didn't think so much. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer and said nothing more. The things he just thought of were just his guesses. He didn't have any evidence. He himself was not sure that what he thought was true. He even wished that he had thought too much and wished that Zhuang Shuer had thought too much. Is correct. Okay. Let's double Q. The exam is coming soon. Now that the mutant beasts and zombies have retreated, we should prepare for the college entrance examination, Zhuang Shuer said. For Zhuang Shuer, the college entrance examination is the top priority right now. As for other things, there are naturally relevant people to consider them, and she doesn't need to worry about them. Especially the matter of mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city. She doesn't have to worry about it, because she never thought there was anything abnormal here. Wang Hao nodded and said nothing more. At this time, the entire school, and even the entire human society were in excitement. People were happy to once again repel the attacks of mutant beasts and zombies. Not many people thought too much about it, especially in the school, where the teachers had already the focus shifted back to teaching. And they also urged the students to quickly collect their emotions and study hard. As for the matter of mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city, it was completely over, and there was no need to think about it anymore. Chapter 128 Wu Haomiu's Arrangements. What do you think about this matter? In the City Lord's mansion of Silver Light City, Wu Haomiu once again held a high-level recall meeting. Everyone who had attended the meeting gathered in the City Lord's mansion again. However, compared to the last meeting, the atmosphere in the City Lord's mansion today was obviously much more relaxed, and everyone had smiles on their faces. What else is there to think about? Those beasts were already scared by us, so they ran away. Yang Lai grinned and said, beasts are beasts after all. Even if they have some wisdom, they are very limited. Fear it's their instinct. When they see that we are not easy to mess with, they retreat on their own initiative. To be honest, I haven't had enough of beating them yet. I hope they can hold on for a few more days and let me have a good beating. Yang Lai. These days, he has been fighting on the front line, fighting with the mutant beasts and zombies, and it can be said that they are inseparable. Now that the mutant beasts and zombies have taken the initiative to retreat, he is still a little reluctant to let go. Yes, Lu Yuan continued this time. We fought well. Although mutant beasts and zombies are coming fiercely, we survivors are not easy to mess with. Over the years, we have accumulated a wealth of experience. With experience, I am really not afraid of them. Victory is inevitable. Many people at the scene agreed. Obviously, they also believe that the retreat of the mutant beasts and zombies was caused by them, and this was the result of their victory. However, there are some who think differently. Shuang Jian is one of them. I don't think so, Shuang Jian said, not to mention other places. Everyone present is aware of the situation in our Silver City. We have not gained much advantage. We were even discussing it yesterday. Is it necessary to carry out partial mobilization to repel these mutant beasts and zombies? We actually did not defeat them. Until they retreated, we did not have any advantage. This siege of mutant beasts and zombies was not a simple attack. City. This is a premeditated and planned siege. Since they have made full preparations, why would they retreat on their own initiative when it is still a stalemate? I agree with Lao Shuang. Thoughts? Huang Nai said, this thing seems normal. But if you think about it carefully, it's weird. Yeah. I also think it's a bit strange. Many people express different opinions. They are all the top leaders of the Legion. Although they have not been on the front line in person, they are very clear about the situation at the scene. Judging from all the information, the sudden retreat of the mutant beasts and zombies is not normal. Are you thinking too much? Yang Lai obviously still insisted on his opinion. How can this matter be so complicated? Our strength is obviously stronger than mutant beasts and zombies. Isn't it reasonable to fight them off? Yang Lai was charging on the front line. He knows the situation on the front line better than Zhuang Jian and others. But he thinks about the problem relatively simply, and does not think there is anything strange about this matter. He feels that Zhuang Jian and others think of things too complicated. The people at the scene were basically divided into two groups. One group believed that this was their victory, and that they had repelled the mutant beasts and zombies. The other group believed that the mutant beasts and zombies retreated on their own initiative. There must be something behind this. Something they haven't realized yet. There were quite a few people on both sides. About the same number. Wu Haomu sat at the head of the table and listened to everyone's arguments without speaking. However, his mind never stopped thinking. In his heart, Wu Haomu actually favored Zhuang Jian and the others. He also believed that this matter was not that simple. However, he did not have much information to support his guess yet. So he did not support any party. Or denying any party. He is the city lord and cannot express his position easily. Once he expresses his position, it represents the attitude of the entire Silver City. Okay, let's stop arguing. After seeing that everyone was almost done arguing, Wu Haomu said, this matter has not been decided yet. But whether we won or they retreated deliberately, we cannot take it lightly, because the mutant beasts and zombies have not been eliminated. And we have not yet found the creature with the role of commander hidden among them. They still have the ability to come back at any time. Wu Haomu said. His words made everyone nod subconsciously. He did not take any side. But his words were very reasonable. No matter why the mutated beasts and zombies took the initiative to retreat, their strength has not suffered a devastating blow. And they can do so at any time. Come back. All. Next. We have to strengthen our defense and information detection. Wu Haomu continued, it is necessary to repair and add defense fortifications. At the same time, we need to form some elite scout teams. These scout teams need to go out of the city to investigate information. Pay attention to the movements of mutated beasts and zombies. Even if they really come back, we must not be unprepared. Everyone nodded again, and did not raise any objections to Wu Haomu's decision. No matter how the mutated beasts and zombies were evacuated, their strength was still there. And they still had strong combat power, and posed a great threat. Seeing that no one had objections, Wu Haomu made detailed arrangements. In his heart, he did not believe that the mutated beasts and zombies were defeated by them. So he made detailed arrangements. After completing the deployment, everyone left the city lord's mansion together. Wu Haomu sat in his seat and thought for a while. Then picked up the bracelet and contacted Wang Hao. Before Wang Hao left last time, he left Wang Hao's contact information. But during this period, the two had never been in contact. Classmate Wang Hao. What are you doing? Wu Haomu said low in a relaxed tone. I'm about to enter the game. Wang Hao was a little surprised by Wu Haomu's initiative to contact him. Lord City Lord. Do you have something to do with me? I remember. You are a senior in high school. Right? The college entrance examination is the day after tomorrow. How are you preparing? Wu Haomu did not directly explain his purpose of coming, but started chatting with Wang Hao. It's okay. Wang Hao's answer was a little vague. To be honest, I am very optimistic about you. I believe you will get good results in the college entrance examination. Wu Haomu said. Thank you, City Lord, for your trust. Wang Hao said. I contacted you today because I have something to tell you. Wu Haomu said. Of course. After the completion, a reward will be indispensable. Lord, what are your orders? Wang Hao asked. Wu Haomu's generous move last time left a deep impression on Wang Hao, and he didn't mind continuing to take over Wu Haomu's mission. You must have heard about the mutated beasts and zombies attacking the city this time. Right? Wu Haomu said. What I want to tell you is related to this matter. Chapter 129 Wu Haomu's Mission. Wang Hao cut off contact with Wu Haomu with a complicated expression. Soon, his complicated expression became determined. He accepted the task assigned to him by Wu Haomu. Wu Haomu's mission is indeed related to the siege of mutant beasts and zombies. He wants Wang Hao to leave the city again to find out why mutant beasts and zombies retreated. Obviously, Wu Haomu is also aware of this. Something strange. The reason why Wu Haomu came to Wang Hao was because Wang Hao completed the bounty task last time, which left a deep impression on him. After all, so many people accepted the bounty task, but only Wang Hao completed it. Wu Haomu believed that Wang Hao is capable and experienced in investigation. Of course, Wu Haomu will definitely not let Wang Hao go alone. If Wang Hao's guess is correct, the City Lord's Palace will soon issue a new reward, and the content of the reward must be similar to what Wu Haomu told Wang Hao. The main reason why Wang Hao accepted this task was that the reward given by Wu Haomu was very generous. Even after Wang Hao agreed to take on the task, Wu Haomu paid a deposit of 500 exchange points in advance. Regardless of whether Wang Hao completes the task or not, the deposit does not need to be refunded. Of course, if Wang Hao couldn't complete the task, he probably wouldn't be able to come back. Even if Wu Haomu wanted to ask Wang Hao to refund his deposit, he couldn't do it. Wu Haomu knew that Wang Hao was about to take the college entrance examination, and his thoughts should be on the college entrance examination now. So he allowed Wang Hao to complete this task after the college entrance examination. After some consideration, Wang Hao accepted the task. Firstly, because of the generous rewards. And secondly, after the college entrance examination, he also wanted to go out to see the city. After he traveled to this world, he has always stayed in Silverlight City. Except for the previous bounty mission, Wang Hao has not left the city yet. After crossing the city, he was curious about the outside world. Wang Hao now has 3 auxiliary functions: see-through, invisibility, and clone. As long as he is careful, he can still protect himself, no matter what. Let's finish the college entrance examination first, Wang Hao said to himself. A good university not only has better teaching resources, but also has more opportunities and more redemption points to make money. Therefore, Wang Hao still wants to get into a good university. After the mutated beasts and zombies retreated, the survivors in Silverlight City and even the entire Chinese territory were obviously much more relaxed. Even in Rongguang City, which had been breached before, after the mutated beasts and zombies took the initiative to retreat, some survivors, they also returned to the city and started the reconstruction work. As for the other survivors, they lived in the wild, or went to friends and relatives in other cities. Among the 9 major cities in China, Rongguang City suffered the most from the siege by these mutant beasts and zombies. In Rongguang City, except for the wealthy areas, almost all the city defense facilities in other areas were destroyed. A large number of buildings in slums and civilian areas were also destroyed by mutant beasts and zombies, and the survivors suffered heavy casualties. In short, there is a long way to go for Glory City to complete its reconstruction. Even if it is completed, it will not be able to reach its previous level and strength. Except for the survivors in Glory City who were feeling heavy, the survivors in other cities had returned to their previous state. Looking at the smiles reappearing on everyone's faces, it was as if this war had never happened. Only a few people like Wang Hao, Zhuang Jian, and Wu Haomu have doubts in their hearts and are not too optimistic. 2 days passed quickly, and Wang Hao also ushered in the second college entrance examination in his life. The difference between the 2 college entrance examinations is that the first test was about cultural knowledge, and the test took place on the Earth. The second college entrance examination was about game proficiency, and the test was on this strange planet. Wang Hao, don't be nervous when you go to the examination room. If you perform at your usual level, you will definitely get good results. Before the college entrance examination, Ding Yuning said worriedly. I know. Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao is a person who has experienced the college entrance examination. Although the last college entrance examination is different from this one, many principles are the same. Wang Hao also knows how to adjust his mentality during the college entrance examination. What's more, compared to the first college entrance examination, this time the college entrance examination is easier for Wang Hao. In the first college entrance examination, he relied on his true strength. But this time, he can cheat with the help of auxiliary functions. Wang Hao is full of confidence. Teacher believes in you. Ding Yuning smiled and said, By the way, have you found your 4th row teammates? Ding Yuning knew that during this period, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had been in double and 4th rows. It's okay in double row, but in 4 row, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer obviously lacked 2 teammates. Not yet. Wang Hao shook his head. During this period, he and Zhuang Shuer have been looking for suitable teammates in the 4th row. But the randomly selected teammates are either not satisfied or are not high school seniors and cannot participate in the college entrance examination. In short, until today, they have not been able to find a suitable teammate. Ding Yuning frowned when she heard this. This was not good news. She was at a disadvantage if she did not have a fixed teammate. Even if she urgently arranged 4 rows of teammates for Wang Hao, she did not go through any joint training and waited for the exam room. It may not be able to perform well. Ding Yuning now regretted not intervening in Wang Hao's selection of teammates before. She had asked Wang Hao before if he wanted help. She could introduce someone to Wang Hao. But Wang Hao refused. He wanted to find it himself. Ding Yuning respected Wang Hao's decision, and the teammates she found would be more suitable than the one she arranged. Ding Yuning did not interfere in the matter anymore. However, she did not expect that until today. Wang Hao has not been able to find a suitable teammate. Teammates. Teacher. Don't worry. There will be teammates. Wang Hao saw Ding Yuning's worry and comforted with a smile. Even if we can't randomly find teammates, Zhuang Shuer and I can still complete the team. In the college entrance examination, students who do not have fixed teammates will be randomly assigned teammates. But students who need to be randomly matched among the 4 rows of the college entrance examination may not be exactly assigned. So there may be situations where someone cannot be matched with a teammate. Appears. Once this happens, you can only admit that you are unlucky. Of course, some people actively choose to take the 4-row college entrance examination in single or double 4-row mode. This is also possible, but unless they have considerable confidence in their own strength, most people will not choose this. Wang Hao also considered doing this, but later changed his mind. Even with the help of auxiliary functions, participating in the 4-row college entrance examination in single or double mode will still be at a disadvantage. To be on the safe side, it is best to participate in a team. Of course, if he and Zhuang Shuer really can't match up as teammates in the end, he will have no choice but to participate in the 4th-row college entrance examination in double mode. Chapter 130. The college entrance examination is coming. You are really optimistic. Ding Yuning sighed and said, that's all I can do now. Wang Hao smiled and comforted Ding Yuning. After Ding Yuning left, the students around Wang Hao also began to warm up and prepare to start the exam. The college entrance examination lasts for 3 days. Single row, double row, and 4 rows are conducted every day. The results of the 3 days are accumulated to determine the final score. The rules of the college entrance examination are, in the first circle, each kill is worth 2 points. From the second circle on, each kill is worth 1 point. This is the elimination point. In addition to the elimination points, there are also ranking points. Rewards will be given based on the final ranking of the team or individual. But only the top 10 teams in the final ranking can obtain ranking points. The higher the ranking, the higher the ranking points. Specifically, 10th to 6th place, 3 points will be awarded. 5th and 4th place, 4 points are awarded. 3rd place, 6 points are awarded. 2nd place, 8 points are awarded. 1st place, 10 points are awarded. The final score of each session of the college entrance examination is the sum of elimination points and ranking points. It can be seen from the rules that early kills are very valuable, which will lead some people to choose to shoot early. The rewards for ranking points are also very attractive, which will also cause some people to operate in the early stage or just to get points. As long as they can get into the top 10, they can still get a lot of points. In short, you can choose either R&D or operation. The choice depends on each person's specific situation. While Wang Hao and his classmates were preparing for the college entrance examination, a huge screen was erected in the center of the slums, civilian areas and wealthy areas in Yingguang City. The function of these screens was to broadcast the situation in the college entrance examination room in real time. Such large screens have also been erected in other cities in China. Even Rongguang City, which is being rebuilt, also has such a screen. The college entrance examination is not only a major event for the candidates themselves, but also a major event for the entire China, and even the entire human society. The continuation of human civilization and the fight against mutant beasts and zombies all require the continuous emergence of talents. Every year in the college entrance examination, a group of masters and even geniuses will emerge. After graduation, they will become elites in various industries and continue to while supporting human civilization. We are fighting against mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore, the college entrance examination attracts a lot of attention every year. The leaders of various cities also attach great importance to the college entrance examination. They hope that the survivors can enhance their confidence in the future by discovering and watching the performance of outstanding students in the college entrance examination. After all, the survivors as a whole, the stronger you are, the higher your winning rate will be when facing mutant beasts and zombies. Humanity needs strong people and elites. As the big screen was erected, people from the 3 districts gradually began to gather. While everyone was waiting for the college entrance examination time to arrive, they were also chatting. Which city do you think this year's college entrance examination champion will come from? I think it may come from Jingguang City. Jingguang City's teaching level is very high. In the past 5 years, 2 college entrance examination champions have come from their city. I think it will come from Jingguang City. It should be from Mingguang City. The teaching level in their city is also very high. The top scorer in the college entrance examination last year came from their city. I think it is more likely that the top scorer in the college entrance examination will be in peacetime. Still in this apocalyptic context, they are the entities that attract the most attention in the college entrance examination. The teaching level of Yingguang City is not outstanding in the whole of China. The educational level of Jingguang City, Mingguang City and other cities is significantly higher than that of Yingguang City. Almost all the top scorers in the college entrance examination are produced in these cities. Therefore, many people are still optimistic that the top scorer in the college entrance examination this year will come from these cities. Hey, I really hope that our Yingguang City can also produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination. No way. The best high school in our Yingguang City can't even get into the top 10 in the whole of China. So, one day the principals of the second, third, and third middle schools are all rubbish. Every year, they recruit top students, and almost all the good students go to these 3 schools. As a result, the results in the college entrance examination every year are average. If I were the city lord, I would have replaced these 3 rubbish. Who says it's not the case? After recruiting so many good talents, the overall level is just like that. I'm so sorry for our Yingguang City's support for them. As residents of Yingguang City, everyone is obviously still. I hope that students in my city can get good grades. However, the teaching level in Yingguang City is not very high. It has been many years since there has been no top scorer in the college entrance examination. And the overall scores of all high schools in the city are not good either. At the same time, in the Lord's Palace of Silver Light City, a group of senior leaders gathered together again. They gathered here today. Firstly, to hold a regular meeting. And secondly, to watch the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. They also attach great importance to the college entrance examination. In this year's college entrance examination, do you guys guess which high school the first place will come from? After the regular meeting, Wu Haomia looked at everyone with a smile and asked. He was not asking about the top scorer in the national college entrance examination, but the top scorer in the city, because Wu Haomia also knew that the teaching level of their Yingguang City was not satisfactory nationwide, and it was almost impossible to figure out the status of the national college entrance examination. I'll hit it first, Su Biao said with a smile. The level of No. 1 middle school is not weak, but there are several good talents coming out of No. 2 middle school this year. I estimate that not only will they be the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination this year, but also some students will be among the top 100 in the country. Ning Tai rubbed his chin said. Old Ning, we know that No. 2 middle school is your alma mater, but we can't be so biased, Huang Nai said. I really don't say that because No. 2 middle school is my alma mater, Ning Tai defended. No. 2 middle school has made significant progress in the past few years. There are several students in this year's graduating class who have achieved very good results in mock exams, as long as they perform normally in the college entrance examination. And their results this time will definitely be good. I think the results of No. 3 middle school this year will surprise many people, Gao Lianjun said. Several corps commanders each expressed their own opinions. Their opinions were not unanimous, but they were all concentrated on high schools 1, 2, 3 and 3. These corps commanders basically graduated from these 3 high schools. Some he was also the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination that year. Of course, they say this not entirely because these 3 high schools are their alma maters, but also because these 3 high schools are the 3 best high schools in Yingguang City. In previous years, the top students in the city's college entrance examination all came from these 3 schools. There has never been an accident. Wu Haomia looked at everyone with a smile. He didn't speak until everyone had finished talking. I wonder if you still remember that Wang Hao. Wang Hao, the one who completed the bounty mission last time? By the way, he seems to be a senior in the 5th middle school. He should take the college entrance examination today. Right? I don't know what the boys' grades will be this time. Is chapter 131 possible? Everyone still had some impressions of Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao was the only one who could complete the bounty mission last time. Of course, there is another point. That is, Zhuang Jian's daughter Zhuang Shuer is Wang Hao's classmate. And Zhuang Shuer and Wang Hao are also teammates in the double row and the 4th row. Because of Zhuang Shuer's special status, everyone is suspicious of Wang Hao. Hao naturally also has some memories. Yes, he is a senior in the 5th middle school. And he is also a regular teammate of Commander Zhuang's daughter in the double and fourth platoons. Wu Haomu said. I think his results this time may be very good. Very good? Everyone was a little surprised. If Wu Haomu could say very good, then the result was definitely not average. It definitely reached the level of very good. Lao Zhuang. Has your daughter ever talked about that Wang Hao? What's his level like? Yang Lai looked at Zhuang Jian and asked. Everyone else also looked at Zhuang Jian. My daughter has said something about him. Zhuang Jian said. I heard from Shu'er that Wang Hao is very high level and extremely talented. He is a good youngster with great potential. Zhuang Jian praised Wang Hao. But there is no terrifying intuition that Wang Hao is in the game. Although the people present are all his colleagues, even comrades and superiors. He feels that fewer people know that Wang Hao has battlefield intuition that is different from ordinary people. The better. There is public intention and selfishness in it. Your daughter thinks so highly of him? Lu Yuan said in surprise. Zhuang Shu'er is well known in the circle. And she is Zhuang Jian's daughter. Therefore, everyone knows that Zhuang Shu'er has a very high vision. If she can give such a high evaluation, then Wang Hao must have some strength. Zhuang Jian nodded and said with a smile, if Shu'er thinks he is just average, how could he choose him as a regular teammate? Everyone nodded. This is the reason. As Zhuang Shu'er, he can choose his teammates independently. Moreover, it is also possible to find strong teammates. Wang Hao can win the favor of Zhuang Shu'er and firmly choose him as a teammate, which shows that Wang Hao must be capable. Maybe, in this college entrance examination, Wang Hao will be a blockbuster. Wu Haomu said with a smile. A blockbuster? Is this possible? If he can enter the top 100 in the country, he will definitely be famous throughout Silver Light City. If he can enter the top 50, then he will have a certain reputation nationwide. But the question is, can he be in the top 100? Or even the top 50? Even for students from the 1st, 23rd and 3rd middle schools, it is not easy to achieve such results. Not to mention that Wang Hao is only a student from the 5th middle school. That's the 5th middle school. A high school with a low reputation and strength. No matter how good the students there are, how good can they be? Of course, Zhuang Shu'er is an exception. Zhuang Jian can provide additional resources for Zhuang Shu'er and does not need to value the school's resources at all. Therefore, Zhuang Shu'er is an exception in the 5th middle school. But Wang Hao, who was born in a slum, did not have Zhuang Shu'er's background and resources. Okay, the exam is about to start. Let's watch the candidates' performances, Wu Haomu said. At this time, in the principal's room of No. 5 middle school, the school's senior leaders and all the class teachers of the 3rd grade of high school were gathered here. Everyone looked nervously waiting for the college entrance examination to begin. I hope there will be a few students who will be among the top 100 in the city this year, Zhu Guang said. Jiang Ji, Xiao Tianlei, and Zhuang Shu'er all have hope, Fei Chong said. As the grade leader, Fei Chong is relatively familiar with the situation of the entire senior year group. This year, the results of their senior graduating class are higher than in previous years. This year's college entrance examination results are worth looking forward to. And Wang Hao, Guanling added. Yes, and Wang Hao. Wang Hao suddenly rose up in the past 2 weeks or so. He had been unknown before, and he came from class 12. Therefore, Fei Chong and other leaders had a deep impression of him. The entire leadership of the school had a deep impression of Wang Hao. The deepest one is Principal Guanling. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shu'er are double and 4th row teammates. After a period of running in, the two have a tacit understanding now, Guanling said. This time, they may be the 2 most outstanding ones among our 5. But I heard that the other 2 teammates in their 4th row have not yet been confirmed, Zhao Fong said. This may affect their results. Zhao Fong has no impression of Wang Hao. Okay, but Zhuang Shu'er is her favorite student, so she naturally hopes that Zhuang Shu'er can achieve good results. In that case, her class teacher's face will also be bright. You haven't determined your teammates in the 4th row yet? Zhu Guang was slightly startled. It's the college entrance examination. But you haven't determined your teammates in the 4th row yet? Although you can randomly match by then. The strength of the randomly matched teammates is uncertain. And there is no running in. There is no tacit understanding to achieve good results in the exam? Isn't this nonsense? Fei Chang's face was also a little ugly. As the grade leader, he actually knew this. But neither Zhuang Shu'er nor Wang Hao. That's not something he can say. So the matter has been postponed until now. I believe that the 2 of them must have their own considerations when they do this. Ding Yuning came out to defend her students. Both Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are very independent people. And they are not children. They know what are you doing. They are just too harsh and their vision is too high. Kai Ling said. I don't believe that there are so many people in our 5th middle school graduating class. Jiang Ji, Hong Lisheng and the others. How can we find teammates? Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are not Kai Ling's students. So she won't be so polite. With my strong strength, I naturally have high demands on my teammates. Zhao Fang looked at Kai Ling and said, Zhuang Shuer's double and 4th row ranks have already reached Silver 3, which is close to Silver 2. She can't find a Silver 5 player, even a bronze level teammate. Right? Zhuang Shuer is already close to the Silver level, Zhu Guang said in surprise. To be precise, she is still 5 points short of double row, and 19 points short of 4 row, and both of them have reached Silver 2. Zhao Fang said with pride on her face. Looking at the entire 5th middle school, Zhuang Shuer's rank is definitely the highest. As Zhuang Shuer's class teacher, she is naturally honored. How did she get promoted so quickly? Luo Qiji asked in surprise. You know, Zhuang Shuer used to have similar scores and ranks to Xiao Tianlei, Jiang Ji, Hong Lisheng and others. But now, Jiang Ji and others are still wandering between Silver 5 and Silver 4. And Zhuang Shuer is actually close to Silver 2. Okay. This is a big step away from Jiang Ji and others. But the problem is, Zhuang Shuer had the same score as Hong Lisheng and others 2 weeks ago. In just 2 weeks, he has improved so much? This was so incredible that Luo Qiji even wondered if Zhao Fang was joking. Chapter 132 Locking Blood. Because her double and 4th row teammates are Wang Hao, Ding Yuning said to Luo Qiji and others. Although Zhao Fang didn't want to admit it, it was the fact that Wang Hao played a key role in Zhuang Shuer's ranking points increasing so fast. Wang Hao, Luo Qiji and others looked shocked. They admitted that Wang Hao was quite capable. Last time they were in the principal's office OB. They could see that Wang Hao was capable. But how long has it been since Wang Haocai entered the virtual battlefield? Even if he had some strength, how could he directly lead Fei Zhuang Shuer? You know, Zhuang Shuer's former teammates in the double row were Xiao Tianlei, and his teammates in the 4th row were also Jiang Ji and the others. These people were all the top academics in their 5th middle school. Even they couldn't lead Zhuang Shuer to fly. Can Wang Hao, who has just entered the virtual battlefield for a few days, take him flying? It's Wang Hao, Ding Yuning said. Otherwise, what other reasons can you think of? Luo Qiji and others were speechless. Indeed, since Zhuang Shuer changed her teammates in double and 4th rows, her double and 4th row points have soared. If this has nothing to do with Wang Hao, it is absolutely impossible. Luo Qiji and others could not have imagined that there would be others. What other reasons? You all underestimated Wang Hao's strength before. Guanling said with a smile. You are biased against Wang Hao. Even though you saw Wang Hao's performance in the game with your own eyes last time, you still don't believe how powerful he is. His strength is high only because he is a student in the ordinary class. Because he has only entered the virtual battlefield for a short time. But in many cases, geniuses are unreasonable. Even if he only enters the virtual battlefield for a day, his strength will be very high. It may not be worse than those who have entered the virtual battlefield for 1 year. This is talent. And talent is often more important than hard work. Those present are school leaders and teachers of the graduating class. Although they usually encourage their students and say that hard work is more important than hard work, talent is important. But in fact, each of them knows that talent is far more important than hard work. However, in this case, they dare not tell the students, as it will damage their self-confidence. After all, gifted geniuses are only a minority, and mediocre people are the majority. Only by making them believe that hard work is more important than talent can they succeed. Only when you can have a glimmer of hope for the future can you continue to learn. Instead of being beaten to the point of giving up, Luo Qiji and others were silent. They knew the importance of talent. If Wang Hao really had such high gaming talent as Guanling said, then they had indeed underestimated Wang Hao's strength. On the virtual battlefield, rank is important, but it is not absolute. For most people, the higher the rank, the stronger the strength. However, for some people, their talents are extremely high. Even if they are at a low rank, they can still perform well, and their strength may not be worse than those at a higher rank. Of course, the reason why such people have a low rank is just because of time constraints. Under the same time, their rank will definitely not be low. Okay, the exam has begun. Let's watch the exam with peace of mind. Guanling said. No matter who performs well in this exam, it will be the pride of our 5th middle school. Everyone nodded. This is the college entrance examination. A nationwide unified examination. Not an internal test within the school. All students who walk into the examination room today will represent their 5th middle school. Whether it is Wang Hao, Zhuangshui, or Jiangji, etc. People. They are all students of No. 5 middle school. No matter who gets good grades. It is the pride of their entire No. 5 middle school. Therefore, everyone secretly prayed for all the candidates of No. 5 middle school. This college entrance examination can be broadcast in real time all over China. This is achieved by major city lords at a great cost. The broadcast equipment was exchanged from the virtual mall building. This is also a special set of equipment. There is no attack or defense help, and it only has the function of watching games. Moreover, each use requires an additional fee, which is not affordable for ordinary people. The main equipment is in the city lord's mansion, and the auxiliary equipment is in the 3 major urban centers of each city, as well as major high schools. This is why Guanling and the residents in the city can see the broadcast of the college entrance examination. In the Game Island Square, Wang Hao saw obvious nervousness on the faces of other people around him. Different from the past. When entering the game, no matter what mode it is, Wang Hao can see players of all ages. But today, the players he can see are all high school graduates. As for players of other age groups, of course you could enter the game today, but you won't appear in the same game as those who participated in the college entrance examination. Looking at the nervous expressions on the faces of the people around him, Wang Hao smiled. This look seemed familiar. He still remembered that when he took the college entrance examination on Earth, other students around him had the same expression. Of course, he was also very nervous at that time. After all, the college entrance examination is a life-changing experience for ordinary people. Opportunity. Care is impossible. And here, the college entrance examination is equally important. It also determines a person's future achievements to a large extent, and even determines his life. It is not difficult to understand why these students taking the exam are so nervous. In comparison, Wang Hao is undoubtedly much more relaxed. Because he can cheat. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Firearms Mastery, Level 1. When you use a firearm, the power of the firearm is enhanced, increases damage by 50%. 2. Self-aiming, Level 1. Within 100 meters. If the target is hit within 5 meters, it will be automatically determined as hitting the target. 3. Locking Blood, Level 1. When you receive fatal damage, you can forcibly retain 1% of your blood without dying. The duration is 3 seconds. During the duration, you will no longer lose blood when you are attacked. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. You can use redemption points to enhance the auxiliary functions. Please choose this auxiliary function while waiting to board the plane. The 3 auxiliary functions in this field have appeared. Although today is the college entrance examination day, this does not affect the emergence of auxiliary functions. Looking at the 3 auxiliary functions that came out randomly, Wang Hao was embarrassed. It's not that the 3 auxiliary functions are not good. It's that they are all very good. Every auxiliary function is very good, and Wang Hao really wants to have it. These 3 auxiliary functions are almost mandatory in other games. Now, these 3 auxiliary functions actually appear in the same game. Killen. This made Wang Hao in a dilemma, not knowing what to choose. This is the trouble of happiness, Wang Hao said to himself with a smile. Unfortunately, you can only choose one auxiliary function in a game. So no matter how difficult it is, Wang Hao has to choose. Chapter 133. Preparing to purge people. I choose the second one, self-aim. After some consideration, Wang Hao made a decision, self-aim. The first and second auxiliary functions both enhance attack capabilities. However, the second auxiliary function self-aim is obviously better. After all, although Wang Hao is practicing his marksmanship, it takes too long to practice. It's short, but it's still not top-notch. With self-aiming, it can greatly increase the accuracy of his shooting skills. As for the third auxiliary function of this game, Lock Blood, this is also a good auxiliary function, but it is biased towards self-protection. In terms of self-protection, Wang Hao already has the auxiliary function of Stealth. Lock Blood so you can sit back a little bit. Of course, if it were in other rounds, Wang Hao would definitely choose Lock Blood. But in this round, self-aim is more in line with his wishes. Select OK. Soon after, Wang Hao selected the auxiliary functions for this field. He got on the plane. On the plane. It was extremely lively at this time. Is there anyone from No? For middle school on the plane? Let's get together later and jump out of the dormitory. Is there anyone from No? 3 middle school? If we meet later? Don't shoot. I'm also from No. 3 middle school. I'm wearing white clothes. Please group up. Team. Are there any teams? The college entrance examination time is unified. But the examination room is uncertain. Who is in the same game with whom is completely random. At this time, some students who were not strong enough or at a high level began to think about recruiting from outside the market. They reported themselves to each other and wanted to find people from the same school or even the same class to form a team. In the single queue mode, if they could find other people when people form a team, they already have an advantage in terms of numbers. When everyone is about the same strength, the more people there are, the stronger the strength will be. However, their behavior is undoubtedly seeking death. You must know that Virtual Battlefield severely cracks down on illegal team formation. No matter what mode it is, Virtual Battlefield does not allow illegal team formation. As for what constitutes a legal team formation, Virtual Battlefield has its own standards. It has no emotions, no mercy, and will not wrong any player. Once a player is judged to have formed an illegal team, not only will the game results be invalid, but the account will also be banned. The ban time depends on the specific situation, ranging from as little as 3 days to as much as 10 years. Therefore, few people usually choose to form an illegal team. This is completely a risky behavior and a way to die. As for why the current situation occurred on the plane, Wang Hao guessed that there are roughly 2 possibilities. First, these people did not listen carefully in class and did not know the seriousness of illegal team formation. Second, the strength and level of these people are very low. In normal examinations, their results will not be very good or even very poor. Therefore, they will choose this risky method. After all, illegal team formation is not allowed. It will definitely be judged as an illegal team formation. As long as it is done properly, it is still possible to hide from the virtual battlefield. For example, if you agree in advance what clothes everyone will wear, if you encounter someone wearing such clothes, you will not shoot and stay away from them. In this case, it is difficult to judge the virtual battlefield as an illegal team formation. After all, not everyone can those who dare to take the initiative to shoot. In the game, there are many people who choose to be divided and ignore other players. These are people who have no confidence in their own strength. Once they shoot, even if it is one-on-one, even if they have the upper hand, it may not be possible. If you can win, choosing to turn a blind eye can obviously protect yourself better. Instead of taking risks to earn elimination rewards, you can strive to get survival rewards. Therefore, if you agree on what clothes to wear or some other secret code in advance, as long as it is not so obvious, you can still deceive the virtual battlefield. Although you are taking a risk, the risk is relatively small. If you succeed, you can greatly improve yourself. Probability of survival. You know, in the college entrance examination, there are also ranking points. If you can survive to the end, even if you don't eliminate a few people, you can earn some points. Therefore, teachers in some schools even take the initiative to teach students how to cheat. Of course, such behavior is generally only for those with poor academic performance. For those with good academic performance and confidence in themselves, they obviously will not risk doing such a thing. After all, if they fail, the punishment will be too severe, without being able to enter the virtual battlefield. In this apocalyptic context, one can only live at the bottom of society. Wang Hao looked at the noisy people in the plane, smiled, and didn't make any response. Even when he heard students from No. 5 middle school asking for mutual assistance, he didn't say anything. There was an auxiliary function, and he didn't have it at all. Risks are necessary. The plane flew slowly, and there were fewer and fewer people in the plane. Wang Hao took a look at the route and decisively chose Peace City as his landing point. A familiar environment helps you perform better. During this period, as long as the route allowed, Wang Hao would jump to Peace City almost every time. In Zhuang Shuer's words, when they jumped to Peace City, they felt like going home. They are now very familiar with Peace City. There was the familiar sound of wind in his ears. Wang Hao couldn't hear anything but the sound of wind. His vision gradually became clearer, and the familiar layout of Peace City appeared in front of him. Wang Hao observed the surrounding situation while flying. In this game, relatively few people jumped into Peace City. After all, Peace City is not a safe place. There are both Gang Gun and Lao Lu players. Today's game is a game in the college entrance examination. Most of them people naturally want to be safe. Although Wang Hao couldn't see the situation on the entire island, he could guess that there were definitely a lot of people jumping into the wild area in this round. Including me. There are 6 in total. Although it's not many, it's not bad, Wang Hao said to himself. After landing smoothly, Wang Hao rolled forward and pushed the door to enter one of the houses. Then, while searching for supplies, he observed the surrounding situation. With the help of the perspective assist function, Wang Hao can see everything around him. Although 6 people jumped in the entire P City, it was very quiet at this time. Everyone was searching for supplies. The environment of P City was complicated, and there were many houses. Even players who like to use guns must be very careful when jumping here. Therefore, most of them plan to search for supplies first, and then look for opportunities to see if they can steal 1 or 2 when they are almost done. If there is no chance, they will not force it. After all, this is the college entrance examination, and every game is important. Landed in a box early, which had a great impact on their performance. The reason why it is said to be most is because Wang Hao does not think so. After searching 2 houses, Wang Hao had already found a rifle, a submachine gun, 3 grenades and a cigarette. As for medicine packs, drinks, and bullets, they were not many. However, Wang Hao did not intend to continue the search, but was ready to start purging people. Chapter 134 Elimination List. Du Shang, a senior graduating student from Yingguang City No. For middle school, today is the first day of his college entrance examination. Du Shang's rank is only bronze 2, but his strength is quite good and he is a little master in the class. His low rank is related to the fact that he has not been in the virtual battlefield for a long time. In normal games, Du Shang prefers Gongqiang. His jumping points are usually places such as G-Port, P City, and the airport. In his opinion, only Gongqiang can improve his strength. The more skillful he is, the better he is, even if it is from his point of view. It doesn't matter if he lands in a box because of his rigid gun. As long as his technical level improves, his rank points will increase very quickly in the future. Therefore, he has always insisted on taking the rigid gun route. Today is the first day of the college entrance examination. It is a special day for him. Normally, he does not care about landing in a box. But today, he must be more cautious. However, he usually jumps to G-Port, P City, and the airport, is only familiar with these places. So even if he is prepared to be a little more cautious, he is still prepared to choose one of these places as the location of this game. After a little thought, he chose P City as his destination. Firstly, P City is on the flight path, and the other 2 places are not on the flight path. Secondly, there are many houses in P City. Even if you don't just shoot, it is very safe to find a place to hide. This is a single row mode, so be prepared. In this case, he is not afraid of anyone attacking the building, and he is confident that he can defend anyone's attack. Therefore, Du Shang jumped to P City. After landing, he started searching for supplies as usual. He was very familiar with P City, so he was naturally not slow in searching. However, Du Shang soon heard the sound. This is the sound of footsteps. Du Shang was stunned for a moment, and then he laid down on the 2nd floor, pointing his gun at the stairs. Is there someone who can't help but want to take action? Du Shang whispered in a low voice. There are indeed a lot of low-level rookies. Du Shang's own level is not high, and he often sees that kind of players among the players he usually matches. He is as good as a rookie player in a human-machine game, so he is already accustomed to rookie players in low-level games. Obviously, the person coming towards his house at this time was a rookie player. Otherwise, the other party should not be so reckless. Ding! A slight sound of thunder was heard, and Du Shang looked startled, feeling slightly uneasy. It's okay. He doesn't know my location. He should be using thunder to detect the location. Unexpectedly, this rookie is quite cautious. Du Shang comforted himself. Before attacking a building, use thunder to detect points. This is already a consciousness that only experts have. When attacking a building, novice players usually just rush forward with a gun and ignore anything else, let alone use thunder to detect points. This alone was enough to make Du Shang cautious. Du Shang held the long gun tightly with both hands, and the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the direction of the stairs. As soon as the opponent showed his head, he would definitely give the opponent a violent attack. As for the grenade that was about to be thrown, Du Shan was not too worried. He had not made any movement, and the other party must not know his position. However, at this moment, a round object was thrown up. Du Shan knew that it was a grenade. After the grenade flew up, it hit the wall, then bounced back through the wall and landed next to him. Not good. Du Shan's face suddenly changed when he realized that something was wrong. He stood up and wanted to run away. However, his movements were still a step slower after all. And before he could stand up, the thunder exploded. Instant thunder. With the sound of explosion, Du Shan turned into a box with red light. And until he turned into a box, his face still showed shock, horror, and disbelief. How did he get me there? Or is this detection of thunder just a coincidence? No one would tell Du Shan the answer to this question. And he ended his first game of the college entrance examination with such doubts. After Du Shan turned into a box, a player quickly appeared on the second floor. This person was Wang Hao. It was Wang Hao who just threw the thunder. For others, it is difficult to determine the specific location of the players in the building from outside. But for Wang Hao, this is not a problem. Generally, when players know that someone is coming and are preparing to attack the building, they will choose to wait and wait on the second floor to wait for the opponent to attack. After all, it is much easier to defend the building than to attack the building. Du Shan obviously also considered this. Wang Hao had previously most of the players he met had this idea. So he didn't have to worry about the other party giving up the geographical advantage and taking the initiative to attack. When the opponent is motionless, it is the best time for Wang Hao to throw thunder. After licking Du Shan's box, Wang Hao's supplies were greatly replenished. He did not stop there, but set his sights on others. P City has become Wang Hao's hunting ground. At the same time, the outside world is also paying attention to this college entrance examination. Oh my god! Wu Jin from Jingguang City has killed 6 people now. It's only been less than 2 minutes. Right? That's awesome. Zhao Si from Xinguang City has also killed 5. These people, are they all so fierce? Shouldn't they be more cautious in the college entrance examination? For the masters, it doesn't matter whether they are in the college entrance examination or not. They are fierce in every round. Do it. We have killed 3 of the number 1 players in Silver Light City, which is not too bad. On the screen, the elimination list across the country was displayed, as well as those from each city. The elimination list is convenient for everyone to view the data. This data changes in real time and is exactly the same as the game progress. In addition to the elimination list, the situation in the examination room will also be displayed on the big screen. However, due to the limited screen, it is impossible to project the situation in all examination rooms. Therefore, the top 100 candidates on the national elimination list will appear on the screen because some of the top 100 candidates were in the same game. So the number of projections did not reach 100. To put it bluntly, on the projection, you could only see the performances of the masters and top students. As for the poor students, they are not qualified to be on the projection. Even if they occasionally go up, they will be in the spotlight of the top students and the top 100 top students within the same game. Therefore, the elimination list has attracted much attention, especially the national elimination list, which is the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone in Silver Light City is also paying attention to this list. On this list, there are 3 students from Silver Light City on the list, and they are all ranked relatively low. Although this is expected, it is still quite disappointing. Students from the 3 cities of Jingguang City, Xinguang City, and Mingguang City only have high game levels. However, they all have such good luck in the college entrance examination. Their masters are so widely separated that almost all the masters are staggered and not in the same game. Almost the entire list is occupied by them. Yang Lai said with some displeasure. Chapter 135 listed. The masters were staggered, which meant that they had almost no opponents in the same round. The number of eliminations naturally increased. The entire top 100 elimination list was almost all occupied by students from those 3 cities. It's useless to complain about luck, Su Biao said, in the final analysis. Our Yingguang City students are not strong enough. And there is a gap between the teaching level and those 3 cities. Yes, I think that after this college entrance examination, we should organize our teachers at Yingguangcheng High School went to those 3 cities for exchanges and learning to learn from their advanced teaching concepts. Otherwise, our teaching performance would be considered good if it did not decline, let alone rise, Huang Nai said. In the context of the apocalypse, Communication between cities has become much more difficult. However, it is difficult but not impossible. Every city has airplanes. Although they are not many in number and rarely used in peacetime, they are not unusable. There are also planes on the ground. There are also many means of transportation. Over the years, the survivors have also found some safer passages that can travel between several cities. Take University A in Yingguang City as an example. It contains not only students from Yingguang City, but also students from other cities. Of course, students from other cities must be a minority. This is not only because of the inconvenience of transportation, but also because of the lack of transportation. The teaching level of Guangqing is not high in the whole of China. For cities like Golden City, they have the best universities in the city and have more students in other cities. Wu Haomu nodded. As the city lord, he has to consider all aspects of things. Education is naturally one of them. And it is also a very important aspect. In recent years, their Yingguang City's college entrance examination scores have declined year by year. As the city lord, there is no pressure, and it is impossible to have no ideas. Hey, look at the list. Just as Wu Haomu was thinking about how to improve the teaching level of many high schools in Silver Light City, Gao Liangjun suddenly exclaimed. Everyone subconsciously looked at the list. Old Gao, what are you talking about? What's wrong with the list? Lu Yuan took a look at the list and didn't notice anything surprising. He complained to his old friend with some dissatisfaction. Look at number 65. No, it's number 60 now, Gao Liangjun said. 60th place? Everyone moved their eyes. When they looked at the list, they only looked at the top and bottom names. The reason for looking at the top few is to see which masters are showing up. And the reason for looking at the bottom few is because 3 people from their Silver Light City have made it onto this list. And these 3 people are all ranked between 90 and 100. Therefore, they didn't even look at the middle part just now. Silver City. 5th center. Wang Hao. 5 kills. 10 points. When everyone looked at No. 60, they saw familiar words. Holy crap! Someone from our Silver Light City actually reached the 60th place. Yang Lai cursed in excitement. You know, in the past few years, even if someone from their Silver Light City broke into this list, they were just hovering at the bottom. It is rare for someone to break into the middle of the list like this. It can even be said that it has not happened in the past few years. It's Wang Hao. Zhuang Jian also looked surprised. He has actually killed 5 people. Is this the first circle? If I hadn't seen the 2 Silver Light City and 5th middle school with the qualifier, I thought he was a master with the same name from another city. Gao Liangjun said. No. Is Wang Hao so strong? Ningtai said in disbelief. Although, before the exam started, they had discussed Wang Hao and felt that Wang Hao had some strength. But his expression now is too incredible. Right? How long has it been since this game started? He actually killed 5? Is this too fast? We'll find out if it's strong or not, Wu Haomu said, maximizing the screen of Wang Hao's game. This is the privilege of the main device. You can choose to maximize the playback of any picture that appears on the screen. Wang Hao is ranked 60th and is obviously qualified to appear on the screen. After the screen is maximized, the entire game scene appears in front of everyone. Did he capture P-City? Zhuang Jian said. In the game, Wang Hao is standing on the roof of the tallest building in P-City. Observing the surrounding situation, Wang Hao is the only one in P-City. It seems that P-City is his landing point in this game. Huang Nai said, he is really brave as a talented person. He actually chose P-City instead of the wild area for the college entrance examination. During the college entrance examination, everyone generally they are all more cautious. Which means that fewer people go to housing areas like P-City, but more people go to wild areas with scarce resources. After everyone searches for some supplies, they start to work hard. Points. Wait until the end before fighting. But Wang Hao obviously chose a different style of play. Yes. Su Biao nodded and said. However, being able to capture P-City also shows that he is really capable. P-City, G-Port, and the airport are places that ordinary people cannot capture. Wang Hao taking it down shows that he is indeed powerful. However, if he stands so high, he is not afraid of being knocked down? Ningtai asked doubtfully. He doesn't search for supplies or look for people to fight. What is he doing? If he wants to divide himself, he doesn't. It's necessary to stand so high. Just find a room and lie down. It's absolutely safe. Wang Hao's behavior is a bit difficult to understand. It's understandable that he doesn't search for supplies. After all, Wang Hao took down the entire city of P, killed 5 people, and must have licked a lot of boxes. There should be no shortage of supplies now. But he doesn't look for people, and he doesn't pay for them. Just standing at the highest point and observing the surrounding situation is really confusing. However, everyone's doubts were soon answered. Boom, boom, boom. A car passed by the outskirts of Peace City. It seemed that it had no intention of coming to Peace City. However, Wang Hao took the initiative to shoot. Duh. Gunshots rang out and bullets flew towards the car. Wu Haomiao and others could clearly see that the health of the players in the car was constantly decreasing. When Wang Hao finished firing a shuttle of bullets, the player was directly knocked out of the car. It was swept off the car and turned into a box. 6 kills. 12 points. Wang Hao killed another one, because the second round has not yet appeared. So now each elimination still has 2 points. Is he going to hunt in Peace City? Yang Lai asked in surprise. The location of Peace City in this game is quite good. It is located in the center of the circle. Some people will choose Peace City after entering the circle, or pass by Peace City. If Wang Hao uses this as a hunting point, it is definitely possible. Met many players. He seems to have really planned this. Zhuang Jian also looked shocked. Wang Hao did not lick the bag, but continued to observe the surrounding situation, looking for new prey. Chapter 136 Robbery. Wang Hao indeed thinks so. After winning Peace City, Wang Hao was not short of supplies. At this time, he had 2 choices: leave Peace City and go out to find other players, stay in Peace City and hunt players who enter or pass through Peace City. Obviously, Wang Hao chose the latter. The reason why he chose this way was mainly because it was the first circle at this time, and the scope of the safe zone was too large. In addition, some people were more cautious because of the college entrance examination. Even if the poisonous circle came, they would not escape, but to resist poison. In this way, even if Wang Hao has the auxiliary function of clairvoyance, his efficiency in finding people will not be too high. After all, clairvoyance also has a distance limit. In addition, Peace City is still in the safe zone and in the central area. If you stay here, you don't have to worry about other players coming in or passing by. Sure enough, his choice was right. In less than a minute, he spotted a player passing by. Now that he saw it, how could Wang Hao let him go? You know, Wang Hao has been practicing his marksmanship hard during this period. Although his marksmanship level cannot be compared with the top masters, it has been significantly improved compared to when gang traveled through time. In addition, what he chose in this round was self-aiming with the help of this auxiliary function. Within a range of 100 meters, Wang Hao can hit almost wherever he points, and his marksmanship is astonishingly accurate. Wang Hao didn't know that Wu Haomiao and others had listed him as a key observation target at this time. He also didn't know that his soaring ranking on the elimination list had caused a small sensation. The top 50 on the elimination list have always been occupied by students from 3 cities: Jingguang City, Xinguang City, and Mingguang City. It is almost impossible for students from other cities to squeeze into the top 50. But after Wang Hao killed the 6th player, he entered the top 50 on the elimination list. The 3-word Silver Light City are particularly prominent in the list. The number 1 student, from Golden Light City, had only killed 8 people at this time. Wang Hao was very close to him. Wang Hao's ranking also made Wu Haomiao and others quite excited and looking forward to it. This guy is really good, Yang Lai said. This kind of hardcore gunner is suitable for our 5th Legion. When the college entrance examination is over, I will have a chat with him. Old Yang, what do you want to do? Ningtai asked. You want to poach people now? What? Can't you? Yang Lai said. He's only at the bronze level, so he can't join the Legion yet. Ningtai said. This is definitely a talent. We can do special things for talents, Yang Lai said. Although Yang Lai is brave, he is not foolhardy. He knows very well that just because of Wang Hao's performance, he will definitely be targeted by many people in the future. He really has to wait until he meets the conditions before taking action. When the time comes, he will drink no chance of soup. Strike first to gain the upper hand. I think he is suitable for our 1st Army Corps. Su Biao also said, the place where he lives is also the jurisdiction of our 1st Army Corps. Old Su, what do you mean? You want to rob someone? Yang Lai raised his eyebrows. Asked dissatisfied. He thought that Wang Hao was only in the bronze rank and that others would have to investigate again. Unexpectedly, someone was now trying to compete with him. Lao Yang. I'm sorry. I also want this kind of talent. Su Biao said with a smile. Humph. I don't believe I can't steal you. Yan Lai said unconvinced. Did you forget one thing? Zhuang Jian said with a smile. My daughter and he are classmates. And they are teammates in the double platoon and the 4th platoon. If he joins the army, he should also join our 4th army. Lao Shuang. Are you always joining in the fun? Yan Lai asked in surprise. You know, Zhuang Jian is usually a good guy who doesn't fight or grab people. Unexpectedly, this time he actually jumped out and grabbed people. I don't want to miss it if I meet someone I like. Zhuang Jian said. Lao Shuang. I even doubt whether you deliberately let your daughter go to No. 5 middle school. Su Biao joked. You knew that No. 5 middle school was going to have a master. So you planned it in advance? Right. If I had that ability. The mutated beasts and zombies outside the city have been destroyed long ago. Zhuang Jian said with a smile. Isn't it that you are too hasty? Ningtai said. This exam is not over yet. And his results have not been finalized yet. So you are rushing to grab someone? Aren't you afraid of what will happen next? I'll accept it if it lands. Yan Lai said. As long as you don't fight with me. Yan Lai liked Wang Hao. He was a general who liked to charge forward. He admired Hao's bravery very much. When everyone else chose to be cautious, Wang Hao chose P-City Gangun. This courage made him look at him in a new light. What's more, Wang Hao also successfully won P-City, which proved that Wang Hao the strength is not weak either. He has courage and strength. He likes such a good young man so much. That won't work, Su Biao said. I won't let it go. Zhuang Jian smiled and said nothing. But everyone could see that he would not give up on Wang Hao. Wu Haomiao looked at Yan Lai and others, smiled, and did not stop them. He is also very optimistic about Wang Hao. Even more optimistic than Yan Lai and others. He has no objection to Yan Lai's special handling of special cases. As for which legion Wang Hao will go to, he will not interfere. As long as it is his Silver Light City Legion was okay. I have no objection if you want to recruit Wang Hao, Wu Haomiao said. However, it may have to wait. I gave him a task. After he finishes the college entrance examination, he may be busy for a while. When he returns to the city, you can find him again. Not too late. City Lord, what task did you give me? Yan Lai asked curiously. It's still related to the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. Wu Haomiao didn't hide it from everyone. I always felt that there was something fishy about their retreat. Therefore, I secretly sent many people to investigate. And Wang Hao was one of them. In fact, as the commander of the army, Yan Lai and others have heard about Wu Haomiao's arrangements in the past few days. However, some of them thought that the mutated beasts and zombies could not hold on. So they retreated, and some of them just retreated. Wu Haomiao had the same idea. But no matter which idea it was, the decision was made by Wu Haomiao without consulting them. So it was difficult for them to express their opinion. Moreover, even those who feel that mutated beasts and zombies are invincible feel that Wu Haomiao's arrangement is not a big deal. But the investigation is not an active attack. So it cannot make much noise or affect too many people. However, this was the first time they heard that Wang Hao had also been assigned this task by Wu Haomiao. Come to think of it, Wang Hao's completion of the bounty mission last time left a deep impression on Wu Haomiao. So Wu Haomiao took the initiative to give Wang Hao the mission. Let's not talk too much about this matter now. I will talk to you after I have more information. Wu Haomiao said to everyone. Now let's take a look at the exam. Chapter 137, Long Face. Damn it. Another one was killed. 9 kills. 9 kills. Wang Hao from No. 5 middle school is so fierce. I thought there were only masters among the No. 1, 2, and 3 middle schools. Unexpectedly, No. 5 middle school had masters. Such a master appears in the game. That's awesome. 16 points. He should be in the top 10. Right? It's a shame for us in Silver Light City. The rankings will not come out until the end of the game. I estimate that by the end of this game, he will be in the top 10. How long has it been since someone from our Yingguang city has been in the top 10? I am 17 years old. And in my impression, there is no one in our Yingguang city who has passed the college entrance examination. Points to enter the top 10. In front of the big screens in the 3 districts of Silver Light City, everyone was talking. Compared to the curiosity and envy at the beginning, everyone's faces were more excited and proud at this time. And proud? Finally. Someone from their Silver Light City performed well in the college entrance examination. They entered the top 10 in the elimination list. And the standings will definitely not be bad. And this person is none other than Wang Hao, a student from No. 5 Middle School. At this time, Wang Hao's number of kills has reached 9. Among these 9 eliminations, 7 were killed in the first circle, doubling the points to 14 points. And the remaining 2 were killed in the second circle, killing only 2 points, adding up to 16 points. Among the top 50 on the national elimination list, there is only one person who is not from Jingwang City, Mingwang City, or Xinguang City, and that person is Wang Hao. Currently, the leader in the national elimination list is 11 kills, only 2 ahead of Wang Hao. As the game progresses, the current elimination list has become clear. Wang Hao and his group belong to the first group, with a maximum of 11 kills and a minimum of 8 kills. The second group has a maximum of only 5 kills. The gap between them and the first group is being eliminated. Gradually expand. This P city has become a death zone, Su Biao said with a smile. Even if a dog passes by, it will be beaten twice. However, I have to say that Wang Hao's vision is really good, and his marksmanship very accurate, Mingtai said. Yes, whether they were passing by or trying to enter P city, they all had to be shot twice. Those who were farther away were fine, but those who were closer, no one escaped, Huang Nai said. At this time, everyone in the city lord's palace had smiles on their faces. Wang Hao's performance brought glory to their entire Yingguang city. This was a competition among all the cities in China. In the past, on such occasions, their Yingguang city, the city is at the bottom, and they, the senior officials of Silver Light City, can only envy the talents that are constantly emerging in other cities. And now, they finally no longer have to envy people in other cities. At the same time, the principal of No. 5 Middle School was filled with cheers. Even Zhao Fang, Luo Qiji, and others had obvious smiles on their faces. Wang Hao has given them the face of No. 5 Middle School this time. Although Wang Hao is not their student, when he walks out of school, Wang Hao represents their No. 5 Middle School. As teachers of No. 5 Middle School, they feel honored at this time. How long has it been? How long has it been since our Silver Light City has seen such a talent? No. It should be a genius, Fei Chong said excitedly. As the grade leader, one can imagine his excitement at this time. Wang Hao's good results are not only due to Wang Hao's class teacher Ding Yuning, but also to him, the grade leader, who can follow suit. This is also one of his achievements. Ding Yuning was even more excited than he showed, and her whole body even trembled. She had thought that Wang Hao would perform well, but she did not expect that Wang Hao would perform so well. Top 10 in the national elimination list. This was something she had never dared to think about before. After all, the examination room is random. In Wang Hao's game, he may encounter masters from 1, 2, 3 or 3 middle schools, and even be matched with masters from other cities. In addition to these, there are arrangements for various cities. The master who came in to disrupt the situation is here. This time, there are quite a few masters arranged to disrupt the situation. And the highest rank has reached Silver 1. Wang Hao is still in the bronze rank. Therefore, Ding Yuning only dared to imagine that Wang Hao would perform well and barely enter the top 100 in the city. As for the top 100 in the country, she did not dare to think about it. Now, Wang Hao has directly entered the top 10 in the country. This performance really shocked her. I think we should be cautiously optimistic, Xu Guang said. This is still the first game, and there is a lot of chance. Wang Hao may not be matched with many masters. Moreover, his luck in the circle is also good in this game. It's also an influencing factor. In short, we should be happy for Wang Hao's performance. But we can't ignore the accidental factors. Director Zhu is right, Guanling said. I believe in Wang Hao's strength. I'm happy for his performance. But it's not the time to celebrate yet. The first game hasn't ended yet. And the rest hasn't started yet. There are still variables in everything. Among the people at the scene, the most important thing is, no one is more happy than Ding Yuning and Guanling. One is Wang Hao's class teacher, and the other is Wang Hao's principal. Wang Hao has performed well. They will be the direct beneficiaries, and their personal resumes will become much better in the future. But Guanling didn't dare to get carried away. He was actually quite nervous. Wang Hao's performance so far was good. But the game wasn't over yet. The college entrance examination lasted for 3 days. It was still very early to make the final decision. He couldn't do it now. Celebrate too soon. Everyone nodded. But the smiles on their faces could not be suppressed. At the same time, many survivors in other cities in China, such as Golden Light City, Xinguang City, and Mingguang City, were also talking about Wang Hao. Hey, there is actually someone from Silver Light City within the first 10 miles? Silver Light City actually produced a top student today. In Light City? Why did such a master appear in that city? This guy's marksmanship is quite accurate. Especially the car sweep. So accurate. This is only temporary. The game is not over yet. I still don't think highly of him. There are no experts in Silver Light City. It's just luck. He will be squeezed out soon. Among the many familiar masters, a strange name suddenly appeared. This student was from Silver Light City, which shocked many people. Accident. After all, Silver Light City has not seen such a top student for many years. It is really surprising that such a person suddenly appears now. However, most people in other cities are still not optimistic about Wang Hao's ability to persist to the end. The college entrance examination has 3 games every day for 3 days in total. It is not enough to perform well in one game. Being able to perform well all the time is what counts. A true academic master. Obviously, everyone does not think that Wang Hao is such a top student. His game is just luck. Even if he is a bad student, he will occasionally break out. Chapter 138, reaching the top of the list. Only 9 heads? No way. Wang Hao, lying on the roof of P City, smacked his lips and was a little dissatisfied with his record. You know, this is the college entrance examination. Geniuses from all over China gathered here. In normal times, Wang Hao wouldn't care about winning or losing a game. Even if it fell into a box, he would just feel a little regretful. But today is different. Today is the first day of the college entrance examination. The performance in the next 3 days starting from today will affect his future. Wang Hao cannot ignore it. In the college entrance examination, 1 point can open up many rankings. In the game, just killing one more player can improve many rankings and choose a better university. The location of P City is good, but not all players are sure to pass by here. Wang Hao only hunted for. When the 3rd lap was refreshed, Wang Hao finally couldn't hold back and chose to take the initiative. Of course, P City was kicked out of the safe zone at this time, forcing Wang Hao to leave. Wang Hao found a trampoline and started driving around. It was already the 3rd circle, and the safety zone was much smaller than before. Wang Hao drove his car and started to circle along the edge of the circle. Not long after, he actually saw one. This player is probably a newbie. He didn't drive, but chose to pull. He was moving his legs and running towards the circle at full speed. How could Wang Hao let this one come to his door? When a bunch of bullets hit the target, the player didn't even realize where the bullet came from before it became a box. 10 kills. At this time, the number 1 on the national elimination list is still 11 kills. Wang Hao is only 1 step away from the top spot. Everyone in Silver Light City was excited and silently prayed for Wang Hao in their hearts. Wang Hao didn't know the situation in the outside world. To him, killing a player was a normal thing. He didn't even take any chances and just drove the car to continue searching for the player. The auxiliary function of see-through can not only help during combat, but also provide great convenience when looking for people, whether they are lying on the grass or hiding in the house. Wang Hao can find them, leaving them nowhere to hide. Just like now, there are 2 houses in the wild area in front of Wang Hao. The doors of these 2 houses are closed, and there are no vehicles parked outside the houses. Others would not have thought that there are people hiding inside. But Wang Hao was different. Wang Hao saw a player lying in one of the 2-story buildings from a distance. Wang Hao immediately locked onto the other party. He cleverly avoided the other party's sight and stopped the car outside another building. Wang Hao did not go straight to the building where the other party was, but pretended to search in the building next to the parking lot. When he was on Earth, Wang Hao once heard such a saying: 9 out of 10 anchors are cheating, and 1 is on the way. This shows how common it is for anchors to cheat. But many people can't tell that they are cheating. Cheating? This is because they can act. And the more realistic they act, the less likely they are to be caught cheating. Wang Hao is in a similar situation now. His auxiliary function is no different from cheating. And he also knows that this college entrance examination is live broadcast, and the outside world can see the real-time picture in the game. Although he does not know what he will do in this game. No one would be watching. But it was always good to be careful. He didn't want to expose his cheating secrets. Wang Hao first roughly searched this building, and then went straight to the 2nd floor building where the people were hiding. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao clearly saw the hiding position. Therefore, when he went upstairs, Wang Hao was already ready for battle. Even the preview point of the gun was already there, around the player. Sure enough, Wang Hao was attacked by the opponent as soon as he showed his head on the second floor. But how could Wang Hao, who had been prepared for a long time, be successfully attacked by the opponent? The moment he was attacked, Wang Hao had already fired back. With the help of self-aim, Wang Hao's bullets all hit the opponent's body. At the cost of half of his health, he successfully killed the opponent. An old 6 player. 11 kills. Wang Hao has successfully reached the top of the national elimination list. Although it is only tied, it is still an extremely sensational thing. This is the first person in Yingguang City to reach the top of the national elimination list in the college entrance examination in so many years. The moment Wang Hao reached the top, many places in Yingguang City cheered in reality. And most of them did not. They don't know Wang Hao. But at this moment, they are all proud of Wang Hao and happy for Wang Hao. As for the rooms of the Lord's Mansion of Silver Light City and the principal of No. 5 Middle School, there was even more joy at this time. Damn it. Wang Hao's reaction was so awesome. I thought he was dead this time. Yeah. Who would have thought that there are people hiding in the house in the wild area? That Lao Lu is so insidious. All doors, they were all closed. And there was no movement at all. If it were me, I would be shocked. Wang Hao's operation was absolutely extreme. If he reacted slower, and if his marksmanship was faster, he would be dead. I'm convinced by this operation. In the City Lord's Palace, many senior officials of Silver Light City also praised Wang Hao unstintingly. They had maximized Wang Hao's examination room, which was clearly visible. Every time Wang Hao made an operation, due to the viewing angle, they had already discovered that there was a player hidden in that building. When they saw Wang Hao parking outside the building next to him and starting to search for supplies, everyone was excited. Hao sweated. However, Wang Hao's next operation was so sharp, as smooth as flowing water. Although he was beaten first, Wang Hao reacted in a very short time, and finally killed the opponent. After this operation, everyone in the City Lord's Palace was extremely excited and praised Wang Hao's operation. Such a performance is definitely not something that a bronze player can possess. Su Biao said, Wang Hao suffered a loss because he entered the virtual battlefield for too short a time. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to still be a bronze player now. Yes, but this also shows that Wang Hao is a true academic master. He has reached such a level not long after entering the virtual battlefield. It is really rare. This kid is incredible. In time, he will definitely be a top expert. Let's talk about it first. It's our 5th Legion who wants it first. Don't fight with me. It's a fair competition for everyone. Wang Hao may not be willing to go to the 5th Army. After this operation, Wang Hao made everyone present more convinced. And more people were attracted to Wang Hao and wanted to recruit Wang Hao. Whether Wang Hao's gaming talent can be seen in a short time. Judging from Wang Hao's operations, he obviously has gaming talent. And his talent is not low. These people present all know the importance of talent. Although people without talent can succeed through hard work, they are only a very small number. But the difference is that with talent, they can achieve good results with a little training. Not only is Wang Hao talented, he is also very diligent in training. Such a person has an unlimited future. Chapter 139, Taking the High Road. Wang Hao topped the national elimination list and also caused a great sensation in other cities. Many people thought that Wang Hao was lucky enough to be in the top 10. And he would soon be kicked out of the top 10. But as the game progressed, Wang Hao not only was not squeezed out of the top 10, but his ranking actually continued to improve. And now he is directly ranked first on the list. Although it was only tied for first place, it was enough to shock many people. As Wang Hao's ranking on the list continues to improve, his position on the big screens in various cities is also improving, which has led to him receiving more and more people's attention. His actions, almost everyone saw it. And everyone was amazed by his reaction ability and marksmanship. Wang Hao's current ranking is not just a matter of luck. Some people have begun to recognize Wang Hao's strength. At this time, Wang Hao was unaware of the disturbances from the outside world. After killing the 6th player, he first replenished his blood and returned to normal. Then he simply licked a bag and replenished some supplies. And then he went downstairs, drove to continue looking for someone. With perspective, Wang Hao doesn't have to worry about encountering sneak attacks from behind. In addition, this is a solo queue. And he doesn't have to worry about encountering fire engines in the wild. Even if it is an encounter with other players in the wild, he will know in advance one-on-one. In the case of the opponent's position, there is also the auxiliary function of self-aiming. Wang Hao is not afraid of anyone. This is also an important reason why he has a high rate of winning chickens in single row. Wang Hao, who was driving around in the wild, was like a living king of HL. Whoever he met would die. Wang Hao's number of eliminations also continued to increase. When the fourth circle appeared, Wang Hao's number of eliminations had reached 14. At this time, he had already occupied the first place in the national elimination list. The person in second place only had 12 eliminations. Wang Hao had gradually distanced himself from his opponent. Wang Hao didn't know that the outside world had already caused a big sensation because of his elimination number. After taking a look at the circle, he gave up looking for other players and drove straight to the bridge near the fishing village. This circle completely wipes out the upper half of the map. The safe zone appears at the lower left of the military base. Players in the upper half of the map must cross the river if they want to enter the safe zone. If you want to cross the river to the safe zone, there are two bridges to choose from. One is located near the fishing village, and the other is located near M City. Now, the bridge near M City is already within the poison circle, so choose to take the bridge near the fishing village. There will be more people crossing the river on this bridge, and a small number of people will choose to cross the river through the bridge near M City and enter the safe zone. Therefore, Wang Hao planned to guard the bridge near the fishing village and hunt players who wanted to pass by. Wang Hao drove straight to the bridge. To his surprise, someone actually wanted to go with him. When he arrived near the bridge, he clearly saw a player lying on the elevated road through perspective, with his gun pointed at the map, the direction of the upper half of the area. Apparently, he is also guarding the bridge here, hunting for players who want to pass. Sorry, I've also taken a liking to this location, Wang Hao said to himself as he parked the car. First, he pretended to observe the surrounding situation, and then he quickly locked onto the player on the elevated platform, and the M416 in his hand roared violently. Duh. Bullets poured out, and the player on the elevated platform was caught off guard. He had actually seen Wang Hao a long time ago. After all, his position was at a high point here. When Wang Hao came from a distance, he saw him in his eyes. However, he did not rush to shoot, but waited for Wang Hao to cross the bridge before attacking Wang Hao. But he obviously did not expect that Wang Hao would be so cautious and stop to observe before crossing the bridge. Generally speaking, when a rookie crosses a bridge, he just ignores it, presses the accelerator to the bottom, and rushes over. Experts who are aware will observe before crossing the bridge. In such a circle, there is a high possibility that someone will block the bridge. So observation is very important. The player did not expect that Wang Hao actually had this awareness, and discovered him, and his shooting skills were so accurate. After being attacked, the player realized that he had been exposed and immediately started to fight back. But obviously, his marksmanship was not as good as Wang Hao's. After a duel, he turned into a box glowing red. After dealing with the guy who was seizing his territory, Wang Hao drove the car under the bridge, then quickly climbed up the elevated road and arrived at the place where the player was. This place is the highest point here, with a very good view, and everything around it can be seen. Wang Hao is obviously very satisfied with this location. What surprised Wang Hao was that this player actually had an AWM in his bag. This is the overlord among sniper rifles. No matter what equipment you wear, if you can shoot a child with one shot, there will be absolutely no problem. Wang Hao immediately changed his equipment, with an M416 in one hand and an AWM in the other, and officially started his bridge blocking operation. Not long after, the roar of the motor came, and Wang Hao saw a car in the distance, speeding towards this side. The player's purpose was obviously to cross the bridge, but he was not as cautious as Wang Hao. Observe the movement on the bridge. Step on the accelerator and prepare to cross the bridge. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth turned up slightly, and while he smiled, the M416 in his hand fired again. Duh. Although the other party was traveling very fast, because he had to cross the bridge, he walked in a straight line, which made it easy to judge his movement pattern. With the help of self-aiming, Wang Hao almost did not waste any bullets, and did not wait for a shuttle of bullets. After the fight, the player had been swept off the car by Wang Hao and turned into a box. Under the action of inertia, his car drove forward another 20 or 30 meters before slowly stopping. 1. After successfully getting eliminated, Wang Hao smiled with satisfaction, changed the magazine, and waited for the next unlucky guy to arrive. In the next period of time, Wang Hao seemed to be the god of death, clinging to the elevated platform, hunting for players who wanted to pass. His number of eliminations was increasing rapidly. With the sniper rifle and rifle, Wang Hao became a ruthless killer. No player could pass through this bridge alive. Even if someone wanted to sail across the river, they were swept away by Wang Hao. The poison circle is approaching, and Wang Hao's signal value is constantly decreasing. There should be players fighting against the poison in the poison circle behind. However, Wang Hao doesn't plan to wait any longer. He also needs to enter the circle. The players behind him don't know. When will I enter the circle? There is no need to wait any longer. After coming down from the elevated highway, there were already boxes and various vehicles on the ground below. These were the results of his battles during this period. He first replenished some supplies, then selected a car that was still in good condition and headed towards safety. Drive into the area. Chapter 140-38 Kill the Chicken. Shocking. When Wang Hao came down from the high bridge, the camera of the game turned to the bridge. In reality, the people watching the battle only had this feeling, with boxes and scrapped vehicles all over the ground. The bridge deck at this time looked like a battlefield that had just experienced a brutal battle. From this scene, it could also be seen what kind of battle had just been experienced here. 1 person, 2 guns, 1 bridge. Wang Hao guarded the bridge tightly. During this period, no player passed here alive. They either took a detour or turned into a box. No exceptions. Oh my god. Is this still a human being? Is this really a record achieved by a senior high school student? It's incredible. He defended a bridge by himself. If I remember correctly, he killed him here alone. 11 players. It's so powerful. I admit, I underestimated him before. He is too strong. I heard that he is still in the bronze rank. And I am also in the bronze rank. Why is there such a big gap in the same rank? It's hard to say what will happen next. But he must be the winner of this round. Is there a great master in Silver Light City? In reality, the survivors watching the game have been impressed by Wang Hao's record shocked. No matter whether they are driving, running, or sailing, no one can pass Wang Hao's bridge. He has truly transformed into a god of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of players who pass by here. Wang Hao's number of eliminations was rising like a rocket. By the time Wang Hao left the bridge, his number of eliminations had reached 25, steadily ranked first in the national elimination list. The examinee ranked second. The number of eliminations at this time has only reached 15, which is 10 eliminations away from Wang Hao. Wang Hao has completely widened the gap with other players and is far ahead of him. Originally, it was shocking enough that a student from Yingguang City could occupy the first place in the national elimination list. Now Wang Hao is not only the first place on the list, but he is also far ahead of the list by 20 places. This is really shocking. The hearts of the people. If everyone didn't know that virtual battlefield cannot be cheated, I'm afraid the survivors in cities such as Golden Light City would have shouted for Wang Hao to open up technology. Wang Hao left Gaoxiao and went straight to the safe zone. At this time, the safe zone was quite quiet. This was also due to Wang Hao's guarding the bridge. He sniped and killed more than 10 players on the bridge. This resulted in a lot fewer players entering the safe area. Everyone was scattered, so the battle was naturally can't fight anymore. However, since they couldn't fight, Wang Hao would not be idle. The circle at this time was already very small. Almost all the surviving players were within Wang Hao's field of vision. He first observed the distribution of players. And then the purge began. The first unlucky guy who was targeted by Wang Hao was Voldemort. He lay motionless in the grass. The grass around him was so dense that from a distance, he couldn't be seen at all. This was a real battlefield. It is not in a mobile game, so there is no weeding function here. Even if you look at it from a long distance, the grass around him will not disappear. Therefore, he was very relieved in front of Voldemort, until he heard the roar of the motor approaching, and he began to become nervous. He can't see me. He can't see me, he whispered to himself, praying and comforting himself. The car was getting closer and closer. He did not choose to get up and shoot. Instead, he prayed that the other party could not see him. Soon, the car passed by him. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again on his face. However, his smile soon froze on his face, so the car turned back again. He suddenly became frightened and was about to shoot. However, the person in the car had already moved from the driver's seat to the passenger seat. and immediately leaned out and fired. Duh. You were eliminated by player Wang Hao using the assault rifle M416. Is it him? That living king of HL? During this period, the broadcast of Wang Hao's kills has not stopped, and Wang Hao's kill information has been displayed on the left. Therefore, the players on the field know that there is a super powerful master in their round who has killed many people. Were praying that they would not run into him. However, we still encountered it now. But how did he find me? Did I move just now? Or is his eyesight too good? The player said to himself. Obviously, Wang Hao came back because he discovered him. However, he didn't know how he was exposed. When Wang Hao passed by him for the first time, the distance was not very far or very close. But it was possible. See him. After Wang Hao eliminated this player, he didn't even stop the car, but continued driving to the next player's location. However, this time Wang Hao didn't need to act. Before he could get close to the player jumped out and took the initiative to shoot at Wang Hao. The bullets hit the car body and made a crackling sound. The durability of the car continued to decrease. Wang Hao himself even got shot and lost a bit of health. Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, swerved sharply to avoid the opponent's shooting, made a small circle, stopped the car in the blind spot of the opponent's field of vision, and then counterattacked. With the help of self-aiming, Wang Hao was not weak in this one-on-one battle and easily defeated the opponent. 27 kills. The battle continues. The smaller the circle, the more obvious Wang Hao's see-through effect is. All players are invisible in front of him, whether they are lying on the grass or hiding in the room. Wang Hao can see clearly. The only what troubles Wang Hao is acting. Many times he cannot do it directly, and needs to act to confuse the people watching the fight in real life, which also leads to a certain decrease in his efficiency. However, the final result will not change. During the finals, Wang Hao gave up his car and turned to ground attack, using smoke bombs, grenades, and more importantly, see-through and auto-aiming. Wang Hao was simply pushed horizontally in the finals, and was unstoppable. Good luck. For familiar big characters appeared in front of Wang Hao again. Eat chicken. 38 kills. This number is not too small for Wang Hao, but it is definitely not too much, considering that this is the college entrance examination. Wang Hao is somewhat dissatisfied. After all, in the college entrance examination, every point can open up many rankings. However, what Wang Hao didn't know was that this result, which he was not very satisfied with, had caused a huge sensation in reality. 38 kills. It has been many years since a candidate has achieved more than 30 kills in the college entrance examination. Whether it is single row, double row, or 4 rows, there has never been a single game with more than 30 kills in these years. Wang Hao is definitely the best. First time in years. Chapter 141, Making History. The outside world has been shocked by Wang Hao's performance. But Wang Hao is still touching the airdrop box in the game. Although today's solo queue game is part of the college entrance examination, it does not affect the game of chicken and the airdrop box. However, Wang Hao's luck today was obviously mediocre, and he only took out some mineral water from the airdrop box. This is obviously not a very good reward. However, Wang Hao didn't care. What he cared about most was what happened after touching the airdrop box. Players can use redemption points to choose one of the 3 randomly selected auxiliaries to keep permanently. Obviously, the college entrance examination does not affect the retention of auxiliary functions. The prices of the 3 auxiliary functions in this game have also been released. Firearms Mastery, Level 1 500 redemption points. Self-Aim, Level 1 800 redemption points. Bloodlock, Level 1 1000 redemption points. What surprised Wang Hao was that the auxiliary function of locking blood was actually more expensive than auto-aim. Maybe the system thinks that locking blood can save lives at critical moments, but it can't do this by relying on its own strength, while self-aiming can reach its level by training one's own skills. I want to keep the self-aiming. Wang Hao made his choice. Self-aim and lock blood are both very good, but under the current circumstances, Wang Hao needs more self-aim. As for lock blood, he can only save it until he encounters it next time. There was no way. He could only keep one auxiliary function at a time, and he had to make a choice. Confirm your choice. Congratulations to the player for permanently having the auxiliary function self-aiming. Wang Hao has now added another permanent auxiliary function. Self-aim, Level 1. Upgrade requires 4,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect, within a distance of 100 meters. Within 5 meters of the target, it will be automatically determined as a hit. Realistic effect, within a distance of 100 meters, and within a range of 5 meters around the target. It will be automatically determined as a hit. This, after retaining the self-aiming auxiliary function. Wang Hao immediately checked its effects, especially the realistic effects. However, he was slightly disappointed that there was no difference between the real effect and the virtual battlefield effect. Of course, Wang Hao is only slightly disappointed, even if the real-life effect is the same as that of the virtual battlefield. This cannot deny the power of this auxiliary function. With this auxiliary function, Wang Hao can no longer be in the virtual battlefield or in the virtual battlefield. In reality, the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. After selecting the auxiliary functions, Wang Hao was transported out of the virtual battlefield. Bang bang bang. As soon as Wang Hao returned to reality, and before he could see his surroundings clearly, he heard fierce applause in his ears. Then, Wang Hao saw Guanling, Fei Chong, Ding Yuning and other class teachers from the 3rd grade of high school. They were looking at him with excitement and applauding vigorously with both hands. As for the students in class 12, they were only pushed to the periphery. They were also applauding Wang Hao, with envy and even admiration on their faces. How is this going? Wang Hao, who suddenly saw this scene, was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. Classmate Wang Hao, congratulations. Guanling was the first to speak. People feel refreshed when happy events happen. At this time, Guanling was completely refreshed, and the smile on his face had never been so bright. He is so happy. He is so happy. All this was because of Wang Hao. Wang Hao was so proud of him and the entire 5th middle school. In fact, the entire Yingguang city became famous because of Wang Hao's performance. Principal, what are you doing? Wang Hao was still a little confused. He couldn't understand why there was such a big battle. Not only all the head teachers of the 3rd grade of high school were here, but also all the leaders of the school. And these people were all looking towards them at this time. They applauded him. This formation made Wang Hao confused and confused. Wang Hao, your performance was outstanding. 38 kills. No one has achieved such results in the college entrance examination for many years. Ding Yuning's face turned red with excitement. She could think that Wang Hao might do well in the college entrance examination, but she didn't expect that Wang Hao would perform so well. 38 kills to win the championship. This is a record-breaking result. And the top student who achieved such results was actually her student, Ding Yuning. This excited her so much that she even had a premonition that Wang Hao would be the most outstanding student in her entire teaching career. And she would also become a famous teacher in history because of Wang Hao. There is something wrong with what Teacher Ding said, Fei Chong said with a smile. Since mankind entered the end of the world, no one has achieved a score of 38 kills in the college entrance examination. The best score in the past was just 33 kills. And at 33 it's been more than 30 years since the killing. Yes, I remembered it wrong. Although Fei Chong pointed out the mistake, Ding Yuning was not unhappy at all, but was even happier. Only then did Wang Hao understand why Guanling and others were so excited and why there was such a big fight. It turns out that I actually made history without knowing it. In Wang Hao's usual games, he often kills more than 30, or even more than 40. Therefore, he has no special feelings about his 38-kill chicken game, and is even a little dissatisfied. But he did not expect that. This achievement actually made history. In fact, in ordinary games, it is not that no one reaches this number, but they are not in the college entrance examination. And often those people are masters who have been in the virtual battlefield for many years and have accumulated rich combat experience. It is very difficult for a high school student to kill more than 30 people in one game. Not to mention that he is still in the college entrance examination. You know, in the college entrance examination room, there are no human machines. Everyone is a real person. Moreover, the students' opponents are not only students from other schools, but also experts arranged by the government to increase the difficulty. For example, in this year's college entrance examination, many silver-level experts were arranged into each examination room. It even reached Silver 1. Not only are these masters generally higher in rank than the graduating students, but more importantly, they have all fought against mutant beasts and zombies, and have been immersed in the virtual battlefield for many years. Therefore, they have richer combat experience than the students, and fighting skills. In such a game, it is almost impossible for these high school students to achieve more than 30 kills. But Wang Hao did it today. 38 kills. That is a result that many people cannot achieve in their lifetime. But Wang Hao not only achieved it, but also did so in the college entrance examination room. You can imagine the shock brought by such a result. As the teachers and leaders of Wang Hao's school, Guan Ling and others are naturally honored. The honor of killing chickens in 38 belongs not only to Wang Hao, but also to Class 12 in No. 5 Middle School. Chapter 142, Do you know who is number 1? Thank you. Wang Hao thanked everyone and took the initiative to share the credit. I can achieve this result because of the good teaching of teachers and leaders. Without teachers and leaders, I would not have achieved such results. Wang Hao didn't mind giving the credit to Guan Ling, Ding Yuning and others, because in his opinion, this honor was not that great. But the school seemed to attach great importance to it. So he took advantage of the situation and pushed the credit to the school. Since time travel, Ding Yuning and Guan Ling have always taken good care of Wang Hao. Wang Hao has kept those things in his heart and never forgotten them. He is very grateful to Guan Ling, Ding Yuning and his other teachers, now that they value them so much naturally. Wang Hao would not be stingy with this honor. Wang Hao clearly saw that after he said this, the smiles on the faces of Guan Ling and others became even brighter. The other teachers in the 3rd grade class also looked at Ding Yuning with all kinds of envy and jealousy. Obviously, Guan Ling and the others were very satisfied with Wang Hao's answer. Especially Guan Ling. He knew the importance of Wang Hao's honor to him and to the entire No. 5 Middle School. If Wang Hao insisted that it was his own talent that earned it, there was nothing Guan Ling could do about such a result. But it was obvious that Wang Hao knew how to do things and knew how to deal with the world, which made him very satisfied and justified his previous trust and care for Wang Hao. The school's teaching is of course important, but Wang Hao's talent and hard work are equally important. Everyone carried the sedan chair, since Wang Hao gave it to him and gave the school face. Guan Ling would naturally not be stingy in praising Wang Hao. There is still some time before the start of the 2nd game, so we won't disturb Mr. Wang Hao's rest. Guan Ling said, Student Wang Hao, have a good rest and strive to achieve good results in the double row exam. This game is not only a test technology, also tests physical strength. In the game, whether walking, running, or shooting, it consumes physical strength. Therefore, rest is necessary. There is also a half-hour rest between 2 exams. Okay. Afterwards, Guan Ling left the classroom with the school leaders and teachers. Before leaving, Ding Yuning encouraged Wang Hao a few more words, and at the same time told Wang Hao not to feel psychological pressure and to fight as he should. Obviously, Ding Yuning is afraid that the existing achievements and honors will bring pressure and burden to Wang Hao, which will affect Wang Hao's mentality and thus affect Wang Hao's performance. Wang Hao understood Ding Yuning's good intentions and thanked him. In fact, Wang Hao's mentality has not been affected at all. This is not the first time he has participated in the college entrance examination. It is not the first time he has such a record of 38 kills. To him, all this is sparse and ordinary. How could he be proud or feel burdened by these achievements? Non-existent. After the principal and teachers left, the students from class 12 had the opportunity to gather around. Wang Hao, you are so awesome. 38 kills. I couldn't kill that many in a week. I heard that the best result at No. 1 Middle School was only 11 kills, which is far behind you. Point ranking come out. Wang Hao, you are ranked first. Not in our Yingguang city, but in the country. There is actually a top pick among my classmates. And the top pick in the country. This is so weird. The students in class 12 congratulated Wang Hao one after another. And there were endless compliments and words of praise. Wang Hao didn't see any jealousy on their faces. Only happiness, envy, and even admiration. This is actually normal. If Wang Hao was just a little better than them, they might still be jealous. But now, Wang Hao is too far ahead of them. And it is impossible for them to be jealous of someone they can never catch up with or surpass. They only have envy and admiration for such a genius who is far ahead of themselves. Wang Hao thanked everyone and learned a lot of information from their mouths. Wang Hao did not expect that he would actually reach the top of the national rankings. Not only the first place in the elimination list, but also the first place in the points list. The elimination list can reflect a candidate's combat ability, while the standings can reflect the candidate's operational ability. Both are important, although the final score is determined by the standings. Some schools will also evaluate the candidates on the elimination list. Special recruits are given to the masters, even if his ranking in the standings is not high. Now, Wang Hao ranks first on both lists, which is quite rare. Many times, being high on the elimination list does not necessarily mean you will be able to occupy the front row in the standings. A high ranking on the elimination list means that the candidate is a good shooter. But a person who is good at shooting may not be able to survive to the end. That is, it's not easy to get ranking points. After all the contestants in the gun competition are jumping to the gun point. There are many candidates in those places, but few can make it out alive. Wang Hao now ranks first on both lists. No wonder the school leaders, teachers and classmates are so excited. When did their 5th middle school produce such a genius? Not even Silver Light City has ever produced such a top student. At the same time, Jia Yin from Jingguang City, after coming out of the virtual battlefield, expected to be greeted by cheers and celebrations from teachers and classmates. But the expected cheers and celebrations did not happen, which made him frown slightly. What's wrong with this? Jia Yin asked his deskmate. He saw that the atmosphere in the classroom didn't seem to be too much, and everyone had expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. Jia Yin, do you know who is number 1 this time? The deskmate asked. It must be me, Jia Yin said confidently. You can't blame him for being arrogant. He is a talented student in Jingwangcheng No. 1 middle school. In several simulations before the college entrance examination, he was ranked first in the school and even the city. In the college entrance examination that just ended, he performed very well. Not bad. He killed 21 and finally won the chicken successfully. When he thought about it, the first place must be his. However, his deskmate shook his head. When Jia Yin saw this, the smile on his face froze instantly. He looked at his deskmate in disbelief and asked, Isn't I the number 1? Who is that? Shui Kai from Xinguang City? Or Shi Cheng from Mingguang City? The 2 people Jia Yin was talking about were both masters similar to him, and they were the only 2 people he thought could threaten him in winning the top prize in the national college entrance examination. However, his deskmate still shook his head. It's not them? Jia Yin was even more shocked and confused. How is it possible? It's not me, and it's not them. Could it be that the number 1 could be someone from another city? The 3 of them are already the most powerful in their respective cities. Candidates. And these 3 cities are also the cities with the highest education level in China. If the 3 of them don't get the first place, how can it be students from other cities? That's simply impossible. Chapter 143. The mentality is a bit broken. However, this time, my deskmate nodded. Are you kidding? Jia Yin said in disbelief. How many people in other cities can surpass us? This is impossible. This joke is not funny at all. Obviously, Jia Yin did not believe it. If you are sitting at the same table, you may even think that the other person is joking. He's not kidding. At this moment, Jia Yan's class teacher Xie Ying walked in. Teacher, do you think he is not joking? Jia Yan looked at his class teacher, still unable to accept this fact. Is it possible that no one is really from another city? Yes. Xie Ying nodded and said, the first place this time is a student from Yingguang City No. 5 middle school. His name is Wang Hao. Moreover, he is not the first in the elimination list, but the first in the double list. Yingguang City? The first in the double list. This is impossible. When Jia Yin heard his teacher's words, his first reaction was that this was absolutely false news. He knew about Yingguang City. The teaching level in Yingguang City was absolutely incomparable with that of their Golden Light City. He absolutely did not believe that the schools in Yingguang City could produce a genius academic master who ranked first in both rankings. Let alone, Xie Ying is still talking about the student from No. 5 middle school, which is even more impossible. He probably knows the situation in Yingguang City. The best high schools in Yingguang City are the 1, 2, 3 and 3 high schools. In previous years, the city champion in Yingguang City, they all came from these 3 high schools. As for the remaining high schools in Silver Light City, they were all about the same level. Far worse than these 3 high schools. He didn't believe that No. 5 middle school could produce such an academic master. I didn't think it was possible at first, Xie Ying said. But that's the fact. That Wang Hao scored 38 kills in solo queue, and finally won the championship successfully. He was ranked No. 1 in both the elimination list and the standings. 1. This. After hearing his class teacher say this repeatedly, Jia Yin just didn't want to believe it and said, Okay. But, how is this possible? He still found it incredible. If he lost to Shui Kai or Shi Cheng, or to other talented academic masters in their Golden Light City, he could still accept it. But now he lost to a student from the 5th middle school of Silver Light City. How could this make him neither can accept it? This incident caused a huge sensation. Xie Ying said, many people, like you, find it incredible. But the fact is that the list does not lie. He is indeed number one on both lists. Jia Yin, there was still a look of shock on his face. And it was still a little hard to accept. Jia Yin, don't be discouraged. Seeing his student's shocked look, Xia Ying quickly comforted him. I believe in your strength. You are absolutely capable of winning the title of No. 1 in the country. This is the end of it, it's just a test. You still have many opportunities to overtake. One test can't explain anything. He may just be lucky. Don't let this affect your mentality and affect the next test. Xia Ying said. He rushed to the classroom because he was afraid that Jia Yan's mentality would be affected after he found out about the ranking. I know. Xia Ying's words rekindled Jia Yan's fighting spirit. Teacher, you are right. It's just an exam. The college entrance examination is not over yet. I still have a chance to overtake him. Jia Yan he is very confident in himself. Although there was a little hiccup this time. He believes that he can complete the overtake and win the title of national champion. There is no way he, Jia Yan, could lose to a student from Silver Light City. It's good if you think so, Xia Ying said. Xia Ying breathed a sigh of relief at Jia Yan's words. She was really afraid that Jia Yan would be hit and his mentality would collapse, which would affect the next exam. Now it seems that Jia Yan has cheered up and regained his mentality. So she is relieved. Xia Ying also believes in Jia Yan. In her opinion, although Jia Yan is lagging behind now, Jia Yan's strength is still there. As long as his mentality does not collapse, he has a chance to overtake Wang Hao and win the title of national champion. She just saying that Wang Hao may be lucky now is not just to comfort Jia Yan. This is what she really thinks. As a teacher, she knows better the situation of major high schools in China. Silver City No. 5 middle school is definitely not no matter what prestigious school. Such a school cannot produce the top pick. And Wang Hao's lead is only temporary. At the same time, students from Xinguang City, Mingguang City, and other cities also learned about the current rankings one after another. Everyone was extremely surprised that there was such a master in Yingguang City. However, most people had similar thoughts to Xia Ying. All believe that Wang Hao's ranking first in both rankings is due to a lot of luck. And he will not be able to maintain his ranking first in both rankings for long. The students in Yingguang City were equally astonished. They thought that this time the city's number 1 scholar would come from 1, 2, 3, or 3 middle schools. But they didn't expect that such a top student would appear in the 5th middle school. They were shocked and dumbfounded. You are really famous now. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao with a smile and said, Let me interview you. How do you feel about being famous? If anyone is not surprised by Wang Hao's record, then this person must be Zhuang Shuer. During this time, Zhuang Shuer trained and played games with Wang Hao. She was definitely the one who knew Wang Hao's strength best. Before the college entrance examination started, she had already guessed that Wang Hao's results this time would definitely be quite outstanding. It surprised many people. And Wang Hao's performance proved that her guess was correct. I don't have any thoughts, Wang Hao said helplessly. I just want to start the next exam early. While speaking, Wang Hao glanced out the window intentionally or unintentionally. At this time, the outside of Class 12's classroom was full of people. These people were all students from No. 5 middle school. They all came to watch after hearing about Wang Hao's terrifying record. Why wouldn't you be curious if your school had such a master? Possible. At this time, Wang Hao was like a monkey in a zoo. But he couldn't say anything yet. He was eager to start the next game quickly. Hee. Seeing Wang Hao's embarrassment, Zhuang Shuer smiled happily. It's okay. Just get used to it. When the college entrance examination is over, you may get more people's attention. Zhuang Shuer knew that people had considering how much attention was paid to the college entrance examination. Wang Hao's explosive performance would only attract more and more people's attention. She could even think that the high-ranking dignitaries in the city should have noticed and even valued Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled helplessly. This is the reality. What else can he do if he doesn't get used to it? However, although being famous has brought some troubles to herself, Wang Hao will not deliberately fail in the exam because of this. After all, it will affect her future. And the redemption points and auxiliary functions are very important. She does not possibly giving up on purpose. Chapter 144 Unconventional Rewards. The second exam is about to begin. Everyone, be prepared. When the second exam was about to begin, Ding Yuding appeared in the classroom again. She glanced at Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer and gave an encouraging look. Zhuang Shuer came here to play double row with Wang Hao. This second test was in double row mode. Ding Yuding knew that Zhuang Shuer was Wang Hao's double row teammate. So naturally, She wouldn't say anything. You have to perform well, and help me fly later. Zhuang Shuer said. Whether I can get into a university depends on you. With your strength. Do you still need my help to get into a university? Wang Hao laughed. Wang Hao already knows Zhuang Shuer's results in the first game. Although it is not as exaggerated as his 38 kills. He still killed 10. Which is only one less than the highest kill in the first game. As long as Zhuang Shuer performs normally. There is no problem at all in University A. Of course. Zhuang Shuer said, the more points we can get, the more stable we can be. I heard that University A wants to recruit more students from other cities this year. In this way, we students from Yingguang City want to get into it naturally. It's a bit more difficult. Local protectionism has always existed. And local universities naturally give preferential treatment to local candidates, such as University A. If students from Yingguang City want to go to University A, they must be better than others. It is easier for students from cities to get into University A, and the score requirements will be relatively lower. Of course, this is only a relative term. After all, every university wants to recruit talented students. If the scores are too low, even those with local registered permanent residence will not be able to do so. Soon, the two of them were transported to the virtual battlefield. At the same time, Zhuang Jian became the target of ridicule in the Lord's Mansion of Silver Light City. Lao Zhuang, your daughter is now in double queue with the top pick in the country. How do you feel? Huang Nai looked at Zhuang Jian with a smile and asked. Naturally, they all know the information that Wang Hao is number 1 on both lists. And they are all happy for Wang Hao. After so many years, they have never had a student who is number 1 on both lists in Silver Light City. And Wang Hao is the first. Therefore, the senior officials of Silver Light City, including Wu Haomu, now like and appreciate Wang Hao even more, and are looking forward to his next performance. I just hope that Shuer won't hold back. Zhuang Jian said with a smile. Wang Hao is now number 1 on the double list. How many people are watching? If my daughter is affected, she will be guilty. Yes. Although Zhuang Jian said this with a smile, this was what he really thought in his heart. Wang Hao now not only represents himself, he now also represents the 5th middle school in Silver City. If Wang Hao is dragged down by Zhuang Shuer in double row, resulting in poor performance, then Zhuang Shuer will definitely become the target of public criticism and be criticized by many people. Zhuang Jian does not want his woman to be reviled by everyone. Let's talk about it first. If your daughter doesn't perform well later, don't speak too harshly. Zhuang Jian vaccinated everyone in advance. Lao Shuang, don't you have too little confidence in your daughter? Ningtai said, she is also a little master, so she won't perform too poorly. It's true that she is a little master, but that also depends on who to compare with. Zhuang Jian said, compared with Wang Hao, she is far behind. She may not be able to keep up with Wang Hao's rhythm. Once the rhythm is disrupted, it is likely to affect Wang Hao's performance. Everyone at the scene knew that Zhuang Jian's words made sense. In games, rhythm and feel are both important. Once the rhythm is disrupted, the feel may be affected and operations may go wrong. The differences between masters and ordinary people are the rhythm is different. When ordinary people team up with experts, it is generally difficult to keep up with the rhythm of the experts. Commander Zhuang, you underestimate your daughter. Wu Haomu smiled and said, as far as I know, they have been working in double rows and 4 rows recently. And they have already cooperated well. Your daughter will not hold back. To take a step back, if Wang Hao really felt that your daughter was holding him back, he would have changed his teammates long ago. Instead of always playing in double and 4 lines with your daughter. What the city lord said makes sense. Su Biao said, it's so unfounded to worry about. Wang Hao himself must know very well who is suitable to be a teammate. He chose your daughter as a teammate, which is also a recognition of her strength. Things that hold her back cannot happen. I even hope that Wang Hao can do better in duo queue. Perform better? That's difficult. Yan Lai said. I admit that Wang Hao is very good, and I like this guy very much. But he only has 38 kills in double queue. It's almost impossible to exceed this score. Not necessarily. Su Biao said. What if he did it? Before the exam? Could you have imagined that he would kill 38 times in a row? Yan Lai shook his head. Before the exam started, or even during the exam. Even though he was very optimistic and admired Wang Hao, he never thought that Wang Hao could kill 38 times. This number had never occurred to him. 38 kills has already set a record. It is very difficult to break this record. Lu Yuan said. It's difficult, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. Su Biao said. Anyway, I'm very optimistic about him now. Of course, even if he can't break the record, we can't deny his strength. Almost everyone at the scene recognized this. They had watched almost the entire game of Wang Hao, and they could clearly see Wang Hao's operations. Therefore, even if Wang Hao did not perform well next, it would not affect their evaluation of Wang Hao. In the game, Wang Hao is making choices. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following three options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Circle of Destiny. Level 1, your location is the safe zone. 2. Bullets penetrate the wall. Level 1, no obstacles can stop the bullets you shoot. 3. Unconventional rewards. Level 1, after eating chicken, the rewards you get from the airdrop box are extraordinary. Regular rewards provided by the virtual battlefield. Note: players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please choose this auxiliary function. Wang Hao looked at the three auxiliary functions and couldn't decide for a while. Idea: the three auxiliary functions are all good, but Wang Hao quickly eliminated the first one. The Destiny Circle is good, but it is of limited help to him. He is not afraid of running away from drugs. After all, he has clairvoyance and is not afraid of being caught. Sneak attack. However, Wang Hao couldn't decide whether to choose the second or third auxiliary function. Both of these auxiliary functions are good, and Wang Hao wants to have them both. But unfortunately, he can only choose one auxiliary function. After thinking for a while, Wang Hao quickly made a decision. I choose the third auxiliary function, unconventional reward. Select OK. Chapter 145, Jumping to P-City. If this was an ordinary game, Wang Hao would choose bullet through wall without hesitation. He had used this auxiliary function before, and the effect was very good. Combined with perspective and self-aim, he was simply invincible. But the problem is, what he is playing now is not an ordinary game, but the college entrance examination. The high-profile college entrance examination. Wang Hao already knows that in the exam, the top 100 students will be on TV, and any survivor can see their operations in the game. Wang Hao is now number 1 on both lists, so naturally he is also on TV, and because of his status as No. 1 on both lists, he will receive more attention than others. Therefore, if he chooses bullet through the wall, he will be easily exposed in the game. There will be so many people watching. Once he exposes this secret, he will be in trouble after the college entrance examination. Other auxiliary functions can also cover it up and make excuses to fool him. But once the secret of bullets through walls is exposed, he can't explain it even if he has 10 mouths. In the context of the apocalypse, people's hearts are complicated, even ugly. Once he reveals the secret that he can cheat in the game, what awaits him will not be protection and praise, but huge danger. The importance of virtual battlefield to survivors is self-evident. Who wouldn't want to cheat in the game? This special ability of Wang Hao will definitely attract the attention of countless people, and he is not strong enough yet. Once he encounters danger, he may not have the ability to protect himself. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, Wang Hao gave up bullets through the wall and chose unconventional rewards instead. To be honest, Wang Hao is also looking forward to this auxiliary function. Although Wang Hao did not get all the regular rewards of the virtual battlefield, and even said that he only got a very small part of them, he could guess what these rewards were. In addition to food and water, he could get them from the airdrop box, are nothing more than items that have already appeared in the game, such as firearms, bullets, medicine packs, etc. As for what the non-conventional things are, Wang Hao really doesn't know. As Wang Hao's reward was selected, he and Zhuang Shuer also got on the plane. Where are we going? Zhuang Shuer asked Wang Hao as usual. As long as she plays a team game with Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer will obey Wang Hao's instructions. She has formed this habit, and Wang Hao doesn't think there is anything wrong. Let's go to P-City. Wang Hao glanced at the route and said casually, as long as the route allows, he will choose to jump to P-City, where his auxiliary functions can be maximized. Okay. Zhuang Shuer didn't have any objections. She had skipped P-City with Wang Hao many times, and was already familiar with it. This time's route was very close to P-City. So when Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer jumped off the plane, there were many other players jumping off the plane at the same time. Besides us, there are at least 6 teams jumping here. Zhuang Shuer observed the surrounding situation, and said to Wang Hao, "It's pretty good. It's enough for us to kill," Wang Hao said with a smile. Zhuang Shuer also smiled. Although there were many people dancing in P-City, she was not nervous or afraid. She and Wang Hao often danced in Peace City before. This is one of the holy places of Gongqiang. And there would be something different every time. Few people choose to jump here. She has met more people than this here more than once, and has long been used to it. Hey, are they going to jump to Peace City? Lu Yuan, who was watching the game, said. Wang Hao really likes to jump to Peace City. He jumped here in single queue before, and here in double queue this time. This is normal. Ning Tai said. Everyone has their favorite fixed jumping point. Wang Hao's favorite jumping point is undoubtedly Peace City. He must have jumped here often, and is very familiar with it. However, the route of this game does not pass through G. In ports and airports, people who like to shoot guns have fewer places to choose. This also leads to a relatively large number of people jumping to Peace City in this game. It is not known whether they can get out of Peace City safely. The game is a bit difficult to start. Wu Haomu said. I just saw that a team of officially arranged people also jumped here. Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. Officials all wear uniform clothes, so they can be easily distinguished. Peace City is already difficult to defeat. There are many people jumping to Peace City in this game. And there are also experts arranged by the government. It will be very difficult for Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer to get out of Peace City alive. In the principal's room of No. 5 Middle School, Guanling and others looked worried when they saw that there were so many people dancing in Peace City in this round. Since Wang Hao still chooses Peace City, he should be confident, Ding Yuning said. Ding Yuning knew that Wang Hao's usual double Q teammate was Zhuang Shuer, but she didn't know that Wang Hao often jumped to Peace City in previous games. Therefore, when she said this, she was not very confident. Guanling nodded and said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on Wang Hao's picture. At the same time, in Silver Light City, Xingguang City, and Golden Light City, there were many survivors paying attention to Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer's every move. Wang Hao unexpectedly occupied the first place in the double rankings, causing him to now be the leader of the entire China, as the most watched candidate in the country. Everyone also wants to see whether Wang Hao's ranking first in the double rankings was obtained by luck or by true strength. Jumping to City P? He is really brave. Looking at his route this round, there must be a lot of people jumping to City P. He actually dared to jump. It's really fierce. What's the use of being brave? You have to survive from the inside. The only thing you can do is come out. I think there are too many people jumping in Peace City in this game. And there are officials. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him. Either he will fall into a box, or he will go on a killing spree. Everyone. There was a lot of discussion, and most people were not optimistic about Wang Hao's choice. This can't be blamed on them for looking down on Wang Hao. Even masters, even those who are good at Gongqiang, cannot guarantee that they can come out of Gongqiang alive every time. In fact, people who like Gongqiang often die the fastest. Therefore, seeing Wang Hao choose Peace City, not many people were optimistic about him. But Wang Hao himself can't do it, and neither can Zhuang Shuer. The two of them were very confident at this time. After landing smoothly, they immediately started searching for supplies. I picked up 2 thunder, Zhuang Shuer said in the team channel. It's not enough. Pick up 2 more, Wang Hao said. Okay. Having danced with Wang Hao many times in Peace City, Zhuang Shuer has become familiar with Wang Hao's style of play. He doesn't rush if he can't, often using grenades to clear the way. Wang Hao has a different intuition for danger than ordinary people. This allows him to take the upper hand, or even allow the enemy to die without seeing him. Therefore, grenades are very important to Wang Hao. Chapter 146 is definitely a treasure. After searching several stores for supplies, Wang Hao found 3 grenades, and Zhuang Shuer found 4. As for guns, both of them also found 2 rifles. With these grenades, Wang Hao couldn't help but want to clear out people. This Peace City belongs to him, except for him and Zhuang Shuer. Everyone else must be cleared out and either leave by themselves or die at the hands of him and Zhuang Shuer. Let's go and fight, Wang Hao said. Okay. Zhuang Shuer followed closely. Wang Hao's actions were also noticed by many people in real life. What is Wang Hao doing? No more searching for supplies? It seems like he's going to find someone to fight with. So soon? Peace City is still very quiet now. Everyone is searching for supplies. He can't hold back now. That's really brave. There's no point in being brave. Wang Hao's behavior puzzled many people. After all, most of them were the first. During the game, they did not pay attention to Wang Hao from the beginning. Therefore, they did not know Wang Hao's playing style in Peace City. Now that they saw Wang Hao going to fight early, None of them could understand it. In the eyes of everyone, P City is a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Defending a building always has an advantage over attacking a building. Even a rookie can kill an attacker while defending the building as long as he does not panic. Masters. Therefore, now that they see Wang Hao taking the initiative, everyone is not very optimistic about his behavior. In their view, this is just seeking death. He is now many points ahead of the second place. In this case, playing it slow and steady is even relatively conservative. Some are the right choices. Being too aggressive can lead to box offs and lose the lead gained in the first game. Wang Hao doesn't care what other people think. He can't let others stay here in P City for too long. What's more, he and Zhuang Shuer were not bad luck. They picked up a lot of grenades soon after landing. It was enough for him to purge people. As usual, Wang Hao still first determines the distribution of other players here, and then clears them forward bit by bit in order. Zhuang Shuer knew very well about Wang Hao's Dafa, but she found that today's Wang Hao's ability to judge danger seemed to have decreased. He would often throw 1 or 2 grenades on an empty building, even though he had hidden them. Wang Hao didn't miss a single person's building, but such a mistake had never happened to Wang Hao before, which made Zhuang Shuer a little confused. What Zhuang Shuer didn't know was that Wang Hao had no choice but to do this. So many people in the outside world were watching his live broadcast. If he was so accurate that every thunderbolt could blow up or kill a player, it would definitely cause a stir. It caused an uproar and caused unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Wang Hao had to act, waste some grenades, and lower his judgment level. But even so, Wang Hao's results still caused a huge sensation outside. Hack! Another one! That's awesome. His grenade can hit wherever he points. The 2 upstairs were so well hidden that they were taken away by a grenade. Although occasionally there was a misjudgment, but his success rate was too high. No wonder he dared to jump to P City. With his ability to throw objects, he had no problem crossing the entire P City. This thunder throw is so powerful. I would like to call it Thunder God. The outside world exclaimed at Wang Hao's ability to throw throwing objects. And even the people in the Lord's Mansion of Silver Light City looked shocked. Allow. Wang Hao's choice is definitely the one with the least loss and the lowest risk. Of course, the premise is that the grenade must be thrown accurately. The house is so big. Without entering the house, you want to know the precise identity of the person in the house. Position. This is definitely not an easy thing. There must be people who know how to identify the position by listening to the sound. But the problem is that many people don't move at all and don't make any sound. In this case, no matter how good the sound is, it's useless to identify the location. Forgetting that Wang Hao's marksmanship is accurate. He can actually throw grenades so well. Yang Lai exclaimed, his eyes almost overflowing with admiration for Wang Hao. This Wang Hao is definitely a treasure. Proficient in almost everything. Such a genius is rare to see in a century. No. He must be recruited. Everyone else was also amazed. Only Zhuang Jian at the scene was relatively calm. He had learned about Wang Hao's brave performance in P City from Zhuang Shuer's mouth before, and knew that Wang Hao had an extraordinary sense of danger. Ability. This time I saw it with my own eyes. However, there were some discrepancies between Wang Hao's performance and what his daughter said, and Zhuang Jian didn't think too much about it. After all, his intuition was not always perfect. Maybe his daughter was a little exaggerated when she stated it. These are all it is possible. About 3 minutes later, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer finished clearing out the players. Now they were the only ones in the entire P City. All other players, including the 2 official personnel, were cleared out by them. Wang Hao had 8 kills and Zhuang Shuer had 4 kills. Wang Hao is the king of eliminations. That's 8 kills? Isn't that too fast? Awesome. That's awesome. Is this the strength of being number 1 on both lists? It's too strong. It's okay. Just a little better than me. Brother, can you have a little face when you talk? This is the first circle. The elimination points are doubled. And now we have 16 points. How many people may not be able to get 16 points at the end of the day? He is the first he got the circle. It was so scary. The candidates in the same round as him were miserable. The outside world was amazed by Wang Hao's performance. To be honest, Zhuang Shuer killed him in the first circle. 4 and 8 points, which is already a good performance. However, when she was with Wang Hao, her light was completely obscured by Wang Hao, and almost no one noticed her performance. However, Zhuang Shuer was not dissatisfied with this at all. Wang Hao was her teammate. The stronger Wang Hao was, the better she would benefit. You know, This exam is ranking points. Even if she didn't get a few eliminations during the competition, just relying on her ranking points, she was able to surpass many people in the end. What else could she complain about? What's more, she killed 4 in the first circle, and she was already very satisfied. Should we stay here next, or take the initiative to find someone? After clearing the other candidates in P City, it was time for them to make a choice. Let's stay for a while. Wang Hao said, "You go to that house and look to the left. I'm here to look to the right. If anyone or a car passes by, tell me immediately, because P City is still in the safe zone." Wang Hao is not in a hurry. Leave now, and prepare to hunt here like in the previous game. Zhuang Shuer had no objection to this, and immediately followed Wang Hao's request, arrived at the designated location, and began to observe the surrounding situation. Chapter 147 Male and Female Evil. Male and Female Evil Spirits. This was the name given to the combination of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer by the survivors who were watching the battle, and their actions are worthy of this name. Since P City was cleared, P City has become a stronghold for the two of them. Using this as a stronghold, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer have become the most terrifying existences in this area. Anyone who wants to enter P City, or anyone who just wants to pass through P City, will be mercilessly attacked by the two. If the attacked person runs away immediately, there may be a glimmer of hope for survival. But as long as they dare to fight back, there is only one outcome: death in a box. With 2 people and 4 guns, the area around P City became a death zone, and no player dared to approach it rashly. When the 4th circle appeared, Wang Hao's number of eliminations had reached 18, and Zhuang Shuer had also eliminated 9. The efficiency of the two is evident. Let's go! Wang Hao greeted Zhuang Shuer and jumped downstairs first. This P City is no longer in the safe zone, and almost no one dares to come here. So Wang Hao has no choice but to change places. Zhuang Shuer followed quickly. The two drove the car and continued their killing journey. Of course, it was Zhuang Shuer who was driving. When the two of them were driving in a double row or a 4-row row, Zhuang Shuer was Wang Hao's full-time driver, while Wang Hao was a professional killer. There was no grass growing anywhere they passed, because this is only a double queue. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer don't have to worry about encountering a full force of fire trucks, even if they meet other players in the wild. Wang Hao and the others will not suffer in terms of numbers, as long as the number of people does not suffer. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer will not suffer. It's true, unless they encounter a situation where they are accidentally besieged and become the target of several teams. Neither of them is afraid, and that kind of situation is obviously a minority. After all, virtual battlefield does not allow legal team formation. The probability that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer can become the targets of several teams at the same time is not high. After all, in such a game, in addition to teammates, no one is trustworthy, and players will not rashly cooperate with others. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of being attacked. There was no need to worry about the disadvantage of numbers. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer let go of their hands and killed wildly, living up to their reputation of male and female evil spirits. Their traces were left on the entire safe zone of the island. The two of them fought until the finals. In the finals, the two of them did not choose to drive anymore. The circle was already very small. If you drove around in it, you would easily become a target for others. Once the two were caught, they would be the target of others. The person may not even have a chance to fight back and becomes a box. Not driving ensured their own safety. Under Wang Hao's command, the two of them pushed forward in one direction, like bulldozers. In front of them, no player could resist them. Not to mention Wang Hao's strength. Zhuang Shuer, who is inconspicuous next to Wang Hao, is actually a master. When the two of them cooperate with each other tacitly, there will be no problem at all in pushing the island of this level. Even if they meet the official personnel, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are not afraid at all. Whether it is throwing objects or shooting, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are better. They can clearly know each other's every move. And with the assistance of auto-aim, it would be difficult for Wang Hao to die even if he wanted to. There are still the last two. Wang Hao looked at the warehouse not far away and said to Zhuang Shuer, "Leave these two to me. In the next game, I will kill you." "No problem." Zhuang Shuer agreed without hesitation. At this time, Wang Hao had 37 kills. As long as he killed these two more, he would reach 39 kills. Breaking the previous record, Wang Hao took the initiative to speak. Obviously because of this record. And Zhuang Shuer also understood this. So she had no intention of fighting for it. What's more, He had already killed 15 people in this round. For this number of eliminations, she already very satisfied. At this time, the two players hiding in Okura seemed a little nervous. There are still the last two. If nothing else, they should be Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. The evil pair, Ma Wu said in a low voice. If you listen confidently, you can hear the tremor in his voice. Ma Wu's face was tense, and he was holding the gun tightly with both hands. The veins in his hands popped out because he used too much force. Do you think our luck is good or bad? Teammate Gutong said bitterly. If you say we are lucky, we are indeed very lucky. We survived all the way to the end. If we say we have bad luck, it is indeed bad enough. We are actually in the same game as Wang Hao, the evil star. If it had been anyone else, we might have been able to get first place. After the first solo queue game, Wang Hao has become somewhat famous. Graduating students in major cities are basically aware of his existence. In the game, there are prompts for knockdowns and kills. All players can see this prompt. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer killed a lot of people in this game. The system on the left prompts that within a certain period of time, almost blocked by Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Therefore, other candidates in this round know that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are in their round of the game. And Ma Wu and Gutong naturally also know this. If they are facing other players, the two of them still have some confidence. Although they are poor, they have some skills and can give it a try. But now, they have to face the evil team of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. People really have no idea. Let's fight, Ma Wu said with a ruthless look on his face. They are two people. And we are two people. I don't believe we can't beat them. Gutong looked at Ma Wu. And although he had some rebuttal, he couldn't bear to attack him. His teammates could only nod silently. Now that they have reached this point, they have no other option but to fight. At this time, in reality, countless survivors were watching the battle that was about to break out. Wang Hao actually killed 37 more people. It's so fierce. Damn it. If he killed one of them, wouldn't he tie the record? If he killed both of them, he would have broken the record again. What a beast. Is this still a human being? I wouldn't dare to kill someone like this. You said he got first place by luck? I don't know what happened in the end. Can these two people stop Wang Hao from taking first place? The people watching were talking a lot. Wang Hao's number of eliminations shocked them. No one thought that Wang Hao had just completed more than 30 kills. It happened again so soon. In their opinion, even if Wang Hao has the strength, if he wants to kill more than 30 people in one game, it still requires a lot of luck. After all, the island map is so big that in one game, it is not easy to meet more than 30 players, let alone kill more than 30 players. But Wang Hao did it. Killed more than 30 more in duo queue. Moreover, as long as he kills the last two people, he will set a new record. Chapter 148. My daughter has discernment. Commander Su, your previous prediction may come true. In the palace of the Lord of Silver Light City, Wu Haomia looked at Su Biao with a smile on his face and said, before this exam, Su Biao once said that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer might perform better in double queue. At that time, almost no one agreed with his view. After all, 38 kills is already very rare. It is a very high record, and it will undoubtedly be very difficult to surpass this record. But now, Wang Hao is only 2 eliminations away from breaking the record he just set. It can be said that he is only 1 step away from breaking the record. To be honest, I was shocked myself. Su Biao looked at the game screen, shook his head in disbelief, and said, of course, although I said that he hopes to perform better, I also think that this possibility is possible. But it won't be very big. I didn't expect that he would actually break the record after playing so well in this game. Su Biao shook his head as he said that he was obviously shocked by the result. Although the final battle has not ended yet, or even really started, everyone in the City Lord's Palace does not seem to worry that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer will lose in the battle with Ma Wu and Gutong. They now have full confidence in Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Lao Shuang, your daughter really hugged her thigh this time. Ning Tai teased Zhuang Jian. Everyone else also looked at Zhuang Jian with a smile. That's because my daughter has discernment, Zhuang Jian said with a proud smile. With Zhuang Jian's ability, he could arrange a master as a teammate for Zhuang Shuer. He also tried to do so, but was rejected by Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer insisted on teaming up with Wang Hao. At that time, Zhuang Jian still I don't really agree. But now it seems that his daughter is more discerning than him. He can arrange a master for Zhuang Shuer. But can the master he arranges be comparable to Wang Hao? It's not that he can't find more powerful masters. But the college entrance examination has restrictions on participants. No matter how well-connected Zhuang Jian is, he can only select masters from all high school graduating classes for Zhuang Shuer. You can't look for it from other places. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to enter the examination room. And among all the students in the high school graduating class, can they compare with Wang Hao? Obviously not. Looking at Wang Hao's current ranking at the top of the two lists, we can see the gap between them and Wang Hao. Therefore, Zhuang Jian would definitely not be able to find a more powerful student than Wang Hao to team up with Zhuang Shuer. He is now glad that he followed his daughter's advice instead of forcing her to assign new teammates. Everyone looked at Zhuang Jian with envy. When Zhuang Jian asked Zhuang Shuer to go to No. 5 middle school, many people thought that Zhuang Jian was too indulgent of his daughter. But now it seems that Zhuang Jian's decision was undoubtedly the right one. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Hao took action. The familiar routine is still to use grenades and smoke bombs. The positioning layout of Ma Wu and Ge Tong is very particular. The two are not too close, but they can shoot at each other's angles. Once one side is attacked, the other side can immediately support them. Therefore, it is obviously impossible for Wang Hao to kill the two of them with one thunder. However, if one thunder is not enough, then two. Wang Hao first pulled out a grenade and prepared to throw an instant blast, blowing up one first. But Wang Hao didn't expect that Ma Wu and Ge Tong were very cautious. When they heard the sound of thunder being pulled out, they immediately started moving and retreated without hesitation. Obviously, the two of them already knew the power of Wang Hao's grenade and did not dare to stay where they were. Ma Wu and Ge Tong did not simply evacuate. While running, they also threw a few thunders on the ground. These thunders were not instantaneous thunders, but prejudgment thunders. As long as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, if you dare to chase them, they will be blown up by the grenades they dropped in advance. When the time comes, they will be the winners. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer obviously heard the sound of the two people pulling out thunder, so they were not in a hurry to pursue them. Boom, boom, boom. The thunders thrown by Ma Wu and Ge Tong on the ground exploded one after another. However, because Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer did not pursue them, these thunders had no other effect besides the sound. After all the grenades exploded, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer gave chase. The circle was just that big, and Ma Wu and Ge Tong couldn't run very far. With the help of see-through, Wang Hao could see their every move. Ding! There was another sound of thunder being pulled out, and Wang Hao raised the grenade again, waiting for the countdown to end. What should I do? Ge Tong asked Ma Wu. The two of them have no retreat now. There is a poisonous circle behind them. Now it is the final round. The poison outside the circle is quite powerful. Players will be poisoned within a few seconds if they enter. Obviously, the poison is inside. Can't go. Fight! Ma Wu said with a fierce look on his face. Let's take the initiative. I'll take the lead, and you will take down Wang Hao first. And then Zhuang Shuer. Waiting for Wang Hao's grenade is undoubtedly a very dangerous act. Wang Hao he had told others with countless battle results that his grenade hit rate was very high, and his throwing was very accurate. Therefore, Ma Wu and Ge Tong did not dare to stay where they were. Okay. Ge Tong nodded. With the decision made, the two of them no longer delayed. Immediately leaned out from their hiding place, and then fired fiercely at Wang Hao. Wang Hao obviously didn't expect these two people to suddenly appear, and was caught off guard. Fortunately, Wang Hao was not stupid. When he pulled out the thunder, he only leaned out a little. Therefore, he was only shot once, and did not fall to the ground. Wang Hao threw the grenade, and then immediately hid back in the bunker. Boom! The grenade exploded. Ge Tong was knocked down, and Ma Wu also lost half of his health bar. Die! Ma Wu, who had lost half of his blood, did not choose to hide or save others. Instead, he fired wildly at the place where Wang Hao was. The bullets hit the bunker and made a crackling sound. How could you be so arrogant if you had the auxiliary function of bullets through walls? Wang Hao, who was hiding behind the bunker, thought to himself. However, even if there is no bullet through the wall, Wang Hao may not be able to do anything against him. Wang Hao counted silently in his heart. When the bullets in Ma Wu's gun were almost full, he suddenly stood up from the bunker, and then fired at Ma Wu without hesitation. With only 2 or 3 shots, Ma Wu, who was already low on health, fell to the ground and turned into a box glowing red. Good luck. The moment Ma Wu fell, those 4 familiar big characters appeared in front of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Eat chicken. 39 Kill the chicken. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the words good luck. Although there are auxiliary functions to help, Wang Hao can't guarantee that he can win the chicken in every round. Now that he has successfully won the chicken, he can't help but feel a little happy. Chapter 149 Proficiency Bonus Card. Holy shit! I really won. First place again? 39 kills. Breaking the record again. Still breaking the record he created himself. So beastly. Awesome. That's awesome. It's been many years. There has never been such a top-notch candidate. Silver Light City actually produced such a master. It's amazing. Countless people were watching Wang Hao's final battle, and they were all shocked when they saw him win the chicken successfully. Although many people have predicted that Ma Wu and Gu Tong will not be able to stop Wang Hao's first place, many people are still holding on to expectations. What if Ma Wu and Gu Tong create a miracle? But obviously, miracles are not easy to create. Ma Wu and Gu Tong have tried their best, but in the end, they still couldn't stop Wang Hao from eating chicken, let alone Wang Hao from setting a new record. Old Su, you really hit the mark. Yes, it's so fierce. Even I can't help but be amazed. Old Zhuang, congratulations. Your daughter is so big that she can't run away. Yes, Lao Zhuang's daughter also performed well. Apart from Wang Hao, she is definitely the best performer in our Yingguang City. The palace of the Lord of Yingguang City was also very lively at this time, and everyone's faces were full of excitement. All with a smile. They were really happy. Happy for Wang Hao, and happy for Silver Light City. Wang Hao continues to dominate the double list, and the gap with the second place is getting wider and wider. This is not only the honor of Wang Hao, but also the honor of their Yingguang City. As the senior leaders of Yingguang City, they naturally have the same relationship with Yurong Yan. At the same time, the leaders and teachers of No. 5 Middle School also felt honored. They were also celebrating Wang Hao's chicken eating again. Although there are many candidates taking the college entrance examination in the 5th middle school this year, there is no doubt that Wang Hao is definitely the candidate that the school leaders pay the most attention to. They only paid attention to Wang Hao's performance in the game. As for other candidates, I don't have much time to pay attention to it. Now seeing Wang Hao once again achieve record-breaking results, the school leaders and teachers of No. 5 Middle School are all extremely excited. Scholarship. A scholarship must be awarded to Wang Hao. Guanling said excitedly, no matter what Wang Hao's final college entrance examination score is, based on his performance in these two games, the school will award him a scholarship, and award it to the highest standards. Wang Hao performed so well. As his principal, Guanling was very happy and proud at this time. As for scholarships, that was completely irrelevant. No one at the scene raised any objections. Even Zhao Fang, Luo Qiji and others who had not liked Wang Hao before did not raise any objections at this time. Wang Hao was trying to win glory for their 5th middle school. As teachers in No. 5 middle school, they can benefit from Wang Hao's outstanding performance. Every teacher in No. 5 middle school can benefit from the fame of No. 5 middle school. It is too late for them to be grateful to Wang Hao at this time. So how can they run against Wang Hao? How? Teacher Ding, we won't go to your class later, so as not to put pressure on Wang Hao. Guanling said, I'll have a brief chat with you later, and ask him not to be under too much pressure, and just perform normally. Remember? Don't say too much. Don't say too much at this time. Talking too much will put a psychological burden on him, which will not be conducive to his performance. Guanling certainly wanted to have a good chat with Wang Hao at this time, but he also knows that now is the critical period for the college entrance examination. Talking too much to Wang Hao will only affect Wang Hao's performance. Therefore, many things must be completed after the college entrance examination, at least until the end of today. Okay. Ding Yuni responded quickly. She has taught many senior high school students. Although she has always taught ordinary classes, she also knows that during exams, she cannot talk too much to students. Otherwise it will affect the status of the candidates. At this time, Wang Hao was still unaware of the disturbances from the outside world. He was looking expectantly at the airdrop box that landed on the ground. Zhuang Shuer had already touched it first, and she only touched a few steamed buns. However, she was not too disappointed. For her, she was very satisfied with killing so many people in one game. As for the items in the airdrop box, for her, it is just the icing on the cake. Zhuang Shuer finished touching. Now it's Wang Hao's turn. Wang Hao is still full of expectations. After all, in this game, the auxiliary function he chose is unconventional rewards. which means that he can get things from the airdrop box that others cannot get. As for what will happen, Wang Hao didn't know who he was. Wang Hao put his hand into the airdrop box, and then slowly took it back. In the hand he took back, there was an extra card. Isn't it a coupon? This was Wang Hao's first thought when he saw this card. However, he quickly dismissed the idea because it was different from coupons. Proficiency bonus card. Wang Hao saw the introduction on the card. Proficiency bonus card. After using this card, you can specify a certain ability, and the proficiency gained in the next 3 days will be doubled. What a good thing. After Wang Hao saw the introduction of this card, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is something that can quickly improve your ability. For example, if Wang Hao uses this card to choose a marksmanship, then his gun proficiency will increase tenfold at the usual rate in the next 3 days. In other words, he will practice gun for 3 days. The increased proficiency is equivalent to the increased proficiency gained by practicing for 1 month. With this card, Wang Hao can greatly save the time he needs to improve his abilities. Of course, the impact of one card is limited after all. If you want to have better effects, you must have more such cards. What did you touch? Zhuang Shuer walked over curiously and asked. Nothing. Wang Hao naturally put the card into his pocket. Mysterious. Zhuang Shuer curled her lips. Wang Hao didn't show it to her, and she didn't ask further questions. The only things that could be found in the airdrop box were those. Even if she had never touched them, she had seen them all, and it was just a casual question. Later, Wang Hao completely retained the auxiliary function of unconventional rewards before leaving. Circle of Destiny, level 1 500 redemption points. Bullets through walls, level 1 1000 redemption points. Unconventional reward, level 1 800 redemption points. Wang Hao also coveted the auxiliary function of bullets through walls. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to redeem it for the time being. It would not be too late to redeem it when he encounters it next time. It is still during the college entrance examination, and with bullets through the wall, if not performed well, can be easily exposed. As for the unconventional rewards, Wang Hao was very satisfied with this auxiliary function, so he kept it. Wang Hao was very greedy for things like the proficiency bonus card, and he didn't want to have only one like this. Chapter 150 Frustrated. How was it? Where am I ranked now? Jia Yin. No. One middle school in Jingguang City. Just came out of the examination room and couldn't wait to ask about his deskmate. The deskmate looked at him with a complicated expression. Second? Jia Yan's expression froze and he asked, Is the number 1 Wang Hao from Silver Light City? Yes. The deskmate nodded. It's still him. How many eliminations does he have now? Jia Yan's voice was a little low, and he was obviously in a bad mood. 77. 77? Jia Yan screamed and said subconsciously, This is impossible. Wang Hao killed 38 people in solo queue in the first game. It was incredible. There was definitely a lot of luck in it. In Jia Yan's view, Wang Hao's double row performance will never exceed his single row performance. But what is the situation with these 77 now? Doesn't this mean that Wang Hao killed 39 people in double queue? More than in solo queue? How can this be? Although there is one more teammate in the double queue, the teammate is also a candidate. It is impossible to deliberately give Wang Hao a head. It would be good if he does not compete with him. This will affect Wang Hao's elimination number. Jia Yin thinks about it. Wang Hao's elimination number is definitely not it will exceed 38. It is even difficult to exceed 20 in this round. But what's going on now? It's indeed 77. Xiang came over. Her expression also very complicated. In this game, Wang Hao killed 39 people, and he also won the championship. He is still no. 1 on both lists. How is this possible? Even after hearing his head teacher say this, Jia Yin was still a little unbelievable. Did he spend money and his teammates killed him? This situation, Jia Yin said, also exists. Some children from powerful families will find teammates in advance before the college entrance examination. Most of these teammates are capable and relatively average family members, and then bribe them with money or future jobs, positions, etc., so that they can play in double row. In the exam with the 4th platoon, they will only be assisting and not competing for the top spot. In this way, the children of this powerful family will naturally achieve outstanding results. This was the first thing Jia Yin thought of. Wang Hao spent money. However, Xiang shook her head and said, his teammate also killed 18 in this round, and is currently ranked 2nd in the elimination list of Silver Light City. She has also entered the top 50 in the national elimination list. Generally speaking, if someone is deliberately killing people, Wang Hao's teammates will never kill too many. But the current situation is that not only Wang Hao kills more, but his teammates also kill less. It can be seen that this is definitely not a result of deliberate cheating. How is this possible? Why is he so strong? Jia Yan's face was still full of shock. Before the college entrance examination, he had never heard of such a master from other cities. For this college entrance examination, he was determined to win. But he did not expect that during the college entrance examination, such a master suddenly appeared. A master who made him an unparalleled master. Originally, Jia Yan thought that after the duo queue ended, he could be close to or even overtake Wang Hao. But the fact is that instead of narrowing the distance between him and Wang Hao, he actually made the gap between the two even wider. Jia Yan, who had always been arrogant, now felt a deep sense of frustration. For the first time, he felt hopeless. Jia Yan, don't be discouraged. Xia Ying saw that Jia Yan's mentality was wrong and said quickly, the exam is not over yet. There are still many games. The game is full of chance. Maybe he will fall into a box in one game. So, don't give up until the end. You have to believe in yourself. You can do it. The purpose of Xia Ying coming here is to appease Jia Yan, and must not let Jia Yan's mentality go wrong. Jia Yan is the best student in their class and their school. Jia Yan plays a decisive role in the performance of their school. Once Jia Yan's mentality collapses, let alone chasing Wang Hao, he may not even be able to keep his current second place. This is absolutely not allowed. A genius has emerged from Silver Light City, and they can't control it. But they can't let Jia Yan's mentality collapse. The worst he can do is get second place in the exam. Xia Ying's words still had some effect. Jia Yan cheered up a lot and regained his fighting spirit on his face. Teacher, you are right. This game is full of chance. I don't believe he can maintain such a good state. Jia Yan said. Even masters have had the experience of landing a box. It does not mean that you will survive to the end if you are strong. This game is still very random. Therefore, Jia Yan does not believe that Wang Hao's luck can always be so good. As long as there is one game when he lands in a box, he can catch up a lot and even overtake. You can think so. The teacher is relieved. Xia Ying quietly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, you have to remember that you are the strongest. You don't need to compare with others. You only need to focus on yourself. Okay. As long as you perform normally, your results will definitely not be bad. Yes. Jia Yan nodded heavily and regained his confidence. At the same time, teachers and students from major high schools in China were once again talking about Wang Hao. This person, whom most of them had never met, was the focus of their discussion at this time. It was really because of Wang Hao these two games were played so well that there was a huge gap between him and the candidates behind him. On the elimination list, Wang Hao currently ranks first with 77 kills, and Jia Yan ranks second with only 40 kills. The gap is huge. In the standings, Wang Hao currently ranks first with 113 points. Jia Yan is also ranked second with 72 points. The gap is even bigger. Wang Hao had already shaken off Jia Yan with his absolute strength. As for the candidates behind Jia Yan, Wang Hao's back could not even be seen. Suddenly such a master appeared. And he was not just a lucky master. It was normal for Wang Hao to attract everyone's attention. And everyone began to ask for more information about Wang Hao. Everyone was even more shocked to learn that Wang Hao was actually a student in the ordinary class of No. 5 middle school. Yinguang City is located in China, and the education level is not very high. The 5th middle school is not a famous school in the city, and the education level is average. These 12 classes are in this school with average education level. Not the key class at the top, but the ordinary class. Wang Hao is a student from an ordinary area, an ordinary school, and an ordinary class. It is simply unbelievable that such a student actually ranked first in the college entrance examination. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was someone who was joking. In the process of understanding Wang Hao's information, everyone learned another very important piece of information. Wang Hao does not have a fixed 4-tier teammate. Until before the college entrance examination, among Wang Hao's 4 teammates, only Zhuang Xuer was a regular one. He couldn't find the other 2 teammates. Chapter 151 No Fixed Teammates. Interesting. After hearing the news, everyone had different thoughts. The survivors of Silver Light City are naturally worried about Wang Hao. There are no fixed teammates in the 4th row. This will inevitably affect Wang Hao's performance in the fourth row. His current leading advantage is likely to be eliminated in the fourth row game. Reduce or even flatten it. Random teammates are definitely not as cooperative as regular teammates. This is for sure. For a master like Wang Hao, if his teammates do not have a tacit understanding, it will easily slow down his rhythm. Moreover, teammates who are randomly matched will definitely be weaker in strength. It is impossible for experts to find teammates. Except Wang Hao, of course. Therefore, teammates who are randomly matched will lower the strength of the entire team. As a result, it will naturally be difficult for Wang Hao to achieve good results in the fourth row. Wang Hao is now the representative and face of Silver Light City. The survivors of Silver Light City are naturally on his side. After hearing this news, they will naturally be worried about Wang Hao. On the other hand, the survivors in other cities were very excited when they heard the news, especially those capable candidates and their parents and relatives. After hearing the news, they almost all beamed with joy. This is a perfect opportunity for them to get closer or even overtake Wang Hao. These candidates all have fixed teammates, and they also know the importance of fixed teammates. Now that Wang Hao actually has no fixed teammates, they see an opportunity. Wang Hao, I will definitely surpass you. The first place is mine. Jia Yang clenched his fists with fighting spirit on his face. After learning that Wang Hao had no fixed teammates in the fourth row, Jia Yan became more confident in regaining the first position. As the person involved, Wang Hao did not take this matter too seriously. Although it is not a good thing that there are no fixed teammates in the fourth row, it is not a disaster for Wang Hao. Even if he is matched with two random teammates, he is confident to win the game. Wang Hao, now you have to maintain your condition and don't pay attention to the voices from the outside world. Ding Yuning said to Wang Hao, no matter what the outside world says, whether it is criticism or praise, you don't think too much. You know? Now there are many voices from the outside world against Wang Hao, most of which are compliments. However, after the fact that Wang Hao did not have a fixed fourth row of teammates was exposed, many people felt that Wang Hao was too arrogant and did not take the college entrance examination seriously. At the same time, they also watched Sheng Wang Hao's final college entrance examination results. The college entrance examination does not only test single row and double row, but also tests 4 rows. This is also a very important link. Wang Hao now has obvious shortcomings, which will greatly affect his final college entrance examination score. Ding Yuning is obviously afraid that Wang Hao will be disturbed by outside sounds, which will affect his mentality and thus his performance. I know. Wang Hao nodded. Even if Ding Yuning hadn't said anything, Wang Hao wouldn't have paid too much attention to the noise from the outside world. He was a man of 2 generations, taking the college entrance examination for the second time, and had auxiliary functions. How could he care about the noise from the outside world? That's good. Ding Yuning smiled and said, you performed well in the first 2 games. Keep up the good work. Yeah. Ding Yuning didn't say too much to Wang Hao, not wanting to affect Wang Hao's mentality and rhythm. So he said a few words afterwards. She went to chat with other students. Compared to Wang Hao, there are people in class 12 who need her comfort more. Although class 12 is an ordinary class, and the overall level is low, not everyone chooses to lie flat. In addition to Wang Hao, there are also people who attach great importance to the college entrance examination and want to get into a good university. Their mentality may not be as good as Wang Hao's. So at this time, Ding Yuning, the head teacher, needs to go and comfort them. You won't blame me for not finding a regular fourth row of teammates, right? Wang Hao said, looking at Zhuang Shuer. Wang Hao has always been the one making the decision about finding teammates, and Zhuang Shuer listens to his opinions. Therefore, Wang Hao is fully responsible for the fact that he has not found a permanent teammate so far. No. Zhuang Shuer shook his head. Didn't you say that even if there are only 2 of us, we can still fight in 4 rows? I agree with your point of view. Now Zhuang Shuer is full of confidence in herself and Wang Hao. She has gained confidence. Even if she fails to find a regular teammate, she is not desperate. That's good. Wang Hao said with a smile. However, we still have to choose a match later. It is always good to have 2 more teammates. If they are obedient, then we will act together. If they are disobedient, the 2 of us will just act alone. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer nodded in agreement. This is what they usually do when they are in the 4th row. Although today is the college entrance examination, as long as the mentality is good, the college entrance examination is no different from the usual games. Obviously, Both Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer have a good mentality. Wang Hao has a good attitude because he has auxiliary functions and has taken the college entrance examination. Zhuang Shuer has a strong background. With that kind of background, she doesn't have to worry about not being able to study. Of course, she still wants to get into a university based on her own strength. The two chatted while recovering their strength. At this time, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were also being discussed in the palace of the city lord of Silver Light City. Especially Wang Hao. He was now the focus of attention. People in other cities were discussing him. Naturally, the big guys in Silver Light City were even more interested. He will not be ignored. This matter is indeed a bit troublesome. Wu Haomu said, without a fixed teammate, it will still have an impact after all. We cannot deny Wang Hao's strength. But he usually only plays with the daughter of Commander Zhuang, and has no other fixed teammates. In normal times, it's nothing. But this is the college entrance examination. It will definitely have an impact. Yes, if we had known that Wang Hao was so strong, we should have arranged teammates for him in advance. Yan Lai said. At this point, Wang Hao no longer represents him personally, but also represents their Silver Light City. It would be a pity if the lack of fixed teammates affects his performance and ultimately drags down Wang Hao's overall score in the college entrance examination. It's not like they didn't know that Wang Hao didn't have a fixed teammate before. Wu Haomu also investigated Wang Hao and naturally knew this information. However, they didn't know that Wang Hao was so strong at the time. Strong enough to represent their Silver Light City. If they had known this earlier, they would have made arrangements long ago. I think, even if we make arrangements in advance, Wang Hao may not agree. Ningtai said, a top student like him must have his own ideas about how to choose teammates and what kind of teammates to choose. He has his own considerations. Even if we impose it on him, he may not agree. I agree with Lao Ning's point of view. Huang Nai said, it is impossible that Wang Hao has not contacted his teammates. And the leaders and teachers of their school must have also. We have recommended it to him. But he still only has one regular teammate like Lao Zhuang's daughter. There must be a reason. We can't just decide on a regular teammate casually. Even if we want to worry about him. He may not agree. Chapter 152 Great God. Please take me to fly. Everyone at the scene had the same idea. Especially Zhuang Jian. He nodded and said, actually, my daughter once gave him suggestions and recommendations about fixing teammates. But Wang Hao didn't. There is no agreement. Obviously, he has his own ideas and standards. To him, the opinions of outsiders are just opinions and cannot directly determine anything. Looking at it this way, there is really no need for us to consider recommending teammates for him. Wu Haomu said. Everyone nodded. Mainly because Wang Hao might not be satisfied with the teammates they recommended. And it would only cause more trouble. Perhaps our worries are unfounded. Su Biao said with a smile, after looking at the two tests. I think Wang Hao is fully capable of playing singles and four. As long as he doesn't run into a particularly strong team, he still has a good chance of winning. Not to mention, there is also Lao Zhuang's daughter in the team. And she is not weak. Judging from the two-row game process, the two of them cooperate very well. The help she gives Wang Hao is not small. The two teammates in the fourth row are matched. As long as the strength is not too high, Wang Hao's team is still quite capable. Yes. Lu Yuan agreed. I don't believe that Wang Hao doesn't pay attention to the college entrance examination. He comes from a slum and should be very aware of the importance of the college entrance examination. This is an opportunity that can change his life's destiny. And it is impossible for him not to take it seriously. Therefore, he must have his own ideas, since he has not determined a fixed teammate in the fourth row. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Lu Yuan's point of view. They all knew Wang Hao's background. And there was no reason for Wang Hao to joke about the college entrance examination. For people who were born in humble circumstances, the college entrance examination was an opportunity that could change their destiny. It was impossible for Wang Hao not to understand. Okay, let's stop guessing. These 4 rows are about to start. Once the game starts, you will know whether Wang Hao has his own ideas or really underestimates the college entrance examination. Wu Haomu said. No more guessing is useful. The college entrance examination has already begun. And they cannot temporarily arrange 4 rows of teammates for Wang Hao. That is not much different from random matching. Now they can only pray that Wang Hao has his own ideas and not be too dismissive. College entrance examination. On the 5th middle school side, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are also ready to enter the game. After entering the game, the two chose random matching. After the selection, The two appeared in the island square. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer looked beside them. These two were their teammates in the 4th row in this round. According to the regulations of the college entrance examination, the 4 rows of teammates were randomly matched, except for special circumstances. Otherwise, the 3 teams in the 3 days would be in a 4-row game. They will all be a team. In other words, in the subsequent 4-row games between the two, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer will be their 4-row teammates. My name is Wang Hao. From Yinguang City. Yinguang City. Zhuang Shuer. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer took the lead in introducing themselves to their teammates. Before the game starts, some simple understanding is still needed. Although this will not allow them to become teammates with tacit understanding. At least they will not be too unfamiliar. Are you Wang Hao? Oh my god. You are actually Wang Hao from Silver Light City. What Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer didn't expect was that the two teammates they matched with did not immediately introduce themselves. Instead, he looked at Wang Hao with excitement, as if a fan had seen his idol up close. Do you know me? Wang Hao felt a little uncomfortable with the overly hot eyes of the two men. If two beauties looked at him with such eyes, he might be secretly happy. The problem was that his two teammates were 2 men. Being stared at by 2 men with such hot eyes made Wang Hao feel all over his body uneasy. Of course I knew you then. Yes. You are famous now. All the senior high school students in China know you. Oh my god. It's like a dream. I didn't expect to be a teammate with you. It must be my dead father who is protecting me in heaven. The two people still looked excited, which made people worry that they would faint from excitement. Wang Hao touched his nose, while Zhuang Shuer snickered secretly. I didn't expect that I would become famous. Wang Hao said with a smile. Be famous? Of course you are famous. You are now the most famous high school graduate in China. Master, please take me with you. Master, we will do what you tell us later. There will never be any objection. Yes, we all listen to you. The two of them expressed their opinions one after another, and their attitudes were very good, as if Wang Hao was following Wang Hao's lead. Wang Hao didn't expect that being famous would have such benefits, although being watched by others made him uncomfortable. It was obvious that being famous also had positive effects. Seeing the excited looks of the two of them, Wang Hao doubted that he would ask them to go now. Even if they die, they will do it without hesitation. Of course, Wang Hao would not do that. This is his college entrance examination and their college entrance examination. This is very important to him. And it is also very important to them. Every extra point will improve his ranking a lot. And he will die early. Although it is not, it affects the final ranking points. But it will definitely affect the elimination points. Don't get excited yet. Please introduce yourselves first, and let's get to know each other briefly. Wang Hao said to the two of them. Okay. Great master. My name is Miao Quan. I come from Purple Light City. I am currently ranked bronze 5 in the 4th row. Great master. My name is Gu Lian. I am from Starlight City. I am currently ranked bronze 5 in the 4th row. The two of them made themselves known one after another. Introduce. After listening to their self-introductions, Wang Hao finally understood why these two people were randomly matched. It was probably because they were too weak and others looked down upon them. However, it didn't matter to Wang Hao. What he valued more was listening to them. Command? Not how strong you are. As long as you obey the command. That is enough. Master, our rank is too low. Will you dislike us? Miao Quan said embarrassedly. No. Wang Hao said with a smile. As long as you obey the command. That's for sure. Miao Quan quickly assured Master. We will fight how you tell us to fight. Yes. Master. We will be your human shield and your level 4 package. And we will listen to you in everything you say. Gu Lian also quickly promised. These two people are indeed not experts. They are even rookies, to put it bluntly. Their performance in single row and double row is average. Even very poor. As for the 4th row, just as Wang Hao thought, no one is willing to lead them. Both of them were already prepared to fail. But now, they were lucky enough to meet Wang Hao, which made the two of them extremely excited. They knew that Wang Hao was so powerful that they couldn't even catch up. At this time, they naturally did whatever Wang Hao said. They only hoped that Wang Hao could lead them to win ranking points. As for the elimination points, they did not think about it. In normal games, they just played. They are just humans and machines. In this game without humans and machines, none of them can be killed. Chapter 153 Fame. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Although these two people were a little weaker, he was very satisfied with being so obedient. Is he Wang Hao? Holy crap! Wang Hao and I collided with each other. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? How did I get matched with this evil star in a game? What are you afraid of? He's for the platoon, doesn't even have regular teammates. So don't be afraid of him. Wang Hao seems to like to jump to P-City. Let's stay away from P-City in this game. While Wang Hao was chatting with his teammates, he was surrounded by others. Of candidates were recognized. Wang Hao and the others were chatting in the team channel. Therefore, others could not hear their conversation. They could only see their mouths moving. And these people recognized him not because they listened to their conversation, but because they recognized him. Because someone recognized Wang Hao's appearance. There is a half-hour break between the two exams. You can do a lot of things in this half hour, such as investigating Wang Hao's information. Since Wang Hao ranked first in the double rankings in 2 consecutive exams, all high schools in China have attached great importance to him and are investigating his information. It was also known at this time that he did not have a fixed 4th row of teammates. At the same time, some people also investigated Wang Hao's appearance. Someone in the square obviously recognized Wang Hao. And this guy also turned on all the microphones. Seeing the expressions of horror, disbelief, excitement, etc. on the faces of the people around him, Wang Hao once again experienced the impact of being famous. After most people recognized him, they immediately changed their original plans. Regardless of whether they had thought about going to P-City before, they all decided to stay away from P-City at this time. They all knew that Wang Hao liked to go to P-City, and he likes to hunt passing players in P-City. Therefore, most people decided to stay away from P-City and not provoke Wang Hao. But there are also people who are not afraid of Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao performed well in single row and 4 rows, he did not have a fixed teammate in the 4th row. This is definitely a huge weakness of Wang Hao and a point that can be exploited. It may not be impossible to defeat Wang Hao head-on. Wang Hao ignored the comments of other people around him. For him, these people were his opponents or even enemies. He only interacted with them after the game started. There was no need to pay attention to them now. If you don't have time to deal with these people, you might as well consider how to play this game and what auxiliary functions to choose. To Wang Hao's disappointment, the 3 auxiliary functions that appeared in this game were all mediocre. Wang Hao finally chose more supplies to help him arm himself faster. Fortunately, Wang Hao now has several permanent auxiliary functions, so he doesn't care much about the random auxiliary functions. At the same time, in reality, many people were also paying attention to Wang Hao. The moment Wang Hao's matching teammates appeared, many people began to investigate the identities of those 2 people. After learning their information, some were happy and some were worried. It's actually 2 bronze 5s? Wang Hao is in trouble this round. Yes, this is because Chun Chun has 2 more who are holding him back. It is almost impossible for Wang Hao to achieve the same results as single Q and double Q. This is actually normal. Except for Wang Hao, which expert would randomly match teammates in the college entrance examination. Those who can randomly match are the kind of rookies that no one wants. That's right. Almost everyone in Silver Light City is worried about Wang Hao. Especially the people in the City Lord's Mansion and the principal's room of No. 5 Middle School. After seeing Wang Hao's teammates in this game, they are even more worried. A look of disappointment and worry. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuai. This game is in trouble. Yang Lai said. Yes, but this is also expected. It is not easy to match a master. Believe in Wang Hao. He will be fine. At this time, in addition to trusting Wang Hao, there is no other way. There was almost the same scene in the principal's room of No. 5 Middle School, with almost everyone looking worried. Now, the most optimistic people may be Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuai. Soon, 4 people appeared on the plane. Where are we going? Zhuang Shuai asked. Gu Lian and Miao Quan did not speak. They just looked at Wang Hao, waiting for Wang Hao to make a decision. Wang Hao glanced at the route and said casually, let's jump to City P. Okay. None of the 3 had any objections. This team was led by Wang Hao. In the plane, most people decided to stay away from P-City. But there was a group of people who seemed not to believe in evil and wanted to say goodbye to Wang Hao and the others. Wang Liang, have you really decided to jump to P-City? Lu Quan asked his teammate and friend hesitantly. While asking, his eyes glanced at Wang Hao several times unconsciously. Now almost everyone knows that Wang Hao likes to jump to P-City. They collided with Wang Hao in this game. If they jump to P-City, they will probably have to coach Wang Hao head-on. To be honest, Lu Quan has no confidence. Although 2 of Wang Hao's teams were randomly matched, He still felt that it was not a wise move to go head-to-head with Wang Hao at the beginning. Yes. Compared to Lu Quan's hesitation, Wang Liang seemed very determined. I'll jump to P-City. If nothing else, Wang Hao and the others will also jump to P-City. Lu Quan said. I'm just going for them. Wang Liang said, if they don't go to P-City, I won't go to P-City. Now everyone praises Wang Hao so much. I want to see if he is really that strong. Obviously, Wang Liang is not convinced by Wang Hao and is preparing to compete head-on with Wang Hao. I support Wang Liang's decision. Tong Hang, another member of the team, said, I don't believe how strong a person from Silver Light City can be. Don't forget, he is now number 1 on the double list. We have received a lot of attention. And if we can defeat him in a head-to-head battle, or even kill them, we will become famous instantly, said the last good soldier in the team. That's the truth. Tong Hang nodded in agreement. It can be seen that except for Lu Quan, who is hesitant, the other 3 people in this team are inclined to compete head-on with Wang Hao and his team. Moreover, they are also very confident in themselves and feel that there is no problem in defeating Wang Hao and his team. Although Lu Quan was worried, in the current situation of 3-1, he could only act with the other 3 people. In this kind of game, there is not much difference between going alone and seeking death. Lu Quan does not have the ability to act alone. Strength. Therefore, he could only accept the decision of 3 people. Okay. Then let's fight them. We may not lose. Lu Quan seemed to be encouraging his teammates, but also seemed to be comforting himself. It's not that we may not lose, but we will definitely win, Wang Liang said firmly. Chapter 154. It's time to act. Can you really win? Lu Quan didn't have much confidence in his heart. However, since the entire team has decided so, he will not say anything more to avoid affecting morale. When the plane flew near P-City, Wang Hao's team jumped off the plane first, and then Wang Liang's team also jumped off the plane. There were 8 people in the 2 teams, and the distance between them was not too far. Besides us, there is only 1 team. After observing the surrounding situation, Zhuang Shuer reported information to Wang Hao in the team channel. Only 1 team? Wang Hao was slightly stunned when he heard this. He turned around and observed the surrounding situation. And sure enough, there was only 1 team around him. This made Wang Hao a little surprised and a little disappointed. Before, every time he jumped to P-City, several teams would jump here at the same time. This allowed him to quickly accumulate some elimination numbers in the early stage. In the college entrance examination, this was especially important. After all, in the first circle, each elimination was 2 points. And there is only 1 point for each elimination in the later stage. Therefore, people who are confident in their own strength will choose to shoot in the early stage to get more points. But in this round, there were only 2 teams in P-City, which disappointed Wang Hao. He was not afraid of more people, but less afraid of them. Maybe I was really scared by you and didn't dare to come, Zhuang Shuer said with a smile. Wang Hao looked helpless. Just now in the island square, he also heard many people saying that they should avoid P-City. He thought it was a joke at the time. After all, this route is close to P-City, and P-City is rich in supplies. He would not skip P-City. Pity. But now it seems that those people were not joking, and they really didn't come. When did I become so intimidating? Wang Hao smiled helplessly. Fortunately, there is still a full formation coming. Wang Hao comforted himself. It would be good to eat them. Both sides have the mentality of eating each other. As for who can eat whom, it depends on what happens after landing. Played. The field of vision in front of him gradually became clearer. Wang Hao and others had opened their parachutes. Wang Hao was floating while observing the location of the other team. In the early stage, he did not want to fight with the other team. He waited until he collected some supplies before fighting. Not too late. The other party probably had the same idea. After opening the parachute, they did not fly too close to Wang Hao and the others. As a result, the 2 teams each occupied a corner of P-City and began to search for supplies. Move as quickly as possible. 2 guns, 2 grenades, and 1 or 2 medicine packs are enough to fight, Wang Hao said in the team channel. Although he did not deliberately approach the opponent when he landed, Wang Hao did not intend to stalemate with the opponent for too long. There were too few teams jumping to P-City in this game. He needed to eat this team as soon as possible and then leave P-City. Go find someone. Since other players deliberately avoid City P when they parachute, then when they change points, they will never get too close to City P. Therefore, it is almost impossible to hunt in City P in this round. To get more eliminations, you can only take the initiative to find people. What does this mean? Wang Hao thought helplessly. He didn't expect that his intimidation power was so great now, which invisibly increased the difficulty for him. If he killed some in P City like before, and then hunted some here, the number of eliminations would rise slowly, and he didn't even need to worrying too much about finding people. At this moment, he obviously can't continue to be so relaxed. After landing, the four of them immediately searched for supplies. Miao Quan and Gu Lian kept in mind that they were level 4 packs, and tried their best to load supplies into their backpacks. Most of these supplies were prepared for Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. As for the two of them had no intention of killing anyone. Wang Hao's auxiliary function in this round was thinking about more supplies. Therefore, after landing, the room he entered was quite rich in supplies. Not only was he equipped quickly, but there was still a lot left. He selectively marked, "Let your teammates pick it up." In less than a minute, Wang Hao's equipment was almost collected. "How are you doing?" Wang Hao asked. "Almost." Several people replied one after another. With Wang Hao's punctuation reminder, they searched for supplies very quickly in this round. Of course, they also had a little doubt in their hearts as to why the rooms they entered had average supplies, while every room Wang Hao entered had so many supplies. However, they didn't think much about this little thing, and just attributed it to Wang Hao's good luck. "In that case, let's take action," Wang Hao said. "Follow me, and don't run around." "I understand," Gu Lian and Miao Quan said quickly. They knew that these words were meant for them. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had been working together for so long, so naturally they didn't need to be reminded deliberately. Wang Hao led the team toward where Wang Liang and his team were. Soon, Wang Liang and others entered the scope of his see-through function. However, Wang Hao was a little surprised when he saw Wang Liang's actions. "Stop!" After seeing Wang Liang's movements clearly, Wang Hao immediately stopped. "Miao Quan, you and I go into this room. Zhuang Shuer, you take Gu Lian into the house next door." "Can't get through?" Zhuang Shuer was a little confused. Wang Hao's order was obviously to defend, but in previous games, Wang Hao basically chose to take the initiative to attack. "We're not going," Wang Hao said. "They're here. Let's just wait for them here." Under the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao clearly saw Wang Liang and the others moving towards their direction. Obviously, they thought of it together. They all want to sneak attack the other party while they are searching for supplies, and catch the other party off guard. The only difference is that Wang Hao has the auxiliary function of see-through. He can see the behavior of Wang Liang and others from a distance, know their actions and purposes in advance, and then make plans. "Okay." Zhuang Shuer stopped asking questions and led Gu Lian into the building designated by Wang Hao. A small detail is that Wang Hao and the four of them closed the door after entering the house, and then all four of them laid down on the second floor. In this way, it was impossible for people outside to know that there was anyone hiding in these two buildings. At this time, Wang Liang and others were moving towards this side, moving very carefully, trying to pass between the houses. "Wang Liang, is it too early for us to go there now? Our supplies are not fully equipped yet," Lu Quan asked worriedly. "You think it was inappropriate for us to act too early? And they must have thought so too," Wang Liang said. "When I was parachuting, I kept a careful eye on it, and deliberately stayed away from them, as if I was preparing to divide an area with them. I searched for them, but this was actually to deceive them. I just wanted to go there early, and catch them off guard. They would never have expected that we would get there so quickly. As for the equipment, you don't have to worry at all. We are not fully equipped. And they must be too. No, there is no difference between us. If we take the lead, they will be dead." Chapter 155. Why is he here? "Not bad," Tong Heng said immediately. "I heard from the teacher that Wang Hao is good at taking the initiative to attack. His thunder is very powerful. In addition, he also likes to attack early instead of stalemate with other players. Therefore, if we don't attack now, they will attack soon, and we will be caught off guard. Since we know that he is going to attack, we can ambush in advance, and there is no need to attack," Lu Quan said. "No," Wang Liang said. "Wang Hao is very good at detecting points with thunder. No matter how well we hide, he may find us. By then we won't even have a chance to attack, and we will die from him." Lei Xia. Obviously, Wang Liang and others have studied Wang Hao before, and are familiar with Wang Hao's fighting habits and characteristics. This active attack was not sudden, but premeditated. The reason why Wang Liang jumped to P City was not it was caused by hot-headed impulse. But after some consideration, okay. Seeing his teammates saying this, Lu Quan stopped raising objections, and followed Wang Liang and others towards the place where Wang Hao and others landed. They are definitely not at the parachute point now. But they must be nearby. Wang Liang said in the team channel, "We came over quickly after parachute. They probably didn't search a few houses. They should still be there. Nearby." Wang Liang's judgment was recognized by others in the team. They are all old players, and know what the speed of searching for supplies is. And it has not been long since they parachuted. No matter how fast Wang Hao and the others are, they will not be too far away from the parachute point. Unless Wang Hao and others move faster than them. But this is impossible. Although Wang Hao likes to take the initiative to attack, it is only after searching for supplies. The search for supplies cannot be completed in a short time. Therefore, Wang Hao and others are very confident. Little did they know, their every move was seen by Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Liang and others slowly approaching, Wang Hao reminded others in the team channel to prepare for battle. Zhuang Xuer was okay. She had long been used to it. But Gu Lian and Miao Quan were obviously a little nervous. The skills of these two people were average. Usually at the level of fighting machines. When competing head-on with real people, they would lose 9 times out of 10. Therefore, when they heard that a fight was about to begin, both of them felt a little panicked. "Don't worry." Wang Hao comforted the two of them. "They don't know we are here now. We can catch them off guard. When the time comes, you can just obey my orders and act. There is no need to think about anything else." "Okay." The two responded immediately. Soon, Wang Liang and others appeared in the field of vision of Wang Hao and others. At this time, Wang Hao could still see them even without using the perspective auxiliary function. And Zhuang Xuer and others naturally saw them too. It has to be said that Wang Liang and others were very careful. And the route they took was specially chosen. It was obvious that the other party was well prepared. Unfortunately, they met Wang Hao, who has the see-through function. Soon, Wang Liang and others arrived at the downstairs of Wang Hao and his 2 buildings. They did not find anyone upstairs in these 2 buildings. When they passed these 2 buildings, they were no different from passing other buildings. Hit! When Wang Liang and others had just passed the 2 buildings and exposed their backs in front of him, Wang Hao gave the order to attack without hesitation. Almost at the same time as Wang Hao gave the order, Zhuang Xuer and the other 3 stood up from their lying positions at the same time, and then quickly fired at the 4 people outside the house. Duh. Wang Liang and others were caught off guard, and 2 players were immediately knocked to the ground. The remaining 2 players were also dissatisfied and hid in a nearby room in panic. "Fight him!" Wang Hao did not intend to give the other party a chance to breathe, and immediately gave the order to pursue them. The 4 people jumped down from the building one after another and rushed towards the place where the remaining 2 people were hiding. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao can clearly see the specific positions of the 2 players hiding in the house. And Wang Hao and the others have a numerical advantage. Therefore, there is almost no chance of this battle. Suspense. Wang Hao charged forward, followed by several others. After Wang Hao entered the house, he went straight to where the 2 were hiding. The 2 subconsciously wanted to escape through the window instead of fighting to the death with Wang Hao and the others. Therefore, their backs were once again exposed to Wang Hao and the others. How could Wang Hao let go of such an opportunity? Duh. Another burst of fierce gunfire rang out. And finally the 2 of them were knocked to the ground by Wang Hao and the others. The group is destroyed. The battle started suddenly and ended quickly. The result of the battle was that Wang Hao and his team destroyed the full formation of Wang Liang and his team without any casualties or even loss of health. Such results can be said to be quite brilliant. Of course, this is relative to Wang Hao and others. Compared to Wang Liang and others, this battle was a complete mess. Even until they were dead and in pieces. They didn't even fire a few shots. Didn't see the enemy's face clearly. How could this happen? Why are they here? Wang Liang, who had become nothingness, had a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't accept that his judgment was wrong. In his expectation, Wang Hao and others should never appear in this place. Moreover, how did they know that they and others were going to pass here and ambush here in advance? Wang Liang couldn't figure it out and couldn't accept it. However, there is no way to change the facts. Among the 4, only Lu Quan was silent. But the bitterness on his face was clearly visible. Ever since he jumped into P-City with Wang Hao and the others, Lu Quan felt uneasy and did not think this was a wise move. But his teammates we all agreed that his opinion alone could not decide anything. The current results also prove that his previous worries were not unreasonable. If he went head-to-head with Wang Hao and the others, he was definitely looking for death. Even if there were 2 random teammates in Wang Hao's team, they were no match for Wang Hao. Wang Hao, so strong, even with 2 unfamiliar teammates. His combat effectiveness was not weakened at all, and he was able to unite the entire team in a very short time. This was terrifying. Lu Quan already regretted jumping to P-City. I believe Wang Liang and others should also regret it at this time. But now it is obviously too late. I actually killed one. While licking the box, Miao Quan saw that his kill data changed from 0 to 1. And he was instantly excited. Gu Lian looked at him enviously. In that wave of battle just now, he only had assists but no kills. 4 kills. 2 for Wang Hao. 1 for Zhuang Xuer. And 1 for Miao Quan. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Wang Hao saw Gu Lian's disappointment and comforted him with a smile. Yeah. Gu Lian nodded sheepishly. Chapter 156 Team Leadership Ability. Wang Hao and the others actually won. The team just now was so stupid. Didn't they know there were people in the room? You know from God's perspective that Wang Hao and the others are in the room. The team just now couldn't see it. I thought Wang Hao and his 2 rookie teammates were going to overturn this game. Unexpectedly, he actually won the first wave of battles. There were many people in the battle that just ended in P-City. While watching, they saw that Wang Liang and the others were beaten to death, and that no one in Wang Hao's team died or even lost health. Everyone was surprised by the combat effectiveness of Wang Hao and his team, and also criticized Wang Liang and his team for their weak combat effectiveness. However, Wang Hao shouldn't be able to kill many people in this round. They were all scared away by him. The crowd watching the game obviously also saw Wang Hao's embarrassing situation. He is now too famous, causing many candidates to being afraid of him, and not wanting to collide with him made it much more difficult for Wang Hao to kill someone. In the game, Wang Hao naturally knew about this situation. After licking the box, a few people searched for supplies. With the help of more supplies, they were quickly equipped. Then, Wang Hao took the team drove away from P-City. In this game, it was useless to defend P-City. Wang Hao didn't even wait for the first circle to start shrinking. He took his people away. Zhuang Xuer was still driving, and Wang Hao was not confident about the driving skills of Gu Lian and Miao Quan. Where to go? Zhuang Xuer asked. Go to the Research Institute and our city. If there is no one there, go to G-Port. Wang Hao said. Whether it's the Research Institute or G-Port, there are basically people jumping in every game. G-Port is one of the holy places for steel guns, and the Research Institute is in the middle area of the map. Both places have a group of loyal fans. Okay. After receiving the instruction, Zhuang Xuer stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Research Institute is not far from P-City, and Wang Hao and the others soon arrived near the Research Institute. There's someone, Wang Hao said immediately. I just saw someone flashing past on the 2nd floor. Wang Hao actually discovered other players through see-through. But his reason also makes sense. Others didn't doubt it. They just felt that they didn't look carefully enough. Zhuang Xuer parked the car outside the teaching building. And then the 4 of them got out of the car and went straight to the teaching building, with Wang Hao still charging ahead. The players in the teaching building seemed to be a little panicked. They obviously heard the sound of the car, but they did not lie still. Instead, they ran around in panic. Now, without Wang Hao's warning, everyone else in the team knew it. The approximate location of the enemy. After a period of fighting, Wang Hao and the others killed 2 of the other side at the cost of 1 person falling to the ground. The one who was knocked down was Gu Lian. Miao Quan was rescuing him. Wang Hao said, there are only 2 here, and the remaining 2 should be in the dormitory. Gu Lian, after you stand up, take a big medicine bag and drink first. Let's drink after we get in the car. Gu Lian nodded quickly. Wang Hao made this arrangement naturally to save time. In this game, he was destined to look for people everywhere, which would inevitably waste a lot of time. Every time he saved, it meant that he could have more time to find other people. After Gu Lian was rescued, he immediately used a large medical bag. Then, the 4 of them climbed out of the window and got into the car. Zhuang Xuer drove the car straight to the dormitory building. Before Wang Hao could specify the location, the 2 players hiding in the dormitory actually opened fire at them from the window, trying to blow up their car. Faced with this situation, Zhuang Xuer didn't panic at all and accelerated and turned in one go. Although the car was hit hard, Wang Hao and the others successfully arrived under the building where the two players were. All that's left is to attack the building. Wang Hao was no stranger to attacking buildings. But this time, the defenders were well prepared and knew their positions, so it was relatively difficult. However, it is nothing more than consuming their throwing objects first, and then charging forward. The routine is the same. After almost all the opponent's throwing objects were consumed, Wang Hao asked Gu Lian and Miao Quan to rush in front to attract firepower. He and Zhuang Shuer followed closely behind to act as firepower. Miao Quan and Gu Lian had no objections to Wang Hao's arrangement. They were self-aware of their own strength. Even if they were asked to serve as firepower, they would not be qualified. It would be more suitable for them to act as human shields. They only needed to just keep your head down and charge forward, and that's okay. Wang Hao did not disappoint them. He followed closely behind them and successfully annihilated the two players. Although Gu Lian and Miao Quan lost some health, they were not knocked down and successfully survived. The team is still full. Just replenish supplies. Let's go find people, Wang Hao said. Remember to bring oil. Okay. Miao Quan and Gu Lian were obviously not used to Wang Hao's fast-paced style of play. After all, they usually mainly focus on fighting, and occasionally play 1 or 2 human-machine games. They have never tried such a fast-paced playstyle. However, it doesn't matter if they don't adapt. They just need to obey Wang Hao's orders and follow Wang Hao's rhythm. They will do whatever Wang Hao tells them to do. And that's it. The 4 people quickly left the dormitory building and got into the car again. Under the guidance of Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer, an experienced driver, wandered around the island, leaving traces of their battles everywhere. They went to see wherever there might be people. Look, when it comes to airdrops, they are even more reckless and fight around the airdrops. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, other players within 200 meters can't hide in front of Wang Hao. Of course, sometimes they need to act, because it is too obvious and easy to be exposed. However, even so, Wang Hao's team's efficiency in finding people is much better than that of ordinary players. Under the leadership and command of Wang Hao, the 4 successfully entered the finals. At this time, Wang Hao had killed 24. Zhuang Shuer had killed 13. Miao Quan had 4. And Gu Lian had killed 3. Everyone made a profit. And the 4 of them together killed nearly half of the players on the island, killing other players so frightened that they couldn't hide away. The survivors who watched in real life were also amazed several times. Although Wang Hao killed fewer players in this round than in the previous 2 rounds, the total number of eliminations of the team he led was not small at all. Some people thought that Wang Hao and his 2 rookies would be implicated and might even end up in a box. But now, they no longer have such thoughts. Rookies like Miao Quan and Gu Lian, who could only play against humans and machines, were able to obtain elimination numbers under Wang Hao's command. This is very rare. Real-life survivors have also seen Wang Hao's team leadership ability. Wang Hao is not only strong himself, he can also improve the combat effectiveness of his teammates, which is very important. Chapter 157 Stability. I didn't expect Wang Hao's team leadership ability to be so strong. In the palace of the Lord of Silver Light City, Wu Haomi looked at the game screen in surprise. Everyone on the scene nodded. Everyone thought that Wang Hao matched 2 Bronze 5 teammates. This game basically explained that although the virtual battlefield technology is very important, in many cases, the number of people is more important. When 4 people besiege 1 person, even if a person is a super master, he will most likely hate Northwest. In the virtual battlefield, it is not uncommon for 1 to wear 4. But it is rare. Number of people often plays a decisive role. It is precisely because of this that so many people are not optimistic about Wang Hao when they know that he is carrying 2 oil bottles. But Wang Hao changed people's view with his performance, proving that he is not only strong, but also has strong team leadership ability. This is particularly important in the context of the end of the world, in the context of the apocalypse. If humans want to survive, cooperation is a must. Fighting alone will only make you die faster. Therefore, the value of an excellent leader and command is very high. But people with top command capabilities are not there are many, which makes this kind of people very valuable. Therefore, after seeing Wang Hao's team leading ability, Wang Hao's value in the hearts of Wu Haomu and others became even higher. The game is still going on. Wang Hao led his teammates to abandon the car and switch to his most accustomed heavenly play. The thick smoke blocked the vision of both sides, but it could not stop Wang Hao, who had the see-through function. Under the leadership and command of the team continued to advance in an orderly manner. and the number of team eliminations continued to increase. The final result did not exceed everyone's expectations. Wang Hao won the championship again. 3 consecutive. Wang Hao's personal kill count reached 31. Although this number of eliminations has dropped slightly compared to the previous 2 games, the survivors watching from the outside are even more shocked than before. Because, in this game, not only did Wang Hao's number of eliminations exceed 30, but all 3 of his teammates also made gains. Even the 2 rookies who were only in the 5th rank of bronze all got eliminations under Wang Hao's leadership and command. This is enviable and ruins a lot of mediocre people. Let me ask, in the context of the apocalypse, who doesn't want to have a strong teammate? Who doesn't want his teammates to lead him? At this moment, Wang Hao has become the best teammate candidate in many people's minds. In the game, Gu Lian and Miao Quan had already touched the airdrop box with excitement. For the 2 people who are only in the 5th rank of bronze, they have only heard others talk about touching the airdrop box before, but they have never actually touched it. Now, they followed Wang Hao and got such an opportunity. No matter from the airdrop whatever they found in the box, they were all grateful to Wang Hao. After Gu Lian and Miao Quan touched the airdrop box, Zhuang Xuer also touched the airdrop box. This time she was quite lucky. She touched an M416. She was able to take out a firearm from the airdrop box, and it was a rifle. This is good in itself. What's more, what Zhuang Xuer touched was the M416 that greeted her from behind. It can be said that her luck was quite good this time. Even though Zhuang Xuer didn't lack such things, she couldn't help but smile on her face after seeing the gun she touched. Wang Hao still touches the airdrop box last. After having the auxiliary function of unconventional rewards, Wang Hao has unprecedented expectations for touching the airdrop box. As a result, Wang Hao, who was full of expectations, suffered a big blow. Marbles. Wang Hao actually found a marble from the airdrop box. Wang Hao was stunned immediately, and then a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that this unconventional reward does not mean that he will definitely get the treasure from the airdrop box. What he can touch still depends on luck. This auxiliary function can only ensure that he can get the treasure from the airdrop box. It's something that other people can't touch. As for whether this thing is good or bad, it's hard to say. After calming down, Wang Hao put the marbles into his pocket, and then added Gu Lian and Miao Quan as friends. There are still 2 days left for the college entrance examination, and these 2 people will also be his teammates in the 4th row. Adding them as friends will make it easier to contact them. Afterwards, Wang Hao and others were teleported out of the virtual battlefield. Back in reality, Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer were greeted with warm applause. Students from class 12 congratulated them one after another for their excellent performance in the exam. Wang Hao is still no. 1 on both lists. Even with 2 rookies, he has already scored 31 kills and ranks first in the number of eliminations in a single game, not to mention the total number of eliminations. As for Zhuang Xuer, she performed well in this game. She has entered the top 30 in the national elimination list. It can be said that she is another dark horse besides Wang Hao. Before the college entrance examination, no one thought that among the top 30 in the national elimination list, there would be 2 from Yingguang City. What is even more shocking is that from the first game, Wang Hao from Yingguang City, he firmly occupies the first place in the double rankings. And we can't see anyone having any hope of attacking his position. Even in cities such as Golden Light City, Xinguang City, and Mingguang City where famous schools gather, no student can threaten Wang Hao's position. Wang Hao's performance was too strong and his performance was too stable. How many people expected him to pull the hips from 4 rows? But he used practical actions to prove to those people that even if he had 2 burdens, he could still win the 3rd place with high kills. 1. Bob Bang Bang. Ding Yuning came to the class. First clapped her hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, "The first day of the college entrance examination is over. No matter whether you did well or not, don't think too much. You can sum up your experience and lessons learned, but don't regret your previous operations. Look forward to everything. There are still 2 days left for the college entrance examination. If you don't perform well today, you still have the opportunity to adjust and chase points. If you perform well today, I hope you can continue to do so. The college entrance examination is not a game that determines the final score. This is a process of persistence. Any game within 3 days is very important. Remember not to think wildly, and don't give up early. Persistence will bring hope. Class 12 is an ordinary class, and most students the results are all average. People like Wang Hao are different in Class 12. Therefore, Ding Yuning mainly encourages her students, hoping that they will not give up early and persist, and there may not be no hope. After Ding Yuning finished speaking, the students can arrange the next things by themselves. They can stay in school to review or go home. Ding Yuning prefers the latter. He has reviewed everything that should be reviewed. It is now the college entrance examination stage. Cramming for nothing will not have much effect, but will make herself more nervous. Ding Yuning hopes that her students will go back to rest early, recharge their spirits, and prepare for the exams in the next 2 days. Chapter 158 in University and B University. Wang Hao, come with me. Ding Yuning approached Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded and followed Ding Yuning to the principal's office. Wang Hao is no stranger to the principal's office. He has been to the principal's office several times in the 2 weeks since time travel. Fortunately, every time he comes, it is a good thing and not criticized. Classmate Wang Hao, congratulations. You are still number 1 on the double list. As soon as Wang Hao entered the principal's office, Guanling congratulated him with a smile on his face. Thank you, Wang Hao said. In the principal's room, there are still many leaders gathered. The entire school leaders of No. 5 middle school are here. Of course, there are also senior high school teachers like Ding Yuning. There are still quite a lot of people in the principal's room at this time. But no matter how many people there were, when Wang Hao arrived, he was also the focus of the audience. Everyone looked at him with a smile. Even Zhao Feng, Luo Qiji and others who had disliked him before. With a smile, Wang Hao is now the pride of the entire No. 5 middle school. Although they are not Wang Hao's class teacher, they are teachers in No. 5 middle school, and they are all proud of Wang Hao at this time. There are still 2 days left for the college entrance examination. Keep up the good work, Guanling said with a smile. Don't feel any psychological pressure. Your performance is already very good. When you go back later, some people may come to you. This is normal. I hope you won't be disturbed by the distractions from the outside world. Continue to focus on the college entrance examination. And then think about those things after the college entrance examination. I understand. Wang Hao nodded. Although he didn't know who the people Guanling said were looking for him, he would not let external events affect his state. Wang Hao could still clearly distinguish the priorities of things. At the moment, what was most important to him was the most important thing is the college entrance examination. As for other things, we have to wait until after the college entrance examination. Just understand. I believe you are smart and know what to do, Guanling said. By the way, if there is anything you need our help with in your life, just ask. At this time, everything must be focused on ensuring the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination cannot be affected by external things. Thank you, Principal, for your concern. I am doing well now, and do not need the school's help, Wang Hao said with a smile. The school has helped me a lot. I am very grateful to the principal for his help. As for the college entrance examination, Principal, don't worry. I will do my best to give our No. 5 middle school a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Wang Hao's life is indeed quite good now. Although he has not moved into a wealthy area, he is in a civilian area. The living environment has been greatly improved compared to before, and the school has indeed provided him with help many times before, including scholarships, opening a small kitchen, etc. Wang Hao has kept these in mind, and he is very grateful to the school in his heart. Okay. Wang Hao's words made the smile on Guanling's face brighter. To be the top scorer in the college entrance examination was something he couldn't even imagine. Before this college entrance examination, if their 5th middle school can produce one of the top 100 in the country, it will be a high price. Compared with other cities, the teaching level of Yinguang City is obviously at a disadvantage. What's more, their 5th middle school is not a particularly good school in Silver Light City. It is quite difficult to produce a student who is among the top 100 in the country. As for the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, just go to sleep. You will have everything in your dreams. But now, the appearance of Wang Hao has made Guanling pay attention to the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination for the first time. This title, which he had never dared to think about before, now feels that it is not so far away. Wang Hao's statement makes Guanling interested. Guanling was very happy. He also believed in Wang Hao, and would never let him or the entire school down. Afterwards, Guanling and the school leaders encouraged Wang Hao again before letting Wang Hao leave. Hello. Are you classmate Wang Hao? On the way back, Wang Hao was blocked by a stranger. I am Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at the person blocking the road warily. Who are you? In the context of the end of the world, it is best to be wary of strangers. This is the rule of survival in this context. Especially true in the wild. Hello, classmate Wang Hao. I am Qi Ming, director of the admissions office of Silver University. The visitor didn't mind the vigilance on Wang Hao's face at all, and his face was full of enthusiasm. Director of the admissions office of Silver University? Wang Hao looked at the other party in surprise. You have something to do with me. Silver University, like a university, is a well-known university in Yingguang City, and its reputation and teaching quality are only slightly worse than a university. Wang Hao had previously learned about the universities in China, especially in Yingguang City, and naturally knew about the existence of Yingguang University. That's it. Qi Ming still maintained a bright smile on his face. Our school leaders have seen your performance in the virtual battlefield and are unanimously optimistic about you. I hope you can choose our school. As long as you apply for our school, no matter how you perform in the next 2 days, we will definitely admit you. Moreover, after registering for school, we will give you a full scholarship, arrange a single dormitory, and provide guidance from famous teachers to help you grow into a top player in China. With that said, Qi Ming took out a form and handed it to Wang Hao. As long as you fill out this form, you will be a member of our Yingda University. Wang Hao looked at the form and did not accept it. He came over and asked, You are so optimistic about me? It's only been 1 day since the college entrance examination, and you have decided to admit me? Silver University is only slightly worse than A, which is also an existence that many people can't get into even if they want to. Wang Hao unexpectedly, just 1 day after the college entrance examination, the director of the admissions office of Yingnan University approached me and decided to recruit him in advance. If others knew about it, they would be jealous. Of course, Qi Ming said, we believe in our own vision and your strength. Choosing our Yingnan University is definitely a wise move. Wait! Before Wang Hao could answer, a person came running from a distance. Qi Ming's expression changed when he saw the person coming. Wang, hello. Classmate Wang Hao. I am Kong Yan, director of the admissions office of University B. The visitor panted and said to Wang Hao, Our University B has also decided to give you an admission quota in advance. The benefits that Silver University can provide, we at B University can also provide it. Director Kong. What do you mean? Qi Ming looked at Kong Yan and said dissatisfiedly, Everything has to come first. And we, Ying University, come first. Director Qi. What you said is wrong. Kong Yan looked at Qi Ming without giving up and said, Choosing a university is not about shopping. As long as Wang Hao doesn't nod, then everyone has a chance. At this point, Kong Yan said. He looked at Wang Hao and said, Student Wang Hao, we welcome you in University B. As long as you fill out the form, you will be a student of our University B, and all the benefits will not be reduced at all. Looking at the two people who were eager to fill out the form, as the director of the admissions office, Wang Hao suddenly understood why Guanling said before that someone would look for him. It turned out to be them. Chapter 159 Major universities are robbing people. B University is another university in Yingguang City. Its popularity and teaching level are comparable to Ying University. Nowadays, both universities are obviously interested in Wang Hao. Even if it is only 1 day after the college entrance examination, the admissions directors of these two universities have already come to grab people. However, it is obvious that these two universities are not the only ones who want to snatch Wang Hao. In just a short while, several more school admissions directors came to grab people. There were only 8 universities in the entire Yingguang City. Now, except for a university, all the admissions directors of other universities are here. Arrive. Every school showed the greatest sincerity. As long as Wang Hao nodded, he would now be a quasi-college student. Faced with these universities offering superior conditions, Wang Hao did not relent and nodded. No one has shown up at the A university he most wanted to go to. Could it be that university still looks down on me? Wang Hao muttered in his heart. This is not impossible. After all, University A is the best university in the entire Silver City. Countless students want to apply here every year. They have no shortage of students. Now that the college entrance examination is only 1 day away, they don't have to rush. Looking at the attentive deans of the admissions office in front of him, Wang Hao thought that he might not necessarily go to University A. After all, his biggest trump card is not talent, but auxiliary functions. As long as the university he attends provides him with the best with good conditions, There doesn't seem to be much difference wherever you go. Instead of going to a university that doesn't value yourself, it's better to go to a university that treats you as a treasure and responds to your needs. Just when Wang Hao was wondering whether he should change his goal for the college entrance examination, a woman with black-framed eyes and a young woman's temperament walked over with elegant steps. Is this classmate Wang Hao? I am Zhu Sha, director of the admissions office of University A. The visitor smiled slightly at Wang Hao. On behalf of University A, I formally invite you. You are welcome to apply for our University A. As long as you agree. You are now a freshman in our University A. As for the welfare conditions after admission, our University A will definitely not be worse than the others on the scene. Choosing our University A is definitely the best decision for you. Zhu Sha. What she said was not much different from the previous ones. But her appearance still made Kang Yan, Qi Ming, and others change their expressions. That's a big one. The best university in Yinguang City. Almost no students in Yinguang City can refuse a university. Even in some surrounding cities, there will be students applying for a university. Why did Kang Yan, Qi Ming and others take action so early? It's not because they know that there is a gap between their university and University A. They can only reach an agreement with Wang Hao before University A by striking first and offering Wang Hao favorable conditions. This is their only chance to snatch Wang Hao. But Kang Yan, Qi Ming and others did not expect that a big person would take action so quickly. In their view, as the best university in Silver City, a university should maintain its own identity. Even if they are optimistic about Wang Hao, they will have to wait until the college entrance examination is over before they come to visit them. They can use this time difference to get the first chance, said Wang Hao. However, now their plan failed. The moment Zhu Sha appeared, Kang Yan, Qi Ming and others knew that their attempt to rob Wang Hao would be impossible. Director Zhu, why are you here too? Kang Yan couldn't help but ask Zhu Sha. Kang Yan, Qi Ming, and Zhu Sha are all directors of the admissions office. Every year after the college entrance examination, several of their schools will engage in a battle to recruit students. With its reputation and strength, a university often occupies a large number of students. Kang Yan, Qi Ming and others were envious and jealous of this huge advantage. The word also is used well. Zhu Sha said with a smile, since you can come, then I can naturally come too. Our University A does not want to miss any outstanding students. We have always been very devoted to outstanding students. Attention! We naturally want to fight for outstanding students like Wang Hao. I remember. Don't you always recruit people after the college entrance examination? Why did you come so early this time? Kept asking. Because I'm afraid that he will be snatched away by you. Zhu Sha smiled. For outstanding students like Wang Hao, our school is willing to make an exception and carry out special recruitment in advance. Zhu Sha actually only said half of what he said. The reason why their university specially recruited Wang Hao in advance was not only because they were afraid that Ying University, B University, and other schools would steal people, but also because they were afraid that schools in other cities would steal people. You know, Wang Hao's current #1 ranking is not the #1 ranking in Yinguang City, but the #1 ranking in both rankings nationwide. Wang Hao's performance not only attracted the attention of major universities in Silver Light City, but also attracted the attention of universities in other cities. They are likely to grab people in advance. After all, Wang Hao's performance on the first day of the college entrance examination was so outstanding. He has broken records one after another. Such students have been rare to see for many years. Which university is not attracted by them? Compared with other cities, there is still a certain gap between the teaching level of Yinguang City. A university is the best university in Yinguang City, but it is definitely not the best university in China. There are still universities better than a university. And more than one. If those schools send invitations to Wang Hao, it is difficult to guarantee that Wang Hao will not be tempted. In order to avoid the loss of talents and win over Wang Hao, a university made an exception and recruited Wang Hao in advance and gave Wang Hao quite superior welfare benefits. So, classmate Wang Hao, what is your choice? Zhu Sha looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at everyone and said, I want to think about it first. Of course, there is no problem, Zhu Sha said. However, from the perspective of someone who has experienced it, I suggest you make a decision as soon as possible. Your performance is obvious to all. This has a lot to do with your status. If you can make the decision to apply for the exam as early as possible, you will be able to perform better in the next exam without any psychological pressure. When you are not distracted, you may be able to perform better. continue to break records. Zhu Sha agreed. But in her heart she still hoped that Wang Hao could make a decision as soon as possible. After all, if the night is long and the dream is long, accidents will inevitably happen if it is delayed for a long time. Okay. I will consider it seriously and give an answer as soon as possible, Wang Hao said. Zhu Sha's words also make sense. Although Wang Hao, as a person who took the college entrance examination for the second time and was able to cheat in the college entrance examination, actually did not feel too much pressure. Deciding to apply for college as soon as possible would also make him less worried, not affected by external interference. Focus more on the game itself. Wang Hao knew very well that as long as he did not make a decision for a day, these people would stare at him for a day, and he would be disturbed. Seeing what Wang Hao said, Zhu Sha and others stopped talking and dispersed one after another. Chapter 160 Army Special Recruitment. Classmate Wang Hao, the lord of the city has invited you. Shortly after Zhu Sha and others dispersed, someone approached Wang Hao again. However, this time, it was not the director of the admissions office of a certain school, but someone from the city lord's mansion. Guanling really got it right. As expected, many people are looking for me, Wang Hao muttered secretly in his heart. Afterwards, Wang Hao nodded to the visitor and followed him to the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's palace, Wang Hao met Wu Haomiao again. In addition to Wu Haomiao, there were also the chief and deputy commanders of the major legions. Wang Hao had met them before, but there was no conversation. This time it might be different. Congratulations, classmate Wang Hao. As soon as they met, Wu Haomiao congratulated Wang Hao with a smile on his face. As for the reason for the congratulations, everyone present knew it. Thank you, City Lord, Wang Hao said. To be honest, I was very optimistic about you when you completed the bounty mission last time, Wu Haomiao continued, but I didn't expect that you could perform so well in the college entrance examination, ranking first in both national rankings. This is an honor that our Yingguang city has never achieved. This time you have made a big difference for our Yingguang city. Wu Haomiao is very happy that such a genius academic master has emerged in his city. There is light in the sky, and when chatting with other city lords in the future, I can finally feel proud. Good luck, Wang Hao said. This is not a result you can get by just being lucky, Wu Haomiao said. Classmate Wang Hao, you are too humble. Yes, if I could have achieved your results in the college entrance examination, I would have been very happy. I can't sleep at all, Yanlai said with a smile. Is it just you? You just failed to pass the silver major exam, and you still dreamed of being number one in the country? Lu Yuan joked. Maybe you can only get the number one in your dream. I don't have that ability. But Wang brother Hao really brought glory to our silver city this time, Yanlai said. Brother Wang Hao, you may not know me. I am the commander of our 5th Army in Silver City. How about it? Are you interested in coming? Our 5th Corps? All benefits will be favorable. As long as you are willing to come, the platoon leader will start. Hey, Lao Yang, why are you so unreasonable? Didn't we agree to talk about this after the college entrance examination? Gao Liangjun said quickly. I couldn't help it when I saw classmate Wang Hao, Yanlai said with some embarrassment. He is really optimistic about Wang Hao and hopes that Wang Hao will enter the 5th Army. However, they have made an agreement before that everything will be discussed after Wang Hao's college entrance examination is over, so as not to distract Wang Hao. After all, the college entrance examination is not over yet. Anything can happen on the virtual battlefield. If Wang Hao lands twice in a row, it won't be a surprise to be caught up or even overtaken. Student Wang Hao, I originally planned to tell you this after the college entrance examination, but since Lao Yang has said it, I will just tell you now. Wu Haomiao looked at Wang Hao and said, because you are in the college entrance examination, for your outstanding performance, the commanders of several major legions are very optimistic about you and hope you can join their legion. Of course, the choice is yours. We will fully respect your opinion on this matter, and the final decision is yours. Do. Wang Hao was surprised when he heard Wu Haomiao's words. My highest rank is not yet silver, so I probably don't meet the conditions to join the legion. As far as Wang Hao knows, joining the legion has requirements for rank. To join the regular army, you need a gold rank. But in addition to the regular army, there are auxiliary armies. The requirements for joining the auxiliary army are relatively low. Silver rank is enough. There are many armies in Silver Light City, and even in major cities in China. The auxiliary army is the main force. The regular army is smaller in number than the auxiliary army. The auxiliary army is equivalent to the reserve force of the regular army. The treatment is slightly worse than that of the regular army. Of course, compared with the militia, it is definitely better. When there are soldiers in the auxiliary army who reach the gold level, they can apply to join the regular army. This application is generally passed. After joining the regular army, the welfare benefits will be much better. Some of the top experts or people with special skills in the regular army will form a team. And the team should be small but refined. As for the current Wang Hao, he is not qualified to join either the regular army or the auxiliary army, because his rank is only bronze. This is a special move for you. Wu Haomu smiled and said, the commanders of all the major legions are very optimistic about you. As long as you are willing, you can join now. Moreover, after joining, you will be treated as a regular army. Of course, you are still prioritize the college entrance examination. Even after joining the army, you can take a temporary job first, then go to college, and occasionally go to the army to report and participate in regular training. After you graduate from college, you can officially join the army. Of course, if you want to, it's okay to just enter the military camp and become a full-time soldier. But again, everything is up to you. Wu Haomu's words surprised Wang Hao. Not only were the commanders of these legions willing to recruit him in advance, they actually gave it to him. He has a lot of freedom and this kind of treatment. I'm afraid not many people can enjoy it. You just need to know about this first. Wu Haomu said. You don't need to make a decision now. You can think about it slowly after the college entrance examination is over. Wu Haomu attaches great importance to this college entrance examination. Without Wang Haomu, with the emergence of the college entrance examination, this college entrance examination is just an ordinary college entrance examination. As the city lord, he will pay attention to the college entrance examination. But he will definitely not pay as much attention to it as now. The appearance of Wang Hao has made everything different. They in Silver Light City may win the title of national champion for the first time. This is a very difficult thing. Therefore, Wu Haomu does not want to see anything affect Wang Hao. Wang Hao's college entrance examination. Everything has to wait until Wang Hao's college entrance examination is over. This shows that he attaches great importance to this college entrance examination. Okay. Wang Hao nodded, indicating that he understood. The main reason I called you here today is to congratulate you. Wu Haomu said, in addition, I also hope that you will continue your efforts and strive to win the first national champion in our Yingguang city. As long as you can get the national champion and accept the college entrance examination, there will definitely be a big reward. Wu Haomu really hopes that Wang Hao can get the top prize in the country. For this, he even promised a big reward. As long as Wang Hao can get the top prize in the country, he will never be stingy in rewarding Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded. For him, regardless of whether there is a reward from Wu Haomu, he will strive to win the top prize in the country. Now that Wu Haomu has decided to reward him heavily, it can be regarded as an unexpected surprise for Wang Hao.